The arrival of the strong. Chuzhou. Today, coinciding with Sunday, the streets bustle with people. On the Grand Bridge, overlooking the serene Tianqing Lake, a tempest suddenly whips through the air, forcing many pedestrians to shield their faces, unable to open their eyes against the fierce gusts. Boom! A sound akin to thunder reverberates across the bridge, creating a palpable sense of distortion. A shadow of azure light gradually materializes from the ethereal realm. In the blink of an eye, a young man appears on the bridge. He murmurs to himself, "Earth, I, Li Xian, have returned." Immediately, he lifts his gaze, and the howling winds on the bridge vanish without a trace. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of authority emanates from a young man. In an instant, a terrifying presence envelopes the entire city of Chuzhou. Within several ancient residences, elderly men meditating with crossed legs suddenly open their eyes, revealing expressions of horror. In that fleeting moment, they feel a pressure that resonates from the depths of their souls. Even from dozens of miles away, the intensity of that pressure causes them to tremble involuntarily. A forbidden powerhouse has descended upon the humble Chuzhou. Li Xian gazes at the thronging crowd and the familiar bridge, a sense of daze washing over him. He has truly succeeded. After 300 years of rising from obscurity in the starry realms, he has transformed from an ordinary mortal into a legendary figure, yet he never relinquished his desire to return to Earth. At the moment he ascended to the pinnacle of power, he chose to pierce through the void, and, astonishingly, he has returned. He looks down at the Tianqing Lake, memories flooding back vividly. The Li family was once a renowned commercial dynasty in Chuzhou, but alas, when Li Xian was merely 20, they suddenly faced bankruptcy, and his parents tragically perished in self-immolation. In a single night, his family was shattered. Moreover, Meng Qingxian, who was once betrothed to Li Xian, defied her family's opposition and resolutely married him, only to become the subject of ridicule, turning into a laughingstock in Chuzhou. At that time, Li Xian, unable to bear the blow of falling from grace, descended into despair, and those around him scorned him, urging Meng Qingxian to abandon him. Yet, she never wavered in her loyalty, even continuing to work while pregnant to support him. Eventually, Li Xian gradually awakened, resolving to rise from the ashes. Just as their fortunes began to turn, he was suddenly pushed into the lake while passing by Tianqing Lake. Everyone assumed Li Xian was evading his responsibilities as a father and had vanished without trace. Unbeknownst to them, Li Xian had been thrust into a world of cultivation. 300 years passed. Li Xian emerged from the dust, confronting numerous prodigies, ultimately becoming the Lord of Slaughter. From beginning to end, his pursuit was never for the sake of ascension, but solely to shatter the void and return to Earth. Yet, after 3 centuries, the world has changed, and he wonders, is Qingxian still alive? "Old man, what year is it?" Li Xian's voice trembles as he speaks. Beside him, a tattered old man sits on the ground, his fingers trembling as he raises a cup to his lips. Beneath him lies a pile of discarded cardboard boxes and bottles. Scavenging appears to be his only source of income. Upon hearing the question, the old man looks up at Li Xian and chuckles. "Young man, it is the year 2022. Li Xian's body shudders at the revelation, his face alight with delight. 2022? Does it mean only 5 years have passed since my disappearance? Qingxian is still alive, and our child must be 5 years old now." In the face of a heart that remains unfazed even by the mightiest of celestial tribulations, this moment ignites a fervor within him. "Old fool, are you blind?" An extremely disdainful voice interjects as a woman inadvertently brushes against the old man while crossing the bridge, leaving a trace of dust on her red high heels. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," the old man responds, his gaze filled with trepidation. These elegantly attired elites are not someone he, as a scavenger, can afford to offend, even if he hadn't moved an inch while her foot inadvertently brushed against his clothing. "Didn't mean to my foot. You've upset my girlfriend, old man. Do you wish to die?" The young man with a buzz cut beside her glares menacingly, cursing as he raises his foot to stomp on the old man's leg. "Ah!" The old man gasps in pain, crying out for mercy. Passers-by momentarily halt, their brows furrowing in disapproval. This elderly man appears to be nearing 70. It is truly excessive to bully a frail scavenger. "What are you staring at?" I am a young master of the Feng family. The young man bellows, causing those around him to shrink back, hastily moving away, fearful of attracting trouble. The Feng family's Langui group is a prominent enterprise in Chuzhou, and his mother, Jiangnan, is a woman regarded as the epitome of wealth. Her son is cherished as a jewel, someone who commands respect throughout Chuzhou. At that moment, however, someone steps forward. Li Xian, roused from his reverie, gazes at the scene before him, fury boiling within. He retains a flicker of memory regarding the Feng family. When the Li family faced ruin, the Feng family had promptly kicked them while they were down, with Feng Ye's mother, Zhang Lan, personally berating Li Xian as a lost dog, subjecting him and his family to merciless humiliation. Kneel before the old man and apologize at once, or I shall annihilate your Feng family. Li Xian's voice resonates coldly. Gasp! The crowd's eyes widen in disbelief. Who is this young man? He dares to threaten the Feng family. In all of Chuzhou, no one would dare utter such words. Feng Ye's expression stiffens momentarily before erupting in rage. Who the hell are you? You idiot? Do you seek death? Having encountered the elder, Feng Yu had already raised his fist, ready to strike. Li Xian, however, remained impassive. Suddenly, as Feng Yu took a step forward, an invisible force struck his towering figure of 1.8 meters, sending him hurtling backward to crash onto the hood of an SUV, leaving a dent and a thunderous noise in its wake. He felt as though all his bones had been shattered, suffering immensely. His mother was Zhang Lan, and he had never before faced harm. He could hardly believe that a young man he chanced upon would dare to attack him. How had he even been thrown backwards? Onlookers gazed in horror, as if witnessing a ghost. Only the woman nearby, unable to comprehend the unfolding events, vociferously demanded answers. Who are you to strike young Master Feng? Li Xian did not respond to her inquiry, but instead knelt down to express concern for the elderly man. Are you hurt, sir? His hand gently brushed over the old man's knee, where Feng Yu had previously tread, and in an instant, the pain vanished. Who was Li Xian? In the vast realm of the 3,000 cultivation worlds, the name of the Red Emperor, Li Qi was known to all, rising from humble beginnings. He had slaughtered countless foes, earning the title of the Lord of Slaughter. After healing the old man's wounds, Li Xian cast a distant, indifferent gaze toward the woman. With a swift motion, he struck her. She staggered, reeling from the blow, a crimson handprint now emblazoned on her face. This old man bears you no ill will. He was merely resting here. You did not apologize for your transgression, but instead insulted him. This slap serves as a lesson from your parents. Li Xian's voice was cold. In his eyes, this woman was no more than an insect. Striking her was as trivial as extinguishing a flickering flame. As for the Feng family, once a formidable clan in Li Xian's view, they now seemed no different from mere ants. In the days of the Li family's zenith, they stood on par with the Fengs, but that was a distant memory. The Red Emperor now towered over all, standing alongside the 7 forbidden zones. Returning to Earth was akin to a 100-level master descending into a novice realm. To oppress the weak and insult the elderly, this slap served to avenge the old man. Another strike followed, marking the other side of the woman's face with a blood-stained imprint. She was utterly horrified, perceiving him as a madman. From the crumpled hood of the SUV, Feng Yu struggled to rise, his eyes filled with venomous rage as he glared at Li Xian. You dare strike me? You will pay dearly. I shall show you the might of the Feng family. With that, he pulled out his phone, ready to call for reinforcements. Li Xian did not intervene, but instead gazed into the distance. Power? You will soon witness the true power of this city. Feng Yu's calls could summon many ruthless henchmen, even the local underworld bosses. Yet, the genuine rulers of this world were never these ordinary forces. They were the cultivators, the true dominators of existence. As Feng Yu made several calls, his expression grew increasingly malevolent. Boy, in no more than 20 minutes, you will taste despair. Dare to strike me, and I will ensure your demise. No one in Chu Prefecture can contend with me, Feng Yu. His voice dripped with malice, a lifetime of humiliation boiling within him. Li Xian continued to gaze ahead, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. They are coming. A figure approached, exuding an overwhelming aura. Swiftly appearing at the bridge's edge, clad in simple garments, an elderly man stepped closer to Li Xian, prompting many to pause. They recognized him as Huang Jiantai, the former wealthiest man in Chu Prefecture, who had once commanded the Huang family with an iron fist. He had vanished from the public eye for a decade, now replaced by his son, Huang Benchu. To see him reappear today was unexpected. Li Xian was not surprised. having inadvertently released his aura upon returning, which had drawn the attention of all the powerful cultivators in Chu Prefecture. When a forbidden master descended, any cultivator would dare not neglect the opportunity to pay their respects. Huang Jiantai approached within 10 meters of Li Xian, and upon sensing that familiar aura, he displayed a look of reverence. He then bowed deeply, addressing Li Xian with respect. "I am Huang Jiantai, your junior. It is an honor to meet you." His voice was respectful and robust. As a formidable figure of the Forbidden Realm, it was only natural for him to bow to a senior. This scene left Feng Yu dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. The head of the Huang family, once the wealthiest man, was now bowing to this young man. As a scion of the Feng family, he was privy to secrets unknown to ordinary folk, and he understood that Huang Jiantai was indeed one of the rulers of Chu Prefecture. It was unfathomable that he would bow to the youth before him. Fear gripped Feng Yu. He realized he had likely crossed a line today. Li Xian, however, remained silent, his gaze still fixed ahead. As he refrained from speaking, Huang Jiantai maintained his bow, unwilling to rise. In the next moment, more figures appeared. Gu Moyan, head of the Gu family, pays respect to you, senior. Wang Shou, head of the Wang family, pays respect to you, senior. Wang Jun of the Wuying sect pays respect to you, senior. One after another, figures emerged, all bowing deeply to Li Xian. Their voices thundered, echoing into the heavens. Some were well-known figures in Chu Prefecture, while others were unknown to the masses, 28 in total. Finally, Li Xian withdrew his gaze. No need for such formalities. Instantly, they straightened up. As for the Feng family of Chu Prefecture, I wish to hear no more news of them. Li Xian's words fell like a hammer, and numerous gazes turned toward Feng Yu, who was now filled with dread. Among them were several capable of easily erasing the Feng family from Chu Prefecture. Cold sweat drenched his attire in an instant. "Let us find another place to converse." Upon finishing his statement, Li Xian stepped forward and vanished from the bridge. The onlookers, not daring to linger, followed closely after him, leaving the scene entirely empty. Chapter 3. The follower. In a small grove within the park, 28 formidable practitioners from Chuzhou gazed respectfully at Li Xian, awaiting the commands of the forbidden powerhouse. Li Xian cast a detached glance over the gathered crowd. Within the vast expanse of the star domain, such individuals were akin to mere ants, hardly deserving of his attention. Yet, on Earth, where spiritual energy was scarce, these individuals were indeed considered strong. "Senior, it is an immense honor for us Chuzhou cultivators to have you here. We are willing to serve you," Huang Jiantai said with utmost reverence. He had been the first to appear at the bridge and was the highest ranked among those present. Having attained the master level, "I am willing to offer my humble services to you, senior," the others echoed in unison. To encounter a forbidden powerhouse, who was often only spoken of in legends, was beyond their wildest dreams. Li Xian nodded. "I have indeed returned to Chuzhou, and I require someone to assist me." He pointed at Huang Jiantai. "You shall be that person. The rest may disperse." Upon hearing this, envy flickered in the eyes of the remaining individuals. To follow a forbidden powerhouse and serve him was a tremendous fortune, yet it was Huang Jiantai who had been chosen for this blessing. However, they dared not voice any grievances. After Li Xian's statement, they promptly vanished into the grove. What they were unaware of was that Li Xian was no mere forbidden powerhouse, but a mythical existence, often referred to as an emperor-level figure, ruling the earth and commanding the heavens. Such a being was beyond the comparisons of the so-called forbidden powerhouses in their eyes. Naturally, with their limited strength, they could not fathom Li Xian's true realm. Only Huang Jiantai remained in the grove. At this moment, he knelt before Li Xian, his voice trembling with excitement. "I, Huang Jiantai, the head of the Huang family, am willing to serve you." "Rise," Li Xian commanded. An invisible force compelled Huang Jiantai to stand. The method astonished him further. Controlling someone from such a distance was undoubtedly the ability of a forbidden powerhouse. "I have 3 tasks for you. First, locate Meng Qingqian, the eldest daughter of the Meng family, and report any clues immediately. Second, prepare a residence for me, one that is tranquil and undisturbed. Third, procure 10 million for me. I have need of it." Li Xian's spiritual sense had swept across a vast expanse, yet he had failed to detect Meng Qingqian's presence. This revelation plunged his heart into despair. Meng Qingqian was no longer in Jiangnan. She must have been heartbroken and desolate after his sudden disappearance all those years ago, which likely prompted her departure from Chuzhou. But where had she gone? Even a mythical powerhouse like him could not find her. Thus, he could only enlist Huang Jiantai's help in gathering information. As for housing, after his family's decline, The Ming family had severed ties with their daughter due to Ming Qingxuan's insistence on marrying him, leaving him and Ming Qiqian to rent a place to live. Since Ming Qiqian was no longer in Chuzhou, their rented accommodation had surely been reclaimed by the landlord, and Li Xian required a temporary refuge. After Li Xian concluded his requests, Huang Jiangtai, though brimming with questions, dared not speak up and hastily replied, "I have a villa by the lake that is serene and perfect for your stay. I happen to have the key card with me. As for the funds, these checks are signed, and you may fill in any amount you desire. From today onward, the wealth of the Huang family belongs to you." As he spoke, he produced a pen, signed the checks, and handed over the card and checks. Li Xian did not linger on words. With a mere gesture, the checks and card flew into his hand. The contributions of the Huang family today would surely yield rewards far exceeding mere monetary value. Although Li Xian's possessions had shattered during his traversal through time and space, with his celestial emperor's power, even a small gesture of assistance would surpass Huang Jiangtai's decades of arduous cultivation. Seeing Li Xian accept his offerings, Huang Jiangtai's face lit up with joy, and he added, "Regarding Ming Qiqian, I will have my associates from the Hidden Hall investigate at once." "The Hidden Hall?" Li Xian inquired, a hint of surprise crossing his features. Huang Jiangtai was aware of its reputation, but this was the first he had heard of the Hidden Hall. "The Hidden Hall is a secret organization I established, with influence not only in Chuzhou but also across the 3 provinces and 72 cities surrounding it. If Ming Qiqian has been active within this area, she will undoubtedly be located by my subordinates." "Very well," Li Xian nodded, simultaneously projecting a beam of light that landed in Huang Jiangtai's palm. Within his grasp appeared a radiant golden talisman, shimmering brilliantly. "This is a communication talisman. Should you need to see me, or if I have any commands, you may use this to reach me." Huang Jiangtai was once again astounded. He had never encountered such a spell before. "All right, I will summon you if needed," Li Xian concluded, prompting Huang Jiangtai to nod eagerly before turning to depart. At that moment, Li Xian extended his spiritual sense across all of Chuzhou once more, utilizing his supreme secret arts to seek those connected by blood to him. Initially, he held little hope, as Ming Qingxian had left, and their child would undoubtedly be with her. However, the next moment, astonishment gleamed in Li Xian's eyes. He had truly found something. In an aged residential complex in Chuzhou, a 4 or 5-year-old girl clutched a plastic bag filled with crushed empty bottles. She was a vision of delicate beauty, with large eyes, a petite nose, and long eyelashes, resembling a porcelain doll, evoking the irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. At that moment, a plump woman approached from the side, holding a lollipop with a feigned smile, blocking the girl's path. "Little one, you are absolutely adorable. Would you like a lollipop from Annie?" The girl, startled by the sudden interruption, looked at the offered lollipop but refrained from reaching for it, shaking her head instead. "Auntie, my Aunt Lucci said I shouldn't accept candy from strangers." With that, she attempted to bypass the woman. A glint of malice flashed in the woman's eyes. "Auntie?" She despised being called fat. In the next moment, she lunged forward, grasping the girl's arm. She had been observing this little girl for some time, every weekend. The girl would venture out to collect bottles, unattended by any adult, an ideal target for abduction. In previous attempts, she hesitated due to passers-by, wary of being recognized within the community. But today, the streets were deserted, presenting a fortuitous opportunity. Upon noticing the woman's movements, the girl instinctively dodged and shouted, "You're a kidnapper!" With that, she dashed forward. The woman, taken aback by the girl's cleverness, quickly dismissed her surprise and pursued the girl, catching up in mere strides. She seized the girl's collar and hoisted her off the ground. The girl kicked and squirmed, pleading, "Auntie, please don't kidnap me. Let me go." "How dare you call me Auntie, you ungrateful child?" the woman retorted as she viciously twisted the girl's waist. The girl cried out in pain, and the woman, fearing that the commotion would attract attention, covered the girl's mouth and tucked her under her arm, preparing to flee. Outside the complex, her accomplices awaited her. Just as she took her first step, a figure suddenly obstructed her path. "Let go of that girl." The woman looked up to see a handsome man gazing coldly at her, his eyes resembling an endless abyss. Even in the sweltering summer heat, a chill ran down her spine. However, she quickly regained her composure and shouted, "Get lost, and mind your own business." "Daddy, help me," the girl cried out upon seeing Li Xian. The young girl bore a striking resemblance to Ming Qingxian, particularly in her captivating eyes. "He is not your father. You are merely a wild child without a father," the plump woman declared loudly. The girl shook her head defiantly. "He is my father. He looks exactly like the photograph. What transpired? The two accomplices of the plump woman, who were responsible for her safety, had not seen her emerge and rushed in to investigate. Upon encountering Li Xian, who obstructed their path, they furrowed their brows in inquiry. We've encountered a troublesome situation, the plump woman said, gaining confidence with the arrival of her associates. If you wish to avoid death, step aside. A slender man brandished a dagger, threatening Li Xian. Yet, in the next moment, his entire arm was obliterated into a mist of crimson, blood gushing forth and staining the ground in a startling red. Ah! He emitted a harrowing scream, doubling over in agony, gasping for breath. His companions and the plump woman stood frozen in shock, their faces etched with fear, abandoning the young girl as they fled. Li Xian knelt beside the girl, who had tears glistening on her cheeks, and gently inquired, "What is your name?" "My name is Duo Duo," she replied, extending her hand to touch Li Xian's face. "Duo Duo, shall I take you home?" Li Xian grasped her small hand, which felt chillingly cold despite the heat of summer. Likely from her fright. Yes, the girl nodded, her expression suddenly brightening into a sweet smile, while she remembered to retrieve the empty bottle she had picked up. This gesture tugged at Li Xian's heart. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, the plump woman and her accomplices were instantaneously transformed into a mist of blood. Before the blood could settle, flames erupted from thin air, incinerating them entirely, as though they had never existed. Chapter 4. Dad, I have only ever seen you in photographs. And now I finally see you in person, the sweet voice of Duo Duo exclaimed. She leaped into Li Xian's embrace, her face radiating pure happiness. Her small hands clutched tightly to Li Xian's clothing, as if afraid that this father, who had just appeared before her, might vanish once more. In that fleeting moment, Li Xian felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. After traversing the starry realms for 3 centuries, the cold and unyielding Li Qi found himself with tears brimming in his eyes for the very first time. He gently caressed Duoduo's hair and spoke softly, "Duo Duo, shall we go home? From now on, Daddy will always be by your side." "Really?" Duo Duo looked up, her large eyes sparkling like stars, filled with joy. Of course. Daddy would never lie to Duo Duo. Li Xian couldn't help but pinch her chubby little face, brimming with youthful vitality. Duo Duo wrinkled her nose in response. "Humph. Daddy is bullying Duo Duo." She pouted, attempting to feign anger, but the laughter in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. "By the way, where is your mother, Duo Duo?" Li Xian's voice trembled slightly as he posed the question. His wife was absent from this city, leaving behind only their daughter. "Mommy? I have only seen her in pictures." Duo Duo replied, her expression dimming somewhat, as round tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Li Xian's heart ached at the sight. It seemed that Duo Duo held no memories of Meng Qiqian. She must have left before Duo Duo turned 3. Otherwise, a 4-year-old child would not lack any recollection. "Don't cry, Duo Duo. Daddy is here now," Li Xian said as he gently wiped the tears from her cheeks. "Okay, Daddy." Instantly, Duoduo's tears transformed into laughter. "Daddy, let's go home." Her chubby little hand grasped Li Xian's finger tightly, leading him forward. "Aunt Lucy said that in a few days, kindergarten will start. And I will collect some empty bottles to sell for a little school fee," Duo Duo announced. "Aunt Lucy isn't my mother. I can't keep using her money." "Lucy?" Li Xian recalled that Lucy was Meng Qiqian's close friend. No wonder Duo Duo, without a mother to care for her, still appeared clean and tidy. It was due to her. The thought of his daughter, at such a tender age, needing to collect bottles to earn her school fees, made Li Xian's heart ache anew. "Don't worry. Daddy is back now. From this day forward, I will take care of you, and you will become the happiest little princess in the world," Li Xian assured her, affectionately patting Duoduo's head. Upon arriving home, they opened the dilapidated iron gate, revealing a clean and tidy interior. On a table lay a photograph of Li Xian and Meng Qiqian. In the picture, Meng Qiqian's long hair flowed gracefully, while Li Xian appeared somewhat haggard. A remnant of the time when his family had gone bankrupt and despair had enveloped him. "Daddy, sit down. I'll pour you some water," Duo Duo proclaimed, bustling about like a little adult. After pouring the water, she carefully placed her fairy tale book on the coffee table. "Daddy, let us read the storybook together." She opened it gingerly, eager to share her favorite things with him. In contrast to other children her age, who possessed countless plush toys and dolls, Duo Duo had but a single yellowed fairy tale book. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. "Aunt Lucy is back," Duo Duo exclaimed, bounding towards the door. When she opened it, a striking figure stood before her. "Duo Duo, did you disobey Auntie and go collect bottles again?" Luqi's words halted as she noticed Li Xian standing behind Duo, leaving her momentarily stunned. Li Xian, you're back? Luqi's brow furrowed slightly, her eyes reflecting surprise and a hint of discontent. Aunt Luqi, Daddy is home. There was a fat woman trying to take Duo away, but Daddy scared her off. Duo grasped Luqi's hand, recounting the incident. Meanwhile, Luqi's gaze remained cold as she scrutinized Li Xian. Where have you been for the past 5 years? Did you come back because you couldn't make it on your own? Li Xian understood that Luqi harbored many misconceptions about him, yet he struggled to find the words to defend himself, as his experiences were too extraordinary. I encountered some unforeseen circumstances and only just regained the ability to return. Though Luqi's demeanor remained frosty, the sight of Duoduo's pitiful expression softened her heart. After you disappeared, Qiqin gave birth to Duo not long after. When Duo was 2, she asked me to help look after her, saying someone had invited her out. Since then, she has been unreachable. For the past 3 years, I have been caring for Duo. Now that you are back, regardless of where you have been these 5 years, I hope you will take on a man's responsibilities and treat Duo well. Rest assured, Duo is my daughter. I will certainly take good care of her. Li Xian assured her. And you? Thank you for looking after Duo. Humph. Luqi scoffed, clearly ungrateful for his words. After entering the house, she expertly made her way into the kitchen, donning an apron to prepare a meal. Duo, how about Annie makes you fish today? Okay. Duo clapped her hands. I love Aunt Luqi's fish the most. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, and Duo eagerly sucked on her fingers, nearly drooling. Luqi's family was not affluent. Both her parents were laid-off workers, and she had a younger brother in school. Most of her earnings went towards supporting the household. With the added burden of Duoduo's school fees and meal preparation, life was quite frugal. Once the fish was served, Duo hurriedly dished rice for herself, remembering to serve a bowl each for Luqi and Li Xian, demonstrating her thoughtful nature. After receiving Luqi's nod, she eagerly picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. What are you waiting for? You should eat too, Luqi said, though her feelings towards Li Xian were far from warm, her inherent kindness shone through. All right, Li Xian replied, placing a piece of fish in his mouth. Instantly, an unfamiliar sensation welled up within him. This was the taste of home. Despite his 300 years in the realm of cultivation, filled with blood and chaos, he had never experienced a sense of belonging. After the meal, Luqi washed the dishes and prepared to leave. Having lived with Duo for 3 years, she decided to return to her own home now that Li Xian was back, as it was inappropriate for a man and woman to live together alone. Li Xian noticed that throughout their interactions, Luqi seemed somewhat distracted. She had her own concerns. As he accompanied her downstairs, he suddenly spoke. Luqi, if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to tell me. At his words, Luqi's body stiffened. And after a few seconds of hesitation, she walked away without looking back. Just as Li Xian was about to return home, he overheard an elderly couple nearby whispering. What a wonderful girl. She has worn the same clothes for 2 years, and yet buys new clothes for the little girl every few days. Indeed, it's a pity that such a beautiful girl is set to marry that scoundrel He Jinxiao. The heavens must be blind. I've heard that He Jinxiao is notorious for his infidelities and even enjoys hitting women. Last time, that starlet was revealed to have been hung up and beaten by him. Excuse me, may I inquire about Luqi's situation? Li Xian suddenly interjected, startling the elderly couple. Who are you? They asked, regarding him warily. I am Duoduo's father. I just returned and would like to know more about Luqi. You are that irresponsible father? The disdain was evident in the woman's eyes. The elderly man beside them was not as overt as the elderly woman. However, his demeanor had also grown noticeably colder. He spoke. Luqi has caught the eye of the young master of the He family, who intends to marry her forcefully, threatening her family. Tomorrow, Luqi is to be engaged to the He family's young master. He Jinxiao? Li Xian's gaze instantly turned icy. The He family is also a prominent clan in Chuzhou, comparable to the Feng family. Even before the Li family faced bankruptcy, He Jinxiao had committed countless misdeeds. It is truly despicable that he has now set his sights on Luqi. The elderly couple nearby, noticing Li Xian's expression, instinctively recoiled, whispering to one another. This young man seems rather unhinged. Could he possibly be mentally unstable? Chapter 5. Remove your clawed hands upon returning home. Li Xian was greeted by his daughter Duo, who rushed towards him the moment he opened the door. He instinctively lifted her into his arms. Duo, after dinner, it's time for your nap. How about Daddy takes you out for a feast tonight? Duo nodded obediently. Her tender little hand caressed Li Xian's face, and suddenly, She pouted. Daddy. Your beard is so prickly. Haha. Li Xian couldn't help but chuckle, twirling his daughter around before gently placing her on the sofa. As he glanced at the dining table, he noticed several red bills tucked beneath a water cup. Counting them, he found 500 yuan. Realizing that Lu Qi had left it for him, fearing he might lack money, a wave of gratitude swelled within him. What a kind-hearted and caring girl she is. Li Xian planned to move into the villa prepared by Huang Jiangtai in a few days, but for now, this small house held warm memories of his time with Meng Qingqian. For him, any place was a home as long as it housed his daughter. At 6 in the evening, Li Xian picked up Duo, who was engrossed in a fairy tale book. Duo, what do you want to eat? Daddy will take you out. I want a hamburger and a Coke, Duo replied, counting on her little fingers. All right, Li Xian said, kissing her on the cheek before stepping out. Spending a few dozen yuan on hamburgers and buying Duo several fairy tale books and a doll. He watched her dance with joy. After coaxing her to sleep that night, Li Xian retrieved a blank sheet of paper from under the table, inscribing a mysterious rune upon it. He folded it into a square and tucked it into a fragrant sachet he had bought on the street, hanging it around his peacefully slumbering daughter's neck. The rune, drawn by a mythic-level powerhouse, was impervious to any force on earth. This was Li Xian's way of protecting his daughter. The following morning, after preparing breakfast for Duo, he instructed her to stay home obediently before heading out. He arrived at the hotel where Lu Qi was to be engaged today. Having cared for Duo for 3 years, Li Xian could not stand idly by as she leaped into the fire. At the hotel entrance, a banner proclaimed, "Congratulations to Mr. He Jinqiao and Miss Lu Qi on their engagement." The area bustled with guests, luxury cars lining the entrance. As Li Xian was about to enter, he spotted Lu Qi approaching, surrounded by a throng of admirers. She had clearly dressed with care for the occasion, yet the traces of tears marred her makeup. Upon seeing Li Xian, Lu Qi's expression shifted in surprise. "You all go ahead. I need to speak with a friend," she instructed the people around her. One man, casting a warning glance at Li Xian, whispered, "Miss Lu, you best not pull any tricks, or you and your friend will face dire consequences." After uttering this, he moved on but remained a distance away, watching Li Xian. Once the crowd dispersed, Lu Qi's expression turned serious. "Li Xian, what are you doing here? You didn't come to mooch off the food and drinks at my engagement, did you?" It was understandable for her to think so, considering that when Li Xian had gone missing, everyone presumed he was avoiding his responsibilities as a father. Such an individual could certainly be capable of anything. This realization extinguished the flicker of fondness she once felt for him, replaced by a glimmer of disdain. "Li Xian, I advise you to leave swiftly. This is not a place for you to linger," Lu Qi said, her voice tinged with urgency. The He family upheld strict rules, and should they discover that Li Xian was not an invited friend of He Jinqiao, he would face serious repercussions. Lu Qi, as Duo's guardian, wished to shield Li Xian from harm. She remembered how happy Duo had been the previous day and did not want to see her hurt. Li Xian merely smiled faintly. "Lu Qi, I am here to assist you." "Humph. If you truly wish to help me, then leave at once." With that, Lu Qi strode into the venue. At that moment, a middle-aged man standing nearby shot Li Xian a cold glance before following Lu Qi into the hall. Inside, the grand hall was filled with guests, and a massive LED screen displayed the names of He Jinqiao and Lu Qi. However, the elder members of the He family were conspicuously absent. They were displeased with He Jinqiao's choice to marry a commoner and had no intention of attending the engagement ceremony. As for Lu Qi's family, He Jinqiao had no desire to invite them, fearing they would embarrass him. Lu Qi's entrance instantly captivated countless gazes. She was the center of attention, her beauty strikingly radiant, a true vision of grace. It was no wonder He Jinqiao had gone to great lengths to win her over. He Jinqiao is truly fortunate. Who wouldn't he be enchanted by Lu Qi? Murmured the guests. Indeed, but I hear He Jinqiao has a penchant for abusing his girlfriends. If Lu Qi marries him, her fate may be grim, others whispered, their voices hushed yet audible to Li Xian. Amidst the clamor, He Jinqiao made his entrance. Donning a sharp suit with a bow tie, flanked by several bodyguards, he strode forward with an air of arrogance. Upon seeing He Jinqiao, Lu Qi's face reflected panic, and her body trembled slightly. In her eyes, he was a demon. "Lu Qi, you look stunning today, but I dislike the tear stains on your face," He Jinqiao remarked, his tone firm and unyielding. He had gone to great lengths to win her affection, but had refrained from approaching her until now, believing that such delectable things should only be savored at the end. Instinctively, Lu Qi took a step back, her voice laced with desperation. Mr. He, can't you just let me be? He Jinshao's eyes glinted with mockery. Today is the engagement banquet. You'd best not cause any trouble. If you embarrass me, I cannot guarantee your parents will still be safe by tomorrow. Hearing this, Lu Qi's body quaked violently as she bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. She understood that He Jinshao's threats were not mere words. He was capable of carrying them out. In that moment, despair engulfed her. For someone like her, beauty had become a curse. Throughout her life, she had rebuffed countless suitors coveting her looks, yet she found herself ensnared in a web of misery. Faced with a figure like He Jinshao, she felt as insignificant as an ant. She loathed herself for possessing such a captivating visage. Just then, He Jinshao extended his hand, intending to lead Lu Qi onto the stage. As Lu Qi stood frozen, bracing herself for He Jinshao's grasp, a frigid voice rang out. He Jinshao, remove your clamped hands. Chapter 6. The engagement banquet. With an angry voice rising, the faces of the guests present turned pale in unison, each searching for the speaker. A young man with a stern expression stepped forward, his icy gaze fixed directly on He Jinshao, the eldest son of the He family. The crowd was bewildered. Who was this audacious individual daring to confront He Jinshao at such a critical moment? Was he courting death? He Jinshao was a figure of considerable influence, one of the 7 young masters of Chuzhou, known for his ruthless disposition. It was said that a single word from him could render anyone in Chuzhou utterly vanished without a trace. The bodyguards clad in black were already advancing, their expressions cold as they glared at Li Xian. At a mere command from He Jinshao, they would dismantle this audacious intruder piece by piece. Upon seeing Li Xian, Lu Qi's complexion turned ashen. She had previously dismissed his claim of coming to assist her as a jest, never imagining he would truly have the audacity to speak out. Had she known of his reckless courage, she would have done everything in her power to prevent him from entering the banquet. Now, she desperately gestured for him to flee. Lu Qi understood Li Xian's identity all too well. Even before the decline of the Li family, they could not contend with He Jinshao, let alone now. However, Li Xian appeared unfazed, exacerbating her anxiety. As He Jinshao's expression darkened further, she hastily pleaded, He Xiao, Li Xian is my friend. If you could just let him go, I would do anything you ask. I beg you. Her voice trembled, marking her first plea to He Jinshao, driven by her compassion. Unwilling to see Li Xian embroiled in this turmoil because of her. Yet, He Jinshao merely smirked sinisterly. Lu Qi, I have already warned you to avoid making me uncomfortable at today's engagement banquet. You chose to ignore my words, and now you wish to plead for him? Don't think I'll spare you either. The murderous glint in He Jinshao's eyes struck fear into Lu Qi. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and stood protectively in front of Li Xian. Let him go, or you can forget about me marrying you. You wretched woman. Do you dare threaten me? He Jinshao raised his hand, ready to strike Lu Qi. Hitting a woman was commonplace for him. However, before his hand could reach her, it was seized mercilessly, and with a resounding slap, a handprint appeared on his face. Li Xian had intervened. In that moment, the room fell silent. All the guests, including Lu Qi, were left dumbfounded. Who was this person, so audacious as to slap He Jinshao? Given He Jinshao's temperament, he was surely doomed. He Jinshao, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure, his expression contorted with rage. Damn it, you dare to hit me? I will kill you. At the same time, He Jinshao as bodyguards surged towards Li Xian, particularly a middle-aged man who had been surveilling Lu Qi, leading the charge with remarkable speed. Yet, before they could reach Li Xian, they were repelled by an unseen force. The middle-aged man was the most severely injured, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Silence reigned, a deathly hush enveloping the crowd, all wearing expressions of disbelief. What was happening? How could they be thrown back without even making contact? As if in a film? Was this a hallucination? In the next moment, He Jinshao found himself lifted off the ground by Li Xian, his neck firmly grasped. He Jinshao felt enveloped by an overwhelming force, utterly powerless to resist. The moment their eyes met, he saw a glint of death. Li Xian intended to kill him. Gradually, as oxygen deprivation set in, He Jinshao's face turned an alarming shade of purple, desperation flickering in his eyes. He was genuinely terrified. He did not want to die. How could such a lunatic exist, disregarding his status as the heir of the He family? It was over. The He family's young master had encountered a formidable foe. You and Jinshao are good friends. Why not go save him? Someone murmured below. To hell with that. Did you not see this kid knows martial arts? What if I get killed? Discussions erupted amongst the guests. Those with experience furrowed their brows, realizing that if this continued, He Jinzhao might truly be choked to death. But who would dare to intervene? Lu Qi, recovering from her shock, leaned towards Li Xian, whispering urgently, Li Xian, please let He Jinzhao go. If you kill him, your future is ruined. Moreover, knowing the He family's ruthlessness, they might not spare even Duo. The thought of the He family's retaliation painted fear across Lu Qi's face. Unexpectedly, Li Xian smiled gently at her. Do not worry, I know what I am doing. Lu Qi was at a loss for words. How could Li Xian still be smiling at such a moment? In broad daylight, he dared to commit such an act. Put him down, or I will shoot. A sudden voice pierced through the tension. At the entrance stood a man with a buzz cut, brandishing firearms aimed directly at Li Xian. It was Captain Xuan Weidong from the Six Doors, a figure recognized by the crowd. The Six Doors were responsible for maintaining order in Chuzhou, and Xuan Weidong, known as the Instructor, held significant power in the region. Moreover, he was well acquainted with many affluent families in Chuzhou, including being a close friend of He Jinzhao. Now that the Six Doors are here, will you not release him? Lu Qi's voice quivered with urgency. To an ordinary person, the Six Doors commanded innate authority. Very well. Li Xian released his grip. He Jinzhao crumpled to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing violently. Xuan Weidong, with the gun still in hand, let out a sigh of relief. He Jinzhao, standing at 6 feet tall, had been effortlessly lifted by Li Xian, confirming the latter's martial prowess. Xuan Weidong had genuinely feared that Li Xian might disregard everything and kill He Jinzhao. Fortunately, the latter had not yet reached such audacity. However, this thought had barely formed when Li Xian suddenly stomped down hard on He Jinzhao's shin. A sickening crack echoed as the bone shattered, followed by He Jinzhao's anguished scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Chapter 7. The move Li Xian's decision to release He Jinzhao was not born from fear. After all, the formidable Red Emperor would hardly be concerned about a mere instructor. He merely believed that allowing He Jinzhao to die so easily would be too lenient. With a swift motion, Li Xian brought his foot down, eliciting a blood-curdling scream from He Jinzhao, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. And Xuan Weidong's eyes gleamed with cold fury. This audacious young man had shattered He Jinzhao's leg right before his eyes, a blatant provocation. Yet, in the next moment, Li Xian pressed his foot upon He Jinzhao's chest, causing it to cave in and ribs to splinter. The anguished cries echoed through the hall. You seek death. Xuan Weidong roared, promptly aiming his weapon at Li Xian, intent on eliminating this insolent youth. Bang! The gunshot rang out, sending many into a panic as they shielded their heads. Lu Qi, terrified, shut her eyes tightly. Only Li Xian remained utterly unfazed. When the bullet hurtled towards him, he effortlessly caught it in his hand. Of course, the bullet traveled too swiftly for most to perceive Li Xian's actions, but one person did, Xuan Weidong. At that moment, a shiver ran down his spine, enveloping him in a chilling dread. To catch a bullet with bare hands? His opponent was a practitioner. Xuan Weidong felt paralyzed, truly paralyzed. As an instructor, he was acutely aware of the existence of practitioners. They were the true rulers of this city. Though he held the title of instructor within the Six Doors, if a practitioner were to take his life, no one would dare to utter a word in protest. At this juncture, Li Xian turned to the frightened Lu Qi, who dared not open her eyes. He chuckled, "Let us go." Upon hearing his voice, Lu Qi cautiously opened her eyes. "Where is the bullet?" she stammered. To her astonishment, rather than lying in a pool of blood, Li Xian appeared unscathed, alleviating her worries. "The bullet missed," he replied, grasping her wrist and leading her outside. As they approached the exit, Lu Qi feared that Xuan Weidong might try to stop them. But she noticed that he appeared to tremble uncontrollably. Before she could ponder further, Li Xian had already pulled her out of the hall. Once they had completely vanished from sight, Xuan Weidong felt a surge of strength return to his body. Trembling, he holstered his firearm, intent on assessing He Jinzhao's injuries. Suddenly, a cacophony of terrified screams erupted from the hall. He turned to see He Jinzhao and his bodyguards, who had been sprawled on the ground, suddenly explode into clouds of blood mist. Almost instantly, flames emerged, incinerating the remnants of the blood mist. Thud! The sight caused Xuan Weidong to collapse, stunned as if struck dumb. Yet, in the next instant, flames ignited upon his own body. Upon exiting the hotel, Lu Qi wore a troubled expression. Just then, she heard Li Xian's voice. "What's wrong? Are you still thinking about the hotel?" Lu Qi nodded. "You've injured He Jinzhao. Given his vengeful nature, he will not let this go easily. Furthermore, He Jinzhao's father, dotes on him excessively. You should take Duo and leave Chuzhou, the farther the better." At this, Li Xian chuckled. "Fear not. The He family will soon vanish from Chuzhou. Lu Qi's face registered surprise before breaking into a bitter smile. At this point, you still jest? The He family is one of the 7 great families of Chuzhou. Li Xian merely smiled in silence. What were the so-called 7 great families but mere embellishments in the eyes of the masses? They were insignificant in the presence of practitioners. Li Xian had already sent a message to Huang Jiangtai, and with Huang Jiangtai's influence, the He family's disappearance would be a trivial matter. Seeing Li Xian's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Qi could only sigh heavily. Li Xian, even if you do not wish to leave Chuzhou, you cannot remain here. You must find a new place, somewhere the He family cannot track you down. With that, she fixed a determined gaze upon him, clearly resolute in her insistence. Very well. This time, Li Xian did not refuse. I had planned to wait a while before moving Duo to a villa, but since you insist, let us move today. What? Lu Qi was incredulous, laughter escaping her lips in disbelief. Li Xian, are you joking? To her mind. How could a young man without even the means for a meal afford a villa? At that moment, a taxi approached, and Lu Qi hurriedly waved it down. Li Xian, I want to discuss this further. I need to get home immediately. He Jinchao has been injured, given his temperament. I cannot let my parents face the He family's wrath alone. With that, she climbed into the taxi. Wait, Li Xian suddenly called out. He rushed to the window, requesting paper and pen from the driver, and scribbled down an address. This is the address of my new home. He handed the note to Lu Qi just as the taxi pulled away. As she sat in the taxi, Lu Qi stared at the address scribbled on the paper. Rendered speechless. She had thought Li Xian was jesting, but now realized he was entirely serious. The lakeside villa at Chuzhou's finest residential area, each property valued in the hundreds of millions. Given Li Xian's current status, how could he possibly afford such a place? It seemed he still fantasized about the days of the Li family's eldest son, but it was merely a fantasy. Lu Qi tucked the note into her pocket, her thoughts returning to her family's precarious situation. How would the He family retaliate against her? Yet, she had no means to escape. Her younger brother, gravely ill, had already been taken to the He family's private hospital by He Jinchao. How could she abandon her brother's fate to flee alone? Chapter 8. The destruction of the He family. Lu Qi returned home, her heart pounding with trepidation. She had anticipated that the He family would have already come to confront them. However, upon entering, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her mother was in the kitchen preparing a meal, her eyes slightly swollen, clearly having just wept. Meanwhile, her father sat on the sofa, sighing deeply. With a multitude of cigarette butts scattered on the floor, the air thick with smoke. Ever since He Jinchao had taken an interest in Lu Qi, laughter had been absent from the Lu household for quite some time. Seeing his daughter return, Lu Qi's father, Lu Youguang, hastily extinguished his cigarette and stood up. My daughter, has the engagement banquet with He Jinchao concluded? He asked, his voice trembling. He knew that it was they who had endangered their daughter. Had it not been for their burdens, Lu Qi would not have found herself ensnared by He Jinchao. Lu Qi shook her head. It did not succeed. Has that demon He Jinchao had a change of heart and let you go? Her father pressed. Again, Lu Qi shook her head. What on earth happened? Her mother had now joined in, concern etched on her face. Nothing, it's complicated. I will explain later, Lu Qi replied, not daring to divulge the events of the banquet, fearing it would frighten her parents. She thought it best to postpone the truth for now. Seeing their daughter reluctant to speak, Lu Youguang and his wife chose not to press further. For the sake of this family, their daughter had borne too much. As the minutes ticked by, 2 hours passed in agonizing silence without a visit from the He family to demand retribution. When her parents announced their intention to deliver a meal to her younger brother at the hospital, Lu Qi planned to accompany them. Just then, her phone rang, and her heart sank at the caller ID. It was Bai Gu, her dear friend, the daughter of the Bai family. Lu Qi and Bai Gu were university classmates, having shared a dorm with Meng Qingqian during their college years, forging a strong bond. The Bai family's influence paled in comparison to the He family. And while Bai Gu had been unable to assist Lu Qi directly, she always alerted her to news from the He family. Could it be that the He family was coming to seek vengeance? Lu Qi took a deep breath, her fingers trembling as she answered the call. Lu Qi, I have wonderful news. Bai Gu's voice rang with excitement. Wonderful news? Lu Qi felt perplexed. Her life had been shrouded in darkness. What good news could possibly emerge? The He family has been annihilated. I heard they offended someone, and now they are no more. He Jinchao is dead too. He was killed at home, but apparently in a hotel. Regardless, the He family is gone, and you are free. No one can threaten you any longer. The rest of Baigu's words faded into a blur as Lu Qi's mind went blank. Only a few phrases echoed in her head. The He family had been destroyed. She had been saved. She was liberated. Just when she had reached the depths of despair, fate had bestowed upon her a glimmer of hope. The He family had indeed faced divine retribution. Her thoughts drifted to Li Xian. Could this be connected to him? But how could that be possible? After all, it was the He family. Or had Li Xian perhaps caught wind of something in advance? At that moment, Lu Qi's mother approached her, apron tied around her waist. Seeing her daughter's dazed expression, she grew anxious. Xiaoqi, what's wrong? The He family has been eradicated. I no longer have to marry you, Ji Chao, Lu Qi exclaimed, bursting into laughter that soon turned into tears. At last, the struggles of her life seemed to yield to the light of hope. Really? Is that true? Lu Qi's mother dropped the rolling pin in shock. Lu Youguang, too, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. The three of them knelt on the floor, embracing one another and weeping. Their hardships had finally passed. The light of salvation shone upon them. Meanwhile, Li Xian returned to his modest abode. He found his daughter playing with the plush toy he had recently bought for her. Little lazy cat, are you hungry? He teased, revealing the takeout he had brought home, her favorite family meal. Who asked the little lazy cat? Dodo puffed her cheeks in response. Upon seeing the meal, her eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you, Daddy. She pecked him on the cheek before placing the meal on the coffee table. Taking a bite herself, she then offered some to him. Daddy, you eat too. Half an hour later, Li Xian lifted his daughter into his arms. Daddy is taking you to a wonderful place. They hailed a cab and arrived at the lakeside villa, a grand 3-story residence, exuding elegance and an air of antiquity. This courtyard is beautiful, Dodo exclaimed, wrapping her arms around her father's neck, her eyes shining with joy. From today on, this will be our new home. Li Xian swiped his card to unlock the door, stepping into the villa. Although uninhabited, the Huang family had ensured it was kept clean through regular maintenance. Is it really true? Dodo marveled, feeling the genuine leather sofa with disbelief. After confirming it multiple times, she relaxed and flopped onto the sofa, rolling around in glee. Not wanting to get up, she had only seen such a large house on television. After playing enough on the sofa, Dodo joyfully dashed upstairs. Soon, her voice echoed from the second floor, Daddy, I want to sleep in the room by the window, all right. Li Xian's heart soared at his daughter's happiness. The entire villa belongs to us. You can choose whichever room you desire. Meanwhile, after the Lu family's emotional release, they felt as if the world brimmed with hope. Lu Qi's first thought was to share the news with Li Xian. He wouldn't have to move anymore. However, since Li Xian did not possess a phone, Lu Qi decided to take a cab to his rental apartment. Yet, upon arrival, no matter how she rang the doorbell, no one answered. Had he already moved? Lu Qi stood there, momentarily stunned. After caring for Dodo for 3 years, she had come to view the girl as her own daughter. Now, with Li Xian's sudden departure and uncertainty about his new location, it felt as though she had lost something precious, leaving her feeling hollow. After sitting at the door for a long while, an idea struck her. She rummaged through her pocket for the note Li Xian had given her, which read, Lakeside Villa. Number 38. Could it be that Li Xian had truly moved there? She found the thought somewhat absurd, deeming it impossible. Yet, almost as if compelled by fate, she descended the stairs and hailed a taxi to the Lakeside Villa. Chapter 9. Let us dance the bunny dance together. Duo scampered around her new home. And when fatigue set in, she nestled atop her bed and succumbed to slumber. Li Xian gazed upon his daughter, her sleeping visage resembling a delicate porcelain doll, round and rosy-cheeked, evoking an overwhelming sense of joy within him. What significance did the title of Celestial Emperor hold when compared to the importance of his own daughter? From this day forth, he resolved to embrace the role of an indulgent father. He draped a soft blanket over Duo, and it was not until the clock struck 3 in the afternoon that she stirred from her nap. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately sought the presence of her father. When her gaze fell upon Li Xian seated nearby, she leapt into his arms, as if fearing that he might vanish upon her awakening. Witnessing this display of affection, Li Xian's heart swelled with tenderness. He observed her tousled hair, resembling a bird's nest after a slumber, and gently guided her to sit on the sofa while he tended to her hair. As a dignified celestial being, he had never engaged in such mundane tasks. Once he had finished, her hair appeared only marginally improved. Yet, Duo beamed with delight, exclaiming, Daddy did my hair. You play for a while. I shall wash your socks, Li Xian declared, fully embracing his role as a devoted father. He took Duo's socks to the bathroom, seated himself on a stool, and playfully remarked, Duo, these socks are quite foul. They might just knock your father unconscious. Humph, stinky daddy. My socks are not stinky, Duo retorted, rushing over to wrap her arms around his neck, playfully scratching his back. Just as their laughter filled the air, the doorbell chimed. Li Xian needed no glance to know who had arrived. Duo, go answer the door, he instructed. Instantly, she composed herself, resembling a miniature adult, and opened the door to reveal Huang Jiangtai standing on the threshold. A look of surprise crossed Huang Jiangtai's face upon seeing Duo. Could this be the daughter of the esteemed elder? He had always presumed Li Xian to be an ancient being, having lived for centuries as any formidable figure in the realm of the Forbidden Wood. As Huang Jiangtai entered the house, his eyes searched for Li Xian, and he soon heard his voice emanating from the bathroom. No need to look for me. Please wait in the living room for a moment while I finish washing my daughter's socks. Huang Jiangtai's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Here was a formidable being of the forbidden, personally washing socks. His initial suspicion was confirmed. This little girl was indeed Li Xian's daughter. 10 minutes later, Li Xian emerged from the bathroom. Upon seeing him, Huang Jiangtai hurriedly rose, his face alight with reverence. Once Li Xian took his seat, Huang Jiangtai cautiously sat down, only daring to perch on the edge of his chair, half of his body suspended in the air. Speak, what brings you here? Li Xian inquired nonchalantly. His seemingly casual tone tightened Huang Jiangtai's demeanor, as if he were preparing for battle. Respected elder, as per your instructions, the He family has been dealt with. Well done. Li Xian acknowledged with a nod, affirming Huang Jiangtai's efforts. Additionally, here is this bank card containing 100 million. I am aware that you have not utilized checks to withdraw funds, so I brought this for you. He also presented a mobile phone. Huang Jiangtai had assumed that someone of Li Xian's age would be unfamiliar with such devices. However, upon witnessing Li Xian adeptly operate the phone, he realized he had underestimated him. Moreover, I have brought members of the Hidden Pavilion, skilled in stealth, assassination, and intelligence gathering, proficient in firearms and various melee weapons. They will remain in the shadows, ready to follow your commands. After delivering his report, Huang Jiangtai observed Li Xian still engrossed in his phone, and he cautiously rose, bowing in respect. As for the eldest daughter of the Ming family, Ming Qingqian, I still have no leads. I apologize for my inefficacy. Please punish me as you see fit. Li Xian waved his hand dismissively. The time has been too short. It is only natural that you have not uncovered anything. Continue your investigation. Huang Jiangtai nodded vigorously, exhaling a sigh of relief. He recognized that individuals of Li Xian's caliber often possessed eccentric temperaments, compelling him to tread carefully. Glancing at the time, Li Xian noted it was 4 in the afternoon. He rose and affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair. Duo, stay here and play. I must step out for a moment, all right? She nodded obediently. However, upon observing the empty room, Li Xian turned to Huang Jiangtai and instructed, bring in a few of your men to keep Duo company while you drive me to the Ming family estate. Yes, of course, Huang Jiangtai replied, not daring to disobey. Shortly thereafter, several members clad in black entered the villa. These members of the Hidden Pavilion were ruthless assassins, ill-suited to entertain a young girl, standing stiffly like statues. Yet, Duo was unperturbed. Instead, she placed her hands on her hips and commanded, let us dance the bunny dance together. Chapter 10. The astonishing figure. 20 minutes later, Li Xian stood before the grand entrance of the Ming family estate, his gaze profound. In the days when the Li family flourished, a union was arranged with the Ming family, and the Ming family's eldest daughter, Ming Qingqian, fell deeply in love with Li Xian at first sight. However, as the fortunes of the Li family waned, the Ming family sought to call off the engagement. Yet, Ming Qingqian remained steadfast, insisting on marrying Li Xian, ultimately severing ties with her parents and being cast out of her home. It was at this very spot that Li Xian had welcomed Ming Qingqian as she departed with her suitcase in hand. Reflecting upon his past self, he felt a surge of selfishness. Had Ming Qingqian not married him, she would not have endured such suffering. As the gates of the Ming estate swung open, a car emerged. As it passed Li Xian, it suddenly screeched to a halt, the window rolling down to reveal a defiant face. Ming Qingyang, the younger brother of Ming Qingqian and Li Xian's nominal brother-in-law, glared at Li Xian, his expression shifting from shock to astonishment, and finally to fierce hostility. You scoundrel! He exclaimed, leaping from the vehicle and raising his fist to strike Li Xian's cheek. In the past, Ming Qingqian had fiercely defended Li Xian from Ming Qingyang's repeated provocations. Had it not been for her protection, Li Xian might have met a dire fate at his hands. As the fist flew toward him with great force, Meng Qingyang, an experienced fighter and a member of the university's sports team, felt a sudden rush of air slam into him, sending him crashing against the car door, which buckled under the impact. Li Xian paid him no heed, striding purposefully toward the Meng estate. "Stop! Who allowed you to enter the Meng family?" Meng Qingyang, momentarily confused, hurried after Li Xian. His loud shouts quickly drew the attention of the Meng family members. Inside the estate, Li Xian found himself surrounded by numerous bodyguards and members of the Meng family. "What is going on? Why all this commotion?" boomed a deep voice. A stern-faced, middle-aged man stepped forward, causing the crowd to part in reverence. It was Meng Haosen, the patriarch of the Meng family and father of Meng Qingqian. The arrival of Meng Haosen silenced the crowd, save for Meng Qingyang's loud accusation. "Dad, it's that scoundrel Li Xian." The mention of Li Xian's name sent a ripple of shock through the gathered family. After 5 years, the name remained a taboo within the Meng family, forbidden from being uttered. No one had anticipated his return. "Li Xian, you have quite the audacity. I thought you had perished outside, yet here you are, daring to return to the Meng family. Are you seeking death?" Meng Haosen's voice was icy, laced with barely contained anger. His daughter, renowned for her beauty, had countless suitors vying for her attention, yet it was this man who had turned the Meng family into a laughingstock in Chuzhou, a thorn in Meng Haosen's side that he could not remove. "I have come to inquire about Qingqian," Li Xian stated, his indifference toward the Meng family palpable. Though they were her kin, they were nothing more than self-serving individuals in his eyes. Were it not for his wife, he would not have darkened their doorstep. "We know nothing of Qingqian. She chose to disgrace herself and has been cast out. The Meng family has no further ties with her. Leave at once, or I shall break your legs," Meng Haosen declared mercilessly. The moment his daughter stepped beyond the gates, he had considered her dead. "Are you truly unaware of Meng Qingqian's whereabouts? If you deceive me, you will pay the price," Li Xian retorted coldly. "Are you threatening me?" Meng Haosen's anger flared. After Meng Qingqian's expulsion, the Meng family had lost all contact with her, leaving them in the dark about her fate. Someone beside him spoke up, prompting Li Xian to nod. "If that is the case, I shall take my leave." He turned to depart. "Do you take the Meng family for a place you can come and go as you please? Had it not been for that wretched sister of mine protecting you, I would have ended you long ago." Meng Qingyang snarled, blocking Li Xian's path, his expression twisted with malice. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Li Xian's eyes. Though Qingqian had been cast out, she had cherished her brother, yet he had humiliated her time and again after her departure. Were it not for his connection to Qingqian, mere words would have been enough to warrant his demise. "You may escape death, but I shall break your legs as punishment." At these words, Meng Qingyang let out a derisive laugh. "Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? Who are you trying to intimidate? Break my legs? Even if your family lacks mirrors, you should at least take a moment to reflect on your own worth." He scoffed, unable to believe that the once timid figure who hid behind his sister could possess such strength. Li Xian merely cast a languid glance at Meng Qingyang, who was poised to hurl more insults. In the next instant, 2 sharp cracks echoed through the air as Meng Qingyang's knees erupted, his lower legs vanishing into thin air. The scene left the Meng family in shock. Li Xian had made no visible move, yet Meng Qingyang was suddenly incapacitated. What manner of sorcery is this? Meng Haosen felt a chill race down his spine. Had Li Xian uttered such threats before, they would have dismissed them as mere folly. However, witnessing his extraordinary prowess revealed that he had clearly become a practitioner of the arcane. As a century-old family, the Mengs were not oblivious to the existence of practitioners. They were the true masters of this world. What was most difficult for Meng Haosen to comprehend was that the once ridiculed Li Xian, whom the Meng family had scorned, had returned after 5 years as an astonishing figure beyond their wildest imagination. "Consider this a warning, Meng family," Li Xian stated as he turned to leave. The Meng family members remained rooted in place, as if caught in a dream, stunned into silence. Chapter 11. A lesson in humility after departing from the Meng family residence. Huang Jiangtai awaited respectfully at the entrance. Li Xian entered the car, whereupon Huang Jiangtai drove them back to the Linjiang villa. Meanwhile, at the villa's entrance, Lu Qi alighted from a taxi. Despite her disbelief that Li Xian could reside there, she felt at a loss for where else to seek him, and thus approached the villa with a tentative hope. As the most opulent villa in Chuzhou, Linjiang Villa's entrance was guarded by security personnel standing at attention, akin to soldiers. The residents were the wealthiest elite of Chuzhou, necessitating stringent security measures. Clutching a note tightly, Lu Qi gazed at the imposing and majestic gates, wavering in her resolve. Upon seeing the villa, her last glimmer of hope extinguished. How could Li Xian possibly inhabit such lavish quarters? It was absurd that she had found herself here, utterly speechless. The guards at Linhu Villa were vigilant, not permitting idlers to loiter at the entrance. Suddenly, a voice startled Lu Qi, prompting her to look up and see a young woman in uniform, coldly scrutinizing her. A nameplate on her chest read, Linhu Villa Manager. Feeling guilty and flustered, Lu Qi stammered an apology. I'm terribly sorry. A friend of mine lives here, and I'm here to find him. She handed the note to the manager. The manager glanced at it and inquired, what is your friend's name? His name is Li Xian, Lu Qi replied hastily. The manager furrowed her brow. This villa belongs to the Huang family of Chuzhou. When did it become associated with the Li family? Young lady, if you are attempting to infiltrate Linhu Villa to meet wealthy individuals, there is no need for such a flimsy excuse. I have encountered many women like you, seeking to seduce affluent men for personal gain. It's quite shameless. Her voice dripped with disdain, having witnessed numerous beautiful women ensnaring wealthy suitors. The manager's envy towards them, while she herself remained overlooked due to her average appearance, fueled her contempt. Thus, when Lu Qi's claim did not align with the known owners of the villa, she instinctively categorized her as one of those seeking to climb the social ladder. Lu Qi felt a surge of anger at the manager's insults. I'm merely here to find a friend, even if he doesn't exist. There is no need for such cruelty. The manager retorted without hesitation. Oh, so a woman aspiring to be a mistress of a wealthy man dares to speak so boldly? With your looks, I can only imagine how many men have been involved with you. Why you? Lu Qi, naturally timid, found herself at a loss against the manager's tirade. Tears began to well up in her eyes as she had never anticipated such humiliation while seeking Li Xian. It was all Li Xian's fault for deceiving her. Despite the manager's harsh words, a manager of such a high-end villa must remember the names of its owners clearly. If she claimed otherwise, it must be true. The Huang family, after all, was the lineage of Chuzhou's former wealthiest. Even during the peak of the Li family's fortune, they were not in the same league. The escalating argument caught the attention of several nearby security guards, one of whom, a portly fellow, approached to inquire about the commotion. With a close rapport with the manager, he was keen to ensure her safety. Realizing the futility of her situation, Lu Qi decided to leave before further degrading herself. Just as she turned to depart, a Rolls-Royce came to a halt at the entrance. The door swung open, revealing a familiar silhouette stepping out. At that moment, Lu Qi was rendered speechless. It was Li Xian, exiting from the luxurious vehicle. Lu Qi, are you here to see Duo? Come, let us go inside together. Li Xian's gentle voice rang out. In that instant, the manager's expression froze, her demeanor transforming into one of sheer terror. The mere sight of Li Xian emerging from the Rolls-Royce, a car worth several million, was enough to intimidate her. Who would dare drive such a vehicle without a fortune in the billions? Thus, it dawned on her that this woman was indeed here to find a friend. The security guard, who had initially intended to side with the manager, instinctively stepped back, donning an expression of unfamiliarity with her. Meanwhile, the manager swallowed hard, forcing a smile. My dear, it seems there was a misunderstanding. What is happening here? Li Xian's gaze sharpened, especially upon noticing Lu Qi's reddened eyes, his expression darkening. Sir, this is merely a misunderstanding, the manager began, but was abruptly silenced by a resounding slap across her face, blood trickling from her lip. Huang Jiangtai had intervened. How dare you look down upon others? Huang Jiangtai's voice was cold and unforgiving. Having lived a substantial life, he quickly pieced together the situation. Lu Qi was clearly a friend of Li Xian. To bully someone connected to a formidable figure was tantamount to courting death. The manager trembled in fear, her body quaking at the unexpected aggression. Lu Qi stood aghast, taken aback by the sheer audacity of the scene unfolding before her. Let us go, Li Xian said, clearly pleased with Huang Jiangtai's decisive action. He opened the car door for Lu Qi and ushered her inside. As they drove away, Huang Jiangtai turned back. That manager dared to offend your friend. Should we? He trailed off, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes. Li Xian shook his head. A small lesson will suffice. Huang Jiangtai fell silent, resuming his driving. Meanwhile, Lu Qi sat in the back seat, astonished by the events that had transpired. Little did she know, moments prior, the manager had teetered on the brink of her own demise. Chapter 12. He has truly changed. Lu Qi sat in the Rolls-Royce, feeling somewhat dazed. She was acutely aware that even the most affordable Rolls-Royce cost several million. She could not fathom how Li Xian had come to know such influential figures. The respectful demeanor of Huang Jiangtai, who often turned to speak with deference, deepened her confusion. Furthermore, the luxurious vehicle had driven directly here, clearly indicating that Li Xian resided in this place. As the car halted before the villa, she felt as if she were in a dream. Li Xian extracted a room card and skillfully opened the villa door. Inside, several members of the hidden guards were dancing joyfully with Duo. "Little bunny, be a good girl and open the door," came Duo's voice. The guards were clearly enjoying themselves. Upon witnessing this scene, Huang Jiangtai's cheeks twitched involuntarily. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that these comical figures, with their exaggerated movements, were the very same cold-blooded killing machines from the hidden palace. As Li Xian entered, Duo immediately dropped the doll she had been holding and ran towards him. "Daddy, you're back," she exclaimed, simultaneously spotting Lu Qi. "Aunt Lu Qi, I missed you so much." Upon seeing Duo, Lu Qi finally smiled. Duo took Lu Qi's hand and led her into the villa. "Aunt Lu Qi, this is our new house. My room is upstairs." "Aunt Lu Qi, Daddy and I slept here yesterday. Can you stay too? We can all sleep together." Though her words were innocent, Lu Qi's face flushed crimson. As Li Xian and Huang Jiangtai stepped inside, the hidden guards immediately stood respectfully to the sides. Lu Qi, being guided by Duo, marveled at the villa. Having never set foot in such an opulent residence before, the environment left her in awe. Li Xian gestured for Huang Jiangtai to sit on the sofa and said, "Let the hidden guards remain here." "Of course," Huang Jiangtai replied, his face lighting up. "They can protect the little master's safety." However, Li Xian shook his head. "No. I believe they are having a splendid time with Duo. As for her safety, there is no one in this world who can harm her in the slightest." At this moment, Li Xian exuded an undeniable aura of authority. The talismans he had personally inscribed were capable of subduing forbidden powerhouses. Moreover, once activated, he would immediately sense any danger. His daughter would suffer no harm. Huang Jiangtai felt a profound stir within him upon hearing this. The man before him undeniably possessed the gravitas to make such declarations. "Additionally, let this Rolls-Royce remain here. It will be convenient for your outings," Huang Jiangtai suggested. Li Xian nodded. With his prowess, he could traverse any corner of the world, yet for everyday travel, using a vehicle was far more practical. Otherwise, tearing through the fabric of space would be rather intimidating. In addition to these 5 hidden guards, I will leave behind a dozen elite members from the hidden palace at your disposal. Given your strength, you naturally do not require their protection, but having them assist with trivial matters could prove beneficial. Very well, Li Xian acquiesced. Though Lu Qi was preoccupied with playing alongside Duo, she overheard snippets of their conversation. When she learned that Huang Jiangtai was gifting the Rolls-Royce to Li Xian, she was utterly astonished. That was an item worth hundreds of thousands to millions, and Huang Jiangtai seemed eager to bestow it. What was going on? In that fleeting moment, Li Xian transformed into a figure of mystery in her mind. She sensed that the cowardly man who had abandoned his wife 5 years ago had returned drastically changed. He had truly become someone else entirely. As her thoughts spiraled, Huang Jiangtai wisely took his leave. The 5 hidden guards who had previously accompanied Duo also vanished. However, Li Xian was well aware that at least 20 skilled individuals were stationed around the villa. "Aunt Lu Qi, Duo loves the food you make," Duo exclaimed, tugging at Lu Qi's hand and shaking her arm. "All right, how about I prepare some braised fish for you?" Lu Qi responded, then suddenly smacked her forehead. "Oh dear, I don't think we have any ingredients in the kitchen." "No worries, I will have someone buy them," Li Xian replied, then opened a window and called out, "Get a fish and some fresh vegetables." Lu Qi stood in disbelief. Was Li Xian speaking to thin air? What astonished her even more was that 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. A man clad in black appeared at the door, carrying a fish and a plethora of vegetables. After placing them down, he respectfully retreated. Lu Qi was left utterly speechless. What on earth was Li Xian's identity? This was simply terrifying. Were it not for her long acquaintance with him, knowing his past, she might have suspected he was a young master from some hidden aristocracy. As Lu Qi began to prepare the meal, Duo eagerly assisted in washing and picking the vegetables, busier than Lu Qi herself. Watching this scene, Li Xian could not help but smile. "By the way, Lu Qi, I heard your brother has been hospitalized. Do you know what illness he has?" Li Xian inquired as the dishes were being set on the table. Upon mentioning her brother's illness, a shadow of sorrow crossed Lu Qi's eyes. "My brother has a bone tumor, specifically bone cancer, and he can no longer walk. Upon hearing this, Li Xian understood the gravity of the situation. Cancer is a terminal ailment for ordinary individuals, yet for Li Xian, it posed no insurmountable challenge. I will accompany you to the hospital to visit your brother sometime, he offered. Lu Qi nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. Chapter 13. A catastrophe of blood after dinner. Lu Qi departed. Meanwhile, Li Xian summoned a few hidden guards to entertain Duo while he left the villa district. Arriving at a pharmacy. The common man cannot escape the cycle of life and death, but only cultivators can attain longevity. Li Xian intended to concoct some elixirs for his daughter. As the daughter of the Crimson Emperor, she deserved to live for millennia. To concoct elixirs, one must procure medicinal herbs. Even as a mythic-level powerhouse, he cannot conjure materials out of thin air. Upon his return, all possessions had shattered while traversing through time and space, leaving Li Xian financially strained. Otherwise, as a prominent celestial emperor, he could have simply gifted his daughter an immortal herb, allowing her to become a formidable force immediately. The pharmacy was situated on a bustling street, with vehicles coming and going. Within, Li Xian sensed the presence of what he sought. He required a ginseng root, specifically a wild variant aged at least a century. He knew the establishment, Ginseng King Hall, had what he needed. This venerable brand had been established for nearly 200 years, its antique faade drawing many patrons, as it was synonymous with quality in Chu Prefecture. Upon entering, Li Xian observed the layout of the shop rather than rushing to purchase medicine. Suddenly, he noticed an inconspicuous ancient coin embedded in a wooden column at the entrance, 2/3 of it submerged. The sturdy wood indicated it was of fine quality. Embedding a coin within was not a feat for an ordinary person. Moreover, he detected a trace of murderous intent lingering on the coin, likely from a cultivator's attack. A frown creased his brow. Had Ginseng King Hall incurred the wrath of an enemy? Nonetheless, this was of little concern to Li Xian, who preferred to avoid trouble. And he proceeded towards the counter. "Please queue over there for medicine," a young man in a lab coat stated monotonously. His daily encounters with countless customers had rendered his demeanor rather unfriendly. "I wish to purchase ginseng," Li Xian declared straightforwardly. Given the high value of such premium herbs, there was a designated display area. Upon hearing the word ginseng, the young man's expression shifted instantly. "What age do you require?" "At least 100 years old. The older, the better," Li Xian responded. "A century? Now that is a king of ginseng." The young man shook his head. Currently, while ginseng is exceedingly rare due to habitat destruction, roots over 100 years old are nearly impossible to find. "I know you have some at Ginseng King Hall," Li Xian interjected, prompting a visible annoyance from the young man. "Of course, we do, but it is our prized possession, aged over 300 years, and it is not for sale." "I am willing to offer a high price," Li Xian insisted. The young man looked at him with a mix of surprise and skepticism, not expecting such audacity from this youth. However, he still shook his head. "We won't sell it, no matter the price." Being rejected was unexpected for someone of Li Xian's stature. Yet, he was not one to resort to coercion. The Crimson Emperor had traversed the Star Realms, leaving countless corpses in his wake, yet he never sullied his hands with the blood of the innocent. Just as Li Xian pondered whether to enlist Huang Jiangtai's assistance in procuring the ginseng, an elderly man entered, flanked by a throng of admirers. Upon his arrival, the young man who had been attending to Li Xian immediately straightened, greeting him with deference. "Boss, you're back." The elder was, in fact, the proprietor of Ginseng King Hall. However, he wore a distracted expression, casually waving his hand as he moved deeper into the shop. "You are the owner of Ginseng King Hall?" Li Xian suddenly inquired. The elder frowned, glancing at Li Xian with irritation. "What do you want?" It was well known that the owner was a renowned physician, often sought after by the elite for consultations. He regarded Li Xian as just another affluent patron. A middle-aged man beside him added with displeasure, "If you seek medical attention, please queue over there. Our boss has no time." Li Xian shook his head. "I am not here for a consultation. I wish to purchase the century-old King Ginseng." "What?" The elder's brows knitted in annoyance, and he coldly uttered, "Not for sale." He turned to walk away. "Sell me the ginseng, and I can avert a calamity of bloodshed for you," Li Xian stated once more. At this proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, and countless eyes turned to Li Xian, the atmosphere thickening with tension. The elder halted, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Li Xian. Those who heard his words regarded him as if he were mad. Ginseng King Hall was a prestigious establishment in Chu Prefecture, with a legacy spanning over 200 years and connections to countless dignitaries. This young man's reckless claim of impending bloodshed was tantamount to a curse. The elder's temper was well known, and the young man immediately admonished, "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you want me to have security throw you out?" Several security personnel encircled Li Xian, eager for action, as they had long awaited an opportunity to assert themselves. However, the middle-aged man beside the elder's expression shifted slightly. Casting a questioning glance at him, the elder fixed his gaze on Li Xian, his tone grave. "Young man, you must choose your words carefully. I am Zhou Jiyuan, a physician, but I also carry the mantle of a martial arts heir. My hands have saved lives, yet they have also taken them." The implied threat was unmistakable. Li Xian discerned the elder's martial prowess but thought little of it. To a cultivator, even a martial arts master was akin to an ant. Had he not coveted the ginseng, he would not have wasted breath on him. "Whether I speak in folly or not, you know in your heart. That coin still bears the aura of malice. I doubt even you could withstand a single strike from its owner." Chapter 14. The one-finger town slays the strong. Under Li Xian's contemptuous gaze, Zhou Jiyuan's expression shifted dramatically. However, he found himself at a loss for words. For Li Xian spoke the truth. At that moment, he fixed his eyes on Li Xian with an intense focus. "Young man, your ability to discern the extraordinary nature of that ancient coin suggests you are also a practitioner of martial arts. But did you come here solely to mock me?" The middle-aged man beside him revealed a hint of sharpness in his eyes. "Boss, this young man might be a spy sent by that person to test our capabilities. I suggest we throw him out." With that, he lunged forward, his fingers curling like claws, aiming for Li Xian's shoulder. The air whistled with his force, his strength having reached the level of Ming Jin, making him a notable figure among ordinary martial artists. Zhou Jiyuan observed his subordinate's rashness with a slight change of expression, but chose not to intervene. He was curious to see whether this young man truly possessed skill or was merely here to flaunt himself. The middle-aged man's attack was clearly not his full strength, and it would not inflict significant harm. As his hand descended, Li Xian remained still, seemingly oblivious to the impending strike. The middle-aged man's eyes betrayed a flicker of disdain. This young man had spoken so confidently, yet when it came time for action, he faltered. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, his expression shifted drastically. The moment his fingers made contact with Li Xian's shoulder, he felt as if he were gripping an iron plate, a sharp pain coursing through his fingers. In the next instant, an overwhelming force surged forth, causing him to stumble backwards several paces before he could regain his stance. His fingers were now bloodied and raw. This shocking turn of events left not only the middle-aged man, but also Zhou Jiyuan aghast. He was well aware of the middle-aged man's strength, and witnessing Li Xian incapacitate him without any visible effort suggested that he must possess skills at the level of Hua Jing. A master at that level could establish their own sect, and it was astonishing that such youth could achieve it. Zhou Jiyuan's bodyguards had already encircled Li Xian, preparing to pounce, when they heard Zhou Jiyuan's stern rebuke. "Enough, do not act disrespectfully." He then clasped his fists in a gesture of martial respect towards Li Xian. "Young brother, it appears you are a person of great skill. I have failed to educate my subordinates and have offended you." He then shot a glare at the middle-aged man, apologized to the young brother at once. The middle-aged man, finally recovering from his shock, hurriedly bowed his head. He understood he had encountered someone formidable. Li Xian regarded him coolly. "Do not let your minor skills lead you to act recklessly. Should you dare to repeat this, you will not have the chance to reincarnate." His words resonated with a chilling authority, striking deep into the middle-aged man's psyche, making him feel insignificant, akin to a mere mortal standing before a sovereign. Zhou Jiyuan's expression shifted once more. The aura emanating from Li Xian was so overwhelming that it stirred within him a sense of reverence. Initially, he had suspected Li Xian might have reached the Hua Jing level, but now it seemed he could potentially be a martial arts master. In that brief moment, Zhou Jiyuan broke into a cold sweat, realizing he had offended someone far beyond his understanding. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he spoke. "Earlier, young brother mentioned a desire to purchase a ginseng from my shop. I am willing to offer it as an apology for my offense." Zhou Jiyuan was indeed a cunning old fox. Although ginseng was precious, countless tragedies had unfolded in the martial world. A single ginseng could quell the wrath of a powerful figure and even earn their favor, making it worth the price. Moreover, with formidable enemies approaching, if this young man were willing to assist, he might just help the Ginseng King haul through its crisis. "You are willing to give me ginseng for free?" Li Xian inquired, surprised by the old man's boldness, especially given the current scarcity of spiritual energy on Earth. Finding a wild ginseng over 100 years old was already rare, let alone one aged 300 years. Of course, ginseng is merely a material possession. To cultivate a relationship with you, young brother, is my honor, Zhou Jiyuan replied. Li Xian recognized the old man's intentions. He sought help to shield him from impending disaster. Nevertheless, he genuinely needed the ginseng, so he nodded. I will not take it for nothing. I can help you avert this bloodshed. Zhou Jiyuan immediately became animated upon hearing this. Thank you, young brother. He promptly summoned someone to retrieve the 300-year-old ginseng and invited Li Xian into the inner room. To be candid, the enemy of my ginseng King Hall is a master at the Huajing level. 10 years ago, I had some grievances with him. I injured him in battle. Unexpectedly, during this decade, he trained under a renowned master and has returned, now far beyond my capabilities. He is due to come knocking any day now, and that coin is a challenge he has thrown down. I was planning to approach the Huang family and ask their patriarch for assistance. If you would be willing to lend your strength, it would be most fortuitous. Huang Jiatai. The family patriarch? Li Xian inquired. Zhou Jiyuan quickly shook his head. No, the esteemed former patriarch is a figure of legend. I cannot summon him. I seek the current head of the Huang family, Huang Benchu. Ah, I see. Li Xian nodded in understanding, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he requested Zhou Jiyuan to procure ink and paper. He then took a brush, dipped it in ink, and casually drew a single horizontal line before handing it to Zhou Jiyuan. Place this paper on the pillar of the Ginseng King Hall. It will ensure your safety. Zhou Jiyuan's cheek twitched slightly. Is this a jest? You believe a mere line can avert disaster? If you do not wish to assist, you need only say so. Internally, Zhou Jiyuan screamed in disbelief, but he did not dare express it outwardly. Li Xian, aware of his thoughts, replied coolly. Do you think I would deceive you with my abilities? Simply follow my instructions. He was a figure of great renown, capable of slaying a master with a mere finger. The words he casually inscribed were imbued with profound principles. Zhou Jiyuan, lacking the strength to comprehend, could not perceive the truth, but his adversary, being a practitioner, would surely discern something from Li Xian's writing. Upon seeing the words left behind, they would grasp the entire situation, though Zhou Jiyuan struggled to accept this. Li Xian had little patience for further discussion. He took the ginseng and made his way outside. Are we just going to let him leave like that? The middle-aged man glanced at Zhou Jiyuan. With a sigh, Zhou Jiyuan conceded, this person's strength is far beyond what we can contend with. If a single ginseng can resolve our grievances with him, it is worth it. He resigned himself to the fact that he could not demand the ginseng back from Li Xian and sought to comfort himself with this thought. And this paper? The middle-aged man questioned. Let it remain here, Zhou Jiyuan replied. Aren't we supposed to stick it on the pillar? The middle-aged man pressed. Stick it where? Just leave it be. Zhou Jiyuan snapped irritably, his mood soured. He had hoped to gain favor, only to find himself parting with a valuable ginseng. Now, he needed to devise a plan to seek help elsewhere. Chapter 15. That person has returned upon exiting the Hall of the Ancestors. Li Xian promptly dialed Huang Jiaotai's number. The primary ingredient for refining the vitality pill, ginseng, was now secured, yet he still required another crucial herb, the legendary Sanyong fruit. This treasure, nurtured by the heavens and earth, was shielded by the laws of nature, its essence concealed, only to be sensed when it truly emerged into the world. Thus, Li Xian sought Huang Jiaotai's assistance. Rest assured, I shall dispatch someone from the hidden pavilion immediately, Huang Jiaotai responded without hesitation. For Li Xian's endeavors were of utmost importance to him. After ending the call, Li Xian returned to the lakeside villa, unaware that in a shadowed corner of the street, a figure stood stunned, her face etched with shock and disbelief. Li Xian was alive. He had returned to Chuzhou. It was only when his silhouette vanished from view that the woman regained her composure. She vividly recalled how her beloved had told her 5 years ago that he had cast Li Xian into the Star Lake. While others believed the Li family's waste had escaped, she alone knew that he had long since departed from this world. Yet now, she had witnessed the impossible, the man who should have perished 5 years ago standing before her once more. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself after a lengthy pause. Guoli retrieved her phone and dialed a number. A languid voice answered. Shaoli, are you out of money again? I just transferred 300,000. The man's tone was tinged with dissatisfaction. Although Guoli was beautiful, her extravagant spending was notorious. Sinew, it's not about the money. I just saw Li Xian on the street. Guoli's voice trembled with urgency. Impossible. The voice on the other end of the line rose several decibels, betraying a hint of panic. 5 years ago, I personally pushed him into the lake. He never resurfaced. There was no chance he could have survived. It's true. I swear it. He has changed much at all, unless there is someone who looks exactly like him, Guoli insisted with unwavering certainty. Having been university classmates, she had once pursued Li Xian, but he had never regarded her favorably. Eventually, she latched onto another wealthy heir in Chuzhou, Wei Xinyu, who had inadvertently revealed the details of Li Xian's fate during a drunken confession. After a long silence, the voice finally reemerged. Are you absolutely certain? Guoli nodded emphatically. Of course, I wouldn't mistake him. Come back immediately. The call ended abruptly, and Guoli hurriedly departed. At the lakeside villa, Li Xian had just reached the door when he heard the delightful laughter of his daughter inside. Upon opening the door, Duo rushed into his embrace. Gazing at his adorable daughter, Li Xian could not resist lifting her up. While Daddy was away, did you cause any trouble? He inquired. Duo shook her head. I was playing games with some uncles. Oh, what games did you play? We played Three Little Rabbits, Duck Duck Goose, and Eagle Catching Chickens, and... She excitedly enumerated over a dozen games, all learned from her kindergarten friends. Li Xian glanced at the shadow guards, noticing their sweat-drenched brows. It was indeed a challenge for these typically ruthless assassins to engage and play with a child. You've worked hard, Li Xian acknowledged. The guards hastily shook their heads. Serving the elder is our duty. With a faint smile, Li Xian set Duo down on the sofa and gently combed her tousled hair. He then retrieved a sheet of paper from the table, swiftly penning a new set of cultivation methods, which he handed to one of the shadow guards. From now on, follow this for your training. The guard accepted it with skepticism, discovering that it contained a revised version of their current cultivation technique. The methods you've been practicing are quick to master, yet they do inflict significant harm on your bodies. By adhering to this new version, you can circumvent those issues. Li Xian explained calmly. Thank you, Elder. The guards bowed deeply, their hearts stirred by the gravity of the moment. Having interacted with Li Xian only twice, he had managed to succinctly articulate their cultivation techniques and improve upon them. Such prowess was truly formidable. Previously, when Huang Jiangtai instructed them to heed Li Xian's commands, they had harbored doubts, but now they were wholly convinced. All right, you may leave. Li Xian waved them off, and they took their leave. Duo, what would you like for dinner tonight? Daddy will cook for you. Yay. Duo wants hamburgers. Let us choose something else. Li Xian chuckled, shaking his head. Such junk food is all right once in a while, but it's not good to have it too often. Then I want fries. Hearing Duo request several similar items made Li Xian's heart ache. In her innocent mind, these were the finest delicacies she had ever tasted. How about I make braised pork for you? He suggested. Yes. Duo licked her fingers, nearly drooling. But Aunt Lucy says we can only have braised pork during festivals because meat is too expensive, she added, shaking her head. Li Xian stroked his daughter's head. From now on, whatever Duo wishes to eat, we shall have every day. He then turned on the television for her to watch cartoons while he made his way into the kitchen. The following morning, Li Xian stretched and rose from his bed, glancing over to see Duo still peacefully asleep. The little girl had played enthusiastically the previous day and was now quite fatigued. She occasionally pouted in her sleep, her chubby cheeks adorably endearing. Li Xian smiled softly, feeling that this life was the epitome of happiness. If only Qingqian were by his side, their family of three would be far more joyful than any lofty aspirations of becoming a celestial emperor. He tiptoed out of bed to prepare breakfast for Duo. As the aroma wafted through the kitchen, Duo emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Li Xian pinched her chubby cheeks playfully. Little sleepyhead, did you wake up because of the delicious smell? Duo scrunched her nose. No, I didn't. Yet her eyes betrayed her as they darted to the plate in Li Xian's hands. After a flurry of activity, Duo washed up, donned a bib, and sat at the table, eagerly using her fork to dig into her breakfast. Just then, the doorbell rang. It was Lucy, come to visit Duo, bearing breakfast. Upon seeing the spread on the table, her eyes widened in surprise. Did you make this breakfast for Duo? Lucy inquired, astonished. She knew that Li Xian had once been a scion of a prominent family, and even after their decline, he would hardly engage in such domestic tasks. Indeed, Li Xian affirmed with a nod. Lucy said nothing further but placed the bought breakfast on the dining table. You probably haven't eaten yet, right? I bought extra. So you can share with Duo, she offered. Li Xian noticed that the food clearly amounted to 2 servings and realized that Lucy had bought it specifically for him, though she was reluctant to admit it. He smiled subtly, choosing not to address it, and sat down to enjoy the meal. After enjoying breakfast, Lucy assisted in washing the dishes. while Li Xian scooped out a spoonful of a dark substance from the rice cooker in the kitchen and placed it in a disposable lunchbox. He then turned to Lu Qi and said, "Let us go." "Where to?" Lu Qi asked, puzzled as she looked at Li Xian. "To the hospital to see your brother." Li Xian walked over and picked up Duo. "Come on, Daddy will take you to visit Uncle Lu Wei at the hospital. And then we can go buy some clothes, all right?" Yes. Duo clapped her little hands in excitement. Meanwhile, Lu Qi, standing behind them, felt a pang in her heart as she gazed at Li Xian's tall figure, her emotions becoming quite complex. After 5 years apart, Li Xian felt entirely different from the impression he once left on her. He was now composed, confident, and generous, making it impossible for her to associate him with the previously despondent and reckless young man she had known. Chapter 16. 3 days later. A visit to apologize the Tongha Private Hospital was established with the funding of the He family. The hospital is staffed with over a dozen esteemed physicians who frequently attend to the ailments of the affluent in Chuzhou. At this moment, the entrance of the hospital was abuzz with commotion as a throng of onlookers had gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Among the crowd was a woman, Zhang Meiwan, cradling her injured son, tears streaming down her face. Her heart ached profoundly. Her son, Lu Wei, was suffering from bone cancer and had already endured unimaginable torment. Yet, moments ago, personnel from Tongha Hospital had callously cast him out onto the street, treating him with a cruelty that was beyond comprehension. To add insult to injury, they had even kicked Lu Wei as they discarded him, a mere child tormented by illness. Lu Youguang clenched his fists, his cheeks flushed with indignation as he confronted the hospital staff. Opposite him stood a brazen young man, hands casually tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of arrogance. Surrounding them were several hospital executives and security personnel, all wielding rubber batons, appearing menacing. "We have already paid the medical fees. On what grounds do you throw my son out?" Lu Youguang bellowed, his anger boiling over. If not for the burden of his entire family resting on his shoulders, he would have relished the thought of exacting vengeance upon these heartless individuals. "You paid the medical fees to the He family, but they have been wiped out. Tongha Hospital is now under the ownership of the Tian family. Your money was given to the He family. It has nothing to do with us. What you have experienced is merely a fraction of what you deserve. If you do not leave, I will make sure your sickly son meets his end." "Do you dare to challenge me?" the young man retorted with a derisive sneer. Lu Youguang trembled with rage. The fees had been remitted to the hospital, and now, because of a change in ownership, they denied any responsibility. Was there no hope left for the impoverished? The surrounding spectators wore expressions of indifference. After all, the perpetrator was Tian Xiaojun, the young scion of the Tian family. Who would dare to provoke him? Tian Xiaojun relished the sight of Lu Youguang's subdued demeanor and approached him, seizing his collar and shouting, "Old fool, get out of my way, or I will teach you a lesson." Before he could finish, a young man in casual attire caught his wrist. "How dare you bully them when their situation is already so dire? Do you not consider this excessive?" The young man rebuked fiercely. "Who the hell are you to meddle?" Tian Xiaojun growled in retaliation. In an instant, Li Xian tightened his grip, causing Tian Xiaojun to wince in pain and release Lu Youguang's collar. However, Li Xian did not relent. Instead, he applied more pressure. A distinct crack echoed through the air. "Ah!" Tian Xiaojun screamed in agony, clutching his wrist, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the exposed bone. Li Xian regarded Lu Qi's family as his own, and he could not allow anyone to torment them. The crowd stood in stunned silence for a few moments before a middle-aged doctor pointed at Li Xian, shouting, "You dare to strike young Master Tian? You are finished." But before he could continue, a resounding slap sent him flying. Li Xian then approached the fallen Lu Wei. "Xiao Wei, are you all right?" "Who are you?" Zhang Meian asked. Her eyes filled with confusion as she regarded Li Xian. "I am Duo's father," he replied. At that moment, Lu Qi, carrying Duo, approached. Earlier, when Li Xian prepared to intervene, he had entrusted Duo to Lu Qi, asking her to take the child away to avoid exposing her to the brutality of the confrontation. "Ah, it's you," Zhang Meiwan recognized, knowing that her daughter had been caring for Duo. She had heard from Lu Qi about Li Xian's return. She was astonished that he, once deemed a useless scion of a wealthy family, dared to strike Tian Xiaojun. It was a moment of vindication for her. Yet, her relief quickly faded, replaced by concern. Although Li Xian had once been a rich young master, his current circumstances were not much better than the Lu family's. Striking Tian Xiaojun could lead to dire consequences, for he was the heir of the Tian family, rumored to be worth billions. As expected, a swarm of security personnel quickly surrounded them. The head of the security team barked, "Kid, you've made a serious mistake." However, intimidated by Li Xian's earlier display of strength, they hesitated to advance. Lu Youguang sighed heavily and advised Li Xian, "Young man, you should leave at once. If you linger, you may find it difficult to escape." Li Xian smiled gently. "Uncle Lu, rest assured, since I have intervened, I possess the means to resolve this matter." With that, he lifted Lu Wei and made his way toward a nearby Rolls-Royce. The head of the security team shouted, "Stop him. Don't let him get away." Several guards brandished their rubber batons, ready to spring into action. But the next moment, Li Xian cast a cold glare in their direction, causing them to feel as though they had plunged into an abyss, their limbs rendered immobile. Only once Li Xian had placed Lu Wei in the car did they regain their senses, realizing in horror that they had been so frightened that they had lost control of their bladders. After ensuring Lu Wei was settled, Li Xian turned his icy gaze toward Tian Xiaojun, who was now nursing his injured wrist and sweating profusely. "Refund all the remaining medical fees for the Lu family, and pay 3 million as compensation, to be delivered within 3 days. Otherwise, I will take your life," he declared, raising a finger to send a flash of energy into Tian Xiaojun's body before turning to enter the vehicle. Lu Qi, with Duo in her arms, took the passenger seat, while Lu Youguang and the others occupied the back. The car drove directly to Lu Qi's residence. Once they arrived, Li Xian placed Lu Wei gently on the bed and traced his fingers over the area of his legs afflicted by tumors. Seeing this, Lu Youguang could not help but inquire, "Li Xian, what are you doing?" Without looking up, Li Xian replied, "I am assisting Xiao Wei in eliminating the tumors in his legs." Chapter 17. O Divine Being. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, the 4 members of the Lu family were utterly bewildered, the room enveloped in an eerie silence. After a full half-minute of stunned silence, they gradually regained their composure. Casting peculiar glances at Li Xian, Lu Qi suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "Li Xian, you truly have a knack for humor. Look at how startled my parents are." At her words, Mr. and Mrs. Lu finally came to their senses. Indeed, this was clearly a jest. It is well known that cancer is incurable. Moreover, who could possibly claim to eradicate tumors merely by touching their palms to their knees? Such a person wouldn't merely be a doctor, but a deity. However, Li Xian turned to face Mr. Lu and the others, his expression earnest as he stated, "I am not joking. I am genuinely helping Xiao Wei eliminate his tumor. The tumor within him has already been removed, and he can now walk." Just then, he remembered, "Oh, I almost forgot." With that, Li Xian retrieved a dark substance he had prepared prior to leaving and placed it on the table. "Xiao Wei has been bedridden for years, his body weakened. I specifically concocted this medicinal paste to replenish his vital energy. If he takes one of these dark pills daily, he will fully recover in 10 days. There is more than enough for you, Uncle and Aunt Lu, to have some as well." Upon hearing this, the Lu family was left speechless. They never anticipated that Li Xian was being serious. How absurd it seemed to declare that simply by touching his knees, one could claim to have eliminated a tumor. And the notion that a dark paste could restore vitality in just a few days felt utterly ludicrous. Meanwhile, Li Xian had already risen. "All right, Xiao Wei. You can now get up and move around. Lu Qi, let us go. I'll take Duo and you to the mall to buy clothes. After all these years of you caring for Duo, I must compensate you well." Lu Qi initially hesitated to accompany Li Xian. But when she saw Duo's pleading eyes, her resolve softened, and she nodded in agreement. Yet, she emphasized, "I'm only going to accompany Duo. You needn't buy me anything." As they exited the Lu household, Lu Qi remarked, "Li Xian, please refrain from making such jokes in the future. My brother's illness has already brought great distress to our family. I understand you wish to lighten the mood, but for my parents, it only deepens their sorrow." "I am not joking," Li Xian replied firmly as he opened the car door and took a seat inside. After a few moments of hesitation, Lu Qi followed suit. Outside, Mr. and Mrs. Lu watched the departing car, their expressions a mix of emotions. "Dear, do not be angry. Li Xian means no harm. He probably just wanted to inject some humor into the situation. He has been our ally. Without him, we might have been bullied by that scoundrel Tian Xiaojun." Zhang Meiwan remarked. Mr. Lu sighed. "I certainly know he harbors no ill intentions, but mentioning our son's situation unsettles me. And Tian Xiaojun is not one to be trifled with. After he causes trouble, we are left to endure the aftermath." Zhang Meijuan's face fell at those words. Just then, a sudden scream echoed through the house. Could it be that their son had accidentally fallen from his bed? The couple rushed inside, only to be struck dumb by the sight before them. Lu Wei, who had lost the ability to walk, was now standing and cautiously taking steps. Had a miracle occurred? They felt as though they were living in a dream. Xiao Wei, you. What is happening? Mr. Lu stammered, his voice trembling. Lu Wei rubbed his legs and then suddenly burst into joyous laughter. I can walk, and my legs don't hurt at all. Hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Lu could not help but pinch themselves to confirm they were not dreaming. They simultaneously recalled Li Xian's words. He had truly cured their son's bone cancer. How could this be possible? Tears of joy streamed down Zhang Meiwan's face. Lu Wei's recovery brought newfound hope to their family. In the next moment, she rushed to embrace her son. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lu Wei also shed tears. Mom, this isn't a dream. I'm really healed. It was Li Xian who cured me. We must express our gratitude. Mr. Lu was equally thrilled. Though he, as the head of the family, tried to maintain composure, his hands fidgeted with excitement, and he regretted his earlier doubts about Li Xian. This young man was nothing short of a divine being. Previously, when their daughter cared for Duo, they had supported her but occasionally questioned whether it was worth the financial strain on their already modest family. Now, they felt it was all worth it. Had it not been for caring for Duo, Li Xian might not have intervened, and they no longer feared Tian Xiaojun. With a figure like Li Xian on their side, the mere Tian family seemed insignificant. Meanwhile, Li Xian drove towards the most bustling commercial street in Chuzhou, ensuring a slow speed to avoid jostling his daughter. As they passed through Zhongwu Street, they happened to glance at the entrance of the Shenwang Hall. Through the car window, Li Xian noted the coins still resting on the pillar, indicating that the enemies of Shenwang Hall had yet to make their move. He thought to himself, having left a method to resolve their issues, they were even. Inside Shenwang Hall, not a single customer was present, and a sign declaring closure hung at the door. In the main hall, Zhou Jiyuan wore a frown, his face as dark as the stormy skies. The atmosphere thick with tension. Before him, a middle-aged subordinate wore a troubled expression. Boss, Huang Binshu has refused to assist us, claiming that our enemies are too formidable. And the Huang family is unwilling to offend the powers backing them. What shall we do? Following that statement, the room fell into a prolonged silence. After a minute had passed, Zhou Jiyuan finally spoke. If the Huang family will not lend us aid, we shall seek assistance elsewhere, regardless of the cost. If any of the prominent martial families in Chuzhou are willing to assist, we, Shenwang Hall, will survive. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous crash reverberated through the air, deafening to all present. A long blade had been driven into the sign above the entrance, splitting it in two and sending it crashing to the ground. Witnessing this, Zhou Jiyuan clenched his fists, fury igniting in his gaze as he fixed his glare at the entrance. Soon, a middle-aged man clad in a fitted outfit emerged, hands clasped behind his back. A calm demeanor as he regarded Zhou Jiyuan. Zhou Jiyuan's pupils constricted. He instantly recognized the identity of his adversary, Lin Hu. Was he not supposed to arrive in 2 days? Why had he come today? Panic surged through Zhou Jiyuan. You had hoped to solicit aid from the martial families of Chuzhou. Alas, you will find no opportunity to do so, Lin Hu sneered, raising his hand. The long blade, previously embedded in the entrance, trembled before being drawn to him as if by an unseen force. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Jiyuan's complexion drained completely. Chapter 18. The frightening encounter. The ability to summon a blade from thin air is no longer merely a technique of ancient martial artists. It is the prowess of a true cultivator. At this moment, Zhou Jiyuan finally comprehended why Lin Hu, who left years ago with meager strength, had attained such formidable abilities within a mere decade. It was not martial arts he had pursued, but the path of a cultivator, beings akin to deities. Although Zhou Jiyuan himself was not a cultivator, as a renowned divine physician, he was privy to many truths unknown to ordinary people. And he was aware that numerous families of cultivators existed in Chuzhou. It was over. Zhou Jiyuan felt a chilling dread. Lin Hu, I acknowledge my past mistakes. I am willing to apologize for what transpired. Can we not sit down and discuss this? Zhou Jiyuan attempted to broker peace. There is nothing to discuss. I have come today to take your life and avenge the humiliation of years past. With that, he advanced step by step towards Zhou Jiyuan. Stop him. A middle-aged man bellowed, rushing forward with a dozen bodyguards to intercept Lin Hu. Overreaching, Lin Hu replied, his blade glimmering like snow, sweeping through the air, sending the charging bodyguards flying like dumplings tossed into boiling water. Each one fell, blood splattering upon impact with the ground. With a single strike, he incapacitated them all. The flicker of hope that Zhou Jiyuan had harbored was extinguished. How can we fight this? Zhou Jiyuan commanded, retreat. He knew that charging forward would only lead to death. The remaining bodyguards shielded Zhou Jiyuan as they retreated into the inner room, while Lin Hu wore a chilling smirk. Zhou Jiyuan, it matters not if you hide in the farthest corners of the earth, he said, advancing towards the inner room. Inside, Zhou Jiyuan broke into a cold sweat as he heard Lin Hu's footsteps closing in. Boss, jump out the window and escape. I will hold him off, the middle-aged man declared, unwavering in his loyalty. Zhou Jiyuan shook his head. It is futile. He is a cultivator. There is no escaping him. At that moment, Lin Hu entered unhurriedly, displaying no fear of Zhou Jiyuan fleeing. The middle-aged man, witnessing this, drew a pistol, but before he could pull the trigger, Lin Hu's blade flashed. Blood erupted from the man's wrist, and the gun clattered to the floor. As Lin Hu approached, Zhou Jiyuan's face turned ashen. Lin Hu, if you cease your actions, I am willing to hand over the Shunwang Hall. I merely injured you back then. Why must you pursue such relentless vengeance? Huh? Zhou Jiyuan, do you believe I covet the Shunwang Hall? Lin Hu continued his advance. Two bodyguards attempted to obstruct him, but with a mere flick of his sleeve, he sent them crashing aside. To a cultivator, worldly riches are easily obtained. You, ensnared in this small place, are but a frog at the bottom of a well. As he spoke, Lin Hu slowly raised his long blade, which emitted a thunderous roar, exuding a palpable malevolence. Just as Zhou Jiyuan sank into despair, Lin Hu's movement faltered. His gaze fell upon a piece of paper resting on the table. Initially, he glanced at it casually, but upon further inspection, an icy chill gripped his heart as he discerned the essence of Tao within its strokes. How is this possible? Where did this paper come from? Lin Hu's voice resonated with a deep intensity. To effortlessly inscribe words imbued with such profound essence was beyond even his master's capabilities. Zhou Jiyuan, who had been resigned to his fate, was momentarily stunned by Lin Hu's words, only to feel a flicker of hope arise within him. This paper was given to me by a senior. He said you would retreat upon seeing it, Zhou Jiyuan declared, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Hu, his heart pounding in his throat. Upon hearing Zhou Jiyuan's words, Lin Hu's expression shifted dramatically. Finally, to the astonishment of Zhou Jiyuan and the middle-aged man, he sheathed his blade. Zhou Jiyuan, consider yourself fortunate to have met such an extraordinary individual. With that, Lin Hu turned and departed without a backward glance. As Lin Hu vanished completely, silence enveloped the room, leaving Zhou Jiyuan and his companions in a state of disbelief. He has truly left. Simply because of a scribbled piece of paper. Zhou Jiyuan's mind conjured the image of a young man, calm and proud. Lin Hu was a cultivator, and his master was someone even the Huang family dared not provoke. Yet, a mere stroke of ink from that youth had sent Lin Hu fleeing. In that moment, Zhou Jiyuan realized the true magnitude of that young man's power. The words inscribed on the paper were indeed capable of saving the Shunwang Hall. How foolish he had been to regard the youth as a charlatan. Thankfully, Lin Hu had seen the paper. Had it been discarded, Zhou Jiyuan's head would have already rolled. Breathing heavily with relief, Zhou Jiyuan tremulously picked up the paper. He resolved to frame it and hang it in the Shunwang Hall, for it was their talisman of survival. On the other side, the middle-aged man, equally incredulous, remarked, "Boss, this paper is truly effective. That young man is indeed remarkable." 10 minutes later, Zhou Jiyuan and his subordinates sat in the hall, where all the injured bodyguards were now bandaged. Fortunately, Lin Hu had sought vengeance solely against Zhou Jiyuan and had not engaged in indiscriminate slaughter, resulting in injuries, but no fatalities. Yet the atmosphere remained heavy with tension as everyone was still reeling from their narrow escape. After a long silence, Zhou Jiyuan finally spoke. This incident has embroiled everyone. I will compensate each of you with 100,000 yuan. Additionally, we must review the surveillance footage to locate that extraordinary individual. Establishing rapport with such a figure will ensure that no one dares to threaten the Shunwang Hall again. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded vigorously. At that moment, a bodyguard in the corner raised his hand. "Boss, I have something to say." "What is it?" Zhou Jiyuan inquired. He was typically stern with his subordinates, but today, having witnessed their dedication to protecting him, his tone softened. The bodyguard, taken aback by Zhou Jiyuan's gentler demeanor, spoke. "I was standing by the entrance when I saw a Rolls-Royce pass by. The driver seemed to be that extraordinary individual from earlier. He headed into the commercial street." "Is that so?" Zhou Jiyuan sprang to his feet. Meanwhile, Li Xian parked his car by the roadside and entered the mall with Duo and Lu Qi. The Haihua Mall was one of Chuzhou's most renowned shopping destinations, brimming with high-end boutiques, dressed casually yet exuding an ethereal charm. Li Xian attracted the attention of many young women as they walked. Lu Qi, with her own graceful demeanor, appeared to be an ideal match for him, especially while cradling Duo, leading many to believe they were a happy family. Upon entering the mall, Li Xian first bought several outfits for Duo, which were quite expensive, before leading Lu Qi to the entrance of a Gucci store. Although Lu Qi had never purchased anything from this brand, her frequent visits to malls had made her aware of the exorbitant prices, and she had never contemplated letting Li Xian buy her clothes. She immediately declined. Li Xian, let us explore other stores. However, Li Xian, undeterred, firmly took her hand and led her directly inside the boutique. Chapter 19. Serendipity. Lu Qi, petite and unassuming, had hardly registered her surroundings before she found herself rushing into the store. Just as she stepped inside, the door had yet to close when a melodious voice rang out from outside. Lu Qi, you're out shopping too. A girl clad in a white dress waved enthusiastically at her, her face alight with surprise. Behind her trailed a group of companions, clearly enjoying each other's company. What a coincidence, Bai Gu. Lu Qi adjusted her tousled hair. Lu Qi, I just saw someone holding your hand. Who is it? Your boyfriend? Bai Gu inquired with a teasing glint in her eyes, leaning in inquisitively. Li Xian met her gaze, and Bai Gu's expression shifted to one of rigidity. It's you scoundrel, she exclaimed, her complexion darkening. Once she, Lu Qi, and Ming Qiqian had been inseparable friends. When Ming Qiqian married Li Xian, Bai Gu had vehemently opposed the union. After Li Xian vanished, she became convinced he was a coward who shirked responsibility. Unlike Lu Qi, who possessed a kind heart, Bai Gu was known for her fiery temperament. Last time, Lu Qi mentioned you returned, but I hadn't seen you until now. I can't believe you. A grown man, let Lu Qi take care of you, and now you even need her to buy your clothes? Don't you have any shame? Bai Gu's voice rose sharply, her words laced with scorn. Both the store staff and her companions pricked their ears, intrigued. Bai Gu's few words carried a weight of implication. Relying on others to provide for him, and even having a woman purchase his clothing, such audacity was rare. The onlookers regarded Li Xian with a mix of curiosity and disdain, having heard snippets of Lu Qi's stories through Bai Gu, who was well informed about her friend's life. Bai Gu's remarks quickly led them to identify Li Xian as the once prominent scion of the Li family, who had fallen into disgrace 5 years prior after his family's collapse. A man who had fled from responsibility while his wife was pregnant, now returned to Chuzhou. Whispers began to circulate among the group. It's not me buying clothes for Li Xian, it's Li Xian who brought me here to shop. Lu Qi defended him earnestly. He drives a luxury car and lives in a villa. He doesn't need me to buy clothes for him. Bai Gu, however, remained unconvinced. She understood her friend's gentle nature, always considering others' feelings. Yet, the image of Li Xian as an ineffectual wastrel was deeply ingrained, and such prejudice was difficult to dismantle. Lu Qi, you need to defend this scoundrel. Do you not see who he truly is? The surrounding crowd murmured disapprovingly. It was disgraceful for a man to possess such a lack of dignity. Lu Qi's kindness was in stark contrast to the sentiment shared by others. Had it been anyone else, they would hardly deign to acknowledge such a failure. Li Xian's brow furrowed, though Bai Gu was a close friend of Qiqian. Her disrespectful remarks were intolerable. Li Xian, Bai Gu is merely misunderstanding you. Don't take offense. I apologize on her behalf. Lu Qi interjected hastily, her gaze pleading. Having come to know Li Xian over the past couple of days, Lu Qi realized he was not an ordinary man and that his methods could be ruthless, something Bai Gu could not afford to provoke. Initially inclined to retaliate, Li Xian merely let out a cold snort. Let us not dwell on this. The clothes in this store are quite appealing. Pick a few out. And I shall cover the cost, he suggested to Lu Qi. Lu Qi shook her head. These clothes are far too expensive, and you need to buy them for me. I care for Duo willingly. She calls me Auntie. Bai Gu scoffed, what a show? Each piece here costs upwards of 10,000. Can you truly afford them? Upon hearing this, Lu Qi gasped, quickly clutching Li Xian's sleeve in fear that he might act impulsively. The onlookers exchanged knowing glances. Sensing that Li Xian was somewhat cornered by Bai Gu's confrontation, thus feeling compelled to purchase clothing for Lu Qi. Yet, could he truly afford the garments in this Gucci store? Li Xian pondered momentarily before extracting a card from his pocket. I have 100 million in this card. That should suffice. Wow, 100 million. The surrounding crowd gasped, unable to suppress their astonishment. 100 million was a staggering sum, even among many wealthy heirs present. None could casually carry such liquidity. The crowd regarded him skeptically. While they mingled with Baigu and hailed from respectable families, they were no fools easily swayed by bluster. A casually dressed young man with a handmade watch worth nearly $1 million scoffed. 100 million? That must be Zimbabwean currency. His jest sent ripples of laughter through the crowd. At that moment, a frail man with glasses timidly spoke up. That card appears to be from Huadu Bank as Supreme Card. Who is speaking? It turned out to be a Chong. Have you ever seen a Supreme Card? The young man, Guochunyang, replied with disdain. He was close to Bai Ge and had been captivated by Lu Qi's beauty upon their previous encounters. However, knowing Lu Qi had caught the eye of He Jingqiao, he had kept his feelings hidden. Now that the He family had fallen from grace, his interest was rekindled. Seeing this young man attempt to buy clothes for his goddess made him uncomfortable. I once visited the Huang family with my father, and their head, Huang Binchu, possessed such a card. Huh, a Chong, you've always been slightly myopic, and they say the Supreme Card is limited to fewer than 100 issued. In Chuzhou, fewer than 10 are eligible. Do you really believe this punk could own one? A Chong's confidence began to waver. Meanwhile, Li Xian had already selected over a dozen outfits, asserting, "Wrap them all up for me." The staff stood in stunned silence, unaccustomed to such an assertive approach. No fitting. Just immediate purchases. Guochunyang, feigning concern, cautioned, "Brother, these clothes must total several $100,000 if your card can't cover it. You might find it difficult to leave the store." Li Xian shot him a cold glare. "You sure talk a lot." In the next instant, an invisible force radiated from his gaze, compressing the air into a palpable tension. Like a sword, it struck Guochunyang's shoulder. Boom. Guochunyang felt an overwhelming force crash into him, a sharp pain causing him to scream in agony as the energy pierced through his shoulder, blood seeping forth. The nearby staff were rendered speechless, still trying to comprehend the situation, as Li Xian handed the card to one of them. "No need to inform me of the total. Just swipe the card." Chapter 20. Such arrogance in that moment. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Every face reflected sheer terror. Although the details were obscured, it was evident to all that this was undoubtedly related to Li Xian. What was particularly unsettling was that Li Xian had not even moved. Yet Guochunyang's shoulder had been pierced. What a bizarre technique. Those who had previously mocked Li Xian felt a chill run down their spines. Bai Ge, in particular, was overwhelmed by a sense of dread, her scalp prickling with fear. She was fortunate that Lu Qi had intervened. Otherwise, she might have faced a fate even worse than Guochunyang's. As she lifted her gaze, she found Li Xian's cold stare fixed upon her, prompting her to instinctively retreat 2 steps, as if she were plummeting into an endless abyss. At that moment, Li Xian's phone rang. It was Huang Jiatai calling. Certainly, Huang Jiatai would not dare to disturb Li Xian unless it was of utmost importance. Upon answering, he stated, "Senior, the news regarding the Sanyang fruit you asked me to investigate has arrived. It is located in the forest at the border between Chuzhou and Qingzhou. Would you like to head there now?" Hearing about the Sanyang fruit, Li Xian's expression brightened. It seemed that Huang Jiatai was indeed a valuable subordinate, demonstrating remarkable efficiency in his tasks. "I am at the shopping center in Tianjie. Come here now," Li Xian instructed before ending the call. He then noticed a server standing nearby, holding a card machine in one hand and a bank card in the other, looking rather perplexed. With a shake of his head, Li Xian inquired about the amount and proceeded to swipe his card on the machine, entering his password. Ding! The sound of a successful transaction echoed, followed by the whir of a printer churning out a series of receipts, which fell to the ground like white feathers. The atmosphere was hushed, save for the sound of printing orders reverberating in the space. Had the previous transaction of hundreds of thousands gone through effortlessly, it would have astounded the onlookers. However, in juxtaposition to Li Xian's mysterious abilities, this seemed utterly trivial. "Chunyang, how did you get hurt?" A chilling voice broke the silence. A young man strode forward, flanked by several bodyguards clad in black. Upon reaching Guochunyang, the youth's gaze hardened at the sight of blood streaming from his shoulder. "Lu Ge." Guochunyang's face lit up with relief upon seeing the young man. Lu Wei, the scion of the Lu family and one of the 7 prominent youths of Chuzhou, elicited gasps of recognition from the crowd. Lu Wei and Guochunyang shared a close bond, often engaging in nefarious deeds together. The Lu family was not only wealthy, but also held significant influence within the authorities. "Brother, who injured you?" "I will seek retribution," Lu Wei declared loudly, his 4 keen-eyed bodyguards radiating an intimidating aura. "It was him." Guochunyang tremulously pointed at Li Xian. Instantly, Lu Wei's demeanor shifted as his icy gaze locked onto Li Xian. His bodyguards swiftly surrounded Li Xian, creating an imposing barrier. Lu Wei's voice was laced with menace as he proclaimed, "To dare harm my brother, you truly seek death. Disable him." With that order, the 4 bodyguards lunged towards Li Xian. Boom. The bodyguards, well trained and equipped by the Lu family, included 2 former mercenaries with blood on their hands. Seeking death, Li Xian scoffed, raising his hand. In a swift motion, akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, the bodyguards were toppled to the ground, their cries of pain echoing in the air. Lu Wei's pupils constricted at the scene. Guo Chunyang hastily warned, "Lu Gu, this guy is no ordinary opponent. He didn't even touch me, and my shoulder is already injured. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lu Wei's body quivered at the realization. To be capable of injuring someone from a distance was not a power he could afford to provoke. The individual before him might very well be a practitioner. His father had repeatedly cautioned him against crossing paths with such extraordinary beings, as it could spell disaster for their family. Not long ago, the He family had been annihilated, rumored to have angered a practitioner. It was over. Lu Wei felt a profound sense of dread. Li Xian's next words plunged Lu Wei further into despair. "What are the 7 prominent youths of Chuzhou? I, Li Xian, can take your life at this very moment." The surrounding crowd fell into a stupor, stunned by his audacity. Just then, a commanding voice resonated with authority, "To slay a mere Lu Wei. There is no need for the senior to dirty his hands. I, Huang Jiantai, am willing to take on the task." Chapter 21. Kill him. Upon hearing the name Huang Jiantai, Lu Wei's body involuntarily trembled. As one of the 7 prominent figures of Chuzhou, how could he be unaware of the Huang family's dominion? If he knew of the Huang family, how could he not recognize Huang Jiantai, the very architect of their illustrious legacy? In the past, Huang Jiantai wielded unparalleled power in Chuzhou, and those who dared oppose him often vanished without a trace. Eventually, he passed the family head position to his son, Huang Benshu, gradually fading from the public eye. Yet, his formidable reputation continued to echo throughout Chuzhou's circles. Lu Wei stiffly turned around, and upon seeing Huang Jiatai's visage, he nearly collapsed to the ground. It was indeed Huang Jiatai. How could he possibly be here? He immediately forced a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. "Grandfather Huang, what brings you here?" Lu Wei lowered his stance. But Huang Jiantai showed no sign of appreciation. "What are you, to address me as grandfather?" With that, he struck Lu Wei, sending him flying several meters away. Lu Wei, nearly 1.8 meters tall, soared through the air, leaving everyone around stunned. Huang Jiatai, however, did not spare Lu Wei a glance and walked straight to Li Xian. "Senior, the location has been confirmed. We can depart at any moment." Li Xian nodded and turned to his daughter. Duo, I need to step out for a moment. Can you return home with Aunt Lucy?" "Okay, Daddy, but when you come back, I want to eat braised pomelo," she replied. "No problem, you little glutton." Li Xian pinched her chubby cheek and entrusted Duo to Lucy. At that moment, the surrounding crowd was utterly petrified, especially Bai Ge, whose expression was one of sheer disbelief, as if caught in a dream. She stared at Li Xian, unable to fathom the scene before her. How could this useless man, who had abandoned his wife, possibly know the patriarch of the Huang family, and why was Huang Jiantai speaking to him with such deference? Meanwhile, Bai Ji's friends were equally stunned. Among them, Guo Chunyang, who lay on the ground, felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he had truly encountered an insurmountable barrier. "Senior, how shall we deal with that Lu?" Huang Jiantai inquired. "Kill him," Li Xian replied nonchalantly. "Kill him." At this, Bai Ge and the others' hearts collectively skipped a beat. Such a casual utterance for a life, it was unfathomable. After all, he was a human being, not merely a chicken. Lu Wei, still on the ground, felt an icy dread seep into his very core. Just as he attempted to protest, several cloaked figures emerged from the shadows, seizing his arms and dragging him away. One could only imagine the grim fate awaiting him in a deserted corner. In that moment, every face reflected sheer horror. Li Xian, accompanied by Huang Jiantai, strode away, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. After a long pause, Bai Ge finally regained her senses. "Lucy, what on earth is happening?" Lucy sighed. Li Xian is no longer the Li Xian he once was. "Bai Ge, I understand you are a lady of a prestigious family, raised in luxury. But you must temper your temperament. Were it not for your close ties to Qin Xian and my care for Duo, Li Xian would have ensured your fate was far worse than Lu Wei's today." These words struck Bai Ge like a bolt of lightning, causing her to sway slightly. A wave of dread washed over her, realizing how close she had come to disaster, having brushed against the gates of death. At that moment, Luqi's phone rang. It was her father, Lu Youguang. Typically reserved, he rarely called. It was usually her mother, Zhang Meiwan, who contacted her. A knot of anxiety formed in her stomach. What could have happened at home? She quickly answered the call. A brief silence ensued, amplifying Luqi's unease, prompting her to ask, "Dad, what's wrong? Is something amiss with Xiaowei? Please tell me." "Daughter, I have wonderful news. Your brother is cured." On the other end, Lu Youguang struggled to contain his excitement, his voice trembling slightly. Luqi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Dad, what nonsense are you spouting? What happened? Is Xiaowei? Has he passed?" The words escaped her lips, nearly causing the phone to slip from her grasp. "No, your brother is truly well. After Li Xian's treatment, he can walk again. It's nothing short of a miracle." Luqi stood frozen, clutching the phone, as if caught in a surreal dream. Her brother had been suffering from bone cancer, and now, inexplicably, he was healed. Scooping up Duo, she hurriedly left, neglecting to bid farewell to Bai Gu and the others. She needed to return and uncover the truth of this astonishing revelation. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiyuan and his subordinates spotted a Rolls-Royce parked outside the shopping mall. "Boss, that's the Rolls-Royce," one bodyguard pointed out. Zhou Jiyuan's excitement surged as he instructed his men, "Quick, check if my attire is presentable. I must leave a good impression on this distinguished individual." "Boss, your outfit is immaculate," the bodyguard began, only to be abruptly cut off. Li Xian, accompanied by Huang Jiantai, approached and entered the vehicle. As the Rolls-Royce started, several other cars followed closely behind, all filled with members of the hidden guards. "Is that the patriarch of the Huang family?" Zhou Jiyuan rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unsure if he was imagining things. The patriarch was a legendary figure in Chuzhou, and Zhou Jiyuan could hardly aspire to meet the current head, Huang Benchu. "Boss, I think I just saw the elder Huang acting as a chauffeur for that esteemed individual," the bodyguard whispered. Zhou Jiyuan nodded, his eyes wide open. He realized that having Huang Jiangtai personally drive was a testament to the formidable nature of this individual. He resolved to find a way to forge a connection with him. Chapter 22. Crossing this line means death. Huang Jiangtai was at the wheel of a Rolls-Royce, while Li Xian reclined in the back seat, eyes closed in contemplation. Following closely behind were 8 black sedans, their formation exuding an air of intimidation. The convoy departed from Chuzhou City, heading towards Qingzhou. The location of the elusive Sanyang fruit lay nestled within the mountains between Chuzhou and Qingzhou. Huang Jiatai only had word of its existence but had yet to behold it himself. It was a group of adventurous hikers who had stumbled upon the Sanyang fruit, but they soon fell prey to wild beasts in the vicinity. Upon their return, they shared photographs online, seeking to identify the peculiar plant, which subsequently garnered widespread attention. Coincidentally, as Huang Jiantai was on the lookout for the Sanyang fruit, news of its discovery surfaced online. Li Xian nodded in acknowledgement. "Once we procure the Sanyang fruit, I shall refine a pill. I will ensure to reserve one for you, which, upon consumption, will aid you in attaining the innate state." At these words, Huang Jiangtai's hands trembled with excitement. He had lingered at the pinnacle of mastery for many years, retreating in solitude to seek a breakthrough that had always eluded him. As time passed, he had nearly abandoned hope, yet here was Li Xian, suggesting he could facilitate his ascent to the coveted innate state, a realm fervently sought by countless cultivators. "Drive carefully," Li Xian said with an air of calm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Huang Jiangtai promptly nodded and continued down the road. After half an hour, they approached the outskirts of Chuzhou, only to find their speed suddenly curtailed. Li Xian opened his eyes to survey the scene ahead, where a blockade had been established, preventing passage. Several individuals clad in black, adorned with tiger insignias, halted all vehicles attempting to proceed. The Tiger Guard, a contingent of the Chuzhou governor's office, had no business enacting road closures. Such matters fell under the purview of the transportation department. "What is going on ahead?" Huang Jiatai inquired, rolling down his window to ask a driver who had ventured forward for information. "They say there's a military exercise in the mountains, and no vehicles are allowed entry." The driver replied, visibly displeased. "Is there a detour?" Huang Jiangtai pressed further. The driver shook his head. "No use. Other routes are also blocked. I came from another entrance, hoping for better luck, but it seems this job is a no-go." Huang Jiantai turned to Li Xian. "Given the presence of the Tiger Guard and the roadblock, it is highly likely the Chuzhou governor has also set his sights on the Sanyang fruit. Can we breach the blockade?" "That may not be necessary. The Tiger Guard would not dare impede my progress. I shall instruct them to remove the obstacle," Li Xian asserted, pulling out his phone to command. Have them clear the roadblock. The driver, who was about to re-enter his vehicle, was momentarily taken aback. Was it wise to make such a bold claim? Had they truly believed wealth could grant them immunity? The Tiger Guard was no ordinary force. They would likely regret their arrogance. The driver slammed his door shut and rolled down his window, adopting a look of curiosity. At that moment, a captain from the hidden guard approached the blockade and coldly instructed, "Clear the roadblock." The Tiger Guard, taken aback, retorted, "Do you not see? This road is under direct orders from the governor's office. You cannot simply demand we move it." Without further ado, the hidden guard captain revealed a black gold token. "I give you 3 minutes to contact your superior. If the road is not cleared within 3 minutes, we will force our way through." With that, he pocketed the token. The Tiger Guard, though displeased by the captain's audacity, complied and swiftly contacted their superior. Upon reporting the situation regarding the token, their expressions quickly shifted to alarm. They hastily directed their men to clear the roadblock and allow the hidden guard's vehicles to pass. The scene left the onlookers, including the driver, in stunned silence. Had the Tiger Guard truly yielded? Surely, they had not misjudged the situation. These were officials from the governor's office. The Rolls-Royce and the 8 following vehicles soon passed through the blockade. Meanwhile, within another black sedan, an elderly man furrowed his brow. The black gold token of Chuzhou belongs to the hidden guard. A notable figure must be aboard that vehicle. Beside him, a young woman, brimming with curiosity, asked, "Grandfather, should we follow them to see where they go?" The elder shook his head. To summon the highest rank of the hidden guard for personal escort is beyond our means. With that, he closed his eyes, fully aware of his limitations. Though Wang Jiangtai resided in Chuzhou, his influence spanned across 3 provinces and 72 cities, casting a shadow over all of Jiangnan. To provoke him would be a fool's errand. Unbeknownst to them, had they recognized the driver as Huang Jiangtai, their astonishment would surely have been amplified. Once past the blockade, the convoy ventured deep into the mountains. Beyond this point, vehicles could proceed no further, necessitating their descent on foot. According to reports, the Sanyang fruit lay just ahead in the valley. Huang Jiangtai pointed forward. But scarcely had he spoken when a dozen figures emerged from the sides, blocking their path. Commander Ing Luo of the Tiger Guard is conducting operations here. Unauthorized personnel are advised to keep their distance. The leading Tiger Guard captain unsheathed his sword, drawing a line in the dirt. "Cross this line, and you shall die." Before the captain's words had fully settled, Li Xian stepped forward, crossing the line with deliberate ease. Chapter 23. Innate level you seek death. The captain had not anticipated that Li Xian would exhibit such audacity. With a furious roar, he swung his blade towards Li Xian. Yet, before even closing the distance, he felt an overwhelming force surge forth. Almost instantly, he was hurled backwards by an invisible energy, crashing several meters away, his weapon flying from his grasp and embedding itself in a nearby tree trunk. The other members of the Tiger Guards attempted to charge, but were unable to approach within 3 meters of Li Xian before being repelled by the same unseen force. Meanwhile, Li Xian strolled forward with an air of nonchalance, unimpeded on his path. At that moment, the members of the Tiger Guards were filled with astonishment, realizing they had encountered someone extraordinary. Even the hidden guards displayed expressions of surprise, for they had never witnessed Li Xian in action, and only now comprehended the terror of the young man who commanded such deference from their lord. Throughout the encounter, Li Xian remained motionless. Yet the Tiger Guards were cast aside as if by a legendary force known as True Qi, a technique possessed only by formidable masters. Huang Jiangtai, unfazed, trailed behind Li Xian, continuing deeper into the valley. No member of the Tiger Guards dared to obstruct their passage. Before long, Li Xian found himself in a valley teeming with over 20 individuals. In addition to the Tiger Guards, there were several unidentified martial artists, presumably also drawn by the allure of the Sanyang fruit. Among them, a middle-aged man distinguished by his attire, a golden tiger embroidered on his chest, was none other than Ing Luo, the 3rd commander of the Tiger Guards. Upon seeing Li Xian approach, Ing Luo's expression darkened. What was the external Tiger Guard doing, allowing this individual to breach the valley? With a swift glance at his subordinates, Ing Luo signaled them to draw their blades and encircle Li Xian. Just then, Huang Jiangtai made his presence known, coldly interjecting, "Third Commander, do you intend to wage war against my hidden pavilion?" Upon recognizing Huang Jiangtai, Ing Luo's countenance shifted dramatically as he hurriedly paid his respects. "I pay my respects to the esteemed Huang family head. Officially, the governor's office held power in Chuzhou. Yet those privy to the true dynamics knew that Huang Jiangtai's hidden pavilion was the true authority. Even the governor would show deference to Huang Jiangtai, let alone a mere commander. Mr. Li is my esteemed guest. Are you contemplating an assault on him? Huang Jiangtai's voice carried an unmistakable weight. And no, I would never dare. Ing Luo stammered, bowing his head. The tiger guards promptly sheathed their weapons, and several nearby martial artists exhibited expressions of astonishment. Li Xian's gaze, however, had already fixated on a cave entrance 100 meters away, particularly on a herb at its mouth. The herb bore 3 vibrant red fruits, swaying gracefully in the wind. The very sanyang fruit Li Xian sought. I presume you are also here for the sanyang fruit, but regrettably, it cannot be yours. However, to ensure your efforts are not in vain, my hidden pavilion shall offer you some form of compensation, Huang Jiangtai declared with an air of authority, unequivocally asserting the fruit's ownership and quelling any further ambitions. Ing Luo's face displayed a hint of conflict. What? Are you dissatisfied? Huang Jiangtai's brow furrowed. In the martial world, strength reigns supreme. As the de facto ruler of Chuzhou, Huang Jiangtai could seize it openly without fear of reprisal. And his offer of compensation was already a display of propriety. Moreover, natural treasures were inherently unclaimed. Whoever seized them would rightfully possess them. Ing Luo quickly waved his hands. I would never dare to voice any objections. However, the reason no one has dared to collect the sanyang fruit thus far is due to a ferocious python guarding the cave. Before your arrival, a martial artist attempted to seize it and met a swift demise. The strength of that python likely reaches the innate stage. Ing Luo was not exaggerating. Were there no threat, the sanyang fruit would have been harvested long ago. The sight of a fellow martial artist falling victim to the monstrous serpent had left them searching for alternative strategies. It was common knowledge that celestial materials and earthly treasures were often protected by spirit beasts, but Huang Jiangtai was not surprised. What astonished him was that the guardian spirit beast had attained the innate level. Innate warriors could exceed 100 meters per second, manifesting true chi that rendered firearms ineffective. Moreover, ferocious beasts possessed physical prowess that vastly surpassed that of human martial artists, especially the serpentine variety, renowned for their formidable defenses. It was no wonder Ing Luo and his companions hesitated to advance. Even Huang Jiangtai might find himself at a disadvantage should he confront it. Huang family had. With such a fearsome creature guarding it, acquiring the sanyang fruit will prove exceedingly difficult. However, innate ferocious beasts possess treasures beyond measure. If we could deploy heavy artillery for a concentrated assault, we might have a chance at slaying it. Yet, such bombardment would undoubtedly damage the sanyang fruit. Ing Luo articulated his thoughts, revealing the root of his reluctance to depart. Initially, he had hoped to monopolize the spoils of the ferocious beast, but now, with Huang Jiangtai's arrival, he merely desired a share of the bounty. Huang Jiangtai did not respond but turned inquiring eyes towards Li Xian. To his astonishment, Li Xian had already begun striding toward the cave entrance. Do not approach, Ing Luo exclaimed urgently. Once you come within 30 meters of the entrance, it will undoubtedly alert the ferocious python. Nevertheless, Li Xian showed no signs of hesitation, crossing into the 30-meter threshold. Boom! In the next moment, a foul stench erupted from the cave entrance, followed by the emergence of a colossal shadow. A massive serpent's head, its eyes glowing like red lanterns, appeared. The creature's length exceeded 10 meters, equivalent to the height of a 3-story building, and that was merely half its body. In the presence of such a behemoth, all felt their insignificance. Chapter 24. Slaying the fierce python. At the very moment the formidable python emerged, the countenances of all present underwent a dramatic transformation. That colossal serpent's head exuded a palpable aura of ferocity, sending chills racing through their hearts. Almost simultaneously, several martial artists and members of the Tiger Guards instinctively retreated. Even the members of the Hidden Guards tensed up in response. The massive serpent raised its head high, its body thicker than a barrel, its ebony scales shimmering with a hint of coldness. Its vertical pupils, sinister and terrifying, fixated intently on Li Xian below. The blood-red tongue flicked in and out, as if poised to strike at any moment. Yet, Li Xian did not falter in his steps. Instead, he proceeded directly to the location of the sanyang fruit. Squatting down to pluck it, he was truly mad, cursed the third commander of the Tiger Guards, Ing Luo. With the giant python's appearance, Li Xian should have retreated immediately. Yet he dared to approach the fruit. Was he courting death? Even a master at the pinnacle of the realm, like Huang Jiangtai, could not withstand a single blow from a python of such innate strength, unless he was stronger than Huang Jiangtai. However, Among the young powerhouses in Chuzhou and the entire Jiangnan region, only 3 had reached the transformation stage, and none had attained the master realm, let alone a strength surpassing that of a master. Ying Luo felt utterly at a loss. This giant python existed solely to guard the Sanyang fruit. To pluck it would undoubtedly enrage the creature beyond measure. In that instance, not even the divine could save him. Seeing Li Xian audaciously attempting to seize its treasure, the fierce python was thoroughly provoked, its gaping maw revealing razor-sharp teeth akin to a row of deadly blades. Its body launched forward like an arrow released from a taut bowstring, hurtling towards Li Xian with astonishing speed. This spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Even Huang Jiangtai, who was well aware of Li Xian's prowess, felt his heart race. At that moment, Li Xian slowly lifted his head, curled his fingers, and gently flicked them towards the giant python. Whoosh! In the next instant, a surge of energy erupted from his fingertips, instantly coalescing into a line. The sound of air being sliced was barely perceptible to many. Suddenly, the python's massive body froze, its neck appearing to be severed cleanly by a divine weapon. Its head dropped vertically, a smooth, precise wound forming at its neck, followed by a torrent of blood gushing forth. The enormous python's body thudded heavily to the ground. And although its head had been decapitated, it continued to writhe violently, blood spraying everywhere. Li Xian uprooted the Sanyang grass and enveloped the fruit in a soft yellow glow emanating from his palm. With a flick of his hand, the Sanyang fruit vanished into thin air. Although his storage ring had been shattered upon his return, the art of spatial manipulation was second nature to Li Xian. At this moment, the surroundings fell into a profound silence, everyone profoundly shaken by the scene they had just witnessed. Ying Luo stammered, "The energy can kill, slaying an innate beast in an instant. This is a forbidden powerhouse." Everyone was left in stunned disbelief. A forbidden powerhouse. Such figures were legendary, existing only in tales. Yet here they were, witnessing one in the flesh. Li Xian then turned to Huang Jiangtai and instructed, "Have someone transport this behemoth's corpse back. I require the serpent's gall. The rest is for you to handle." Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Huang Jiangtai finally regained his composure and quickly clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Understood. He then signaled to the hidden guards. A few individuals promptly approached to surround the corpse. Given the python's immense size, they could not transport it alone. Their role was merely to safeguard it temporarily against potential theft. However, their actions seemed somewhat redundant. Having witnessed Li Xian's might, no one dared to covet the python's remains. Li Xian, however, paid no mind to the proceedings on site. With a single step, his entire form transformed into a fleeting shadow, as if traversing through space itself. Vanishing from sight. "I shall await you by the vehicle," Li Xian's voice echoed through the valley. This scene left everyone in a state of shock and disbelief. What manner of technique was this? Even a forbidden powerhouse could not achieve such feats, could they? Was he perhaps of a realm even beyond that of forbidden powerhouses? The members of the hidden guards were equally entranced, their gazes vacant. Meanwhile, Ying Luo's face turned pale. The realization that he had previously considered taking action against Li Xian filled him with dread. Had it not been for Huang Jiangtai's timely intervention, he might now have been severed from his head. Only Huang Jiangtai wore a faint smile. Aligning with Li Xian was undoubtedly the most astute decision of his life. The python's corpse was merely the beginning. Further benefits awaited. "You all must contact someone to transport the body back," Huang Jiangtai commanded before hastily making his way out of the valley. Once Huang Jiangtai departed, Ying Luo remained rooted in place. At that moment, the captain who had been injured by Li Xian rushed in, seeking to apologize to Ying Luo. "Third Commander, that individual was likely a forbidden powerhouse. We could not stop him from intruding." Before he could finish, Ying Luo interrupted him with a wave of his hand, gesturing towards the decapitated python. "Just now." With a mere flick of his finger, he dispatched that beast. "So he truly is a forbidden powerhouse." The captain gasped in astonishment. Yet Ying Luo shook his head. "He is likely stronger than a forbidden powerhouse." "What?" The captain stood frozen in shock. Stronger than a forbidden powerhouse? What kind of existence was that? It surpassed his understanding entirely. Meanwhile, as Lu Qi returned home with Duo, she was astounded to find her brother strolling in the yard. Half an hour later, they arrived at the city's best hospital for tumor treatment. Once the test results were revealed, the family stared in disbelief. Lu Wei's bone tumor had completely vanished. Aside from a slight weakness, he was no different from a healthy individual. This revelation sent the entire family into a frenzy of excitement. When they mentioned Lu Wei's past battle with bone cancer, the doctors promptly dismissed them, unable to believe such a claim. On the return journey, Lu Qi's mind was awash with images of Li Xian. He was an enigma, a figure shrouded in countless mysteries. Chapter 25. Alchemy as Li Xian vanquished the ferocious python. Within a grand villa near the seaside of Chuzhou City, a physician was tending to Tian Xiaojuan's wounds. At the periphery of the hall stood a row of solemn-faced bodyguards clad in black suits. In the center of the hall sat a distinguished man with slightly graying hair. Adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, his countenance grave. He was Tian Xiaojuan's father, Tian Wenyong. Although the Tian family was not among the top families in Chuzhou, they ranked within the top 30. Tian Wenyong was a man of considerable acumen, having risen from humble beginnings to establish the formidable Tian clan. Surrounding Tian Wenyong were his subordinates, who, while ostensibly high-ranking executives in the family business, were little more than a band of well-dressed ruffians. In Chuzhou, no one dared to disrespect Tian Wenyong's son. Thus, the news of his broken wrist sent shockwaves through all his associates. At that moment, a man seated to the left spoke up. "Boss, based on Xiaojuan's account and the security guard statements, the individuals who harmed him are formidable. And they audaciously demanded 3 million in compensation from the Tian family. Their background must be considerable. Old Su, you are merely boosting others' confidence while undermining our own. How could my nephew's injury be in vain?" A burly man bellowed in dissatisfaction. "When did I say we wouldn't seek vengeance? I merely suggested we proceed with caution." The middle-aged man named Su retorted, visibly irate. "Enough," Tian Wenyong interjected, silencing the room. "Old Su is correct. Knowing my family's reputation, yet still issuing such threats cannot be taken lightly. However, my son's grievances must be avenged. The notion that the Tian family should apologize is utterly absurd. Since they have summoned us to make amends in 3 days, we shall indeed go. But not to offer apologies, rather to demand their lives." With that declaration, Tian Wenyong rose from his seat. "Take good care of Xiaojun. I am stepping out." He mentioned that Ning Laowu of the Silver Shark Gang owed him a personal favor. Although he had initially hesitated to leverage this connection, circumstances now compelled him to do so. The mere mention of Ning Laowu's name eased the earlier tension in Su's furrowed brow. The leader of the Silver Shark Gang was rumored to be no ordinary martial artist, but rather a half-cultivator. On the return journey, Huang Jiatai drove, his mind still swirling with thoughts of Li Xian's displayed prowess. Initially believing Li Xian to be a forbidden powerhouse, it now appeared that he surpassed even those formidable figures. The Huang family had indeed struck fortunate to ally with such an extraordinary individual. Meanwhile, Li Xian rested in the back seat, contemplating the elixir he could concoct upon obtaining the 3 young fruit. "Huang Jiatai, do you know of any alchemical furnaces in Chuzhou?" Li Xian inquired. With his abilities, he could create divine pills even in a mere broken pot, but having a proper furnace would be ideal. "Senior wishes to refine elixirs? We possess an alchemical chamber within our hidden sanctuary, complete with a furnace crafted from mysterious iron, available for your use," Huang Jiatai replied. "A furnace of mysterious iron?" Li Xian mused, slightly furrowing his brow. In the realm of cultivation, such a furnace was considered inferior. However, given that this was Earth, having a furnace made of mysterious iron was still commendable. "Let me there," he commanded. "Yes," Huang Jiatai nodded, promptly redirecting the vehicle towards the Huang estate. As the true rulers of Chuzhou, the imposing crimson gates of the Huang family exuded grandeur. The car drove straight in and halted within the courtyard. Huang Jiatai personally opened the door for Li Xian, an act that astonished the guards stationed around the estate. At that moment, a middle-aged man hurried over. "Father, I heard you have returned." His gaze fell upon Li Xian, and perplexed by the stranger's presence, he was introduced by Huang Jiatai. "This is Senior Li." Upon hearing the title Senior, Huang Binchu's body tensed, and he promptly bowed in respect. "I am Huang Binchu, your humble nephew. Honored to meet you." The fact that Huang Binchu, belonging to the same generation as Li Xian's parents, referred to himself as a nephew struck Li Xian as somewhat peculiar. Nonetheless, he brushed aside the oddity and addressed Huang Jiatai. "Lead the way." Of course, Huang Jiatai agreed, leading the way while Huang Binchu respectfully followed, discreetly observing Li Xian's stature. Having already heard rumors of his father's association with a forbidden powerhouse, Huang Binchu was taken aback by the youthfulness of such an extraordinary figure. The 3 arrived at the Huang family's backyard, where Huang Jiatai deftly twisted a stone, causing a large door to slowly open, revealing a straight passage descending underground. As they stepped into the passage, a fragrant aroma of herbs filled the air. The Huang family's alchemical chamber is located 600 meters underground. where a subterranean fire vein provides an excellent environment for alchemy, Wang Jiangtai explained. As they ventured deeper, a wave of intense heat enveloped them. Numerous individuals were bustling about, selecting various medicinal herbs. Li Xian, with a sweep of his consciousness, realized that this underground realm housed 5 alchemical chambers, each equipped with a furnace. The innermost chamber contained the largest and highest quality furnace. Wang Jiatai elaborated, the failure rate in alchemy is exceedingly high, even with 5 furnaces operating around the clock. The yield remains pitifully low, insufficient for the many experts in our hidden sanctuary. Li Xian nodded, having deduced as much without needing Huang Jiangtai's input. The skills of these alchemists likely fell short of even the apprentices of any prestigious alchemical sect, making high success rates improbable. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the existence of a subterranean fire vein, which could be utilized not only for alchemy, but also for cultivation. Reaching the central area, Li Xian noted a well from which not water, but molten lava surged. As he approached the fiery well, the temperature soared unbearably, as though it could incinerate a person. Suddenly, a flame erupted from the well, unleashing a terrifying heat wave akin to a fire dragon. Witnessing this spectacle, both the workers and the Huang father-son duo paled and hastily retreated. The flames were alarmingly intense, even for cultivators to endure. Huang Binshu exclaimed, "Senior, be careful." Yet, Li Xian remained unfazed. Just as the flames neared his form, he lifted his fair hand. In an instant, the flames transformed into a docile kitten, halting before him and dancing in rhythm with the movements of his hand. Li Xian stood as the sovereign of fire, commanding all flames to heed his call. This astonishing display left onlookers, including Huang Binshu, in utter shock. Chapter 26. The omen. Li Xian deftly manipulated the flames with his fingers. The presence of a fire vein in this location brought him immense joy. Among the many spells he practiced, a significant number belonged to the fire element. Cultivating here would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Soon, with a downward gesture, the flames returned entirely to the fire well. This display of control had already left the onlookers wide-eyed. Previously, Huang Binshu had heard rumors of his father's association with a taboo powerhouse, but could not grasp the true horror of such an entity, as they were mere legends, unseen by anyone. However, witnessing this scene unveiled the extraordinary opportunity that the Huang family had acquired. The flames, capable of melting steel into molten iron, obeyed Li Xian's commands as if he were a deity. "Senior, there are 5 alchemy chambers in this underground realm, with the highest quality Xian iron furnace located in the innermost chamber," Huang Jiangtai explained. Having already witnessed Li Xian's prowess, he was not as astonished as others and quickly regained his composure. Li Xian nodded and proceeded directly into the chamber. As he passed the other alchemy rooms, the alchemists inside cast curious glances at him, unaware of the commotion that had just transpired outside, only hearing a ruckus. Li Xian continued his stride. Arriving at the entrance of the innermost alchemy chamber, Huang Jiangtai opened the door, revealing an elderly man in a white robe, exuding an air of immortality. Upon seeing Huang Jiangtai, the elder merely nodded slightly, not bowing as the other members of the hidden hall typically would. "This is Elder Chen, the most formidable alchemist in our hidden hall," Huang Jiangtai introduced. Almost all high-quality elixirs produced by the hidden hall are crafted by Elder Chen. Alchemists are rare, and those who can produce high-quality elixirs are even rarer, justifying his esteemed status. The entire hidden hall likely reveres him. Li Xian nodded and walked straight into the alchemy chamber, leaving Elder Chen somewhat bewildered as he exchanged a puzzled glance with Huang Jiangtai. "Palace Master," Huang Jiangtai explained, "Senior Li intends to use this alchemy furnace for his concoction. Can he really refine elixirs at such a young age?" Elder Chen said in surprise. It was not surprising that he reacted this way. The art of alchemy was profound and intricate. Even Elder Chen had only begun to grasp it in his 40s. Li Xian appeared far too youthful. "Senior Li possesses tremendous abilities. Of course, he can refine elixirs," Huang Jiangtai asserted. He too had his doubts, recognizing that even taboo powerhouses were not necessarily adept in alchemy. Elder Chen nodded, remaining silent but showing no intention of leaving. Instead, he curiously observed from the side. Li Xian retrieved the materials for the alchemy process, in addition to a plethora of auxiliary herbs. As soon as he unveiled the king of ginseng and the sanyang fruit, Elder Chen's eyes widened. As an alchemist, he understood the extraordinary nature of these 2 ingredients. While ginseng was impressive, the sanyang fruit was considered a spirit herb. Finally, Elder Chen could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "Young man, These materials you intend to use are extraordinarily precious. Would you like me to assist you in refining them? As a seasoned alchemist who had spent half a lifetime crafting elixirs, he had never before had the opportunity to work with such rare materials. And now he felt an itch to get involved. However, Li Xian shook his head decisively. There is no need. The elixir I seek cannot be produced by you. Huang Jiatai and Huang Binchu exchanged awkward glances upon hearing this. Li Xian's words seemed rather impolite. Elder Qin's expression darkened. As the only advanced alchemist in the hidden hall, he was unparalleled throughout Jiangnan province. To be belittled in such a manner was utterly intolerable. His beard quivered with indignation. You dare to look down upon me? Pray tell. What elixir are you attempting to refine? An elixir that even I cannot produce? Do you truly believe a mere novice like you can accomplish it? You will only waste such precious materials. Though Elder Chun was furious, he was even more distressed about the precious materials, which were indeed treasures. The so-called high-quality elixirs you speak of are, in my eyes, no better than herbal dregs. Stand by and observe carefully as an alchemist. It is your honor to witness my craft. Li Xian replied calmly. Your anger is unfounded. Elder Chun's temper flared further. Such arrogance. Young people were becoming increasingly brazen. Huang Jiatai, fearing that Elder Qin might offend Li Xian, hurriedly tugged at Elder Qin's sleeve, whispering, Senior Li is a significant figure. It would be wise to temper your words. Although Elder Chun was somewhat irritable and proud, he was not foolish. Recognizing Huang Jiatai's tone, he chose to suppress his anger, crossing his arms and resolutely deciding to observe how this young man would embarrass himself. If the youth squandered the precious materials, he could take the opportunity to ridicule him. Li Xian, however, was unperturbed by Elder Qin's feelings, directly tossing the alchemy materials into the furnace. Elder Qin felt his heart bleed at this sight. The order of placing materials in alchemy held great significance. This young man seemed to treat it as a haphazard mix, squandering the precious resources. In that moment, Li Xian pointed gently at the base of the furnace. With a resounding boom, the stone cover that had sealed the fire passage was abruptly displaced, and flames surged forth. This stone cover, weighing nearly 1,000 pounds, typically required 5 or 6 people to move. Li Xian's action surprised Elder Qin, who realized that this young man was no ordinary individual. Yet he muttered, the fire cover cannot be fully opened, otherwise, the flames will erupt uncontrollably, and the temperature will be impossible to manage. This young man clearly lacks understanding and will waste these fine materials. At that moment, Li Xian began the alchemical process. The blazing flames danced in accordance with his gestures. Each time he pointed, a flame would appear at a precise location, obedient as a soldier obeying orders. He directed 8 flames to form an octagonal pattern, which began to rotate methodically. Simultaneously, the flames surging from the passage divided into 8 streams, merging into the 8 flames, creating a magnificent spectacle. The flames soared, and the temperature in the chamber soared alongside them. Soon, the entire furnace glowed a fiery red. With the materials within beginning to melt under the intense heat, Elder Qin's expression grew complex. He had never witnessed such a technique. Nevertheless, he retained a flicker of skepticism. It was said that formidable practitioners possessed various incredible abilities, but that did not imply they were adept at alchemy. Li Xian formed seals with his fingers, initiating the incantation, a faint glow appearing at his fingertips. Suddenly, he pointed at the furnace, causing all the elixir materials to levitate. The flame's temperature surged again, turning the chamber a vibrant red. As the flames consumed them, the materials visibly began to melt into liquid, slowly merging together. At that moment, Li Xian bellowed, all flames, heed my command, congeal the elixir. The instant his voice fell, the flames erupted. The fire within the passage coiled like a fire dragon, enveloping the entire furnace. Simultaneously, the elixir rapidly began to take shape within the furnace. Above the furnace, 4 ethereal manifestations emerged, the true dragon, the celestial phoenix, the black tortoise, and the vermilion bird. This spectacle left Huang Jiatai and his son, as well as Elder Qin, utterly dumbfounded. Is this the omen of forming an elixir? Elder Qin's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the phenomenon above the furnace, his expression filled with astonishment. The alchemy was not yet complete. Yet an omen had already appeared. Could this be a legendary divine-grade elixir? Moreover, the technique employed was utterly unprecedented, opening his eyes to an entirely new realm. Elder Qin's heart trembled intensely. At this moment, he was utterly convinced. He could hardly believe he was witnessing such an exquisite alchemical technique. His life was not in vain. As the flames surged, the elixir within was finally nearing completion. The fragrant aroma of the potion began to waft through the air, and with just a single inhalation, it was enough to elevate one's very soul. Chapter 27. Divine Elixirs. Li Xian stood before the alchemical furnace, patiently awaiting the culmination of his efforts. At this juncture, no further action was required from him. Flames enveloped the furnace, surging with increasing intensity, while the rich aroma of the elixir wafted through the air, evoking an ethereal sensation. At that moment, Elder Chen's voice trembled with astonishment. The mere scent alone was enough to induce such feelings. If this elixir were to be completed, it would truly be earth-shattering, perhaps even rivaling the mastery of the greatest alchemist of yore. Elder Chen was genuinely astounded, fortunate to witness such miraculous alchemical artistry in his lifetime. In front of the furnace, Li Xian gestured, and the ground fire began to recede slowly. In the next instant, the lid of the furnace was forcefully propelled open by the gas within. A brilliant orange elixir emerged before the onlookers, its potent fragrance invoking a sense of transcendence. Simultaneously, a beam of light ascended from the furnace, piercing through the thick layers of earth to illuminate the skies above the Huang family estate. Celestial manifestations, dragon, phoenix, tortoise, and vermilion bird, soared majestically in the air. The elixir was complete. In that moment, not only the denizens of the underground realm, but even the entire city of Chuzhou bore witness to the extraordinary phenomenon. Indeed, all the powerful beings across Jiangnan felt its resonance. On a distant peak, an elderly man clad in simple garments gazed toward Chuzhou, his eyes filled with disbelief. This was the manifestation of a completed elixir. How could it be? The old man's tone was laced with incredulity. A divine alchemist of such caliber was unheard of in the Dragon Kingdom. How could one possibly appear in Chuzhou? Elsewhere, a Taoist priest robed in traditional attire performed a divination with trembling fingertips. Yet, in the next moment, he coughed up blood, his eyes wide with terror. The alchemist could not be divined, as long as he resided within this realm of heavenly laws. Simultaneously, other reclusive beings were stirred from their seclusion. In the subterranean world of the Huang family, Li Xian raised his hand, and 5 elixirs floated before him, each inscribed with innate Tao patterns. They were indeed divine elixirs. Beside him, Elder Chun was nearly breathless with excitement. Even Huang Jiangtai and his son stared intently at the elixirs in Li Xian's grasp. Divine elixirs were legendary. Consuming one could greatly enhance a cultivator's prowess. Yet, despite the allure of the elixirs, the Huang father and son dared not entertain any ulterior motives. To covet the elixirs of someone like Li Xian would be tantamount to courting death. At that moment, Li Xian pointed, and one elixir soared towards Huang Jiangtai. For your diligent service, this elixir is bestowed upon you. With its aid, your strength shall undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiangtai was overcome with joy, his hands trembling as he prepared to kneel, only to be held aloft by an unseen force, unable to bend his knees. No need for such formalities, simply receive it. Thank you, esteemed elder, Huang Jiangtai said solemnly, cradling the elixir in his hands, inhaling its intoxicating aroma with a look of rapture. Even his son, Huang Binchu, displayed envy. At this juncture, Li Xian regarded the remaining 4 elixirs, murmuring, Luqin has cared for my daughter. She deserves one. As for the remaining 3, one is for my daughter. Duo. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiangtai and the others perked up, eager to discover who would be so fortunate to receive the last 2 elixirs. Li Xian continued. The second is for Duo, and the third is also for Duo. Huang Jiangtai and the others exchanged glances, inwardly grumbling. Why not simply say both elixirs are for your daughter? Why the need for repetition, as if no one else has a daughter? Yet, such thoughts remained unvoiced. Li Xian flicked his wrist, and 2 elixirs vanished into his possession. At that moment, Huang Binchu and Elder Chen spoke simultaneously. May we have the remnants? Their eyes gleamed with fervor. The furnace contained a considerable amount of dark residue, the byproduct of the alchemical process. For Li Xian, those remnants were mere refuse. Yet for Huang Binchu and others, they were treasures. Dispose of them as you wish, Li Xian replied, then turned to exit. Faintly hearing Elder Chen's voice arguing within the alchemical chamber, though you are the young lord, you cannot monopolize everything. Surely, you must share some with me. After departing the Huang family estate, Li Xian returned to his villa. Luqin had just lulled Duo to sleep, her thoughts swirling with the earlier hospital visit concerning her brother. Feeling as though she were in a dream, upon seeing Li Xian, she instinctively knelt in gratitude. Li Xian, thank you for saving my brother. However, she found herself suspended by an invisible force, her knees refusing to bend. At that moment, her heart brimmed with astonishment. Was Li Xian a deity? Li Xian smiled gently. You have cared for Duo for 3 years. I have yet to repay you. Healing Xiaowei's ailment was but a trifling task for me. As he spoke, he produced an elixir from his palm. The moment it appeared, a fragrant aura enveloped the room. Lu Qin felt as though she might float. What is this scent? It is so delightful, she exclaimed, her face alight with rapture. Li Xian extended the elixir to her. Consume this. It will be beneficial for you. Is this for me? Lu Qin hesitated to accept it. Even without understanding the nature of the elixir, the previous inhalation had already instilled a sense of heavenly elevation within her, indicating its extraordinary quality. Perhaps it is better suited for Duo. She quickly waved her hands, declining the offer. There is still more for Duo. Without further ado, Li Xian placed the elixir firmly in her hand. He then approached the now sleeping Duo, whose breathing was steady, her long lashes fluttering like a doll-ass. Li Xian gazed at his slumbering daughter, a smile gracing his lips. He took another elixir and placed it gently in her mouth. The elixir dissolved upon contact, merging seamlessly with what was being. In her drowsy state, she smacked her lips. So fragrant. She licked her lips, resembling a curious little kitten. Li Xian placed his hand on her back, aiding her in slumber while assisting in refining the elixir's essence within her body. Soon, Duo fell back into a deep sleep. At that moment, Lu Qin, holding the elixir in her hand, found it irresistibly tempting. Unable to resist any longer, she placed it in her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, it dissolved, flowing smoothly down her throat. Instantly, she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. So comfortable. The sensation was utterly exquisite. However, when she regained her composure, she noticed Li Xian watching her with an odd expression. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson. How could she have made such an embarrassing sound in front of him? What a mortifying moment. Chapter 28. The nurturing father Lu Qi felt uncomfortable under Li Xian's gaze and hurriedly changed the subject. Li Xian, my parents would like to invite you to our home this Sunday. I wonder if you have the time? As she spoke, her tone was tinged with apprehension. After all, Li Xian was no longer the same person he once was. He had gained immense respect from prominent figures like Huang Jiangtai and possessed extraordinary abilities. It was uncertain whether he would even consider visiting the Lu family. However, since Li Xian had healed Lu Wei's illness, the Lu family truly wished to express their gratitude. Of course, Li Xian replied without hesitation. I'm not sure what your parents enjoy, but I'll bring something along. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi quickly waved her hand. You have already done so much for our family by healing Xiaowei, it would be inappropriate to burden you further. Without elaborating, Li Xian gestured towards the bathroom. Lu Qi, I suggest you take a look in the mirror. Look in the mirror? Lu Qi was baffled, unsure of what Li Xian meant. Is there something on my face? She mumbled as she made her way to the bathroom. Upon seeing her reflection, she was momentarily taken aback. Although Lu Qi had always been beautiful, her skin had never appeared as flawless as it did now. The image in the mirror was so stunning that she questioned whether it was truly her. Her complexion was as smooth as a freshly peeled egg, leaving her in complete astonishment. Could it be because of that elixir? A few minutes later, she returned to the living room to find Li Xian seated on the sofa, perusing a newspaper. The elixir you gave me must have been quite precious, right? She inquired. Not particularly. There will be plenty more in the future, Li Xian replied. To Lu Qi's ears, this sounded like Li Xian was downplaying its value to alleviate her concerns about receiving something expensive, which warmed her heart. She hadn't anticipated that Li Xian possessed such a nurturing side. By the way, Li Xian, tomorrow Duo starts school at the Morning Light Kindergarten, just 3 kilometers away. I will send you the teacher's WeChat shortly. As she spoke, Lu Qi remembered something else but hesitated to voice it. In a few days, it would be July 15th. She wanted to remind Li Xian that he should pay tribute to his parents, but fearing it might evoke painful memories, she ultimately chose to remain silent. 5 years ago, the Li family fell into bankruptcy, and Li Xian's parents, unable to bear the blow, took their own lives, setting their villa ablaze. The Li family was devastated overnight, which was why Meng Qingqian insisted on marrying Li Xian to stand by him during his darkest hour. Lu Qi admired her friend for such loyalty, as few could make such a commitment. However, over the years, Lu Qi had heard various rumors surrounding Li Xian's parents' deaths. Some suggested they had not committed suicide but had been murdered, with the fire set to conceal the evidence. Of course, rumors about the Li family's bankruptcy circulated widely in Chuzhou, with countless conflicting accounts that no one could clarify, including Li Xian himself. When Lu Qi left, she sent a WeChat request to Li Xian, but he had yet to receive a response the following day. Early the next morning, Duo woke with sleepy eyes and was greeted by the enticing aroma of breakfast. Upon entering the hall, she was delighted to find a sumptuous breakfast spread laid out on the table. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Daddy, it smells so good." Li Xian smiled knowingly, aware that his daughter's appetite had been piqued. "Quickly wash your face and brush your teeth. Breakfast will be ready soon." "Okay." Duo nodded eagerly and dashed to the wash basin. She stood on a stool to reach the faucet, and Li Xian, having removed his scarf, affectionately ruffled her hair. "Let me help you." Duo obediently nodded, and after breakfast, he dressed her in the new clothes they had bought yesterday. As it was her first time trying pigtails, Li Xian had taken the time to learn how to style them online. This time, the result was nothing short of stunning. Her previously messy hair was washed and dried, now elegantly arranged, complemented by her rosy, clean face, transforming her into a picture-perfect little princess. Looking at her reflection, Duo beamed with satisfaction. "Daddy, you're amazing." She tiptoed up and planted a kiss on his cheek. After breakfast, Li Xian carried his daughter to the kindergarten. Just before they arrived, Duo requested to be set down, taking his hand and skipping happily alongside him. "Mommy, look. Is that Li Xiaoduo?" At the kindergarten entrance, a girl excitedly shook her mother's arm, her eyes wide with astonishment. The woman turned, momentarily taken aback. "She really does resemble her." Wang Wei stood at the kindergarten's gate, greeting every passing child with a warm smile. "Good morning, teacher." Suddenly, she heard one of her students mention Duo and instinctively turned to look. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and her lips parted slightly. It had only been a short time since they last met, yet Duo appeared transformed, radiating an adorable charm that was irresistible. Nearby, gasps of astonishment could be heard. "Is that Li Xiaoduo from class 3? I can barely recognize her. My goodness, she looks like a fairy tale princess," parents whispered amongst themselves. At that moment, Wang Wei noticed Li Xian standing beside Duo and furrowed her brow slightly. "Hello, I'm Duo's father," Li Xian introduced himself, extending his hand. However, Wang Wei showed no intention of shaking hands. Her expression grew cold. As Duo's teacher, she was well aware of the situation surrounding Duo. She had always looked after her in class, and, in her mind, Duo's father was an irresponsible man who had abandoned his family for 5 long years. Now, he suddenly reappeared, and she couldn't help but feel disdain. Noticing her reaction, Li Xian remained unfazed, calmly retracting his hand. Duo waved at him and skipped towards the kindergarten, calling out, "I'll be in your care, teacher." Li Xian departed only after the kindergarten gate closed behind him. Inside, Wang Wei beckoned Duo closer. "Duo, was that really your father this morning?" "Yes, that's Daddy. He just came back," Duo replied. "What does your father do now?" I think Daddy doesn't he have a job," she said. Upon hearing this, a cold smile crept onto Wang Wei's face. It was evident that the man had not changed. Would he expect Lu Qi to support him? Her disdain for him deepened. Chapter 29. Hidden Truths. After leaving the kindergarten, Li Xian did not return home. Instead, he drove to the Shijiao Cemetery located on the outskirts of Chuzhou City. The Shijiao Cemetery is the largest cemetery in Chuzhou, nestled against the rolling mountains. With each plot costing over 300,000, ordinary citizens could hardly afford such a place. When the Li family went bankrupt and his parents committed suicide by fire, Li Xian could not afford the expenses, relying instead on Meng Qingchen's private savings to arrange the funeral. Upon reaching the cemetery entrance, a security guard immediately approached him, inquiring about his identity. However, upon seeing the Rolls-Royce parked there, the guard became considerably more courteous. Li Xian tossed a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes to the guard, who flashed a broad smile and, without asking whom he was there to pay respects to, promptly opened the gate. As Li Xian walked into the cemetery, the somber atmosphere enveloped him, with gravestones standing solemnly. In the southwestern corner, he finally found his parents' tombstone. It was surprisingly clean around the grave, suggesting that someone regularly tended to it. After the Li family's downfall, friends and relatives had distanced themselves, avoiding Li Xian as if he were a plague. Who could possibly be maintaining the grave? Could it be his aunt? Li Xian's mother had a close friend named Yi Qingxue, who had always treated him with great affection. However, after the family's bankruptcy and the tragic death of his parents, Yi Qingxue vanished from his life, leading Li Xian to suspect that she, like many others, had turned her back on him. Though deep down, he wished to believe that his loving aunt could not be so callous. Standing before the gravestone, he gazed at the names Li Beiwu and Gu Yuruan, along with their photographs, and felt a sharp pang in his heart. Suddenly, he knelt before the tombstone, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. In the height of the Li family's prosperity, they were immensely wealthy, and Li Xian was spoiled by his parents, who indulged him no matter how outrageous his behavior was. He had never concerned himself with family matters until his parents' tragic demise revealed to him the family's ruin. Despite their excessive pampering, their love was undeniably genuine. The thought of unearthing their charred bodies from the ruins sent shivers down his spine. After a long while, as Li Xian remained engulfed in sorrow, a voice suddenly pierced through his grief. "Who are you?" Turning around, he saw an elderly figure standing not far away, staring intently at him. "You are Kongbo?" Li Xian recognized the visitor, who had changed drastically over the 5 years. Kongbo had been the Li family steward, once vibrant and spirited, but now he appeared frail, with a head full of white hair and a face etched with wrinkles, limping as he approached. "Is it you, young master?" Kongbo also recognized Li Xian, hobbling towards him. "Young master, it truly is you. You have returned." "Yes, I have returned," Li Xian replied, understanding now why his parents' grave was so well kept. The broom in Kongbo's hand made it evident that he frequently came to tend to it. "Thank you, Kongbo," Li Xian said sincerely. "The late master treated me well. I can do nothing more than visit the master and mistress regularly," Kongbo replied with a bitter smile, clasping Li Xian's hands. "It is truly wonderful that you have returned, young master. It has been 5 years, 5 long years. I thought you..." Kongbo's voice trailed off. "Thought I was dead, did you?" Li Xian smiled. "I merely journeyed to a wondrous place. You returning is truly marvelous. Come to my home. I have a few items to give you, things left by the mistress. When the Li family fell, I encountered some troubles and didn't have the chance to present them to you," Kongbo said. "Left by my mother?" Li Xian nodded eagerly. As they exited the cemetery, the security guard greeted them warmly, waving at Li Xian. Kongbo looked puzzled. This guard seems to be rather opportunistic. He always gives me disdainful looks when I come here. Why is he so courteous to you? Perhaps it is because of this Rolls Royce, Li Xian replied. Opening the car door, Kongbo gasped, "Young master, is this car yours?" "Indeed, Kongbo, hop in," Li Xian urged. Kongbo trembled with emotion, tears streaming down his face. "You have truly succeeded, young master." Upon arriving at Kongbo's home, Li Xian saw that Kongbo lived in a dilapidated neighborhood. His residence a modest 60 square meters, furnished with old belongings. Inside, a young man lounged on the sofa, casually smoking. Upon seeing Li Xian, he asked, "Dad, who is this?" "This is the young master of the Li family," Kongbo replied. Instantly, the young man sprang to his feet. "Is he from the Li family?" "Dad, how can you be so forgetful? You nearly lost your life after being rescued in the hospital for over 3 months. How dare you provoke someone from the Li family?" The young man was visibly agitated. Kongbo shot his son a stern look. "Stop talking nonsense. If you continue, I might just give you a beating." "Young master, please forgive my son's foolishness. Have a seat. I will prepare some tea." Li Xian, however, detected something in Kong Yang's words and asked gravely, "Kongbo, what exactly is going on? Was there more to the story behind the Li family's downfall?" His keen eyes discerned the multiple injuries Kongbo bore, suggesting a connection to what Kong Yang had mentioned. Kongbo's expression shifted immediately upon hearing Li Xian's inquiry. "Young master, do not overthink it. There is nothing hidden," he hastily denied, recalling the harrowing events that transpired at the Li family villa, which sent tremors through his very soul. Had he not been clever back then, it would not have merely been a leg injury, but rather a shared demise alongside the Li family. The assailants were terrifying, each one resembling a ghost with unfathomable abilities. He could not allow Li Xian to learn the truth. Otherwise, not only would his quest for vengeance be in vain, but Li Xian's life would also be at stake. "Kongbo, do not conceal the truth from me. Even if you do, I will uncover it." Li Xian's voice was laced with frost. Kongbo shook his head. "It is futile. You cannot seek revenge. Those people are not ordinary individuals." "Indeed," Li Xian replied resolutely, "rest assured. Even the royal family of Longwo will have to face the consequences." Upon hearing this, Kong Yang could not help but scoff. This young master is quite audacious. Sensing Li Xian's determination, Kongbo finally sighed. "In truth, your parents did not commit suicide. They were murdered." The moment those words left his lips, Li Xian trembled. An overwhelming wave of murderous intent radiating from him, chilling the entire room. "Speak. Who was responsible for my parents' deaths?" Chapter 30. The tremor in Chuzhou at that moment. The aura emanating from Li Xian was so terrifying that both Kongbo and his son could not help but tremble. However, Li Xian quickly retracted his aura, leaving Kong Yang in a state of confusion. What had just transpired? Why had the atmosphere suddenly turned so cold? Kong Bo spoke. On the night the incident occurred at the Li family, I had some accounting issues to discuss with the family head. As I approached the door to the study on the 3rd floor, I overheard the head of the family pleading for mercy. The door was not tightly shut, and through the crack, I glimpsed a cold, indifferent figure. He did not just kick the family head to the ground, he also killed him outright. The lady rushed at that man in anger, but was mercilessly killed as well. I was terrified and hid in the storage room on the 3rd floor, trembling. Through the window of the storage room, I could see the black-clad men leaving. They even leapt straight down from the 3rd floor. One of them conjured flames from thin air, igniting the entire villa. In a moment of desperation, I jumped from the 3rd floor and landed in the bushes, injuring my leg in the process. Do you remember what that person looked like? Li Xian asked coldly, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. His parents had been murdered, and he was determined to find the perpetrator and exact his vengeance. Kong Bo shook his head. I was too flustered to remember clearly, but I faintly heard someone call one of them Wang Lang. Thank you, Kong Bo, Li Xian replied. Kong Bo limped inside and retrieved a jewelry box. This was given to me by the lady the day before the incident. She instructed me to pass it on to the young master after some time. At that moment, I had no idea what had happened. After jumping from the building, I spent 3 months in the hospital fighting for my life, and then another half year recovering. By the time I was discharged, the young master had already disappeared. Li Xian opened the box, revealing numerous pieces of jewelry and a bank card. The password written on the back was his birthday. This is what my mother left for me. She knew that something would happen to the Li family, and this was meant to be my lifeline. Li Xian's fists clenched tightly. It seemed his parents had long been aware of the impending danger, but had been too afraid to escape or report it. What kind of force could instill such fear in them, forcing them to wait for death? The ability to conjure flames undoubtedly indicated a practitioner, regardless of the organization. He vowed to make them pay dearly. Those who had slain his parents would find no refuge. Kong Bo, I shall return another day to assist with your leg injury, Li Xian stated before departing the Kong residence. Today, his murderous intent was too overwhelming to focus on healing. Once Li Xian left, Kong Yang could not help but remark, Dad, does the young master of the Li family have a screw loose? He says he will treat your leg, but how long has it been broken? Silence. Kong Bo interrupted coldly. The young master speaks out of kindness. Though the Li family is no more, he remains my young master, and you should show him the respect he deserves. Should I hear you speak ill of him again, beware of my wrath. After leaving the Kong family, Li Xian appeared at the Huang residence. Huang Jiangtai hurriedly came out to greet him. Upon seeing the fierce aura radiating from Li Xian, he felt a tremor of fear. What had transpired to incite such fury? Mobilize all your resources, including the 27 other cultivation factions that welcomed me at Tianqing Bridge, to locate a practitioner named Wang Lang. Leave no stone unturned. Whoever finds him first shall receive my assistance in breaking through to the innate realm, Li Xian commanded, each word resonating with authority. Huang Jiatai felt as if his head might explode. Breaking through to the innate realm? He was already the unchallenged kingpin of Chuzhou at the peak of the master realm. A true ruler. The prospect of an innate breakthrough would drive the cultivators of Chuzhou into a frenzy. This was a grand undertaking, and Wang Lang did not stand a chance. Even if he hid in a mouse hole, he would be unearthed. Soon, Huang Jiangtai gathered the 27 cultivators, confirming that none among them bore the name Wang Lang, before announcing Li Xian's decree. Instantly, excitement surged among them, particularly when Huang Jiangtai presented a divine-grade elixir bestowed by Li Xian. The frenzy escalated. Prominent figures, such as Gu Mo Yin of the Gu family, Wang Shou of the Wang family, and Wan Jun of the Wuying sect, all emerged. The entire Chuzhou was abuzz with trepidation. Even the entire Jiangnan region took notice of the commotion in Chuzhou, speculating on the monumental event that had stirred so many cultivation factions. Huang Jiatai's hidden domain even retrieved the files of every man named Wang in Chuzhou from the 6 doors, tracing their lineage back 18 generations. After issuing his orders, Li Xian subdued his murderous intent and headed to the kindergarten to pick up his daughter. At the kindergarten entrance, Wang Wei handed Dao Dao over to Li Xian. Dao Dao's father, your daughter is exceptionally bright and lovely. She sees you as a hero and hopes you can be a good role model for her, so as not to disappoint her. Wang Wei said earnestly. Thank you, Teacher Wang, Li Xian replied as he took Dao Dao's small hand and left. Dao Dao turned back and waved, goodbye, teacher. Upon returning home, Dao Dao opened her small backpack and pulled out a sheet of drawing paper. Daddy, The teacher assigned us homework today, asking each child to collaborate with their parents to create a painting. I want to draw 2 tigers. Can we draw together? Of course, Li Xian said, his previous murderous intent dissipating into a sea of affection upon seeing his daughter. Dao Dao drew a small tiger, its features lively and adorable. Daddy, it's your turn to draw now. All right. Li Xian mimicked Dao Dao's actions and drew a larger tiger. Daddy, your tiger looks amazing, Dao Dao exclaimed, holding up the paper. It looks so alive, this tiger even blinks. Li Xian merely smiled faintly. Though it was a mere doodle, being crafted by his hand, it naturally exuded a certain spirit. Chapter 31. The murderer Duo was playing in the living room, while Li Xian busied himself with dinner preparations. At 7 in the evening, after the family meal, Duo was engrossed in an animated show, while Li Xian's gaze drifted towards the entrance, drawn by a knock at the door. Although the villa was equipped with a doorbell, its loud chime deterred the members of the hidden guard from using it, opting instead for a gentle knock. Upon opening the door, Li Xian coldly inquired, "Have there been any leads in the investigation regarding Wang Lang?" Though his words were simple, they carried an imposing authority, reminiscent of a slumbering tiger whose ferocity remains palpable. The hidden guard members had come to understand just how fearsome Li Xian truly was. Under Li Xian's penetrating gaze, the member of the hidden guard felt an involuntary chill running down his spine, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He hastily replied, "The Lord has sent me to report that we indeed have a lead. He is believed to be in Suzhou, and we will soon be able to ascertain his location." Li Xian glanced at his daughter, who was absorbed in her television program, and instructed, "You go inside and keep her company while I meet with Huang Jiangtai." Understood. The hidden guard member nodded vigorously. Before long, Li Xian found himself in the presence of Huang Jiangtai. "Senior, we have identified Wang Lang's identity. He is the head of a prominent cultivation family currently residing in the Suzhou district. This individual is quite renowned in the area, and we were able to pinpoint him easily after surveying the practitioners in Jiangnan. Will the extensive search by the major families rouse any suspicion?" Li Xian asked, knitting his brows. "No. The individuals dispatched by each family are highly skilled and will not divulge a single shred of information. Moreover, only half a day has passed. The news will not reach Suzhou yet." "Good," Li Xian acknowledged. "Senior, should I send people to apprehend him?" "No need. Just provide me with a photograph. This is a matter of vengeance for my parents, and I wish to see to it personally." "Of course." Huang Jiatai handed over a printed photograph along with a note containing an address. "Senior, this is the location of that family in Suzhou." "No need," Li Xian replied, not even glancing at the address. He stepped forward and vanished right before Huang Jiatai's eyes. As night deepened, the city was illuminated by vibrant lights, with the Suzhou district thriving in its splendor. In the underground parking lot of a tall building, a sleek black Maybach came to a halt. A young man stepped out of the vehicle, his gaze sharp and predatory like that of a leopard. He approached the rear door and respectfully opened it. "Master, we have arrived at the Blue Whale Hotel." An imposing elder emerged from the car, clad in a tailored suit with polished shoes that gleamed, exuding an aura of authority. After adjusting his suit, he made his way toward the elevator. Just then, a young figure caught his eye, coldly observing him. With the keen instincts of a practitioner, the elder narrowed his eyes at the sudden appearance of Li Xian and remarked, "Were you waiting here specifically for me?" "More precisely, I am here to take your life," Li Xian stated. "Ha ha ha. There are countless individuals in Suzhou who desire my demise, yet I have always sent them to meet the king of hell. I am curious. Do we know each other?" 5 years ago, in Chuzhou, at the Li family's estate, Li Xian replied icily. Upon hearing this, the elder seemed to strain to recall. The Li family of Chuzhou. That was a long time ago. I assumed all members of the Li family had perished, yet here stands a survivor. It appears the waters of Tianqing Lake were not deep enough to drown you. Since you have evaded death, why do you not hide properly? How foolish to appear before me. At the mention of Tianqing Lake, Li Xian's pupils constricted slightly. Indeed, the one who had pushed him into the lake was intertwined with this man's fate. Today, he would settle both old and new scores, taking his head as an offering to honor the spirits of his parents. A mocking glint appeared in the elder's eyes as he chuckled lightly. "You, a mere waste of space? 5 years ago, your parents knelt before me, begging for mercy, yet I did not hesitate to snap their necks. The only reason I spared you was that you were unworthy of my effort." A chilling fury radiated from Li Xian, his eyes blazing with a fierce resolve. The harrowing memories of the Li family villa ablaze, the charred remains of his parents resurfaced in his mind, causing his heart to ache. With his mounting rage, A frigid aura of lethal intent enveloped him, akin to the depths of winter. The elder's expression shifted. Sensing the surge of true energy, the unique power of practitioners emanating from this so-called waste. No wonder he was shocked. Yet, the elder soon regained his composure. It is quite surprising that after 5 years, you have become a practitioner. But what of it? 5 years is a mere blink, even with relentless training. How formidable could you truly be? To confront me with such limited cultivation is sheer folly. Who accompanied you to the Leaf family 5 years ago? What grievance could the Leaf family have caused you that would compel such ruthless actions? Li Xian's voice was as frigid as the breath of death itself. The elder laughed heartily. This boy dares to seek the truth of 5 years past. Does he wish to uncover the mastermind behind the events? It seems you have yet to grasp the vast disparity in our strengths. He shook his head, a hint of pity in his eyes. Aside from myself, several of my brothers and disciples were involved in the assault on the Li family. I will tell you plainly, even if I had not intervened, others would have. The fate of the Li family was already sealed. That day, their annihilation was inevitable. Chapter 32. The Forbidden Soul Spell. Upon hearing the words, the murderous intent in Li Xian's eyes intensified, an icy aura emanating from his being. It was evident that the destruction of the Li family had been orchestrated by someone. Wang Lang was merely a knife wielded by the hidden mastermind. Yet, how could a business family like the Li clan have offended such a formidable figure? The ability to manipulate the leaders of cultivation clans was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Countless questions flooded his mind. Tell me, who sent you to the Li family? Li Xian asked coldly. Wang Lang, however, scoffed disdainfully. Kid, I've already shared so much out of pity for you as a dying man. Do you really think you can pry more from me? You might as well ask the King of Hell. After saying this, he commanded his driver beside him, take him down. A waste like him, even after 5 years of cultivation, remains a waste. Understood. The driver approached Li Xian with a sinister grin. He was not merely a driver, but also Wang Lang's confidant, and a cultivator himself. Before he could make his move, however, an invisible force struck him, sending him flying. And before his body hit the ground, he exploded into a mist of blood. The driver, now at the level of transformation, was dead. In that instant, terror flashed in Wang Lang's eyes. He had not even seen Li Xian strike. His driver was dead, and he had never encountered such a terrifying individual. Could he truly be a forbidden powerhouse? How could a mere waste from the Li family possess such power? Yet, Li Xian provided him no time to ponder. He raised his palm, and a vortex formed in his hand. In the next moment, Wang Lang was drawn towards him, his neck caught in Li Xian's grip. At that moment, Wang Lang felt enveloped by a dreadful power. His internal true energy vanished without a trace, rendering him utterly immobile. This true energy invaded his flesh, brutally destroying his vitality and inflicting a pain that penetrated his very soul. He truly was a forbidden powerhouse. Despair surged within Wang Lang. Tell me, who instructed you to target the Li family? Li Xian's voice echoed as if from the depths of hell, frigid and piercing, imbued with immense authority. Unexpectedly, Wang Lang laughed. Do you think that by telling you, I will be spared? Clearly not. Therefore, you will not extract any useful information from me. You are a forbidden powerhouse, are you not? So terrifying in strength? Yet you will never uncover who destroyed your Li family. Ha ha ha. Wang Lang's expression turned frenzied, fully aware of his impending doom. You think you can withhold information from me? As he spoke, a faint ethereal light emanated from Li Xian's fingertips, reaching for Wang Lang's head. At that moment, terror flickered in Wang Lang's eyes. Soul-searching technique. He recognized it immediately, having witnessed its use before. He understood the horror of the soul-searching technique, where the victim would endure torment 100-fold worse than being sliced by 1,000 blades. Years ago, you annihilated my Li family. Today, I shall let you taste the agony of your soul being scorched, Li Xian declared coldly. How ruthless. But do you think that with your soul-searching technique you can unveil the truth of that day? Kid, you will never comprehend the terror of those who aim to destroy the Li family. They have long planted a forbidden curse in my mind. Anyone attempting to pry into my memories will be thwarted by this curse. Ha ha ha. You may kill me, but you will never uncover the secrets you seek. Is that so? Li Xian's palm descended upon Wang Lang's head. Indeed, a blood-red incantation emerged, attempting to attack Li Xian. The power of this curse was exceedingly strange, preventing anyone from probing Wang Lang's memories. Wang Lang laughed triumphantly. See, you want to access my memories? Not a chance. Such a trivial skill cannot stop me. Not only will I break the forbidden curse, but I will also trace it back to the one who cast it. As Li Xian spoke, his aura shifted instantaneously, and the light in his palm became profoundly enigmatic. Before Wang Lang's astonished gaze, he suddenly grasped a bolt of azure lightning from the void. With a thunderous roar, the lightning appeared, its destructive aura enveloping Wang Lang, as if he were in hell. The blood-red incantation trembled violently. Crack! In the next moment, the thunder erupted, shattering the blood-red incantation. Simultaneously, the entire Suzhou district trembled under the weight of the terrifying power. A beam of memory light was grasped in Li Xian's hand. After reviewing the memory, he crushed it, obliterating Wang Lang's entire head in the process. Li Xian's gaze then shifted toward the southern region of Suzhou. Though he was in an underground garage, his sight pierced through endless space. The spellcaster, the one who instructed Wang Lang, I have seen you. With that, he stepped forward and vanished from the underground garage. At that moment, in a secluded villa in Jiangnan, two elderly gentlemen were engrossed in a game of chess. Both were renowned leaders of powerful cultivation families in Jiangnan and had been friends for many years. However, one of the elders appeared somewhat distracted. Wang Lao, what troubles you? You lost again. Is there something on your mind? Inquired the elder clad in traditional attire. Sighing, Wang Lao replied, I just received news that the so-called waste of the Li family, who was cast into the Tianqing Lake 5 years ago, has not perished. He has returned to Chuzhou. What? Not dead? That Wei Xinyu is truly a useless fool, incapable of even this simple task, like mud that cannot support a wall. The elder in traditional attire exclaimed angrily. However, he soon laughed. If he is alive, then let someone attempt to kill him again. What is there to worry about with a worthless young master of the Li family? Wang Lao sighed again. After Li Xian vanished, I dispatched people to investigate thoroughly, yet there was no trace of him. Now, he suddenly reappears, which unsettles me. After all, the Li family is entangled with that formidable figure. We must remain vigilant. Rest assured, even if that force behind the Li family acts, it matters not. I have already planted a forbidden soul curse within Wang Lang's mind. Should he dare to utter our names, he will perish instantaneously, and no one will be able to trace it back to us. With that said, I am reassured. Wang Lao nodded. The elder in traditional attire casually picked up a nearby teacup, about to bring it to his lips when, without warning, a surge of thunder erupted from his body. An aura of destruction enveloped him. How is this possible? His face paled in shock. He realized that his forbidden curse had been broken by someone, and the assailant was attacking him from 1,000 miles away. This cannot be. The terrifying force of the lightning caused chaos within his true energy. The elder in traditional attire desperately activated his techniques to suppress it, but to no avail. With a cough, he spat blood, and his vitality waned instantly. In just half a minute, he lost 90% of his cultivation. Once at the pinnacle of mastery, he plummeted beneath the transformation level. Across from him, Wang Lao stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him, his face filled with horror. What on earth has happened? Chapter 33. Annihilation of the entire clan within the villa. An oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere, starkly contrasting with the bright lights that illuminated the surroundings, casting an illusion of endless darkness. Old Wang's gaze fixated on the blood-soaked elder in traditional attire, his throat constricting with trepidation. A chilling aura enveloped him, leaving him bewildered by the terrifying scene before him. Simultaneously, the void outside the villa began to twist, and a spectral figure emerged, rapidly solidifying into form. Li Xian appeared at the entrance of the villa, having traversed from Gusa district to the capital in the blink of an eye, thanks to his formidable prowess. The moment he shattered the forbidden incantation, a mysterious connection led him to the spellcaster, the elder in traditional clothing. From Wang Lang's memories, he learned that this elder was the shadowy figure orchestrating Wang Lang's actions, known as Guozhao. Having instigated the demise of his parents, Li Xian could not allow him to escape justice. Not only him, but all within the villa were destined for death. A frigid aura radiated from Li Xian, reminiscent of a being risen from the depths of hell, instilling dread in all who beheld him. Wang Lang regarded Li Xian's sudden appearance with a mixture of apprehension. The presence of numerous bodyguards outside the villa, who remained utterly unresponsive, indicated that they had been neutralized, a testament to Li Xian's terrifying strength. At that moment, Guozhao lay gasping for breath, his body drained of vitality. He turned to old Wang, urging him, "This person is likely connected to the one who severely injured me. The attacker possesses an unfathomable power. You must hold him off while I activate the array within the villa to eliminate him so we may escape." Old Wang nodded, his fingers curling like claws as he gathered his inner energy. In the next instant, he charged toward Li Xian, convinced that even the strongest youth would find it challenging to withstand the assault of a true master. As Old Wang launched his attack, the elder staggered toward the interior of the villa. Li Xian regarded Old Wang's approach with indifference. In the following moment, a terrifying force surged forth, sending Old Wang hurtling against the wall, pinned by an overwhelming weight, his face pressed against the surface as the sound of cracking bones echoed. How is this possible? Fear filled Old Wang's eyes. As a master, he could not endure even the aura emitted by Li Xian. Was he a forbidden powerhouse? How could such a being exist behind the Li family? A forbidden powerhouse could easily crush the entire Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, Guo Zhao had crawled to the array's control point, his bloodied hand striking down. Instantly, the air within the room began to boil. The array's power coalesced into a massive sword of light, aimed directly at Li Xian. Its might formidable. Yet, in the next moment, the colossal sword began to shatter, disintegrating at a visible pace. Soon after, the entire array collapsed with a resounding crash, causing the villa to tremble violently. Guo Zhao's trump card appeared so fragile before Li Xian. How could this be? Guo Zhao trembled uncontrollably. Before he could react, an invisible force consumed him, propelling him to stand before Li Xian, where he met the cold, suffocating gaze of his adversary. In the next instant, Li Xian's hand descended upon the crown of Guo Zhao's head, extracting a radiant essence. A piercing scream erupted from Guo Zhao, as the soul-searching technique inflicted agony beyond imagination. Reaching into the depths of his soul, Li Xian sifted through the memories within Guo Zhao's mind. He discovered that the entity manipulating Guo Zhao belonged to an organization known as the Hall of God Layers. What enraged Li Xian was that Guo Zhao had never laid eyes on this individual, severing any potential leads. The shadowy figure behind the Li family's calamity was exceedingly cautious, seemingly fearful of something. In short order, Li Xian gleaned another piece of information from Guo Zhao's memories. A significant figure in the Dragon Kingdom was connected to the Li family, and their misfortunes were intertwined with this individual. This was all that Guo Zhao knew. Li Xian furrowed his brow. Who was the prominent figure backing the Li family? What kind of organization was the Hall of God Layers? He crushed Guo Zhao's memories, leaving the latter with a glazed expression. After the soul-searching technique, his spirit was fragmented, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. Yet, Li Xian still delivered a fatal kick, for he would not allow even a fool to exist in this world. On the other side, Old Wang watched in horror as these events unfolded. Li Xian's abilities resembled those of a deity. Who are you? Why do you wish to slay us? In what way have we offended you? Old Wang's voice trembled with fear. At this, Li Xian erupted into a maniacal laughter, his mirth bordering on madness. Once his laughter subsided, his gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Old Wang, as if emerging from the depths of the abyss. What a splendid question. In what way have you offended me? Wang Jinhua, do you recall the inferno that consumed the Li family in Chuzhou 5 years ago? Do you remember the charred corpses of the couple? Do you remember the Li family's young master, cast into the Tianqing Lake 5 years ago? Li Xian's words dripped with coldness and malice. The Li family had never wronged these individuals, yet they had suffered destruction at their hands, their anguish igniting an unquenchable fury within Li Xian. In this moment, Wang Jinhua understood. He vividly recalled. For he and Guo Zhao had orchestrated every action against the Li family from the shadows. To them, the Li family was but an insignificant ant. Yet he had never anticipated that someone would return to exact vengeance for those ants. The so-called waste of the Li family had returned as a figure of overwhelming power. Wang Jinhua's mind reeled. He had initially thought a powerful figure was behind the Li family, only to realize it was Li Xian himself. With a heavy sigh, he confessed, I never imagined that not only did you survive, but you have also achieved such remarkable prowess. You may as well kill me. He accepted his fate, knowing he was doomed. Yet Li Xian's response was chilling. Do you think that your death will absolve you? I intend for your entire family to pay the price for your actions. What do you mean? Confusion crossed Wang Jinhua's face. Li Xian did not respond, but abruptly raised his hand. A drop of blood flew from Wang Jinhua's forehead, while another drop emerged from the lifeless Guo Zhao. A third drop of blood, that of the slain Wang Lang, joined them. 3 droplets of blood hovered above Li Xian's palm. This was the bloodline curse technique. Once enacted, all connected by blood would perish. Li Xian spoke, and from his fingers sprang forth an endless flame, enveloping the 3 droplets of blood in a sinister crimson glow, capable of incinerating all. Blood curse, go! With a cold command, countless crimson threads intertwined with the 3 droplets, and in the next moment, the flames surged along the threads, dispersing into the vast void. Li Xian understood that on the other side of the void lay those connected by blood to these three individuals. Bloodline curse. Annihilation of the entire clan. Li Xian's expression remained impassive. The grievances of the Li family could only be cleansed with blood. He sought to honor his parents' spirits with the blood of 3 clans. Chapter 34. The Devil's Bloodline Curse. The art of the bloodline curse allows one to kill from a distance, striking down any blood relative without escape. Only if the victim possesses greater strength than the caster can there be hope for survival. Yet, on Earth, and even throughout the cosmic realms, few can withstand the wrath of the Crimson Emperor, Li. In a fit of rage, Li Xian once annihilated 10 clans, earning his infamous title. From this day forward, the 3 major families shall be utterly eradicated. Meanwhile, Wang Jinhua was consumed by sheer terror. What manner of sorcery is this? In the grand hall of the Wang family in Gusu, the lifeless body of Wang Lang lay before them. The expressions of the Wang family members were grave. For their patriarch had been murdered, his skull crushed to a pulp. A heavy dread settled upon their hearts, as Wang Lang was a cultivator of formidable prowess, a dominant figure in Gusu. The capability to kill him was unfathomable. What shall we do? Some turned their gaze towards Wang Lang's brother, Wang Jun. With Wang Lang's death, he became the highest-ranked cultivator among them. Wang Jun scanned the room, contemplating before speaking. There is no need for such fear. It is likely that our adversary employed some treacherous tactic to slay my brother. From this day forth, I shall assume the position of head of the Wang family. We must give my brother a proper burial, and then I will seek out Elder Guizhao. My brother entrusted me with the knowledge that in times of crisis, we could rely on him. Elder Guo is a true powerhouse in Jiangnan province, one that even Huang Jiangtai of the Hidden Pavilion must treat with respect. To think that the Guo family is our hidden support. Upon hearing this, the Wang family members trembled with a mix of shock and relief. The Guo family, an established lineage of cultivators, far surpassed the Wang family in stature. Their anxiety began to dissipate. Now, let us attend to my brother's final rites. I will swiftly investigate the identity of his murderer and avenge him, Wang Jun declared, a fierce glint in his eyes. Though he mourned his brother's demise, a flicker of satisfaction ignited within him. At last, he would take command of the family, yet an unsettling premonition loomed over him, as if danger were imminent. Suddenly, before the horrified gazes of the onlookers, flames erupted beneath Wang Jun's feet. The flames, a bizarre crimson hue, rapidly engulfed him, twisting his expression into one of horror. He gasped but uttered no sound. The Wang family members felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively retreating from Wang Jun. Yet, the next moment, they realized that flames had ignited upon their own bodies. The fire bore no warmth, and in the blink of an eye, all engulfed by it were reduced to ashes, as if they had evaporated from existence. In the grand hall, only a few women unrelated by blood remained, their faces ashen with terror, akin to witnessing a ghostly apparition. This dreadful scene unfolded not just within the Wang family estate. All individuals connected by blood to the Wang lineage ignited in flames simultaneously. Across bars, nightclubs, saunas, and hotel beds, the descendants of the Wang family were consumed by the inferno. The total count of the Wang bloodline, 325 souls, was entirely obliterated. Next, it is the turn of the Guo family, Li Xian murmured. The scene shifted to a tea house in Jiangnan, where Guo Tianming, the eldest son of the Guo family, was enjoying tea with his business partner. Around them were elegantly dressed women in kipeos, and the air was filled with the gentle sound of a pipa. Boss Guo, as I venture into Jiangnan for business, I hope to count on your support, said a portly man, pushing a contract across the table. The contract detailed a 30% stake in his newly established company. The Guo family held significant influence in Jiangnan. They need not engage in business directly, for the protection fees from various companies filled their coffers. Guo Tianming perused the contract with a composed demeanor, nodding in approval. Indeed, Mr. Liu, you are a man of distinction. I appreciate dealings with individuals like yourself. May our partnership flourish. The Guo family may lack certain abilities, yet those who dared to oppose them in Jiang and had typically met their demise. As Guo Tianming chuckled, he sensed something amiss as the gazes of those around him turned peculiar, as if they had seen a ghost. Why can't I move my legs? What is happening? As he glanced down, he saw flames creeping up his thighs, swiftly enveloping his entire being. The teacup in Mr. Liu's hand clattered to the floor, and he scrambled out of the tea house, screaming, "There's a ghost." The women in kipeos were equally horrified, turning the tea house into chaos. All 532 members of the Guo family were annihilated. Inside, Li Xian remained impassive. Despite the multitude of lives extinguished, his composure wavered not. As the illustrious Crimson Emperor, with countless corpses beneath his feet, the death of a few was inconsequential. Meanwhile, Wang Jinhua's eyes widened in fear as he witnessed the unfolding horror, his face contorted with desperation. Each death Li Xian inflicted replayed before him. He beheld the bloodlines of the Wang and Guo families succumb to the flames, and he knew that the Wang family could not evade this fate either. Regret consumed him. Why had he provoked such a terrifying entity, capable of slaying from afar with but a drop of blood, leaving kin to disintegrate into nothingness? Such methods were unheard of, emerging as if from the depths of hell. And now it is your turn, Wang family. Prepare yourself. Li Xian remarked with a chilling smile that sent Wang Jinhua into a frigid abyss. The scene shifted once more to the study of the Wang family. Wang Mingyuan was making a phone call. Hello, Wei Xinyu. This is Wang Mingyuan. 5 years ago, I had you dispose of that waste, Li Xian. Yet he has resurfaced in Chuzhou. My father is furious. Handle this matter promptly. If you fail again, I will ruin you. On the other end, Wei Xinyu responded with obsequiousness. Rest assured, Boss Wang. That brat was merely fortunate last time. This time, I will ensure he meets his end and is turned to ashes. He won to rise again. Very well. Don't disappoint me. Wang Mingyuan's voice dripped with menace. By the way, I recently acquired some new talents for my entertainment company, Stunning Figures. Shall I arrange for you? As he spoke, Wang Mingyuan erupted into laughter. You know me well. I'll take 5. Yet before he could hang up, his expression froze. He caught sight of an unforgettable scene through the window. His returning brother was engulfed by a sphere of crimson flames, reduced to ashes within mere seconds. The night was dark, and the fire was eerily terrifying. What is happening? Before Wang Mingyuan could react, the blood-red flames enveloped his body. The flames roared, yet his phone remained untouched, falling to the ground with a thud. Hello? What is wrong with Boss Wang? Speak, please, came Wei Xinyu's voice, filled with confusion from the other end of the line. Chapter 35, Tremor the Wang Family. A total of 502 souls had perished entirely. As the scene before him gradually faded, Li Xian's gaze settled upon the lifeless eyes of Wang Jinhua. The events of yesterday had led to today's grim outcome. The Wang family, the Guo family, and the Wang family were merely the beginning. All those who had participated in the annihilation of the Li family would ultimately face retribution. Having spoken, Li Xian severed Wang Jinhua's head, along with Guo Zhao's, wrapping them in nearby curtains for transport. He intended to present these heads as offerings to his parents. Yet, this was merely the commencement of his vengeance. In Chuzhou, at the western suburban cemetery, Li Xian placed the 2 severed heads before the graves. With a thud, he knelt. Father, mother, your son vows to bring the heads of all who participated in that heinous act to your resting place. After bowing 4 times, he rose and departed. Upon returning home, he found Duo fast asleep, while the members of the hidden guard diligently stood watch nearby. Thank you for your efforts, Li Xian remarked. The guards humbly replied, expressing their unworthiness. Aware of Li Xian's return, they discreetly withdrew. The night passed in silence. On the following day, all of Jiangnan was shaken. The 3 major cultivation families, comprising thousands of individuals, had mysteriously turned to ashes and flames. This left the once mighty families feeling a profound sense of trepidation. The demise of the Wang and Guo families, both of which were dominant clans, was particularly unsettling. At this moment, the grand residence of the Wang family was under strict lockdown, surrounded by members of a special operations team. A young man clad in a black uniform entered the Wang estate, flanked by his subordinates. What exactly transpired? Detail the situation for me, he commanded. With sharp features and an aura of martial prowess, the young man exuded authority. His name was Jiang Patian, the group leader of the special operations team. Despite his youth, his capability was evident in his position. The special operations team operated independently, specifically addressing incidents involving extraordinary abilities. Jiang Patian had been summoned from the capital upon hearing of the disturbances in Jiangnan. Unfazed, he took his seat, accustomed to handling matters related to cultivators. Those who wielded flames to erase evidence were not particularly surprising to him. 5 years prior, during the catastrophic fire that engulfed the Li family, others speculated suicide. But he knew better. It was retribution from cultivators. Upon his arrival, he noticed an unusual expression of shock among his team members. Captain, this situation appears to be rather complex. You should view the footage yourself. The Wang family had surveillance in place. In the surveillance room, numerous team members surrounded the screen, each wearing an expression of disbelief. Show me, Jiang Patian commanded, pulling up a chair. What unfolded on the screen was the eerie stillness of the Wang estate's courtyard, interrupted only by the occasional flutter of a mosquito across the camera. Fast forward, he instructed impatiently. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he sat upright in shock. A man who had just returned home was engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes within mere breaths. Almost immediately, red flames ignited within each room, claiming the lives of hundreds in the Wang residence in under 3 minutes. Throughout the ordeal, no assailant was ever seen. Replay that. Jiang Potion's voice trembled as he fixated on the screen, waves of horror crashing within him. Unconsciously, his palms became slick with sweat. Regardless of how many times he replayed the footage, he discerned no clues. The flames seemed to manifest out of thin air. At that moment, he felt a prickling dread at the nape of his neck. Not just him, but his subordinates also felt a chill creep into their hearts. This method was reminiscent of a devil's handiwork. He realized they were facing a true powerhouse. Captain, it's not only those within the residence. All the Wang family members outside met the same fiery fate. The same applies to the Gua and Wang families, and all 3 families perished within a 10-minute interval. Jiang Patian closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair. After a prolonged silence, he released a heavy breath, reopening his eyes, though they still reflected shock. To others, it may have seemed like a bizarre occurrence, but he knew deep down that an extraordinary force was at play, capable of annihilating 3 major families in an instant. This matter exceeds my jurisdiction. Immediately connect me to the main office. That morning, after dropping Duo off at kindergarten, Li Xian headed to the Huang family. He had promised that whoever found Wang Lang would receive assistance in breaking through to the innate realm. As Huang Jiantai's men had located him first, Li Xian would honor his commitment. As for Wei Xinyu, Li Xian planned to eliminate him that evening. Meanwhile, Wei Xinyu, who had been abruptly cut off during a phone call the previous day, felt an unsettling apprehension throughout the night. Upon waking, he inquired about the Wang family's situation, only to receive the thunderous news that the Wang family had been eradicated overnight, leaving no survivors. While many asserted that the Wang family members had perished in flames, the specifics were classified, with the special operations team having taken control of the situation. Stunned by this revelation, Wei Xinyu could hardly comprehend the magnitude of the situation. The Wang family was a dominant force in the realm of cultivation, and their sudden obliteration was unfathomable. What's wrong, Nuyu? His girlfriend, Guoli, approached him. Draped in her pajamas, her arms encircling his neck. Her fair thighs were tantalizingly visible. Under normal circumstances, Wei Xinyu would have been tempted. But the gravity of the situation left him no room for such thoughts. He gently pushed her away, dressed quickly, and exited. Though the Wang family's downfall had yet to directly involve the Wei family, an inexplicable anxiety gripped Wei Xinyu. Half an hour later, at the western suburban cemetery, a black Maybach pulled up at the entrance. A young man in a suit stepped out. It was Wei Xinyu. After leaving his home, he had driven aimlessly, almost unconsciously arriving at this place. He found the grave of Li Xian's parents in a secluded corner, gazing at the flowers placed before it, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Li Xian, you worthless fool, you have truly returned. After I pushed you into Tianqing Lake, you somehow survived. With the Wang family's demise, I had no reason to kill you, but your continued existence robs me of my peace. Thus, I shall seek you out and eliminate you. Only the dead can escape vengeance. As he turned to leave, he suddenly noticed a package resting before the gravestone. Was this a sacrificial offering from Li Xian to his parents? Yet, what could possibly be so large? A watermelon? A smirk almost crossed his face. Who would present 2 whole watermelons at a grave? Only that fool would think of such a thing. Hesitating for a moment, he couldn't resist unwrapping the cloth. 2 bloodied heads rolled out. Chapter 36. The painting? 2 severed heads tumbled forth, drenched in blood, a sight that was utterly horrifying. Wei Xinyu stumbled back in fright, his face as pale as death, his eyes brimming with terror, though he was no stranger to violence. Having once pushed Li Xian into the Tianqing Lake under the orders of Wang Jinhua, the patriarch of the Wang family, the sight of one of the heads, Wang Jinhua's, sent chills down his spine. Wang Jinhua was a formidable figure, a dominant force in Jiangnan's cultivation circles. It was his directive that had led to Li Xian's fall into the lake. The Wei family had thrived by currying favor with him, and now, having heard of the Wang family's annihilation that very morning, the appearance of Wang Jinhua's head at Li Xian's parents' grave left Wei Xinyu trembling with dread. Could this be tied to Li Xian? He felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing against a nearby tombstone for support. A sense of impending doom enveloped him. It was a visceral fear. Li Xian had returned, seeking vengeance. After what felt like an eternity, Wei Xinyu stumbled out of the cemetery. Desperate to inform his father, they were on the brink of life and death. His car swerved erratically onto the road, nearly colliding with a large truck. The driver, prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, swallowed his words upon seeing the emblem of the Maybach. In the underworld of the Huang family, Huang Jiantai stood respectfully before Li Xian, accompanied by his son Huang Binchu and the higher-ups of the hidden hall. Your assistance in locating Wang Lang has been invaluable. As promised, I shall aid you in breaking through to the innate realm, Li Xian stated calmly. Huang Jiantai trembled with excitement. Though he was already at the pinnacle of the master realm, the acquisition of a divine-grade elixir would have sufficed for his breakthrough. However, with Li Xian's help, he could conserve the elixir for his son. Are you prepared? Li Xian inquired. Senior, should we dismiss others to avoid disturbing your incantation? Huang Jiantai asked cautiously. Li Xian shook his head. No need. Achieving the innate realm is but a simple gesture for me. Before Huang Jiantai could respond, a surge of power enveloped him. Do not resist. Focus on the true essence I am imparting to you. Li Xian's calm voice echoed in his ears. In that instant, Huang Binchu and the others sensed a monumental shift in the atmosphere, a pressure akin to a mountain bearing down upon them, causing them to tremble involuntarily. This was merely a fraction of Li Xian's aura. Guide it to your dantian and refine it. Do not lose focus, Li Xian instructed. Huang Jiantai complied, feeling a terrifying force saturate his dantian, igniting his vital energy as if it were oil on fire. At that moment, Li Xian placed a hand gently upon Huang Jiantai's forehead before withdrawing it. And immortal touches my brow, granting me longevity, a phrase suddenly resonated within Huang Jiantai's mind. In the next moment, his vital energy surged forth like a flood breaching a dam, producing a thunderous roar. With a resounding boom, an overwhelming force erupted from his dantian, and Huang Jiantai sensed a door within himself swing open. The innate realm. At that moment, the aura emanating from Huang Jiantai transformed entirely. The onlookers fixated on him, their eyes wide with astonishment. In an instant, Huang Jiantai had transcended to the innate realm, especially Huang Binchu, who felt a tidal wave of awe wash over him. The ability to effortlessly create an innate cultivator was akin to divine intervention. The Huang family had secured an extraordinary ally, truly a stroke of fortune. Senior, I will forever be grateful for your immense kindness, Huang Jiantai proclaimed, kneeling before Li Xian in complete submission. There is no need for such formality. Your service is your due reward. Perform well in the future, and achieving the status of a formidable expert will not be a challenge. Li Xian replied before turning to leave the Huang residence. As noon approached, he intended to pick up his daughter from school. The Huang family sighed in relief only after Li Xian's figure vanished from sight. The more they understood him, the greater their fear grew. Congratulations, Hall Master, Huang Binchu exclaimed, his voice filled with joy. Huang Jiatai laughed heartily. Having restrained himself in front of Li Xian, he now allowed his elation to surface. With my breakthrough to the innate realm, the Huang family shall undoubtedly claim the title of the foremost family in Jiangnan. Although the hidden hall existed, many still sought to contest my position. Knowing I have ascended will surely instill fear in them. Spread the news immediately. I shall host a grand celebration for my breakthrough to the innate realm, and I intend to make a significant impact. Yes, Huang Binchu nodded vigorously. I will take care of it at once. He hurried off with great enthusiasm. In the kindergarten, just before the end of class, Wang Wei announced, Children, please hand in your homework from yesterday. Once you've submitted it, class will be dismissed. Okay, teacher. The children eagerly retrieved their papers from their tiny backpacks and rushed to the podium. One little boy, in his haste, tripped and fell, crying as he wiped his nose. Wang Wei shook her head, recognizing that a kindergarten teacher often played the role of a caretaker. Once she had soothed the sobbing child, the dismissal bell chimed. At the school entrance, Duo joyfully emerged, running straight into Li Xian's embrace. He lifted her up and greeted Wang Wei, who remained aloof. However, Li Xian's punctuality in picking up his daughter slightly altered her impression of him, if only a fraction. After sending the children off, Wang Wei returned to her office. Her friend, who had promised to pick her up, had yet to arrive, so she idly flipped through the children's artwork. Despite the bizarre shapes, the creations were filled with childlike whimsy. Observing them brought a smile to her face. The purpose of art was not merely the act of creating, but to foster interaction between children and their parents. Soon, she came across Duo's name. Noting her daughter's artistic talent, she wondered what the drawing depicted. Upon seeing two tigers, she smiled. But as she prepared to set it aside and explore other works, Her gaze suddenly froze. In that moment, the tigers on the paper seemed to come alive, exuding a vivid presence. Wang Wei hurriedly brought the artwork closer for a better inspection, growing increasingly alarmed. The more she focused, the more she truly perceived the tiger, feeling an overwhelming aura of power emanating from it. Cold sweat trickled down her back. How could such a simple doodle invoke such a sensation? Just then, the office door swung open, jolting Wang Wei from her reverie. "Ms. Wang, why are you still here?" a fellow teacher asked, having returned for her forgotten water cup. Wang Wei took a deep breath, suppressing the astonishment within her, and smiled, saying, "I am waiting for a friend to pick me up. Look, she is here." Just then, her phone rang. She stood up, but did not release the artwork she held in her hands. This painting was exceedingly peculiar. She felt the need to examine it thoroughly. Chapter 37. Unwelcome guests at the entrance of the kindergarten. A black Mercedes-Benz was parked. As Wang Wei stepped out, the window rolled down, revealing a beautiful woman in a white dress. Her dear friend Xiachan, you didn't even bother to let me know you were coming to Chuzhou, Wang Wei remarked with a hint of displeasure. They were university classmates and shared a close bond, but Xiachan resided in Qingzhou, making their encounters a rare occurrence throughout the year. "I came here with my grandfather for some business, and as soon as I had a moment, I called you," Xiachan replied. "Grandpa is also here. Where is he?" Wang Wei inquired as she opened the car door and took a seat inside. "My grandfather is waiting for us at the restaurant." "Let us hurry," Xiachan said, and the car started moving. 20 minutes later, they arrived at a private dining establishment. "Hello, Grandpa Xia," Wang Wei greeted politely. "Little Wei, you're becoming more beautiful by the day," Xia Linfeng replied with a gentle smile. As a prominent figure in Qingzhou, he only showed such warmth in front of family. "By the way, what do you have in your hand, little Wei?" Xia Linfeng asked, noticing the paper Wang Wei held. "Oh, it's a drawing from one of my kindergarten students and her father, although the tiger looks a bit peculiar." "Grandpa, you are an expert in painting. Could you take a look?" Wang Wei offered, handing it over. "Oh, I'd like to see," Xia Linfeng said nonchalantly, assuming it was merely a child's homework. However, the moment he received the artwork, his eyes widened in astonishment and his hands trembled slightly. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Xiachan asked, noticing her grandfather's reaction. "It's nothing." Xia Linfeng quickly suppressed his shock. The skill displayed in the drawing suggested that the artist had reached an extraordinary level of mastery. He recalled the influential figure who had accompanied them to Chuzhou, and, together with this artwork, he felt this trip might indeed yield significant results. "Little Wei, this artist is quite remarkable. May I meet him?" Xia Linfeng inquired with a beaming smile. Wang Wei's expression turned slightly awkward. She had contact information for most parents in her class, but curiously, she didn't have Li Xian's. Suddenly, she remembered that Li Xian had added her on WeChat a few days prior, which she had yet to accept. She quickly pulled out her phone and approved the request. At that moment, Li Xian had arrived at Lu Qi's home with Duo. The Lu family was inviting him for dinner to express their gratitude for healing Lu Wei's illness. Just as the car came to a stop, a notification popped up on Li Xian's WeChat indicating the successful addition of a friend. He glanced at it and tucked his phone away, only to be interrupted by an incoming voice call. Since Wang Wei was Duo's teacher, Li Xian answered promptly. "Hello, Teacher Wang. Is there something you need?" He maintained a polite tone. "Well, it's like this." On the other end, Wang Wei stammered slightly, feeling a bit awkward due to her previous cold demeanor towards Li Xian, now needing his assistance. "I have an elder who wishes to meet you. He was very interested in the tiger you painted." Upon hearing this, Li Xian's brow furrowed slightly. He never expected his casual drawing would attract such attention. However, he wasn't inclined to engage in unnecessary socializing and directly refused. "I'm sorry, I'm not available." After saying that, he hung up the phone. On the other end, Wang Wei stared at her phone, her expression frozen. Had she just been turned down? And it seemed he hadn't even considered it. Was it necessary to be so abrupt? After all, she was his daughter's teacher. Could he not show a little grace? Stepping out of the car, Li Xian picked up Duo, while members of the hidden guard carried the nutritional products he had purchased into the yard. Lu Qi had been eagerly anticipating their arrival and rushed to open the door as soon as she spotted them. When she saw the hidden guards carrying numerous packages, she exclaimed, "Why bring so much? You could have just come over." Yet her face radiated joy. After all, she had cared for Duo for years. And while her family had not opposed her efforts, they had expressed some mild discontent. Now that Li Xian had come, healed her brother, and brought so many gifts, she felt a sense of pride. Lu Yoguang, along with his wife and children, also came to greet them. Lu Youguang firmly shook Li Xian's hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. This typically reserved man looked at Li Xian with deep appreciation. Healing Lu Wei's illness made him a benefactor to the Lu family. The Lu family resided in a modest flat, which, though slightly cramped, was impeccably clean and exuded warmth. Once seated, Li Xian began to serve the dishes. This could be considered the most sumptuous meal the Lu family had enjoyed in years. During the meal, Lu Youguang poured a glass of liquor for both himself and Li Xian, while Duo nestled comfortably against Lu Qi. Li Xian, I cannot thank you enough, Lu Youguang said, downing his drink in one go, his face flushing instantly. Uncle Lu, I should be thanking you for taking care of Duo, Li Xian replied, raising his glass. Just then, a sharp glint flashed in Li Xian's eyes. The next moment, the roar of engines pierced the air. Curious, Lu Wei leaned towards the window, only to go pale at the sight. Outside the Lu family's yard, dozens of cars were parked, and countless individuals clad in black suits emerged, exuding an intimidating presence clearly. They were not welcome guests. Chapter 38. The methods of the ghostly deity. At this moment, Lu Wei, crouched by the window, felt his voice tremble. It was Tian Xiaojun come to exact revenge. Upon hearing this, the Lu family surged to their feet, their eyes betraying a palpable fear. The Tian family was, to them, an embodiment of terror. Rest assured, I am here, Li Xian spoke calmly. Upon hearing his words, the Lu family felt inexplicably reassured. After all, Li Xian had recently demonstrated extraordinary capabilities. With him present, the Lu family found their anchor. Li Xian strode confidently out into the courtyard, the Lu family following in trepidation. Outside, dozens of vehicles converged, and men clad in black emerged, each exuding an aura of deadly intent. These individuals were no mere street thugs. The atmosphere thickened with a sense of iron and blood. Among them stood Tian Xiaojun, his arm in a cast, a sinister expression etched on his face. Ever since Li Xian had shattered his wrist, revenge had consumed him. Father, that's the brat who injured me, Tian Xiaojun exclaimed, recognizing Li Xian as the door swung open. Beside him stood his father, Tian Wenyong, along with a middle-aged man sporting a scar and a buzz cut, Ning Lao Wu of the Silver Shark Gang, the Tian family's most formidable ally. Accompanying them were Tian Wenyong's underlings and members of the Silver Shark Gang, their eyes glinting with malice. How dare he strike my nephew? I shall see what kind of scoundrel he truly is. Just wait, I will make him pay, and then he wants us to apologize? He should take a good look in the mirror first. Tian Wenyong's companions clamored, each one a picture of menace. Silence. Ningwu is here. Do you wish to disturb him? Tian Wenyong barked, and an immediate hush fell over the group. He then turned his gaze to Ning Laowu. 5. That brat was defending this family and injured my son. His strength is extraordinary. We must ask for your intervention today. Ning Laowu nodded. Do not worry. Since I am here, I will surely avenge my nephew Xiaojun. With that, he took the lead, and the others hastily followed him into the courtyard. Upon witnessing these formidable figures, the Lu family, despite Li Xian's presence, trembled in fear. Duo instinctively hid behind Li Xian. Li Xian gently ruffled his daughter's hair. Duo, you and Aunt Lu Qi should go inside. The upcoming scene may be too gruesome for you. Lu Qi quickly scooped up Duo and retreated indoors. Lu Youguang, his voice quaking, muttered, Li Xian, this is terrible. That man appears to be Ning Lao Wu of the Silver Shark Gang. I have seen him at the docks before. The Silver Shark Gang is a band of ruthless killers. Li Xian had indeed noticed the scarred man, but to him, such individuals were no more significant than ants. Before Ning Lao Wu could speak, a burly man stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Li Xian. You are the one who injured my nephew? You must be blind to not see who you are dealing with. This man was Tian Wenyong's trusted aide and had long been eager to confront Li Xian. Li Xian's gaze turned icy as he replied, It seems you are unwilling to offer 3 million as compensation. Compensate your mother, the burly man cursed vehemently. But his words were abruptly cut short by an unexpected turn of events. His arm, which had been pointed at Li Xian, suddenly exploded, transforming into a mist of blood that rained down. The scene left everyone in stunned silence, the air thick with horror. A piercing scream escaped the burly man's lips as his face contorted in agony, and in that moment, a chill enveloped all present. The surroundings fell into a deathly stillness, as if time itself had halted. Tian Wenyong's flesh quivered, his heart racing as he realized they had provoked a force far beyond their comprehension. Ning Laowu, brought in as reinforcement, was drenched in cold sweat, stunned by the sheer terror of Li Xian's display of power. Taking a deep breath, Ning Lao will respectfully address Li Xian. I was blind to my own ignorance and have offended a senior. Please forgive my transgressions. His tone was deferential, his posture humbled. With a sudden, invisible force, Ning Lao was thrust against the wall, the bricks crumbling around him as he was buried beneath the debris, his fate uncertain. Despite his renowned prowess as the leader of the Silver Shark Gang, he proved utterly powerless before Li Xian. At that instant, the courtyard was shrouded in silence, and Tian Wenyong and his men felt their scalps tingle with dread. I am willing to offer 3 million in compensation, Tian Wenyong stammered, his voice trembling. Ning Lao Wu, a semi-cultivator, had been inexplicably flung aside. Who could fathom the true nature of the young man before them? Yet Li Xian merely dismissed him with a glance. Turning to the Lu family, please, come inside. Once the door closed, Tian Wenyong exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling utterly drained. Just as he thought he had escaped calamity, he suddenly realized flames ignited beneath his feet. The fire quickly engulfed him, and it felt as though an iron grip had seized his throat, rendering him voiceless. In that blaze, he was reduced to ashes, along with his son, his underlings, and the Silver Shark Gang members who had come to seek vengeance. Within a mere half-minute, dozens of figures vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Both the Tian family and the Silver Shark Gang were notorious for their ruthless nature, their hands stained with blood, deserving of their fate. Meanwhile, as Li Xian and the Lu family died, the concealed sentinels swiftly cleared away the vehicles parked outside. Ning Lao Wu, buried under the rubble, was unearthed, though by then, his body had already grown cold. By the time their meal concluded, aside from the collapsed wall, no evidence of the earlier chaos remained. Li Xian took his leave. As Duo insisted on accompanying Lu Qi, she too departed. At that moment, Lu Youguang and the others remained in a daze, as if in a dream. Lu Wei marveled, Brother Xian is simply divine. This incident became a topic of hushed discussion among the Lu family. Inside the car, Lu Qi could no longer contain her curiosity. Li Xian, what truly transpired in the courtyard? Are you really the Li Xian from 5 years ago? Indeed, Li Xian replied with a smile. Having revealed glimpses of his capabilities to Lu Qi before, he continued, I did not leave Chuzhou. Rather, I was pushed into Tianqing Lake by someone while passing through. When I awoke again, I found myself in an unfamiliar place, and it was there that I honed my skills. Lu Qi's eyes sparkled with fascination. The tale was too extraordinary, yet Li Xian's display of power compelled her to believe it. Chapter 39. You have no idea what existence you were facing upon returning to the villa. Lu Qi engaged in playful antics with Duo, while Li Xian sat on the sofa, leafing through a magazine. Duo, embodying a princess from a fairy tale, was accompanied by Lu Qi, who portrayed a valiant knight. With a beautiful knight present, the only thing missing was a dashing male knight. Duo's imagination raced, deciding that her father would serve as her royal knight, ever ready to cater to the princess's whims. Li Xian, having set down the magazine, approached them and, with an endearing gesture reminiscent of knights pledging loyalty to a princess, playfully thumped his chest with a fist, eliciting peals of laughter from Duo. Lu Qi, observing, couldn't help but reveal a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. The changes in Li Xian since his return were nothing short of remarkable. Very well. This princess shall now issue commands, Duo declared, her hands clasped behind her back, puffing out her little chest. Li Xian, dutifully complying with her commands, played along, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Were the denizens of the Zhou Tian star domain to learn that the cold and unyielding Li Qi Emperor was playing the knight for a child, they would surely be left astounded. For his daughter, Li Xian yearned to compensate for the 5 years lost, willing to do anything to bring her joy. However, after some time, Duo began to feel hungry, clamoring for the delicious dishes prepared by Aunt Lu Qi. Lu Qi promptly donned an apron and headed to the kitchen, with Duo eagerly assisting her from behind. At that moment, Li Xian stepped outside the villa. The memories of the past flooded back to him. When Meng Qinqian was pregnant, he had already awakened to his responsibilities, diligently working to improve their lives. Yet, he had been betrayed by Wei Xinyu, who had pushed him into a lake. Such a grievance could never go unavenged. As he exited the villa, Li Xian gazed toward the Wei family's direction, silently challenging. Wei Xinyu, are you prepared? Meanwhile, at the Wei family villa, despite being considered a second-tier family in Chuzhou, they possessed assets worth billions. And their villa was nothing short of opulent. The atmosphere in the grand hall was tense, filled with numerous members of the Wei family. Brother, why the urgency in summoning me back? Has something occurred? A middle-aged man with slicked-back hair strode in, revealing himself as Wei Jinlong's younger brother, Wei Jini. Known for his domineering nature, he enjoyed a close relationship with his elder brother. The gathered Wei family members chimed in with their concerns. Indeed, uncle, what has transpired? You called us here without a word, leaving us all in suspense. The Wei family has weathered many storms in Chuzhou. We have overcome countless obstacles. Whatever the matter, please enlighten us. After a long pause, Wei Jinlong sighed and turned to his son. Xinyu, why don't you share the news? Wei Xinyu nodded. Do you all remember that useless member of the Li family? Li Xian? Was he drowned by you, Xinyu? It's been years. Surely his bones have been picked clean by fish by now, Wei Jini scoffed. Yet he has returned, Wei Xinyu stated. And what of it? He is but a waste. Did the Wang family send you to eliminate him again? They are a powerful ally. We need only follow their orders, Wei Jini responded dismissively. At that moment, Wei Jinlong interjected. However, the Wang family was annihilated last night, and the head of the family, Wang Jinhua, was found displayed before the graves of Li Bei Wang and his wife. What? Even Wei Jini's face registered shock. The annihilation of the Wang family, coupled with the head of Wang Jinhua being placed at the gravesite of Li Bei Wang, and Li Xian's return provided a troubling implication. Xinyu, are you suggesting that this involves that useless Li Xian? Wei Jini fixed a penetrating gaze upon his nephew. Wei Xinyu shook his head. I cannot say for certain, but this matter is undeniably linked to the Li family. With the Wang family's downfall, what path should the Wei family take next? Perhaps we should flee, Wei Jini suggested. Upon hearing this, others in the Wei family voiced their agreement. Though they had established their presence in Chuzhou for many years, their lives were of paramount importance. Wei Jinlong nodded. This is precisely why I summoned you all. We must immediately liquidate our assets and convert everything into cash. Before tomorrow night, we must leave Chuzhou. As Wei Jinlong assigned tasks, a chilling voice resonated from the entrance. To think you would prioritize asset relocation when your lives are at stake is truly laughable. The hall fell silent as countless gazes turned toward the entrance, where a young man had appeared. Li Xian. It's him, Wei Xinyu exclaimed, pointing. Li Xian strolled into the living room with an air of nonchalance, seemingly indifferent to the presence of the Wei family. His calm demeanor left Wei Jinlong astonished. Li Xian, what brings you to the Wei family? He called out. Of course. It is for revenge, Li Xian replied coolly. Wei Jinlong exchanged glances with his younger brother, Wei Jini, who discreetly slipped outside. Moments later, he returned, shaking his head, indicating that Li Xian was alone, without any backup. This revelation somewhat steadied Wei Jinlong's nerves. Li Xian, I did not expect you to be alive. Surely, the destruction of the Wang family is connected to you? Yet you are still too naive. You believe you can walk out of the Wei family unscathed? Wei Jinlong threatened, viewing Li Xian's return as a potential harbinger of formidable forces at play. However, Li Xian merely smiled mockingly at Wei Jinlong's words. It seems you still do not comprehend the nature of the existence you are facing. As he spoke, his garments began to flutter softly, heralding a shift in the atmosphere. Chapter 40. Deserved fate. As Li Xian finished speaking, the edges of his garments began to flutter, a faint yet formidable aura emanating from his being. In that instant, Wei Jinlong's unease intensified, as if some horrifying event were impending. He bellowed at his brother, Wei Jini, subdue him. Wei Jini, a martial artist himself, immediately sprang forward like an arrow aimed at Li Xian. However, before his palm could even graze Li Xian's body, his arm erupted in a violent explosion, and his entire form dissolved into a mist of blood, flames erupting spontaneously and reducing him to ash. Witnessing this spectacle, terror etched itself upon the faces of all present. With Wei Jinlong paling in horror, he realized the Wei family was finished. He had previously received news of the Wang family's annihilation, hearing whispers of their scions being reduced to cinders in the streets. It dawned on him that there was no hidden master behind Li Xian. He was the master. Wei Jinlong sighed deeply, feeling as though he had aged decades. He never imagined that the once ineffectual scion of the Li family would evolve into such a formidable figure. But tell me, did you annihilate the Wang family? Wei Jinlong inquired. Li Xian chuckled lightly. The Wang family is but a trifling matter. Not only them, but all connected to the massacre of the Li family shall meet their demise. As his words hung in the air, flames ignited one by one among the Wei family members present in the room. Under the searing fire, they appeared to be gripped by a demon. Unable to utter a sound, their faces contorted in agony. Wei Jinlong could only watch helplessly as his kin were consumed by the flames, turning to ash one after another. At last, it was the turn of father and son. Wei Xinyu, trembling in fear, cowered in a corner, pleading, "Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me." Meanwhile, Wei Jinlong closed his eyes. In the next moment, flames erupted around them simultaneously. As Li Xian turned and exited the Wei family hall, the scene was set in despair. 2 hours later, within a secluded courtyard in the capital, a middle-aged man was meditating, powerful spiritual energy flooding into his body. The fallen leaves around him danced in a serpentine formation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, causing the leaves to explode violently, shooting off in all directions. With a series of thuds, each leaf struck the walls like deadly darts, akin to bullets. A satisfied smile graced the man's face. At last, I have cultivated my black dragon technique to the 8th level. Even those old geezers are no match for me now. Ha ha ha. His moment of triumph was interrupted by hurried footsteps. The man's expression turned cold as an elderly figure approached, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, second master." The man replied coolly. "Did I not instruct you to investigate the extermination of the Wang, Guo, and Wang families? Why are you back so soon? Have you unearthed any leads?" "Not precisely a lead," the elder responded hastily, "but I have just received news that the Wei family in Chuzhou has also been wiped out, vanishing as if they never existed, much like the 3 families." "The Wei family?" The man's brow furrowed in thought. He could not recall such a family. The elder continued, "You may not remember this minor family, second master, but I once overheard Wang Jinhua mention that he had ordered a wealthy second generation named Wei Xinyu to cast that Li family's waste into Tianqing Lake. The exterminated Wei family is indeed Wei Xinyu's family." "What?" Even the middle-aged man's expression shifted. "Are you suggesting this is connected to the Li family?" The elder nodded. "Second master, do you think it could be the power backing the Li family?" Upon hearing this, the man's demeanor grew serious. "Continue to investigate the happenings in Chuzhou discreetly. Report any developments to me immediately." "Understood," the elder replied, retreating. When Li Xian returned to his villa, he found Huang Jiangtai waiting for him. Initially, Huang Jiangtai hesitated to enter, but Lu Qi would not let the former king of Chuzhou stand outside, insisting he come in. Huang Jiangtai dared only to perch on the edge of the sofa. Upon seeing Li Xian return, he quickly stood up. "Why are you here instead of solidifying your realm at home?" Li Xian noticed Lu Qi had prepared a meal and invited Huang Jiangtai to join. This delighted Huang Jiangtai, who felt honored, realizing Li Xian truly regarded him as an ally. "Senior, I have recently achieved a breakthrough in my innate abilities, a momentous occasion indeed. I am planning to host a celebratory banquet and have come to extend an invitation, hoping you could grace us with your presence." He presented a lavishly gilded invitation with utmost reverence. If the formidable Li Xian were to attend, it would undoubtedly serve as the most powerful deterrent, silencing any who dared to claim Huang Jiangtai was not the lord of Jiangnan. Li Xian did not respond directly but turned to Lu Qi. "Do you wish to witness this event?" Lu Qi faltered. The banquet hosted by Huang Jiangtai, the former richest man in Chuzhou, would surely be attended by high society. She felt unworthy as a mere Cinderella. Before she could voice her thoughts, Li Xian had already made his decision, taking the invitation and stating, "I will attend." "Thank you, senior," Huang Jiangtai exclaimed in ecstasy. After Huang Jiangtai departed, it was time for Duo to head to school. Li Xian intended to accompany her, but Lu Qi insisted she would take her, and he did not press the issue. Meanwhile, as Lu Qi escorted Duo to kindergarten, Wang Wei was loitering at the entrance, accompanied by her friend Xia Chan and Xia Chan's grandfather, Xia Lifeng. Since Li Xian had declined Wang Wei's request, she brought the grandfather and granddaughter Duo to the kindergarten in hopes of encountering Li Xian while he dropped off Duo. However, upon seeing Lu Qi, Wang Wei seethed with anger. To think Li Xian would go to such lengths to avoid me, allowing another to escort Duo? How utterly outrageous. She had assured Xia Lifeng that she would certainly see Li Xian. Grandpa Xia, I sincerely apologize. Duo's father did not come. Not to worry. I initially believed the artist was quite skilled and intended to pay a handsome sum for his work, but if he refuses to meet, then so be it. High price? Wang Wei inquired instinctively. Xia Chan chimed in with a smile. My grandfather never spends less than 500,000 on a painting. If Li Xian's work is truly remarkable, 1 or 2 million would be quite normal. Wang Wei's lips parted in shock. So much. Though she and Xia Chan were close friends, her family was ordinary, and she had never encountered such sums of money. Li Xian, you foolish man. You deliberately evade me and, as a result, miss out on such a fortune. You absolutely deserve this. Wang Wei fumed. Chapter 41. The Huang family banquet. The uncrowned king of Jiangnan, Huang Jiangtai, has transcended the innate realm and is set to host a celebratory banquet at the Huang family estate. It is said that the upper echelons of Chuzhou society have been invited, and even taxi drivers on the streets are buzzing about the event. Ordinary folk believe it to be a celebration of Huang Jiangtai's 60th birthday. However, only those from the Cultivation families are aware of the true purpose behind this grand occasion. On the evening of July 5th, Li Xian reclined on a lounge chair on the balcony. Through the window, he gazed at the vast river, its surface shimmering with light. On the opposite bank, the lights had begun to glow, dazzling in their brilliance. Lu Qi, evidently having dressed with care, wore a white shirt that clung to her figure, perfectly accentuating her curves. Meanwhile, Duo admired her new hairstyle in the mirror, a gift from Aunt Lu Qi. Li Xian was engrossed in a swordsmanship novel by the late Pearl Tower author. Having previously been captivated by films from Hong Kong, he now found himself as a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the world, marveling at the author's creativity and imagination, which bore striking similarities to the realms of cultivation. Perhaps the author had indeed encountered legends from the cultivation world somewhere. As the time approached for their departure, Lu Qi gently reminded him, her perspective allowing her to catch a glimpse of Li Xian's profile, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. "All right," Li Xian said, closing his book, taking Duo's hand, and stepping outside. At precisely 7:03 p.m., Li Xian's Rolls-Royce came to a halt at the southern gate of the Huang estate. He chose to drive himself rather than allowing his hidden guards to take the wheel. The parking lot was already filled with luxurious vehicles, and the guests arriving for the banquet were dressed to the nines, handsome men and beautiful women alike. Among them were several popular stars, which made Lu Qi's eyes sparkle with excitement. Were it not for her holding Duo's hand, she might have rushed over to ask for autographs. For Lu Qi, these celebrities were figures of lofty status, completely oblivious to the fact that, in the eyes of the wealthy, stars were merely playthings. The Huang family's standing in Chuzhou resembled that of a supreme monarch, with everyone eager to curry favor. Every guest entering the estate was required to present their invitation. The sheer number of attendees resulted in a rather crowded scene, reminiscent of a ticket line at a tourist attraction. Just as Lu Qi prepared to join the throng, several figures hurriedly approached. "Senior, you have arrived. My father is waiting for you at the main entrance. We didn't expect you to be here so soon," Huang Binshu exclaimed. Breathless, given his cultivation level, he would not have felt fatigue even if he had sprinted from the main gate, but his apparent breathlessness was a performance for Li Xian, demonstrating his eagerness and concern. The main entrance of the Huang estate was rarely opened, reserved only for significant figures. Upon learning of Li Xian's arrival, it had been opened early. The mix-up caused by not allowing the hidden guards to drive had led to a bit of a blunder. "Let us proceed to the main entrance," Li Xian said, lifting Duo into the car. Curious glances were cast in their direction by those nearby. At the main entrance of the Huang estate, a grand, lacquered red door stood 7 meters high, exuding an air of majesty, normally shut tight. The door was now fully open. Huang Jiangtai and several high-ranking members of the Huang family awaited at the entrance. As the car halted, Huang Jiangtai personally approached to open the door for Li Xian, warmly escorting him into the estate. It was only after their figures disappeared that the grand door slowly began to close. At this moment, a black sedan rolled past the street in front of the Huang estate, containing Xia Linfeng, Xia Chan, and Wang Wei. Xia Linfeng gazed toward the main entrance, murmuring, "The Huang family's main door is rarely opened. Its opening today must signify the presence of a remarkable individual." "Grandfather, do you not possess the stature to enter through the main door?" Xia Chan interjected, her tone tinged with indignation. After all, the Xia family also held considerable standing in Qingzhou. Xia Linfeng shook his head. 3 years ago, when the head of the Bai family from Qingzhou visited, the Huang family did not open the main door for him, but rather used the southern entrance. "Do you think I hold the qualification to walk through it?" Hearing this, Xia Chan could not help but stick out her tongue. The Bai family was undoubtedly the dominant force in Qishou, and while the Xia family was highly regarded, they could not compare. Wang Wei remained quietly attentive, satisfied to accompany her close friend and grandfather, oblivious to the intricacies of the upper-class society. In her eyes, the Xia family was already very impressive, yet it seemed there were many families even more formidable. The car arrived at the southern gate, and the three of them disembarked, obediently queuing to enter the Huang estate. Meanwhile, Lu Qi followed closely beside Li Xian, her heart racing as if she were a Cinderella stepping into a palace. The Huang estate was astonishingly opulent, far exceeding her expectations. She glanced at Li Xian, who appeared calm and composed, instilling a sense of tranquility in her own flustered heart. Duo, on the other hand, hopped about, her attention captured not by the grandeur of the architecture, but by the koi pond in the courtyard. If not for Lu Qi's restraint, she would have rushed over to feed the fish. While the banquet had yet to commence, most guests waited in the outer hall. However, many distinguished individuals were already present in the inner hall. As Huang Jiangtai appeared at the entrance, everyone stood in unison. "We have the honor of meeting the head of the Huang family," they collectively acknowledged. Following this, Huang Jiangtai stepped back, making way for Li Xian, and respectfully gestured for him to enter, saying, "Senior, please come in." Chapter 42. The woman of Huang Binshu. This is Senior Li, our Huang family's most esteemed guest. Huang Jiangtai solemnly introduced Li Xian to the assembly. Upon hearing this, the crowd's perception of Li Xian elevated him to an unparalleled status. Simultaneously, the leaders of the Cultivation factions in Chuzhou bowed in respect. "Greetings, Senior Li." "Good day, Senior Li." Witnessing this scene, individuals from various regions were taken aback and began to speculate about the identity of this young man who commanded such unanimous reverence from the powers of Chuzhou. Li Xian's gaze casually traversed the faces around him, noting that most appeared to be over 60 years old. This observation underscored the arduous nature of cultivation in a place like Earth, where spiritual energy was scarce. Among them were a few youthful faces, the scions of various families. Lu Qi, walking alongside Li Xian, initially felt at ease, but the overwhelming presence of those around them soon made her anxious. Each individual appeared to be a person of considerable stature, intimidating to someone like her. Meanwhile, Duo, with her bright eyes, eagerly referred to the distinguished guest as uncle and aunt, much to their delight. After a brief stay in the inner hall, the guests prepared to transition to the outer hall for the banquet. Li Xian instructed Huang Jiangtai to step away, allowing him to attend to other guests. The entrance to the outer hall was adorned with a long red carpet, leading into a space filled with impeccably dressed high society individuals. The opulence of the hall was evident, with grand chandeliers casting a beautiful glow. "Dad, what brings you here?" A voice of surprise rang out from the crowd. Wang Wei stood nearby, her expression one of disbelief as she fixed her gaze upon Li Xian. In her mind, Li Xian was merely a wayward son, hardly someone deserving of an invitation to such a high-profile event. Duo spotted Wang Wei and sweetly called out, "Teacher Wang, I was invited by a friend." Li Xian replied casually, offering Wang Wei a slight smile before settling into a secluded corner. Lu Qi exchanged a few words with Wang Wei before guiding Duo to the dessert table. The guests primarily attended the banquet for socializing and networking, showing little interest in the food. They couldn't help but smile at the sight of a little girl stuffing pastries into her mouth, thinking, "Whose child is this? Quite adorable." Duo felt as though she had stepped into a fairy tale castle, surrounded by delicious treats that seemed like heaven to her. "Aunt Lu Qi, I want that one." "Yes, my favorite, the cream cake." "All right." Lu Qi handed her a piece, and Duo quickly stuffed it into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed up as she exclaimed, "It's so delicious. I'm so happy." As she spoke, her eyes crinkled into crescent moons. In the hall, Duo continued her search for more treats. Nearby, a table held various beverages, and after finishing her snacks, she scampered over. Lu Qi hurried to catch up with her, but was momentarily hindered by the throngs of people. At that moment, Duo reached for a drink on a high shelf, but her short stature only allowed her to graze the surface. As she strained on her tiptoes, she accidentally knocked over a wine glass, spilling its contents onto a woman in a white dress standing beside her. The glass shattered on the floor with a soft crack. Duo was startled into stillness, realizing her mistake as she gazed at the wine stains on the woman's dress. "Auntie, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to," she exclaimed, rushing to help wipe the fabric. "What kind of child is this?" The woman in white brusquely swatted Duo's small hand away, her expression filled with disdain. At that moment, Lu Qi arrived and, seeing the scene unfold, her face paled. "I apologize. I didn't keep an eye on the child. Does saying sorry make a difference? This dress is worth 300,000. Can you afford to pay for it?" The woman assessed Lu Qi's attire, instantly discerning that it was devoid of any designer labels and concluding that she was not a member of high society, which only emboldened her rudeness. Lu Qi stood there, flustered. She truly could not afford such a sum. "Isn't that Su Jie from the film industry? I heard she's Huang Binshu's mistress," someone whispered. Indeed, a once minor actress, she climbed the ranks after getting involved with Huang Binshu. "I heard she's the lead in a new production by Huabei Entertainment. Possibly on the verge of stardom," another added. Su Jie may appear sweet on screen, but her temper off-screen is quite the opposite. Anyone who crosses her might regret it. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The affair between Su Jie and Huang Binshu was no secret, nearly common knowledge. Hearing the whispers, Su Jie felt a sense of pride rather than shame, lifting her chin arrogantly. On the other side, Wang Wei noticed the commotion, her face betraying concern. "Did you know her?" asked Xia Linfeng. "Yes," Wang Wei grasped the opportunity. "Mr. Xia, can you help her? Since you know her, let us go and see." Xia Linfeng replied. However, just as they began to move, a young figure appeared beside Lu Qi. Upon seeing Li Xian, Lu Qi's face brightened, her heart settling. Li Xian retrieved a tissue from his pocket and gently wiped the wine stain from Duo's dress before turning his gaze to Su Jie. "What did you just say?" "I didn't quite catch that." Before Su Jie could respond, a somewhat flustered voice interrupted her. "Senior, I apologize for the trouble caused to the young lady. It is my oversight." Huang Jiatai hurried over and bowed his head in apology to Li Xian. The entire hall fell into a sudden hush. Soon, Huang Binshu and several prominent figures from Jiangnan made their entrance, their sharp gazes landing squarely on Su Jie. Su Jie's complexion drained of color, her breath quickening, her body trembling slightly. She realized she had crossed a line. Despite being Huang Binshu's mistress, she was merely one of many, little more than a plaything. Dare to offend the young lady? Break her hand and toss her into the streets. Huang Binshu commanded coldly, his eyes glinting with menace. As soon as the words left his lips, several members of the Shadow Guard in black attire stepped forward. Bang! In an instant, Su Jie collapsed to the ground. Just as she opened her mouth to plead for mercy, a guard covered her mouth and dragged her away. Today was not a day for her to raise a ruckus and disturb the mood of the esteemed guests. Li Xian observed the unfolding drama with a cool demeanor, bending down to scoop up his daughter before striding out of the hall without a backward glance. "Dad," Senior Li Huang Binshu instinctively inquired. The next moment, a resounding slap echoed as Huang Jiangtai struck him across the face. "Is this the guest you invited?" Chapter 43. Please cooperate with the investigation. Li Xian stepped out of the Huang residence, with Lu Qi hastily following behind him. "Do not envy those glamorous stars," Li Xian remarked calmly as he settled into the car and started the engine. These so-called celebrities, who soared a wealth of millions or even billions based solely on their appearance, inevitably have to sacrifice much in return. Ultimately, they are merely playthings for the powerful. He added, "After today, you will never see Su Jie on screen again." As the car drove away from the Huang family estate, Li Xian spoke in a detached manner. Lu Qi gazed out at the fleeting shadows outside, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, the hall of the Huang residence was steeped in silence, with many speculating about the identity of the young man. Huang Binshu had clearly punished his young lover, showing him respect. Yet the latter had turned and left without a second thought, indifferent to Huang Binshu's feelings. Rather than expressing anger, the Huang family's members, particularly Huang Jiangtai, had publicly slapped his son, indicating that the young man must possess an extraordinary background. Those who had encountered Li Xian earlier in the inner hall shared a similarly complex emotional state. On the other side, Wang Wei watched in astonishment at the unfolding events, her mind struggling to process the rapid changes. "Grandfather, who is that young man?" Xiaochan whispered, unable to comprehend the scene. If he were merely a fallen scion of a wealthy family, how could he warrant such treatment from the Huang family? Xia Linfeng remarked with a sense of wonder. "This Li Xian is remarkable. What status does Huang Jiantai hold to treat him with such deference?" The person the Huang family welcomed at the front door was most likely him. Hearing this, Xia Chan's mouth fell slightly agape, clearly shocked by the revelation. What sort of person could command such respect that the Huang family would roll out the red carpet? Could it be true? Wang Wei, who was still trying to make sense of the situation, grasped one important detail. Li Xian might indeed be a significant figure. Just looking at the assembly of high society individuals and the expulsion of Su Jie made it evident. The man she had previously regarded with disdain, deeming him irresponsible, now appeared terrifyingly formidable. At that moment, Xia Linfeng added, "Xiao Wei, do you think there's a way for me to meet with this Li Xian?" He confessed. "To be honest, I find myself increasingly intrigued by him." Wang Wei scratched her head. "Perhaps we could visit his home for a home visit?" As night fell, Li Xian drove Lu Qi back to her residence before returning to his villa. Although Duo had eaten well at the banquet, she still complained of hunger upon arriving home. Li Xian realized that the herbal remedy he had given her to enhance her physique had now led to an insatiable demand for nutrition. Thus, he personally cooked a late dinner for Duo. After finishing her meal, She clutched her round belly and fell asleep. Li Xian stood before the villa's grand floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the nightscape. He felt a surge of anger regarding the events at the banquet. Had he not been the formidable Li Chidi, but merely the impoverished Li Xian, not only would Duo have been bullied, but he himself would have faced humiliation, had it not been for the Huang family's past assistance, not just Su Jie. But even Huang Binshu would not have escaped retribution. As Li Xian sank into contemplation, a voice call interrupted his thoughts. The caller ID displayed Wang Wei. "What is it?" he asked, his tone indifferent as he answered. Wang Wei's voice on the other end sounded somewhat hesitant. Duo's father. I was wondering if you might have some time tomorrow. I would like to conduct a home visit for Duo. Would that be acceptable? A home visit? Li Xian's brow furrowed slightly. He was perplexed by her sudden request for a home visit. Can I refuse? He inquired directly. Given his performance at the banquet, which had been witnessed by all, he found it hard to believe that her seemingly distant demeanor could suddenly shift to a request for a home visit. After all, there are many materialistic individuals in this world. Upon hearing Li Xian's inclination to decline, Wang Wei grew anxious. Mr. Li, this home visit is something all the students will participate in. If you are unavailable tomorrow, we can reschedule, but a refusal is not an option. Very well. Li Xian replied, uncertain of the truth in her words. However, since she wished to come, he acquiesced. Duo's father, please send me your address on WeChat, and we can arrange for tomorrow morning, as it happens to be Saturday. All right. After hanging up, Li Xian dismissed the matter from his mind. With Duo fast asleep, he quietly left the house. The search for Meng Qingqian, who had gone missing, had yielded no useful information, prompting Li Xian to resolve to investigate further, hoping for some leads. Years ago, Meng Qingqian had vanished after meeting someone. Thus, he pondered who that person might have been, wondering if it was related to her work. Perhaps the company where she had been employed back then might hold some useful information. However, just as he stepped out of the villa, he halted his stride and coldly stated, "Come out." In a swift motion, several figures emerged, encircling Li Xian. Dressed in black and armed, their expressions were stern. Among them, one young man donned a cloak, exuding an air of authority. "I didn't expect you to notice us from such a distance," the young man remarked, scrutinizing Li Xian. "Who are you?" Li Xian asked, his brow slightly furrowed. "I am Jiang Patian, leader of the Special Operations Group," the man introduced himself. "We wish to speak with you regarding a matter." "What is it?" Li Xian maintained his impassive demeanor, though Jiang Patian felt a flicker of irritation at his calmness. "It pertains to the extermination case of the Wei family. We would like to discuss it with you." Jiang Patian fixed his gaze on Li Xian, attempting to glean something from his expression. "What connection do I have to the Wei family?" Li Xian retorted. This response left Jiang Patian somewhat disheartened. Guoli stated that 5 years ago, Wei Xinyu pushed you into a lake, and now that you have returned, growing close to Huang Jiatai and residing in a villa. With such capabilities, how could you not seek vengeance against Wei Xinyu? Jiang Patian laid out his reasoning. "So what?" Li Xian inquired coolly. "I would like to request your cooperation with our investigation," Jiang Patian continued. While he did not genuinely believe that Li Xian had annihilated the Wei family, Guoli had mentioned that prior to the massacre, Wei Xinyu appeared disheveled, repeatedly murmuring Li Xian's name, prompting Jiang to follow the trail. Hearing this, Li Xian shook his head, growing impatient. "I do not have the time for this, and regardless of your organization, it would be best not to provoke me." With that, he turned to leave. The Special Operations Group possesses the authority to act first and report later, superseding all institutions in Longhua. Should you refuse to cooperate with the investigation, I have the authority to detain you. Jiang Patian signaled to his team, who began to advance towards Li Xian, their hands reaching out to seize his shoulders, intent on apprehending him. Chapter 44. He is not human. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Li Xian's eyes. Where were these so-called Special Operations team members when the Li family was annihilated? Now they emerged to investigate supernatural incidents? When several members of the Special Operations team rushed forward, Li Xian did not even cast a glance at them. He merely took a step forward. In the next moment, those figures felt as though they had been struck by a swiftly moving train, each one sent flying several meters away, spitting blood incessantly. Jiang Patian's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing this scene. He had initially speculated that the extermination of several prominent families might be connected to Li Xian, but he never anticipated that Li Xian was a master in his own right. Without hesitation, he swung his fist towards Li Xian. The sound of sonic booms echoing in the air, his aura formidable. However, when he was a mere meter away from Li Xian. He felt an invisible force blocking his path, rendering him unable to advance even an inch despite exerting all his strength. The internal energy was externalized. He was a congenital master. A tempest surged within him. This Li Xian, once a mere waste of a fallen young master 5 years ago, had astonishingly transformed into a congenital powerhouse within that time. How could this be possible? I warned you not to provoke me. You chose to disregard my warning. Thus, I shall sever one of your hands as a lesson. Li Xian's icy voice resounded. A spray of blood erupted from Jiang Patian's wrist. In the next moment, Jiang Patian, akin to a kite with its strings severed, was hurled away, crashing to the ground and discovering that his entire wrist was shattered. This was utterly terrifying. It seemed that the destruction of the Wei and Wang families and other prominent clans was not merely related to him. It was highly likely that Li Xian was behind it all. Meanwhile, Li Xian had already hastened away, vanishing into the night. For the Special Operations Team, today was merely a minor lesson. Should they dare to provoke him again, Li Xian would not hesitate to obliterate their entire organization from existence. At the foot of a building, the words Zhengguang Decoration Engineering Company Limited flickered incessantly. This was the company where Meng Qingqian had worked years ago. 5 years had passed, yet it appeared unchanged. It was already 10 o'clock at night, but the lights in the company remained bright, indicating that someone was still working late. This brought Li Xian's memories back to 5 years ago when Meng Qingqian would often return home late, as it was quite normal for employees to work several extra hours. At that time, Meng Qingqian affectionately referred to her boss as Lu Bapi, a greedy and miserly man. Once, when Meng Qingqian was 10 minutes late, he scolded her for over an hour in the office, forcing her to apologize in front of the entire company. Li Xian recalled that day vividly. Meng Qingqian returned home with red-rimmed eyes, saying that if not for that meager salary, she would have loved to slap Lu Bapi hard. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Xian found himself at the company's entrance. The security guard was lazily leaning back in his chair, engrossed in his phone. At night, there were security guards on duty, and this position was the only one in the company that adhered to a regular work schedule. The guard, surprised to see someone at such a late hour, stepped forward to block Li Xian's path. "What do you want?" he asked brusquely, certain that this was not a client. However, in that instant, the figure who had stood at the entrance vanished before his eyes, reappearing in the company lobby as if he had teleported. In another flash, the young man had entered the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, he completely disappeared from the guard's sight. Having struggled in the lower echelons of society for years, the security guard possessed considerable courage. He had previously worked in a mortuary, witnessing all manner of scenes. But at this moment, his eyes widened in disbelief, his scalp prickling, his legs feeling as though they were infused with lead. Utterly devoid of strength, the elevator door opened. Li Xian arrived on the 3rd floor and made his way directly to the boss's office. Lu Bapi was harsh with his employees, but even harsher with himself, spending every day in the office working overtime. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking echoed. Lu Yuzhou, wearing glasses and reviewing a recently signed contract, heard the sound and assumed it was an employee seeking him for something. So he replied without looking up, "Come in." Upon opening the door, a figure stood before Lu Yuzhou. Displeased, he raised his head and snapped, "Why are you silent at this late hour? Are you playing a zombie?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was met with a resounding slap across his face. Lu Yuzhou, who stood at nearly 6 feet tall and weighed over 200 pounds, was sent reeling, his vision filled with stars. Shaking his head to clear the disorientation, he found himself in a state of confusion. What was happening? He did not know this person, yet they struck him without provocation. Yet Lu Yuzhou was no pushover. Before starting his company, he had been a notorious thug in the area. Once he regained his senses, he grabbed an ashtray from the desk and hurled it at Li Xian. However, as he lifted the ashtray, another slap landed on his face, even harder than the last. Lu Yuzhou's hefty frame was sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground and emitting a wailing cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. At that moment, Li Xian stood before him once more, looking down from a height. "Do you remember an employee of Meng Qingqian from 3 years ago?" "Why, yes, I remember." Lu Yuzhou stammered, realizing that this young man was formidable and beginning to feel a twinge of fear. Meng Qingqian, as the eldest daughter of the Meng family and a renowned beauty in Chuzhou, was indeed unforgettable. Had it not been for her family's influential background, he might have already taken action against her. Despite this, he had not refrained from making things difficult for Meng Qingqian. 3 years ago, Meng Qingqian went to meet someone and subsequently went missing. Do you know who that person was? Li Xian inquired coldly. Lu Yuzhou nodded. He was a client of our company. However, Meng Qinqian went missing on her way back after meeting him. The Six Doors organization investigated back then. That client was called Wei Xianyang, a partner of our company, but we haven't collaborated in several years. I heard he became completely paralyzed and has been bedridden for a long time. Perhaps he has even passed away. All right, I understand. Li Xian replied before turning and walking out. 2 minutes after Li Xian exited, Lu Yuzhou scrambled to his feet, grabbing the phone to call security, cursing. What the hell are you doing? How could you let an outsider into the company without stopping him? After his tirade, the voice on the other end trembled. Lu Zong. It's not that I didn't stop him. That young man is simply not human. Lu Yuzhou's fury escalated. What nonsense are you spouting? Not human, or a ghost. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. Pack your things and get out by tomorrow. No, he truly isn't human. If you don't believe me, check the surveillance footage. He teleported from the entrance to the lobby in a single step. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuzhou's mind went blank. He recalled the scene where Li Xian had slapped him away. In his previous rage, he had forgotten about this detail. Unlike the unworldly security guard, Lu Yuzhou was not so naive, realizing that this person was evidently extraordinary. Could he be a practitioner? Lu Yuzhou suddenly remembered a scene he had stumbled upon a few years ago, an inexplicable chill coursing through him as he stammered, "Do not publicize this matter. Also, make sure to send me a copy of the surveillance footage. I want to see it." Chapter 45. Are you the Grim Reaper? Stepping out of the company and into the street, Li Xian closed his eyes, his ethereal consciousness rapidly enveloping the entire city of Chuzhou. The flickering lights of countless homes and scenes flashed before his mind like a kaleidoscope. Found it. It seemed that Wei Xianyang was not long for this world. Li Xian murmured softly. Slowly opening his eyes, he gazed westward, as if penetrating through countless dimensions to behold the unfolding scene. In the next moment, he took a step forward, vanishing from his spot like a shard of broken light. That night, within the hospital's inpatient department on Human Road in the Western District, the atmosphere in a luxurious ward was somber. The descendants of the Wei family wore furrowed brows, their expressions heavy with concern. An elderly man lay on the bed, donning an oxygen mask, his breath faint. The data on the ECG monitor fluctuated steadily. Wei Xianyang, who had risen from humble beginnings to amass a fortune of billions, was indeed a legendary figure. Yet, at the age of 50, he became paralyzed from the waist down, and 2 years later, his entire body succumbed to paralysis. Now nearing the end of his life, his devoted wife, Hu Feng, had reddened eyes, surrounded by their son and daughter, along with several nephews and nieces. The Wei family's rise was relatively swift, lacking the treachery that characterized other clans. At that moment, sorrow marked every face. A doctor in a white coat approached the bedside to examine Wei Xianyang before signaling to the family, indicating that they should step outside the ward. "Madam Hu, Mr. Wei may not last long. Prepare for the worst," he said, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. In an instant, Hu Feng, who loved Wei Xianyang deeply, collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. The doctor shook his head and departed. In the corridor, Li Xian observed the scene, shaking his head gently. The parting of life and death has always been a profound sorrow of humanity. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the dimly lit corridor, instantly capturing the attention of the Wei family. A young man dressed in casual attire seemed to materialize out of thin air. But in the next moment, a shocking sight unfolded. The young man took a step forward and appeared to teleport, standing at the bedside in an instant. At that moment, the air around them felt frozen, and the bravest of the Wei family, Wei Wenshu, stammered, "Why you? Who are you?" However, Li Xian paid him no heed. Instead, directing his gaze at the frail old man on the bed. Wei Xianyang's vitality was waning, and it seemed he would soon depart this world. Li Xian smiled faintly and reached out to touch Wei Xianyang's forehead. "What do you intend to do?" Seeing this, Wei Wenshu panicked, clenching his fists and preparing to charge forward. Yet, as he took a step, he felt as if he were sinking into a quagmire, his movements slowed to a crawl. Not only he, but every member of the Wei family also fell victim to this strange phenomenon. The surroundings fell utterly silent, all sounds vanishing as if time had been paused. Yet, the area around the bed remained isolated from the world, with normal time flow allowing for free movement. The members of the Wei family, accustomed to managing a company and having seen much of the world, now felt chills run down their spines, their scalps tingling. The elderly man on the bed weakly opened his eyes, gazing at the unexpectedly appearing youth, perhaps due to a moment of clarity. He remained mentally agile despite his bedridden state. Noticing the strangeness in his relatives, he displayed a hint of calm. Are you the Grim Reaper? In Wei Xinliang's view, only the Grim Reaper could wield such extraordinary power and appear at the brink of his death. Li Xian smiled slightly, his fingers resting on Wei Xinliang's forehead. I am not the Grim Reaper. However, I can determine your fate. I have come to inquire about a matter. 3 years ago, a girl named Ming Qingqian delivered a contract to you and subsequently vanished. Tell me, do you know anything about her? Li Xian fixed his gaze on the old man. Upon hearing the name, Wei Xinliang's spirit stirred slightly. I do not know what charm that girl possesses to attract individuals like you, who wield supernatural powers. You? Li Xian questioned, his brow furrowing in curiosity. It appeared that Wei Xinliang did indeed possess some knowledge. 3 years ago, I collaborated with Jiangnan Company, and in the afternoon, I was to receive a contract. Jiangnan Company promised to send someone to deliver it. The girl who brought the contract was exceptionally beautiful after delivering it. She even remembered to take the trash out from my office before leaving. Li Xian's expression turned complex. The old man's words reminded him of Meng Qingqian's diligence, devoid of any airs of a wealthy heiress. After their marriage, she managed household chores and cooking with meticulous care. I admired her actions and contemplated requesting her from General Liu. I stood by the window watching her depart. Just as she reached the roadside, several figures in black appeared, knocked her unconscious, and shoved her into a car. Hearing this, Li Xian's fists clenched tightly. Indeed, something had happened to Qingqian, but who would dare to target her? The old man's voice continued. I witnessed this scene and hurriedly called the police, but before I could complete the call, a tall man appeared before me. He wore a mask, resembling a demon, and warned me that if I dared to speak about what I had seen, I would vanish from this world, and my family would face dire consequences. After saying that, he simply leaped out of the window. My office was on the 15th floor. For the safety of myself and my family, when the 6 doors came to investigate, I dared not disclose the truth of what had transpired. Do you remember any distinguishing features of the individuals who abducted Meng Qingqian? Li Xian inquired. Wei Xinliang shook his head. It was too far. I couldn't see clearly. And it's been too long for me to recall. Cannot recall? Li Xian sighed. I did not wish to resort to this method. With that, his palm enveloped Wei Xinliang's head. In the next moment, the old man's face contorted in agony as a surge of memory illuminated Li Xian's palm. A black sedan. Figures in black descending from it, abducting Ming Qingqian, and the masked man in Wei Xinliang's office, his sleeve adorned with a blood-red plum blossom. The plum blossom mark seemed to signify something. Li Xian pondered, reviewing the memory again. After a considerable time, he pressed the light back into Wei Xinliang's consciousness. The soul-searching technique inflicts immense suffering. Although I have restored your memory, it has nonetheless left an indelible scar upon your spirit. I shall grant you an additional month of vitality as compensation. With that, Li Xian sent forth a beam of light into Wei Xinliang's body. Having completed all of this, he stepped forward and vanished from the ward. Just as Li Xian disappeared, the time domain enveloping the room instantaneously dissipated. The members of the Wei family at the corridor's entrance and within the ward were astonished to find themselves restored to normalcy, their eyes filled with terror. At that moment, Wei Xinliang's heart thudded heavily a few times, followed by the invigorating flow of blood surging through his body, revitalizing his limbs and skin. His complexion began to regain its color. Chapter 46. He is the prominent figure. The blood-red plum blossom serves as a significant emblem. With this clue in hand, there is no doubt that the individual who abducted Ming Qingqian can be identified. However, what puzzles Li Xian is the fact that such a kind-hearted woman as Ming Qingqian would have no reason to offend anyone, raising the question of why she was taken. By the time Li Xian returned to the villa, it was already past 11 o'clock. The members of the shadow guards remained steadfastly vigilant, guarding the surroundings. Li Xian summoned them all, a total of 12, each emanating an extraordinary aura, having reached the level of transformation, thus qualifying as formidable masters. Though you were dispatched by Huang Jiangtai, your dedication to protecting my daughter is greatly appreciated, Li Xian remarked. The members of the shadow guards humbly expressed their unworthiness, their gazes toward Li Xian laced with a hint of reverence. With a slight smile, Li Xian waved his hand, and immediately, 12 beams of light surged forth, flowing into the bodies of the 12 individuals. This true essence is bestowed upon you. Cultivate it wisely, he instructed before turning to enter the house. Initially bewildered, the 12 shadow guards soon found themselves enveloped by a sudden influx of terrifying energy as they attempted to harness their powers, plunging each of them into ecstatic joy. They hastily returned to their respective positions, settling into a meditative posture to practice. Upon entering the room, Li Xian found his daughter, Duo, still sound asleep. She was covered with a small blanket, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. A smile crept onto Li Xian's face, for his daughter was utterly adorable. "Daddy, I want to eat braised pork," Duo mumbled in her sleep. Li Xian couldn't help but chuckle softly, murmuring to himself, "Not just braised pork. If you desire dragon meat, your father will procure it for you." Inside the villa, Li Xian felt a profound sense of happiness. Unaware that the atmosphere in the hospital had dramatically shifted, Wei Xianyang, who had been declared critically ill, had astonishingly recovered. This news sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the hospital. It is worth noting that Wei Xianyang was a major client of this private hospital, which had been exceedingly attentive to his condition. However, after multiple expert diagnoses confirmed that Wei Xianyang was beyond saving, he had not only returned to life but, after years of paralysis, had also regained the ability to walk, leaving the hospital with the support of the Wei family's children. Such a spectacle nearly caused the hospital's experts to drop their jaws in disbelief. The hospital director turned to Wei Xianyang's attending physician. "What in the world happened? Explain this to me at once." The attending physician appeared equally perplexed. "I had just stepped out and am unaware of what transpired." "Director, we have pulled up the surveillance footage," an urgent doctor announced as he hurried over, manipulating the remote. The large screen flickered to life, revealing the surveillance footage from that moment. A casually dressed young man abruptly appeared in the corridor, prompting expressions of horror from the Wei family members. The footage concluded without the young man's reappearance. It was evident that Wei Xianyang's miraculous revival was closely linked to this young man. Yet, could it be that the footage had been maliciously edited? How could someone simply appear and then vanish without a trace? The director, Wang Dazhang, mused aloud. Unbeknownst to him, a doctor in the corner had discreetly captured an image from the screen. Morning arrived at the Linjiang villa. Li Xian was tending to Duo's morning routine. The little girl, enjoying the luxury of a Saturday without kindergarten, refused to rise even as the sun warmed her backside. It took Li Xian a mix of coaxing and gentle persuasion to extract her from her cozy cocoon. At that moment, she was incessantly mumbling, "Daddy can't lie. Duo wants popcorn, and chocolate, ice cream, and cream cake." Outside the villa, a figure had been kneeling for over 2 hours, Huang Binchu. After being slapped by his father the previous day, Huang Binchu realized that his actions could cost the Huang family Li Xian's favor. Thus, he arrived early in the morning to kneel at the villa, silently seeking Li Xian's forgiveness. Li Xian was aware of Huang Binchu's presence but chose to ignore him. After finishing Duo's routine, he began preparing breakfast. Soon, the kitchen was filled with a delightful aroma. Meanwhile, Wang Wei settled into a car driven by Xiao Linfeng. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community according to the address Li Xian had provided, she was momentarily taken aback. Though the address stated Linjiang Villa, she had assumed it was an ordinary residence, not anticipating it to be the most luxurious mansion in Chuzhou. This area boasted numerous villa districts, but the one where Li Xian resided was renowned as the Palace of Chuzhou, with each villa exceeding 1,000 square meters. What does this signify? A single house represents a modest goal, a dream unattainable for countless individuals in their lifetimes. Wang Wei remembered a time when she passed by with a colleague, who lamented that even spending one night inside would be a dream come true. She never imagined that Li Xian would be living here. Wasn't he a down-and-out youth? How did he suddenly transform into a wealthy magnate? Xiao Linfeng and his granddaughter, Xia Chan, were unfazed, for anyone who could command such respect from Huang Jiantai was surely no ordinary person. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance and completing the visitor registration, the security guard contacted Li Xian for confirmation before granting entry. 3 minutes later, as they pulled up in front of the villa and exited the car, they spotted Huang Binchu kneeling at the entrance. The head of the Huang family, Huang Binchu, was kneeling before Li Xian's villa. If it were not witnessed firsthand, who would dare believe such a sight? In that instant, Xiao Linfeng was certain that Li Xian was indeed the esteemed guest welcomed by the Huang family. The dignified head of the Xia family felt a twinge of nervousness. Chapter 47, He is a God. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Linfeng suppressed the shock in his heart and pressed the doorbell of Li Xian's house. From the moment Xiao Linfeng and his companions appeared at the villa's entrance, Li Xian had already sensed their presence. He had initially anticipated that Wang Wei would come alone for a home visit, but to his surprise, she was accompanied by an elderly gentleman and another young woman. Clearly, the home visit was merely a pretense. Nonetheless, Li Xian opened the door. Upon seeing Li Xian, Wang Wei felt a twinge of nervousness. In her eyes, he was no longer the downtrodden scion he once was. With the transformation of Li Xian's status, she felt a sense of oppression in his presence. This feeling was entirely psychological. When one learns that another is a murderer, even if the person is unarmed and somewhat lame, fear inevitably arises. Teacher Wang, have you come in a group for a home visit? Li Xian teased. Wang Wei's face flushed slightly at his words, and she felt embarrassed, wishing she could find a mouse hole to hide in. Behind her, Xiao Linfeng hurriedly explained, Mr. Li is someone I asked Teacher Wang to introduce me to. I am very interested in your paintings. Please, come in, Li Xian said nonchalantly. At that moment, upon hearing that Wang Wei had arrived, Duo hurriedly came out and politely greeted, Hello, teacher. Despite her usual mischievousness, she behaved obediently in front of Wang Wei. Students are inherently fearful of their teachers, much like mice are of cats, a natural hierarchy. As they entered the living room, Wang Wei, Xiao Linfeng, and Xiao Chan sat cautiously on the sofa. Wang Wei quietly surveyed the villa's decor, unable to hide her astonishment. Although she had been shocked to learn that Li Xian lived here, only when she actually stepped into the opulent villa could she truly appreciate its grandeur. It was like a small palace. How could Li Xian be so wealthy? Reflecting on her previous cold demeanor towards him made her realize her own lack of insight. The three of them sat on the sofa, and Li Xian showed no intention of offering them any refreshments. As the esteemed Li Chitty, he had no inclination to cater to others. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Speak, what is it that you seek from me? Li Xian was the first to break the stillness. Since the home visit was merely a facade, he was curious as to why Xiao Linfeng was so eager to meet him. To be frank, I wish to meet you after seeing the tiger you painted, Mr. Li. Although it was merely a casual sketch, it captured the essence of the tiger. I wonder if you would consider parting with it. I am willing to offer 5 million, Xiao Linfeng said. At this, Wang Wei's mouth fell agape, wide enough to fit a cucumber. 5 million. For just a few strokes, Xiao Linfeng was willing to offer such a sum? Hadn't he just mentioned 50,000 before? However, what came next from Li Xian shattered her worldview even further. I would sell it for 500 million. It is a priceless treasure I painted for my daughter. Li Xian was aware that Xiao Linfeng's interest in purchasing the painting was merely a pretext to get to know him. Such a person was not to his liking. Yet, upon hearing Li Xian's words, Wang Wei felt her mind buzzing. 5 million was rejected, and he claimed it was worth 500 million. What was going on? Was the world of the wealthy truly this absurd? Even Xiao Chan beside her frowned slightly. Her grandfather had kindly wished to purchase the painting. Yet the artist was so aloof. Unable to contain herself, she said, Li Xian, do you have any idea how much a painting by the most famous artist in our country is worth? You dare to say yours is worth 500 million? Who do you think you are? Upon hearing Xiao Chan's words, Li Xian's expression turned icy. As the revered Li Chitty, standing above countless others, he could dictate the fate of many with a single word. How dare a mere worldly woman speak to him so disrespectfully? In the next instant, an intensely frigid aura emanated from him, causing the air in the villa's hall to drop to freezing temperatures. The three of them felt their bodies stiffen, as if trapped in a harsh winter, and a palpable killing intent enveloped Xiao Chan, who sat on the sofa. Xiao Linfeng's face changed dramatically, and a storm of fear surged within him. He quickly fell to his knees, trembling as he pleaded, Mr. Li, please forgive my granddaughter. She is lacking in discipline. I beg you to spare her. Wang Wei, though equally astonished, found it hard to believe. Did Li Xian dare to kill? But in the next moment, she saw a trickle of blood escape from Xiao Chan's lips, her body trembling, her face turning pale as death. At that moment, Wang Wei felt her scalp go numb. In response to Xiao Linfeng's desperate plea, Li Xian remained unmoved, his gaze devoid of any emotion. Daddy, what is wrong with this grandpa? Just then, a tender voice broke the tension. Duo, holding a teapot, was ready to serve tea to the guests. Observing the quivering Xiao Linfeng, she couldn't help but ask curiously. In that instant, the chilling aura receded like a tide, and the murderous intent surrounding Xiao Chan vanished without a trace. Li Xian turned, smiling as he accepted the teapot from his daughter's hands and placed it on the table. Only his daughter could dispel his murderous intentions. With the terrifying atmosphere dissipated, Xiao Linfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. In a short span of time, his back was drenched in cold sweat, and Xiao Chan collapsed, utterly exhausted. Just moments ago, she had felt so close to death. Looking at Li Xian now, her eyes were filled with dread. He was not a mere man. He was a god. Get up. You must discipline your granddaughter. Today, for the sake of my daughter, I will spare her this once, Li Xian said coldly. Xiao Lifeng, trembling, stood up, taking several deep breaths of fresh air. Having intended to plead with Li Xian, he dared not utter another word and hurriedly left with his granddaughter. Wang Wei, too, wore an expression of lingering fear. Once they departed, Duo curiously asked, Daddy, why did Teacher Wang leave so quickly? They didn't even drink the tea I made. Teacher Wang had something to attend to. Next time, she can enjoy the tea you made. Li Xian replied with a smile. Meanwhile, after exiting the villa, Xiao Lifeng and the others hurried into their car, urging the driver to leave promptly. On the way, Xiaochan finally processed what had occurred and called out, Grandpa. Tears flooded her eyes as she spoke. Having grown up, she had never encountered such humiliation before. Xiao Lifeng sighed. Chan'er, today's events should serve as a lesson to you. Although our Xia family has some influence in Chuzhou, we are far from being untouchable. You've been spoiled at home, which has led you to speak without restraint. After saying this, he glanced back at the villa. He had initially hoped to leverage Li Xian's connections with Huang Jiangtai to resolve a family matter. But he expected Li Xian himself to be a formidable powerhouse. If he could lend a hand, the crisis facing their family would surely be resolved. Unfortunately, this person had a peculiar temperament, and with his granddaughter having offended him, it seemed they would have to seek another solution. Chapter 48. The bully. After Xiao Linfeng and the others departed, Li Xian emerged from a different place, gazing coldly at Huang Benchu, who was kneeling before him. Rise, he commanded. A radiant joy illuminated Huang Benchu's face as he hastily scrambled to his feet. Thank you, Mr. Li, for your magnanimity. Li Xian let out a disdainful snort. Were it not for your father, Huang Jiangtai, having done numerous favors for me, you would have lost your life last night. Now, I grant you an opportunity to atone for your misdeeds. Investigate an organization marked by a crimson plum blossom. Huang Benchu promptly replied, I will look into it at once. After Huang Benchu departed, Li Xian returned indoors to find Duo idly playing with her doll. It was Saturday, and Duo had no school. Recalling his promise to treat Uncle Kang's leg injury, he spoke up, Duo, how would you like to visit an uncle's house to play? Upon hearing of the fun, Duo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes. Thus, the father and daughter made their way out. However, upon arriving at Uncle Kang's neighborhood, they were met with a crowd gathered ahead. You old fool, I'll ask you one more time. Will you demolish or not? You're lucky to be offered 50,000. If you keep whining, I want to give you a dime. What are you even worth? The raucous voices echoed from a distance, and the throng continued to swell. At that moment, Uncle Kong lay on the ground, battered and bruised, while his son, Kong Yang, was held down by two burly men, his face contorted with rage. The neighborhood was an old one that had recently been slated for redevelopment. Initially, Uncle Kong and his son were quite pleased, as demolition meant they could move into a new home, not to mention a substantial monetary compensation. However, the developers turned out to be unscrupulous, offering only 50,000 as compensation. Such an amount was utterly insufficient. It wouldn't even cover the cost of a 20-some square meter apartment. Although the area was dilapidated, the average price of second-hand homes had been around 7,000 to 8,000 per square meter, with their 60 square meter home valued at over 400,000. Uncle Kong naturally rejected the outrageous offer. Yet, the developers, backed by underworld connections, sent enforcers to threaten them. Uncle Kong, once a steward in a prominent family, refused to back down, only to be beaten mercilessly. Before them stood a rotund man adorned with a heavy gold chain, his tattoos barely visible beneath his shirt. Known colloquially as Chun Mile, his smile resembled that of the Buddha, yet his actions were ruthlessly vicious. He pointed at Uncle Kong, hurling insults. Old fool. I'll give you one more minute to decide. Sign the contract, or I'll break your son's legs. Two cripples make for a fine story. Chun Mile laughed heartily, his henchmen joining in the mockery. Kong Yang, restrained by the two hulks, was powerless to move, while Chun Mile brandished a heavy iron pipe, menacingly approaching him. Uncle Kong's heart raced at the sight. Chun Mile, you are a beast. We common folk already struggle to survive, and yet you bully us like this. Do you not fear retribution for your ill-gotten gains? Uncle Kong's teeth clenched, his face contorted in rage, wishing to sink his teeth into Chun Mile's flesh. In response, Chun Mile spat at Uncle Kong. You old fool, dare to curse me? Let me first break your son's legs for you to enjoy. He raised the iron pipe, and in that moment, Uncle Kang's eyes turned crimson. If the blow landed, his son's legs would surely be shattered. His son had not yet married. Should his legs be broken, his life would be ruined. You inhumane wretch. Uncle Kong attempted to rise but was forcibly held down by a brute, rendering him powerless. Please, don't harm my son. I'll sign. I'll sign. Isn't that enough? In that moment, Uncle Kong resigned to his fate. Though he was a proud man, his pride was of little use against the harsh reality before him. How could an insignificant man like him contend with such power? Hearing this, Chinmile smirked. Now you're being sensible. Why suffer needless pain? 50,000 is generous enough. It can buy you several coffins. Ha ha ha. His laughter boomed with satisfaction, deliberately showcasing his cruelty to intimidate others. He understood that Uncle Kong was the most obstinate in the vicinity. Once he subdued him, others would surely comply. As for any repercussions, he felt no fear. His connections would shield him from any consequences. At that moment, Kong Yang was released, yet he collapsed to the ground, completely drained of strength. This was their only asset. Signing the contract would leave them homeless. But what could they do? Who would stand up for powerless individuals like them? In that instant, Kong Yang's mind flickered with thoughts of Li Xian, but he quickly dismissed the notion. Despite his father's claims of Li Xian driving a Rolls-Royce, would he risk offending a bully for a mere former steward? Furthermore, having power did not equate to having influence. The forces backing Chinmile were not to be trifled with. Quickly sign the contract. Chinmile tossed a document before Uncle Kong. Trembling, Uncle Kong reached for the paper, but before he could even unfold it, a chilling voice pierced the air. That contract cannot be signed. Chinmile and his crew turned to see a young man holding a child, appearing at a distance. Uncle Kang's face drained of color. Young master, what brings you here? He feared for the consequences of provoking Chinmile, who was no benign figure. Chapter 49, Consequences to Bear at This Moment. A cold smirk appeared on Chinmile's face. Gazing at the newly arrived Li Xian, he remarked, Young man, were you not the one who just declared that this contract cannot be signed? However, Li Xian paid him no heed and directly approached Kong Bo, assisting him to his feet. He then seized the contract from Kong Bo's hands and, in front of the gathered crowd, tore it in half with a decisive rip, discarding the pieces carelessly onto the ground. This spectacle left not only Chinmile in disbelief but also Kong Bo, Kong Yang, and the onlookers, all wide-eyed in astonishment. What on earth was this young man doing? How could he dare to tear up the contract? Did he not realize that such an action would provoke Chinmile? Who was Chinmile? Even stray dogs would avoid him. Yet this audacious youth had the audacity to shred his contract. He must be ignorant of the consequences. Surely, Chinmile would be enraged. Kong Bo, pale with fear, quickly interjected, Mr. Chun, this is my nephew. He is merely naive. Please, let us draft another contract, and I will sign it immediately. He was terrified that Li Xian might come to harm. Although he knew his young master owned luxury cars and likely had some social standing, he understood that Chinmile was no ordinary person. Wealth alone could not shield one from his wrath. Chinmile exploded with curses, sign your mother. After finishing, he fixed a menacing glare at Li Xian. This insolent young man had torn the contract right before him. If he did not teach him a lesson, what kind of Chinmile would he be? You little brat, I don't care who you are. Kneel before me right now, or I will ruin you today. Despite his hefty frame, Chinmile was remarkably agile and ruthless. His current stature was a result of his fierce nature that earned him the favor of powerful figures. Li Xian regarded him with a chilling stare and called out to those around him, deal with him. The crowd was taken aback. Was this young man speaking to thin air? For him to take such drastic action before so many witnesses was utterly shocking. Yet, Li Xian had no intention of sparing Chinmile. The hidden guardians were well versed in such matters. You are just a pretentious fool, Chinmile scoffed. Unable to suppress a laugh, the bystanders shook their heads in disbelief, having hoped Kong Bo had found a savior, only to realize he was merely a deluded young man. However, the next moment, several figures appeared, positioning themselves in front of Li Xian. Clad in black, their expressions were emotionless, and their imposing presence far surpassed that of Chinmile's lackeys. The atmosphere grew tense. Kong Young's eyes sparkled with hope. This young master from the Li family appeared well prepared. Surely, someone capable of driving a Rolls-Royce was not ordinary. Chinmile's demeanor shifted to one of caution. In the underworld, one learned to recognize a threat. These individuals exuded a menacing aura, clearly trained and likely with blood on their hands. Chinmile's cheeks twitched as he turned to Li Xian. Young brother, it seems I have inadvertently offended you today. He then signaled to his subordinates, withdraw. Did I give you permission to leave? Li Xian replied coolly. At his words, Chinmile stiffened, his expression darkening. He held a prominent place in Chu Prefecture, especially with the backing of Wang Tianyuan, the owner of Tianyuan Entertainment. He had already lowered himself to accommodate the other party, yet they refused to relent. Fury ignited within Chinmile as he threatened, friend, It would be wise to back off. Angering me will not benefit anyone. In an instant, a sleek black handgun was pressed against Chun Mile's forehead. The hidden guardian's gaze was icy, and the weapon bore a suppressor. What sane individual would equip their gun with a silencer? Chun Mile, familiar with firearms, understood that most were merely for intimidation. But a silencer indicated a serious intent to kill. Cold sweat trickled down his face, and his subordinates froze in shock. Meanwhile, Li Xian bent down to lift Duo and calmly instructed, "Choose a concealed location." Yes, one of the hidden guardians promptly nodded in compliance. A sense of unease welled up within Chun Mile as he exclaimed, "I am a man of Wang Tianyuan. You cannot." Before he could finish, a firm grip seized his neck. Despite his considerable weight, he was hoisted effortlessly, akin to lifting a mere chick, and was taken away. The remaining henchmen followed suit. Obedient under the threat of the gun, Kong Bo, the steward of the Li family, had remained faithful even after the family's decline, visiting the graves of his ancestors. To Li Xian, he was more precious than many relatives. Moreover, someone like Chun Mile, who bullied and exploited others, had undoubtedly caused countless families to suffer. Thus, his fate was well-deserved. The hidden guardians would decide his fate, and Li Xian's last words had already conveyed his stance. After arriving at Kong Bo's home, it wasn't long before the hidden guardians reappeared downstairs, lurking in the shadows. Li Xian surmised that Chun Mile had likely vanished without a trace. The neighbors, still gathered outside, exchanged whispers. One elderly woman marveled. Chun Mile was such a ruthless figure. I never expected he would lose to old man Kong. I've heard he used to serve a prominent family as a steward. It seems he has some connections after all. Indeed. He referred to that young man as young master, suggesting he was the son of the former household. Quite remarkable, another chimed in. This incident swiftly became a hot topic within the community. Inside the house, Kong Yang had entirely changed his previously indifferent demeanor towards Li Xian. Serving tea and even producing an array of candies for Duo. Kong Bo expressed profound gratitude towards Li Xian, though a flicker of concern remained in his eyes. After all, Chun Mile was affiliated with Wang Tianyuan of Tianyuan Entertainment. Yet, with Li Xian's repeated reassurances, he began to feel at ease. Kong Bo, do you recall our previous conversation about treating your leg? Kong Bo's face momentarily froze, and just as he was about to respond, Li Xian pointed a finger at his leg, a surge of intangible energy flowing into him. For Li Xian, Kong Bo's ailment was a trifling matter. Kong Bo felt a tickling sensation in his leg, and the words he intended to utter were swallowed as he gaped in astonishment. Meanwhile, Li Xian withdrew his finger. Kong Bo, your leg has been healed. Walk and see for yourself. Wait. Although Kong Bo had just experienced a tingling sensation akin to an electric current, he struggled to believe that his leg could truly be restored so easily. Not only he, but Kong Yang also regarded Li Xian with skepticism. After all, Kong Bo's leg had left doctors stumped. What could Li Xian possibly do? Yet in the next moment, Kong Bo slowly rose from the sofa, taking tentative steps. His leg seemed to function properly. Kong Yang, witnessing his father's transformation, rubbed his eyes, questioning his own sight. As Kong Bo continued to walk, each step became increasingly fluid. Father and son stood frozen in disbelief. An actual miracle had occurred. Young master, what is happening? Kong Bo asked, astonished as he gazed at Li Xian. Some matters may be difficult to explain at once, Kong Bo. Just know that as long as I, Li Xian, am in this world, no one shall ever bully you again. With that, Li Xian stood to take his leave, saying, it's getting late. I shall return another time. He then took Duo's hand and headed towards the door. Kong Bo hurriedly escorted them downstairs. A sleek black sedan awaited them, and a hidden guardian emerged to open the door. Li Xian entered the vehicle with Duo, while Uncle Kong and his son felt a momentary sense of unreality as they watched the departing car. Inform Huang Jiantai to arrange a high-paying job for Kong Yang, and the Huang family should find a way to take over the demolition project of this community. The driver, a member of the hidden guards, nodded in acknowledgement. Li Xian could have directly bestowed a sum of money upon the Kong family, but he believed such an act would instill unease in them. Hence he opted for this approach. Furthermore, inform Huang Benchu that I no longer wish to hear any news regarding the owner of Tianyuan Entertainment City. The hidden guards diligently noted his instructions. Just as they were nearing the community, the car suddenly screeched to a halt. A group of individuals obstructed their path ahead. Drive Duo home, Li Xian commanded, then opened the car door and stepped out. Upon seeing him exit the vehicle, the group parted to allow the car to pass, only to encircle Li Xian thereafter. Over 30 individuals, all practitioners wielding weapons, emanated an intimidating aura. The leader among them was a master-level practitioner. His gaze as cold as ice. Recognizing their attire, reminiscent of Jiang Patian and his companions whom he had previously injured, Li Xian deduced their identity, the Special Operations Group. After surrounding Li Xian, the middle-aged master stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon him. Jiang Patian informed me that you are an innate powerhouse. How laughable. Innate powerhouses are not as common as cabbages by the roadside. As he spoke, he produced an identification card. Wei Ran. From the Jiangnan division of the Dragon Nation's Special Operations Group. Please cooperate and come with me, or face the consequences. Upon hearing this, Li Xian couldn't help but chuckle. He looked at the middle-aged man and said, You have 1 minute to disappear from my sight, or you shall bear the consequences. Chapter 50. The Southern Region Command Arrogant, Audacious, and Domineering. At this moment, the middle-aged man regarded Li Xian as utterly outrageous. Yet, the opponent undeniably possessed the ability to be so brazen, after all. He was well aware of Jiang Potion's prowess, having witnessed the man lose a hand at his hands. However, he had come prepared this time. As a member of the Special Operations Group, known as the Wolf of Jiangnan, he was composed and astute, never engaging in battle without due preparation. With a cold smile, he said, Young man, do you realize the consequences of opposing the Special Operations Group? I shall grant you one last chance. Surrender obediently, or else I shall show you no mercy. The response came in the form of Li Xian's eerily calm voice. There are 48 seconds remaining. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, a glint of malice flashing across his gaze as he coldly commanded, Capture him. As his words fell, a massive net, glimmering like metal, suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping Li Xian instantly. The middle-aged man's expression twisted into a cruel grin. This is the gift I have prepared for you, the heavenly net of the Special Operations Group. Under its grasp, no one can wield their internal energy. He ordered his subordinates, bring him down. Several members of the Special Operations Group extended their hands, reaching for Li Xian. Under the heavenly net, a practitioner was rendered powerless. No stronger than an ordinary person. In their eyes, Li Xian was ensnared, and they dismissed any notion of escape. The Special Operations Group is an organization specifically designed to deal with practitioners in the Dragon Kingdom. You cannot resist us. The middle-aged man reveled in his apparent control over the situation. Oh, really? At that moment, a voice laced with mockery echoed in the air. In the next instant, the golden net above Li Xian ignited in flames. Under the blaze, a gaping hole formed in the net, which quickly spread outward. Within mere seconds, the entire net vanished completely. How is this possible? The middle-aged man's expression morphed into one of utter disbelief. The heavenly net was not crafted from mere ropes, but forged from the copper of Xuan Mountain, an artifact that should not have succumbed to flames. The once invincible heavenly net had not only failed to ensnare its target, but had been utterly destroyed instead. The crucial detail was that, under the heavenly net, practitioners were utterly incapable of using their internal energy. Yet, Li Xian offered no time for contemplation. The members of the Special Abilities Group who charged at him exploded one after another, transforming into misty clouds of blood, dissipating into ashes before they even touched the ground. In that moment, the middle-aged man was engulfed in sheer terror. This young man was not merely an innate practitioner. He was evidently a forbidden powerhouse. The last time that man, Jiang Patian, had come, I had warned him, yet you all dismissed my caution as mere idle chatter. Li Xian's icy voice resonated. Before long, the middle-aged man felt flames erupting on his own body, rapidly spreading. No, please don't kill me, he cried in desperation. Yet, in the next moment, his entire being was mercilessly consumed by the fire. Li Xian cast not a single glance back, his gaze instead fixed upon the direction of the city center. A cold smile gracing his lips. Within the headquarters of the Special Operations Group in Chuzhou, numerous high-ranking officials convened in the main hall. At the head of the hall sat a middle-aged man with a square face, radiating authority. He was Su Wenyuan, the commander of the Jiangnan division of the Special Operations Group. Su Wenyuan glared disapprovingly at Jiang Patian. I have already dispatched Wei Ran to apprehend that Li Xian. I trust we shall receive news within half an hour at most. What excuse will you conjure for your incompetence then? The representatives from the capital are hardly impressive. Jiang Patian offered a wry smile. The Special Operations Group spanned the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom, addressing various supernatural cases. As a member of the capital's command, his direct involvement in Jiangnan's affairs had drawn Su Wenyuan's ire. Upon hearing of his injury, Su Wenyuan had immediately sought to dismiss him. assigning the Jiangnan division to handle the cases of several exterminated families. Though Jiang Patian's injury rendered him incapable of continuing his investigations, Su Wenyuan hastily sent someone to apprehend Li Xian, completely disregarding Jiang Patian's proposal to approach Li Xian with a conciliatory approach. To Jiang Patian, this was tantamount to courting disaster. Commander Su, I assure you I am not deceiving you. Li Xian is terrifying. He is an innate powerhouse. Or how else could I have sustained such severe injuries? Innate powerhouse. Jiang Patian, how dare you utter such words? How many innate powerhouses exist in the entire Dragon Kingdom? Even now, you dare to remain obstinate. Wei Ran, equipped with the heavenly net, will soon return with him in custody. And then we shall see what you have to say. He is undoubtedly an innate powerhouse, Jiang Patian insisted, his conviction unwavering. Jiang Patian, rest assured. I will report your incompetence in full, and when the time comes, you shall be the one to bear the shame for the Capital S Special Operations Group. At that moment, a commotion erupted from outside. Who goes there? Stand still with a loud crash. The hall's door shattered like fragile paper. A figure strolled in nonchalantly. Are you the leader of the Jiangnan division of the Special Abilities Group? Was it you who sent someone to capture me? Li Xian's calm voice resonated. Yet it carried an intangible weight that plunged the hall into silence. After a brief pause, Su Wenyuan finally reacted, narrowing his eyes. You are Li Xian? Wei Ran failed to capture you, and you have come here uninvited. Su Wenyuan's countenance darkened. He had just proclaimed that Wei Ran would bring Li Xian in, only to be immediately proven wrong, leaving him looking inept. Moreover, Li Xian had the audacity to confront him directly, a blatant affront. You have quite the nerve to intrude upon the Special Operations Group. Are you courting death? Rest assured, Commander Su, this individual will be dealt with by my subordinates. Do you truly believe that the members of the Jiangnan division are mere idle spectators? Several figures stepped forward, their auras radiating a formidable chill. Each one a leader of various subgroups within the Jiangnan division. Ordinary practitioners trembled at the sight of them, akin to mice encountering a cat. Even Huang Jiantai would think twice before crossing them. As these individuals stood united, blocking Li Xian's path, they believed that, given Li Xian's ability to slay Wei Ran and infiltrate their headquarters, he surely possessed strength. Yet the combined might of over a dozen subgroup leaders was sufficient to eradicate any practitioner clan in Jiangnan. To their astonishment, however, Li Xian paid them no heed. His gaze fixed solely on Su Wenyuan. How do you wish to die? What did you say? Su Wenyuan's expression darkened, fury welling within him. As the leader of the Jiangnan division, he wielded tremendous power, and countless practitioners cowered before him. Yet now, this individual dared to question how he wished to die. To show disrespect to the division leader was tantamount to courting death. One of the subgroup leaders could no longer contain himself and lunged at Li Xian, his body surging forward like a raging tiger, exuding a terrifying aura. This fellow is no ordinary adversary. Do not underestimate him, Su Wenyuan cautioned. Rest easy, Commander. I shall dispatch him as easily as slaughtering a dog. The leader's voice radiated confidence. As the commander of the Chuzhou subgroup, it was his duty to eliminate such a dangerous individual as Li Xian to avoid incurring Su Wenyuan's wrath. Group leader Lu is more than capable. There is no doubt, someone remarked, filled with confidence in Lu's abilities. Group leader Lu oversees Chuzhou, yet his focus on personal cultivation has led to a lack of oversight, allowing Huang Jiantai's hidden sanctum to run rampant. This is his chance to redeem himself, another subgroup leader mused, yet simultaneously astonished by team leader Lu's prowess. He had nearly become the strongest among all the group leaders. Although his performance had been somewhat lacking in recent years, his formidable strength would still earn him significant responsibilities. However, in the next moment, bang! Before team leader Lu's fist could connect with Li Xian, he was sent hurtling through the air, landing with a thud, his chest caved in, meeting his demise. The surroundings were instantly enveloped in silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Su Wenyuan abruptly rose from his chair, his piercing gaze fixated on Li Xian, filled with astonishment. Chapter 51. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Leader Lu is dead. The hall was enveloped in shock. The key was that they had not even glimpsed how Li Xian had struck. The leaders of the Special Operations team stared fixedly at Li Xian, their eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Su Wenyuan, I have previously warned you about the Special Operations team. How dare you send people to capture me? Prepare your last words now. Li Xian's gaze was icy as it pierced through Su Wenyuan, the leader of the Jiangnan branch of the Special Operations team. A figure of great authority seemed no more significant than an ant in Li Xian's eyes. It appears I have indeed underestimated you. But do you think the special operations team is merely a paper tiger? Su Wenyuan replied coldly. In the next moment, several figures emerged silently from behind him, like shadows. A total of 4 figures, all cloaked in black robes, their faces obscured, emanated a chilling aura. Li Xian was not surprised. He had sensed their presence upon entering. They were nothing more than rats scurrying in the dark. Li Xian snorted disdainfully. To dare refer to the blood group of Lord Lu as mere rats. You must not comprehend whom you were truly facing, Su Wenyuan retorted coldly. The mention of the blood group of Lord Lu left everyone stunned. Lord Lu is a prominent figure in the capital, wielding immense power, and this blood group is a killer organization personally cultivated by him, renowned across the realm. It is said that the blood group consists of no more than 20 members, all superlative warriors. The expressions of the branch leaders also shifted in shock. Jiang Patian pondered. It seems Lord Lu harbors grand ambitions, having Su Wenyuan of the Jiangnan branch as one of his own. It is no wonder Su Wenyuan dared to repeatedly oppose the capital's main branch. With Lord Lu backing him, he indeed had the confidence to confront the capital's authority. The branch leaders sighed in relief simultaneously. With members of the blood group present, they need not fear dealing with Li Xian. In that moment, they regarded Li Xian with a sense of amusement, much like observing a tiger trapped in a snare. However, they were disappointed to find that Li Xian's expression remained largely unchanged. I care not who you are. Anyone who dares obstruct my path shall die. His words sent a chill through the crowd. How audacious! The 4 experts from the blood group were enraged. In the next instant, without exchanging a single word, they transformed into fleeting shadows and charged at Li Xian. Their daggers glinted ominously, and a fierce energy roared. Yet, just as the 4 blood group experts approached within a meter of Li Xian, they all halted abruptly. Their daggers seemed to collide against an invisible wall, rendering them unable to advance. What is happening? The crowd's faces turned pale. This scene instilled a deep sense of dread within them. Not even the attacks of the 4 blood group experts could breach his defenses. The young man's power was terrifying beyond measure. Su Wenyuan's face contorted in horror. Previously, Jiang Patian had repeatedly urged him not to provoke Li Xian, but he had dismissed those warnings. Now, it was too late for regrets. As his thoughts raced, the 4 blood group members were hurled backward as if struck by a devastating force. Thud, 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 thud. They crashed to the ground, blood gushing forth, lifeless. In that instant, Su Wenyuan felt as if his scalp were splitting. His gaze toward Li Xian was one of sheer terror. Stop him, Su Wenyuan shouted. Genuine fear etched across his features. However, as his words fell, Li Xian had already begun to stride toward him. In his wake, one by one, the branch leaders were reduced to mere blood mist. Su Wenyuan's eyes were filled with terror. I have declared that I wish for your death. None can stand in my way. With those words, Su Wenyuan felt a terrifying power envelop him, and in an instant, he was yanked before Li Xian. Boom. It was as though a mountain had descended upon him, and he knelt before Li Xian, blood mist erupting from his knees. Ah! Su Wenyuan let out a cry of agony. Yet, as soon as he uttered a sound, it was abruptly cut off, as if an invisible force had gripped his throat. Su Wenyuan, a master warrior, felt as if he were a mere puppet before the man before him, utterly powerless, as if standing before a deity. Now you may take your leave. Li Xian's voice was akin to a decree of judgment. In the next moment, blood streamed from Su Wenyuan's 7 orifices, and he collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. At that moment, the few remaining individuals in the hall gazed at Li Xian with trepidation. To them, he was the embodiment of death. Thud. Jiang Patian, who had been seated, suddenly knelt. Spare me. This operation has nothing to do with me. It was all Su Wenyuan's own folly. I have heeded your warning and repeatedly advised them not to provoke you, but they refused to listen. Jiang Patian recounted the events in a rush, fear evident in his voice, terrified of meeting the same fate as Su Wenyuan and the others. Before him stood a man who clearly regarded the special operations team with disdain, a true harbinger of indifference toward life. Thud, thud, thud. Members of the special operations team continued to collapse in the hall. Soon, only Jiang Patian remained. At this moment, his back was drenched in cold sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked. After speaking, he closed his eyes, fully resigning himself to fate. He had done all he could. Now, he could only leave it to destiny. Yet, after what felt like an eternity without any movement, when Jiang Patian opened his eyes again, Li Xian's figure had vanished. With a thud, Jiang Patian slumped to the ground, gasping for fresh air, as if he had been pulled from the depths of water. He had miraculously saved his own life. Meanwhile, Li Xian had not departed from the Special Operations Team's base in Chuzhou. Instead, he found himself in a records room. The Special Operations Team was responsible for all supernatural cases in Chuzhou, and perhaps they had documentation concerning the tragic incident involving the Li family 5 years ago. Indeed, Li Xian soon discovered records regarding that incident from 5 years prior. Wang Lang, the head of the Wang family, was ordered by Wang Jinhua to kill the Li couple. After the demise of the Li family, all their assets fell into the hands of Qin Tiabao. Regarding the Li family's case, there was only this brief record. No further details were noted. It was strange that the Special Operations Team had no intention of investigating the Li family case further, unless someone had given orders to suppress the inquiry. And then there was Qin Tianbao. A figure emerged in Li Xian's mind. Qin Tianbao had been the director and general manager of the Li family group at that time, and his father had placed immense trust in him. During visits to the Li family, he never failed to bring Li Xian a few toys. In the 2 years following the Li family's bankruptcy, Li Xian recalled that their company had been divided amongst several creditors, and Qin Tianbao had also gone bankrupt due to the Li family's downfall. Before leaving, he had even given Li Xian several tens of thousands of yuan, which deeply moved Li Xian at the time. Now that Qin Tianbao had also faced bankruptcy, how had he managed to acquire all of the Li family's assets within just 3 short years? Chapter 52, Beiwu Group beneath a towering 30-story edifice. Li Xian gazed up at the structure, his mind adrift in a sea of memories. This had once been the headquarters of the Li family's enterprise. Fresh out of university, his father had fervently wished for him to inherit the family business, urging him repeatedly to join the company, only to be met with Li Xian's resolute refusals. The recollections of his father's visage and laughter pierced his heart with a sharp pang. The Beiwu Group, once named in honor of his father, Li Beiwu, had now been rebranded as the Tianbao Group. Qin Tianbao, though I am unaware of how you acquired the Li family's legacy, should I discover that you have acted to their detriment, I will ensure your demise, Li Xian thought darkly, just as he prepared to step forward, only to be halted by an unexpected figure. Xianer, do not enter, came a gentle voice, laced with a hint of tremor. It was a strikingly beautiful woman, appearing to be in her 30s, dressed in a sharp, professional attire. Yet, her gaze towards Li Xian was imbued with deep affection. "Aunt?" Li Xian exclaimed, taken aback. The woman before him was Yi Qingxue, a close friend of his mother, Gu Yurong, 7 years his junior. To his surprise, Li Xian noted that Yi Qingxue possessed formidable skills, marking her as a practitioner in her own right. No wonder she appeared so youthful. Before Li Xian turned 8, it was Yi Qingxue who had cared for him while his mother was preoccupied with business matters. In his memories, she had always been distant with others, revealing her tender side only in his presence. However, she had abruptly become busy, and throughout his schooling years, Li Xian had scarcely seen her. After his parents' passing, he attempted to reach out to her, but she was nowhere to be found, not even when he was cast into Tianqing Lake. "Let us find a different place to converse," Yi Qingxue said, taking Li Xian's hand and leading him to a nearby CAF. Her unique aura drew the attention of those around them. "I have spent these years in seclusion, returning only recently, and I have heard of your parents' fate," Yi Qingxue said, sorrow flickering in her eyes. "I had feared that you too had met with misfortune. To see you alive fills me with such joy." Li Xian could surmise where Yi Qingxue had been. Given her impressive cultivation level, it was evident that her age belied the rigorous training she had endured. It was not uncommon for practitioners to enter seclusion for years. "Xianer, I heard you went missing for 3 years. What transpired?" Yi Qingxue inquired, her concern evident. "I was pushed into Tianqing Lake," he replied. "What? Who would dare do such a thing? Tell me, dear aunt," she urged, a hint of lethal energy emanating from her, chilling the air around them. "I have avenged myself, but I discovered that all of the Li family's assets fell into Qin Tianbao's hands. I suspect he is deeply involved in the matter," Li Xian said. Yi Qingxue nodded. "I have also been investigating Qin Tianbao. I returned a month ago and have been uncovering the truth behind the Li family's downfall. My presence here is to validate certain findings. Here are the documents I have gathered about Qin Tianbao," she said, handing him a file. As Li Xian opened the folder, a frown creased his brow, his expression darkening. The Beiwu Group had accrued substantial debts, leading to its swift collapse, debts that Qin Tianbao had orchestrated behind the scenes. His father had been entirely unaware of their existence. After the annihilation of the Li family, Qin Tianbao had manipulated others to carve up the Beiwu Group. "That Qin Tianbao deserves to die," Li Xian said coldly. In the past, his father, Li Beiwu, had regarded Qin Tianbao as a brother, entrusting him with the management of the group and granting him powers typically reserved for chairmen. Yet, It appeared those very powers had sown the seeds of disaster. Xianer, I sense a significant change in you, and it brings me great joy. If you wish to reclaim the Beiwu group, I shall support you wholeheartedly. However, do not act recklessly. Qin Tianbao has formidable allies. Leave this to me, Yi Qingxue asserted, confidence lacing her words. Li Xian nodded, recognizing the validity of her confidence. After all, Yi Qingxue had achieved the rank of a master. Yet, what did such high-ranking allies mean to him? Very well, Aunt. When shall we commence our actions? He inquired. Tomorrow. Let me make the necessary preparations, she replied. Agreed. Li Xian held his tongue, having initially wished to invite Yi Qingxue to meet Duo, but sensing her urgency, she departed swiftly. Li Xian returned home. Immediately after their separation, Yi Qingxue entered her car and dialed a number. The Li family's waste has not perished? You still intend to help him reclaim the Beiwu group? A man's furious voice came through the line. He is my nephew, not a waste, Yi Qingxue retorted icily. Humph. If he is not a waste, then who is? Yi Qingxue, do not pretend you are unaware of the extensive ramifications behind the annihilation of the Li family. Should you provoke those involved? Even my Yi family cannot guarantee your safety. Those who destroyed the Li family will not permit the Beiwu group's name to resurface in Chuzhou. If you care for that boy, you should advise him to abandon his vendetta and hide, rather than expose himself to danger. Yi Qingxue, her voice rising with anger, replied. Father, my sister-in-law is dead, and our family is shattered. Are you suggesting I stand idly by? Rest assured, I will not let the Yi family be implicated. Once I reclaim the Beiwu group, no matter the consequences, I will shoulder the responsibility, she declared. Shoulder responsibility? Do you truly believe you can? He thundered, his fury palpable. I will come to Chuzhou immediately and bring you back. You are not permitted to meddle in this matter. It is not possible, Yi Qingxue said resolutely, cutting the call. Yi Longru, enraged, smashed his phone into pieces. This ungrateful child drives me to madness. Does she think the families that destroyed the Li family were merely a handful? She will never comprehend the terrifying forces that lurk behind them. Should that individual choose to act, the Yi family would be obliterated in an instant. Chapter 53. A reckless pursuit. Upon returning to the villa, Duo was joyfully engaged in a lively bunny dance with two members of the Shadow Guard. After several rounds of playful practice, they had mastered this challenging dance, eliciting a chuckle from Li Xian. As he entered, the members of the Shadow Guard heaved a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from their brows before taking their leave. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Lu Qi appeared at the entrance, carrying groceries. You're here. Li Xian welcomed her inside, and Duo rushed over to hug Lu Qi's leg. Aunt Lu Qi, I missed you so much. I almost cried when you weren't here. Lu Qi playfully pinched Duo's nose. You little rascal, I didn't see you crying. You were clearly having a great time. Not at all. Duo feigned innocence, unbothered by her lie being exposed. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me prepare something for you, Lu Qi offered. Sure. Li Xian replied without hesitation. Soon, Lu Qi deftly washed the vegetables and started cooking. Duo trailed behind her like an eager little shadow. The meal was quickly prepared and set on the table, simple home-cooked dishes that were visually appealing and delicious. During the meal, Lu Qi suddenly spoke up. Li Xian, there's a gathering tomorrow. I would like you to accompany me. Li Xian looked at her, waiting for further explanation. Feng is back. He has been harassing me for years, and I wish to put an end to it. But you know him, he's quite the schemer. I need your help, Feng. The mention of the name caused Li Xian to frown. It was no surprise that Lu Qi sought his presence. Feng had once been a close friend of Li Xian. They had often indulged in merriment together. However, after Li Xian began his relationship with Ming Qi Shan, Feng became acquainted with Lu Qi as well. Enchanted by Lu Qi's beauty, Feng had fervently pursued her. Not long after, the Li family faced bankruptcy, causing Feng to reveal his true colors and sever ties with Li Xian. Lu Qi, having seen through his character, rejected his advances. But Feng refused to relent until he eventually left the country. He is still harassing you? Li Xian's expression turned icy. This situation was indeed intertwined with his past. Though he is abroad, he always seeks me out whenever he returns. Even when I change jobs, he managed to track me down. Now that he is back in Chuzhou, someone arranged a welcoming gathering for him, and he somehow got hold of my phone number to invite me. Initially, I didn't want to attend, but I feel it's necessary to confront him. Feng was somewhat manageable overseas, but now that he is back, he may become more aggressive. All right. Li Xian nodded. I will accompany you tomorrow evening and confront my former close friend. He emphasized the words former close friend. Had it not been for the Li family's downfall, it would have been difficult to discern the true nature of some individuals. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel in Chuzhou, a tall and handsome man sat on a sofa, puffing on a cigar with a friend beside him. Huofeng, I heard you've invited Lu Qi to your gathering? She is no ordinary woman, considering you've pursued her for 5 years without success. Huofeng smirked wickedly and replied, I've merely been busy abroad for the past 5 years. Tonight, I shall certainly win her over. In the hall of the governor's mansion, news of the death of Su Wenyuan, the head of the Special Operations Unit in Jiangnan, reached Governor Lei Keming, who frowned deeply. Below him stood several high-ranking officials of Chuzhou, all loyal subordinates. The perpetrator was a young man named Li Xian, as reported by Jiang Patian. Li Xian? That useless scion of the Li family? Impossible. Lei Keming found it hard to believe. He was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the Li family and how, given those individuals, it was inconceivable for Li Xian to still be alive. Furthermore, how could such a worthless individual kill Su Wenyuan? Was it merely a coincidence of names? A middle-aged man produced a document. Due to time constraints, our investigation yielded only this information. Lei Keming opened it to discover details about Li Xian. Name: Li Xian. Age: approximately 24 to 25. Background: undisclosed. Attended the celebration of Huang Jiangtai, regarded as an esteemed guest. Upon reading this, Lei Keming's face darkened. The involvement of Huang Jiangtai complicated matters. The officials below began to murmur amongst themselves. Only in his 20s. Yet he managed to kill Su Wenyuan? Su Wenyuan was a master. When did Chuzhou produce such a formidable expert? No wonder he was honored by Huang Jiangtai. This Li Xian's sudden emergence raised suspicions, as he had never been heard of before. Meanwhile, the leader of the Tiger Guard, Ing Luo, was struck by a fleeting thought. Could it be him? Just as this notion took root, a loud crash echoed through the hall as the doors were forcefully kicked open. The crowd stood up in unison. Who dared to intrude so brazenly into the governor's mansion? As they prepared to express their outrage, an elderly man stepped through the entrance. Upon recognizing the elder's face, the anger of those present was doused like a flame by cold water. Lei Keming immediately stood up, smiling apologetically. Steward Hai, what brings you here in person? Hai Dishing, the steward of the Sixth Master, was a trusted confidant, and even provincial governors would bow in deference to him. I have come under the orders of the Sixth Master to apprehend the murderer responsible for Su Wenyuan's death. Hai Dishing's hands rested on his abdomen as he surveyed the gathered officials. Behind him, a dozen figures clad in black emerged, resembling shadows. Seeing these individuals, a chill swept through the assembly. All members of the Sixth Master's blood team were mobilized. Clearly, the incident involving Su Wenyuan had incited great wrath from the Sixth Master. Enough chatter. Immediately present me with the details of the assailant. Those who dare to challenge the Sixth Master are indeed courting death, Hai Dishing stated coldly. Chapter 54. The Fiery Ant. Early the next morning, Li Xian appeared at the foot of Tianbao Tower. Shortly after, a silver-gray sports car pulled up, and Yi Qingxue stepped out, dressed in form-fitting attire. With jeans complemented by a sleek jacket, her ponytail gave her the appearance of a youthful university student. She strode purposefully towards Li Xian. Xiao Xian, once we enter, stay close behind your aunt. She is here to protect you. In that moment, Yi Qingxue resembled a valiant heroine, exuding confidence. How can I let my aunt protect me? Li Xian chuckled, only to be met with Yi Qingxue's disapproving gaze. You little brat, have you forgotten that your aunt raised you since you were in diapers? Back then, you preferred to run around without clothes, and now you speak of being a man in front of your aunt. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Li Xian sheepishly touched his nose. All right, let us go in. You'll soon realize that your aunt's skills are not to be underestimated. Today, I shall make Chen Tianbao pay. With that, she firmly grasped Li Xian's hand and led him toward the entrance of the building. Chen Tianbao, wary of his precarious position, had employed numerous security personnel for protection. Tianbao Group was renowned for having the most security guards in Chuzhou, boasting that not even a fly could infiltrate their premises. It was rumored that Chen Tianbao had also hired bodyguards from the country's top security firm, ensuring he was protected around the clock. Over the years, anyone who sought revenge against Chen Tianbao had met a dismal fate, thus establishing his reputation for caution. As Li Xian and Yi Qingxue reached the entrance, security personnel approached to inquire about their presence. Just as Li Xian was about to speak, a loud thud echoed through the air. Yi Qingxue had already struck. With a swift kick, she sent one of the security guards hurtling into the glass door with a resounding crash. The remaining guards stood in shock, exchanging bewildered glances. They had not anticipated that this slender, beautiful woman would act with such ferocity. At that moment, Li Xian was equally taken aback by his aunt's formidable nature. "Bring Chen Tianbao out." Yi Qingshue's voice rang out like thunder, reverberating throughout the hall. Soon, more security personnel rushed to the scene. Just then, a black Maybach pulled up, and a handsome young man stepped out, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Frowning, he asked, "What is going on?" Upon seeing the young man, someone reported, "Young master." There's a commotion. A fight broke out over a disagreement. The young man was none other than Chen Tianbao's son, Chen Qihui. His gaze was immediately drawn to Yi Qingxue, captivated by her ethereal beauty, but his expression shifted to one of panic upon noticing Li Xian beside her. You're back?" In the past, Li Xian had been a prominent figure in the Li family, while Chen Qihui and his father had merely worked for the Lis. Chen Qihui had been a sycophant to Li Xian, but he had long believed Li Xian to be dead. Now, seeing him alive invoked a sense of dread. However, he quickly masked his surprise with a cold smirk. "Ah, the young master returns. Where have you been all these years? Running out of money and looking for a handout? How unfortunate. This is no longer Bai Wuge Group, but Tianbao Group. But, out of kindness, I'll give you a bit of money to tide you over." With that, he produced a wallet and tossed a few bills at Li Xian's feet. As the bills fluttered to the ground, Chen Qihui laughed heartily. "Pick them up and scram. Don't come back to Tianbao Group." Seeing this, many security guards joined in his laughter, realizing that the so-called Li family waste had arrived. "I don't want your petty cash," Li Xian replied coldly, his disappointment evident. It was ironic that he had failed to find a true friend over the years. "Oh, you find it insufficient? How much do you want? Here, take a few more." Chen Qihui tossed additional bills disdainfully. "I seek Chen Tianbao's life. Can you provide that?" Li Xian stated firmly. "What did you say? You little brat, are you looking to die?" Chen Qihui roared in fury, advancing to grab Li Xian by the collar. In his mind, this young master was merely a debauched fool who had no place on his turf. Yet, before he could reach Li Xian, he was sent flying backwards by a punch from Yi Qingxue. "How dare you bully my nephew? You must be tired of living," Yi Qingxue declared as she tightened her fists. Witnessing their young master being attacked, the security personnel rushed forward. Yi Qingxue, however, showed no mercy, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Her long legs lashed out like whips, and within moments, over 20 guards lay sprawled on the floor. Each of her kicks sent opponents flying several meters, creating a spectacle of chaos. Just as Chen Qihui began to rise, he was struck by a flying body and collapsed once more. After a brief recovery, he shook his head and was horrified to find over 20 guards groaning on the floor, while Yi Qingxue stood before him, fists clenched and eager for more. Chen Qihui swallowed hard, stunned by the ferocity of this beautiful woman. He felt panic rising within him. Yi Qingxue beckoned him with a finger. "Come here, young man. Let us play. I'd rather not be your plaything." Chen Qihui hastily dashed toward the car, but as he opened the door, Yi Qingxue seized him by the collar and lifted him effortlessly. With a series of thuds, she slammed him to the ground. Chen Qihui, standing at nearly 6 feet tall and weighing close to 200 pounds, was tossed around like a mere rag doll, creating a terrifying scene. Li Xian, astonished by his aunt's violence, noticed that she seemed to revel in the thrill of the fight. Moments later, Chen Qihui lay on the ground, battered and bloodied. Yi Qingxue dusted off her hands and turned to Li Xian. "Xiao Xian, let us go. Your aunt will lead the way. Fear not, with me by your side. No one will stand in our path." Chapter 55. Li Xian, are you pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Li Xian and Yi Qingxue strode directly into the building, only to hear the commotion as a steady stream of security personnel rushed out. As for these guards, Yi Qingxue struck with fierce precision, her beautiful legs snapping like whips. The security staff barely had a chance to approach before they were sent flying. In that moment, Yi Qingxue resembled an ancient heroine, striking decisively. After knocking a number of guards to the ground, she cast a triumphant glance at Li Xian, who merely smiled in response. As the elevator required a fingerprint to operate, the two ascended the stairs. Chen Tianbao's office was located on the 30th floor. Upon reaching the door of the 30th floor, Yi Qingxue's brow furrowed as they encountered a thick iron door, the final barrier to Chen Tianbao's office. This alloy door, crafted to the standards of a bank vault, was 20 centimeters thick and required both fingerprint and iris verification for entry. Yi Qingxue glared at the iron door in frustration. Even a master-level practitioner would find it formidable. "Shall we climb in through the window outside? That would be far easier than breaking through this door," she suggested. However, upon glancing at Li Xian, she shook her head. No, while my aunt could manage it, you would not be able to. She insisted that he should be the one to personally deal with the traitor, Qin Tianbao. Li Xian smiled lightly. This mere iron door is no challenge for me. What? Yi Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, seemingly struggling to comprehend. At that moment, Li Xian raised his foot without hesitation and kicked the iron door. A terrifying force erupted beneath his foot. Boom. The iron door was shattered into pieces, fragments flying inward. As a chorus of screams echoed from the corridor. Clearly, a number of security personnel had gathered behind the door, although Li Xian possessed the strength to not even need to use his foot. He felt invigorated by the influence of his aunt's violent demeanor and found this approach rather satisfying. Yi Qingxue was momentarily stunned, her mouth agape, her alluring red lips wide enough to fit an egg. She gazed at Li Xian as if he were a rare treasure. Xian, you. Before she could finish, Li Xian stepped into the corridor, which was now filled with black-clad bodyguards emanating a palpable aura of menace, far beyond that of the security guards below. All the bodyguards stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom how the alloy door had been kicked open. An ear-piercing alarm blared throughout the corridor, and numerous firearms were drawn, all aimed at Li Xian and Yi Qingxue. Alongside the guns, there were also powerful crossbows, their penetrating force surpassing that of firearms. Seeing this scene, Yi Qingxue instinctively moved to shield Li Xian. However, recalling Li Xian's earlier display of strength, her movements faltered. The next moment, the sound of numerous triggers being pulled resonated, bullets and arrows hurtling towards them. Yi Qingxue brandished a dagger, poised to defend. Yet, she gasped in astonishment when the bullets halted just a meter away, as if striking an invisible barrier, spinning in midair yet unable to advance an inch. You, aiding Qin Tianbao and his tyranny, deserve to die, Li Xian proclaimed. In the next instant, an unseen force surged from his body, causing the multitude of bullets and arrows to reverse direction. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of projectiles piercing flesh echoed through the corridor. Several bodyguards collapsed. Some shot through the forehead, others through the shoulder, cries of anguish filling the air. The remaining survivors, terrified, retreated hastily. These elite bodyguards, hired by Qin Tianbao to guard the 30th floor, had never encountered such a formidable adversary in their careers. No, this is not a man, this is a god. Let us go, Li Xian urged Yi Qingxue, who was still dazed. At that moment, her mind felt clouded. Initially, she had brought Li Xian here for vengeance, fearing he might get hurt in the ensuing battle, only to realize that her nephew was merely pretending to be a fool. Recalling her earlier attempts to show off, her face flushed with embarrassment, realizing she must have appeared like a monkey in a zoo to him. Li Xian paid no mind to the moaning bodyguards as they passed. The few remaining cowered, clutching their heads in terror. I shall see who dares to cause trouble at the Tianbao group. At that moment, a furious roar echoed through the corridor. 3 figures charged out, exuding a terrifying aura. They were masters of the transformation realm. These were disciples of the esteemed figure beside Qin Tianbao, who had rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Yet, upon witnessing the scene in the corridor, they were left in disbelief, their minds shattering at the sight. What on earth is happening? How could so many bodyguards fall? Are this man and woman truly so fearsome? Chapter 56. The master ranking the 3 individuals were acutely aware that, given the prowess of their adversary, they stood no chance of resistance. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and fled deeper inside. Yet, to their dismay, no matter how fervently they sprinted, they seemed to be rooted in place, as if an unseen tether bound them. What in the world is this? Even those at the innate realm cannot achieve such a feat at that moment. A chill coursed through their spines. They were utterly terrified. Without a second thought, they halted and dropped to their knees, exclaiming, "Please, spare us." But scarcely had the words left their lips when Yu Qishu had already struck. With 3 swift kicks, the trio was sent crashing against the wall, collapsing to the ground like lifeless dogs, frothing at the mouth, teetering on the brink of death. Yi Qingxue had initially intended to showcase her strength, only to realize she was merely flaunting her skills before a master. Infuriated, she unleashed her fury with ruthless precision. Li Xian shook his head gently, continuing his advance. Although Yi Qishu was beset with numerous questions, she had no choice but to bury them deep within her heart. Meanwhile, in the office on the 30th floor, Qin Tianbao lounged in his executive chair, legs crossed, a cigar dangling from his lips, resembling his deceased son. 2 black-clad bodyguards stood sentinel by the wall, wearing sunglasses and expressionless, akin to javelins. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows stood an elderly man, hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the scene. Qin Tianbao, it seems you have quite a few enemies. Since our collaboration began, how many have I helped you eliminate? The old man remarked coldly. Upon hearing the commotion, he had dispatched his 3 disciples to handle the situation outside. They were adept warriors at the transformation realm. It was likely that whatever chaos had unfolded was already subdued, given the absence of any sounds of conflict. Qin Tianbao chuckled. Mr. Zheng, what are you saying? With collaboration comes sacrifice. I have granted you 60% equity in the Beiwang Group, a higher stake than I hold. You lack the acumen for management. The profits I earn are yours to spend, and you are merely assisting me with trivial matters. Zheng Yiming scoffed. Were it not for that individual's orders, do you think I would find this paltry share of any significance? However, that individual is growing impatient. If the Li family's assets are not recovered soon, I shall return to face punishment. Qin Tianbao, you had best uncover something useful within 6 months. Otherwise, when I suffer, you shall face dire consequences. At this, Qin Tianbao's smile faltered, and just as he was about to respond, a thunderous crash erupted as the wooden door splintered into countless shards, showering the room. A man and woman strode in. The 2 bodyguards by the wall sprang into action, but before they could close the distance, they were sent flying, crashing against the wall, leaving trails of blood in their wake. The room fell into an eerie silence. Even Qin Tianbao could no longer remain composed. He sprang to his feet, fixated on the newcomers, his expression shifting from shock to horror. Li Xian, you're not dead? Disappointed, are you? Li Xian replied with a cold smile, tossing a contract onto the table. Sign this, and I shall grant you a swift resolution. A contract? Qin Tianbao queried, glancing over it with growing disdain. Are you jesting? My dear nephew, you expect me to unconditionally transfer the shares of the Tianbao Group to you? This group was birthed from my relentless toil. Why should I simply hand it over? Relentless toil? Indeed, you have labored tirelessly to plunge the Beiwang Group into insurmountable debt, only to seize control after the Li family's downfall, Li Xian retorted. At this, Qin Tianbao dropped the pretense. It seems you have become quite astute. But what of it? If I am not mistaken, your intrusion was facilitated by the esteemed Miss Yu Qishu, the pride of the Yi family. But do you believe she alone can coerce me? With that, Qin Tianbao turned his gaze toward the elderly man standing by the window. Mr. Zheng, it is your turn to take the stage. Zheng Yiming let out a cold snort. Though reluctant to clean up Qin Tianbao's mess, he stepped forward, his eyes not lingering on Li Xian but fixating on Yu Qishu. Yi Qishu, I have heard of you. I advise you to depart. Qin Tianbao is under my protection, and you lack the authority to act against him. You are Zheng Yiming? Yi Qishu furrowed her brow slightly. Knowing your esteemed name, you should leave at once. Qin Tianbao adopted a dogged demeanor. Who is this Zheng Yiming? Li Xian inquired. Zheng Yiming is a master-level practitioner, hailing from Jiangnan, and ranks 180 on the master ranking, placing him 15 spots above me at 195, Yu Qishu explained. What is the master ranking? This was the first time Li Xian had heard of such a thing. Yu Qishu regarded him as if he were a curiosity. Your strength is formidable, yet you remain unaware of the master ranking? It is a list curated by the enigmatic organization, the Tianji Pavilion, which includes all master-level practitioners in Long Country. Only the top 200 are recognized as the pinnacle of strength within the nation. Li Xian nodded in understanding. Indeed. To rank among the top 200 master practitioners in Long Country is no small feat. Hearing Yi Qingshu's exposition, Zheng Yiming puffed out his chest proudly. Yet, to his astonishment, Li Xian merely nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Qin Tianbao interjected, Mr. Zheng, apprehend this youth. He is the son of Li Beiwang and may possess knowledge of the items we seek. Understood. Without hesitation, Zheng Yiming lunged, aiming to seize Li Xian. Initially, he remained wary of Yi Qingshu's potential intervention, but to his surprise, she retreated 2 steps, crossing her arms as if merely spectating. Could it be that Yu Qishu is afraid? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a resounding crash echoed. Zheng Yiming felt as though he had been struck by a speeding train and was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the bulletproof glass. Crack! The glass instantly splintered, riddled with cracks, and Zheng Yiming coughed up a mouthful of blood. Throughout this ordeal, Li Xian remained steadfastly rooted in place. A chilling dread surged within Qin Tianbao. What in the world is happening? Zheng Yiming is a master-level practitioner, capable of withstanding bullets, yet he was inexplicably hurled away. Zheng Yiming's eyes brimmed with terror. He had initially deemed Yu Qingshu the greatest threat, only to realize that Li Xian was the true terror. No wonder he remained unfazed upon learning of Zheng Yiming's rank on the master ranking. This youth's strength must be at least that of the first layer of the innate realm. As Zhang Yiming grappled with the shock, he suddenly felt an invisible force constricting his throat, drawing him inexorably toward Li Xian. Crack! His knees erupted in a spray of blood as he knelt, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. Despair enveloped Zhang Yiming as he recognized his misjudgment. This was no mere first layer of the innate realm. He was likely facing a practitioner at the 5th or 6th layer. Before him stood a formidable force of the 5th or 6th layer of the innate realm. Who would dare to call Li Xian a waste? Li Xian, I know who seeks to annihilate your Li family. If you agree to spare me, I shall reveal their identity. Zhang Yiming understood this might be his only chance for survival. However, Li Xian paid him no heed, slowly raising his hand and placing it atop Zhang Yiming's head. In the next moment, a force akin to being torn apart by 1,000 blades surged within his mind. As if a stick were stirring within his head, a radiant orb of light was gradually extracted from Zhang Yiming's consciousness. Zhang Yiming let out a heart-wrenching scream, clutching his head as he collapsed onto the ground. Meanwhile, Li Xian had already begun to delve into his memories. This harrowing scene rendered Chen Tianbao utterly paralyzed with fear, causing him to crumple to the ground, his trousers dampened. Even Yi Qingxue, standing nearby, was left in profound shock. Chapter 57. Torment. Witnessing this scene, Chen Tianbao felt as if his mind were shattering. He stared in terror at the young man standing before him, his body trembling uncontrollably. What kind of sorcery was this? It was as if he were a deity. How could he have imagined that the waste he once regarded with disdain, the young master of the Li family, who everyone believed was easily manipulated, would return after 5 years with such formidable power? Even a formidable adversary like Zhang Yiming was rendered powerless in his presence. At that moment, Zhang Yiming clutched his head, emitting a wretched cry, his visage contorted as if he were being subjected to 1,000 cuts. The sound alone betrayed the agony he was enduring. Meanwhile, Li Xian began to sift through Zhang Yiming's memories. Zhang Yiming hailed from Jinling, and his sole purpose for coming to Chuzhou was to seek an artifact hidden within the Li family, an ancient jade. He had targeted Chen Tianbao because the latter had usurped the Li family's assets, making him easier to manipulate. It appeared that the Li family had a complex history, and the organization that had orchestrated Zhang Yiming's actions was the Cultivators' Alliance. In Chuzhou, aside from Zhang Yiming, there was another formidable cultivator from this alliance who controlled everything, Lu Ji, ranked 163rd on the Dragon Kingdom's master list. Upon absorbing these memories, Li Xian crushed the orb of light in his hand, simultaneously obliterating Zhang Yiming's head. The latter's shrieks abruptly ceased as his head exploded into a mist of blood, his headless corpse collapsing to the ground. This horrifying spectacle even startled Yi Qingxue. What kind of sorcery was this? On the other side, Chen Tianbao was terrified, cowering and trembling as he pleaded, Li Xian, don't kill me, spare me. I can give you the Tianbao group. Give it to me? How absurd. The Tianbao group was originally part of the Li family, Li Xian retorted coldly. Chen Tianbao, you never anticipated this day would come, did you? My father once regarded you as a brother and trusted you deeply. Yet what did you do? You exploited your position to seize the Baiwuge group. You had plotted this long before you even knew the Li family was on the brink of bankruptcy. Thus, even without the Cultivators' Alliance intervention, you would have brought about our ruin. Li Xian's words echoed. Chen Tianbao shook his head vigorously, tears streaming down his face. Li Xian, it's not like that. It's not what you think. How could my uncle? Bang. In the next instant, an invisible hand gripped Chen Tianbao's throat, lifting him slowly. Do you even deserve to call me uncle? At that moment, Chen Tianbao struggled desperately, but it was futile. His face began to turn purple. Despair surged within him. The young man before him wielded supernatural powers, and if this continued, his demise was inevitable. Chen Tianbao, it would be too merciful for you to die so easily. I shall make you wish for death yet find no escape. With that, Li Xian released him, and Chen Tianbao fell to the ground, gasping for fresh air. But the next moment, bang, his fingers, clutching his throat, exploded, and a whole hand vanished without a trace. Chen Tianbao let out a horrific scream. Li Xian approached him, his palm open, revealing a small, pitch-black serpent coalescing in his hand, alive and glistening with a cold light in its eyes. This serpent is known as the bone-eating serpent. I shall place it within your bones, where it will gradually consume your marrow. Each day, it will take just a little, neither more nor less, until after 365 days. Your entire marrow will be devoured. The sensation will be exquisite. With that, the serpent slithered from Li Xian's palm onto Chen Tianbao's leg. The sight sent Qin Tianbao into a frenzy of screams. Li Xian, I beg you, considering all the gifts I've given you, spare me. Li Xian chuckled. The gifts you provided were merely to deceive my father, and every time you received a present from him, it was worth far more than what you gave in return. Yet, you betrayed someone who treated you with sincerity. In the next moment, the serpent burrowed into Qin Tianbao's leg bone. His face contorted in agony, his body convulsing from extreme torment. At that moment, he realized he couldn't even wish for death. He finally understood the suffering Zhang Yiming had experienced. Qin Tianbao. Sometimes death can be a blessing for some, but alas, you shall only taste this blessing a year from now. As Li Xian spoke, a red insect flew from his fingers. This is the brain-eating bug. It will infiltrate your mind and gradually consume your brain. The sensation will surely be delightful. Li Xian's tone was devoid of emotion, as if recounting an ordinary event, yet it sent chills down one's spine. Even Yi Qingxuo shuddered involuntarily. Her nephew was truly terrifying. Qin Tianbao's eyes widened in profound fear. He could not fathom that Li Xian had even more brutal methods at his disposal. He was nothing short of a demon. In the next moment, the insect descended, landing on Qin Tianbao's forehead. Its pincers began to gnaw at the flesh and bone, seeking to carve a hole into his skull. Qin Tianbao screamed, desperate to lose consciousness, yet he found himself painfully alert. Oh, I forgot to mention, throughout this year, no matter how much pain you endure, you will never lose consciousness. You will not sleep, nor will you starve to death. This is your punishment. Li Xian's indifferent voice echoed in Qin Tianbao's ears. Li Xian, you will face retribution. You will not die a good death. Qin Tianbao cursed vehemently. I nearly forgot. Your screams will disturb the surroundings, Li Xian remarked. It was then that Qin Tianbao realized his tongue had exploded in his mouth, rendering him only capable of incoherent sounds. The next moment, an excruciating pain shot through his throat. He could no longer even whimper, writhing in agony on the floor. Satisfied, Li Xian turned away. He noticed Yi Qingxuo still standing at the doorway, and with a slight smile, he said, And, why are you dawdling? We should go settle accounts with another person. Only then did Yi Qingxuo snap back to reality, following closely beside Li Xian. As they exited the building, her mind was still in disarray. The scene she had witnessed today had utterly shattered her perception. What had Li Xian experienced over these 5 years? From where had he acquired these godlike, terrifying abilities? Yet, Yi Qingxuo found herself eagerly anticipating how the true culprits behind the Li family's downfall would react upon discovering the current state of Li Xian. Chapter 58. It will instill fear in them. Li Xian observed his aunt, who oscillated between a dazed expression and a gentle smile, and couldn't help but inquire, Aunt, what occupies your thoughts? Upon hearing Li Xian's question, Yi Qingxuo jolted back to reality and curiously asked, Li Xian, what is your current realm? Could it be the 5th level of the innate stage? When Yi Qingxuo broached the subject, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. The 5th level of the innate stage. The condensation realm was an unparalleled existence throughout the Dragon Kingdom. With such a formidable backing, who would dare to provoke Yi Qingxuo? Little did her father realize that aiding Li Xian in avenging her would be a grave misjudgment, as her nephew had already risen to prominence. Li Xian shook his head. I am not in the condensation realm. Yi Qingxuo's heart sank at his words. With such extraordinary abilities, he was not even in the condensation realm? Could it be that Li Xian had mastered the art of witchcraft? Indeed, there were similar phenomena, like brain-eating insects, within the witchcraft of the southern wilderness. She reassured him. It doesn't matter if you're not in the condensation realm. Your strength is already formidable, and you are still young. One day, you will surely reach the condensation realm. What I mean is you, my nephew, are akin to a mythic figure, surpassing even the condensation realm by 10 Mount Everests. Li Xian realized Yi Qingxuo had misunderstood and chuckled. What? Yi Qingxuo was struck as if by lightning, standing frozen. Mythic figure? Aren't mythic figures merely legends? Do they truly exist in this world? At that moment, Li Xian had approached the silver-gray sports car and called out to Yi Qingxuo, and, hand me the keys. It has been ages since I last drove a sports car. Indeed, he felt a twinge of nostalgia. Years ago, the young master of the Li family owned several sports cars, earning a reputation as a reckless street racer. After 5 years, he had nearly forgotten the thrill of driving such a vehicle. Yi Qingxuo finally reacted and tossed the keys to him. The keys soared through the air, imbued with a sharp energy. Witnessing this, Li Xian smiled faintly, effortlessly catching the keys. Soon, Yi Qingxuo settled into the passenger seat. Aunt, are you ready? In the next instant, the engine roared to life, and the silver-gray sports car shot forth like a bolt of lightning, thundering towards the street. The surrounding crowd was startled by the noise, uttering curses. Yet, Li Xian laughed heartily. Meanwhile, at the moment the car sped away, several figures emerged beneath the Tianbao Group building. Haiqing and members of the Blood Organization. Haiqing frowned upon seeing the departing sports car. Too late. That brat intends to escape. Pursue him. Without bothering to check inside the Tianbao Group, he led the Blood Organization members in a frantic chase. After a wild ride, the car executed a perfect 360-degree drift and parked in a space, startling a female driver who had just parked her vehicle, causing her to nearly leap out of her skin as she unleashed a torrent of curses at Li Xian. Li Xian paid her no mind, but Yi Qingxue cast a sharp glance her way, and the woman promptly fell silent, like a mouse before a cat. At that moment, Li Xian stood before a lavish establishment, the Vanning Club. According to Zheng Yuming's memories, Lu Ji had spent most of his time here since arriving in Chuzhou. His relationship with the club owner, Yang Yujiao, was rather intimate. All those involved in the tragic events of the Li family would pay a price. Mom and Dad, I shall avenge you. Inside the Vanning Club, a man donned in a bathrobe lounged on the sofa, Lu Ji, the mastermind behind Zheng Yuming. Beside him, a disheveled woman. The club owner Yang Yujiao reclined. Standing below, one of his subordinates reported, just now, someone infiltrated the Tianbao building. According to the surveillance footage, one of them appears to be Yi Qingxue, a sworn sister of Gu Yuro. I suspect she is acting on behalf of the Li family. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji merely scoffed dismissively. Yi Qingxue, ranked 195 on the master list, is indeed a noteworthy figure. However, with Zheng Yuming present, her venture is akin to courting death. There is no need for concern. You may leave. Do not disturb me unless it is urgent. Yes, the subordinate, sensing Lu Ji's displeasure, quickly bowed his head and retreated. As soon as the door closed, Lu Ji seized Yang Yujiao into his embrace, eager to resume their prior activities. When suddenly, the door swung open again. I said not to disturb me. Lu Ji was utterly enraged. Yet in the next moment, with a loud thud, the previously departed subordinate stumbled back in, his chest caved in, blood pouring from his mouth. Lu Ji sprang to his feet, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon the newcomers, a man and a woman. Zheng Yuming is truly inept. He failed to keep you here. Yi Qingxue, it seems you are eager for death. Yi Qingxue retorted disdainfully, Fool, what did you just say? Lu Ji's fury ignited. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxue naturally stepped back, taking refuge behind Li Xian. Nephew, this old fool dares to insult your aunt. What should we do? Certainly. We shall sever his head and use it as a ball to kick. Li Xian replied nonchalantly, his calm demeanor casting a shadow of uncertainty over Lu Ji. He scrutinized Li Xian, demanding, Who are you? You have been relentlessly seeking something belonging to my family, and now you dare to question my identity? Li Xian's voice was frigid. Lu Ji's eyes narrowed, disbelief etched on his face. You are that useless Li Xian from the Li family? You are still alive? Indeed, I am alive, and thus, you shall face your demise. In an instant, Li Xian vanished from sight, reappearing before Lu Ji. Lu Ji's pupils contracted sharply as he instinctively raised his hand to strike. Yet the next moment, he was overwhelmed by an immense force, slamming into the wall behind him. His internal organs shifted violently, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth. Before his body could hit the ground, Li Xian seized him by the throat and hoisted him towards the window. Imagine the terror it would instill in your backers if your corpse were to dangle from the Vanning Club's building. With a swift motion, Li Xian tore down the curtains, twisting them into a long cord, which he tightened around Lu Ji's neck. With a thud, Lu Ji was left hanging outside the window, utterly powerless to resist, even as a master-level warrior. Chapter 59, The Leader's Decision. At this moment, Lu Ji found himself suspended outside the window, his neck ensnared, rendering his struggles futile. A wave of terror surged within him as he realized that the Li family's once ineffectual member had returned, transformed into a figure of immense power. His strength was beyond description, surpassing even the terrifying. Not even the leader of the Cultivators' Alliance could contend with him. As he dangled in the air, the howling wind whipped around him, tugging at his garments. Normally, a master-level cultivator would not succumb to asphyxiation even when choked, yet Lu Ji felt his vital energy dissipating, leaving him as vulnerable as an ordinary person. Death loomed ever closer, especially as the makeshift noose fashioned from curtains bore an inexplicable strength, more resilient than iron chains. Meanwhile, beneath the building housing the Fanning Club, Haiqing and his blood group members arrived, having pursued Li Xian. Just as they were about to enter the building, they looked up to see Lu Ji hanging from the window. He Cheng's brow furrowed, his expression shaken. He was aware that Lu Ji was ranked 163rd on the master list. How could he be suspended outside a window? Unease crept into He Cheng's heart. He hesitated to lead his group into the building, noticing that Lu Ji's struggles were waning, his demise imminent. A master cultivator should be able to endure even a month buried in the earth without perishing. How could he be on the brink of death? Something felt amiss within this building. We must retreat, he decided without hesitation, leading his group away. After all, the one capable of killing someone ranked 163rd must be extraordinary. They could deal with Li Xian another day. With a sudden motion, Li Xian flung the twisted curtain, which pierced the floor like a steel rod, creating a thunderous sound. The scene left Yang Yujiao, the club's owner, utterly petrified. Was this youth a demon? A profound fear enveloped her, causing her to tremble as she knelt and pleaded, "Please, don't kill me." Li Xian ignored her, striding towards the exit. At that moment, numerous subordinates of Lu Ji, alerted by the commotion, rushed in. However, upon seeing Lu Ji hanging outside the window and the chaotic scene within, their pupils constricted in horror. Li Xian continued his advance, and those in his path fell as if cut down like wheat. By the time he exited the corridor, it was littered with bodies. Yi Qingxue followed closely behind him, akin to a devoted attendant. It was not until 10 minutes after Li Xian's departure that Yang Yujiao, still shaken, managed to rise. She reached out to touch the curtain rope, but the moment her fingers brushed against it, she felt as if struck by a surge of electricity. With a violent force, she was thrown back, crashing against the wall and collapsing unconscious. Who among the mighty could save those marked for death? 20 minutes after Li Xian left the Fanning Club, a figure appeared within the building. Upon witnessing the carnage and Lu Ji's lifeless body dangling outside, the newcomer's countenance turned pale. Soon, he spotted a trembling woman cowering in fear, Yang Yujiao, who had been flung away by the force. What had transpired here? The man approached her, lifting her to inquire. She looked up at him, her gaze vacant and unresponsive, as if in a daze. Gripping her arm, he attempted to extract answers, but in a sudden reaction, Yang Yujiao bit down on his arm. With a swift motion, he flung her away. She crumpled to the ground, emitting an eerie laugh. The woman had clearly been driven to madness by the overwhelming events. Frowning, the man observed the curtain pinned to the floor, his pupils narrowing as he perceived something deeply sinister. The ability to drive soft fabric into the ground indicated that the assailant was extraordinarily formidable. Moreover, the troubles did not end with Lu Ji. Even Jing Yuming was involved. Could this be connected to the Li family? He hesitated before cautiously reaching to touch the curtain. In an instant, a violent force hurled him back, blood spewing from his mouth, his eyes wide with terror. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to quell the turmoil within, trembling as he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. The screen displayed the words, "Protector of the Cultivators Alliance, Shang Yinshin." The call connected. "Shang, there has been an incident," he began, only to be met with silence. "What is all the fuss about?" "Lu Ji is dead, and his body is hanging outside the building. The strength of the person who did this is terrifying. Even the curtains used to hang him are beyond my ability to touch." After a prolonged silence on the other end, a voice finally responded, clearly shaken by the news. "Immediately conduct a discreet investigation. Do not alert the perpetrator. This matter requires the leader's judgment." Chapter 60. A moment of silence in Chuzhou. On the streets, Yi Qingxue was driving to visit Duo with Li Xian. Upon hearing that Li Xian had a lovely daughter, she felt immense joy. She stopped by the roadside to purchase several gifts. Li Xian, seated in the passenger seat, closed his eyes to rest. He had recently uncovered the identity of his parents' murderer and was resolved to eliminate them one by one, ensuring they truly understood the essence of fear. According to Zheng Yuming's memories, the headquarters of the Practitioner Alliance was located in Jiangnan. "Li Xian, what are your plans moving forward?" Yi Qingxue inquired. "Two matters. The first is to restore the reputation of Bai Wushong in Chuzhou. The second is to avenge my family by eliminating all those involved in the annihilation of the Li family," Li Xian declared. Hearing his words, Yi Qingxue nodded. "My aunt looks forward to seeing the Bai Wushong name rise again. At that time, let all those who mock the Li family understand that we have returned." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Li Xian nodded in agreement. Just then, Yi Qingxue suddenly slammed the brakes, halting the car in the middle of the road. A group of men in black appeared, obstructing their path. "What is going on?" Li Xian frowned. "Xian, wait here for me. I'll be right back," Yi Qingxue said. opening the car door and walking towards them. Noticing her approach, the men in black parted to clear a path. In the distance stood a man exuding authority. "Father, you really came to Chuzhou?" Yi Qingshua's expression turned icy upon seeing him. Yi Longru, hearing his daughter's words, snorted coldly. "Of course, I had to come. If I hadn't, do you have any idea what trouble you would have stirred up? Come back to the Yi family with me immediately." "No. I need to help Li Xian rebuild Baiwazhong. He doesn't understand business and requires my assistance." Yi Qingxue firmly refused. "Rebuild Baiwazhong? Huh." Yi Longru couldn't help but laugh. "As far as I know, Baiwazhong has been seized by Chen Tianbao. Do you truly believe that Li Xian can reclaim it from him? Even with your help? Do you know the sort of people he has offended? The Practitioner Alliance in Jiangnan will never allow Baiwazhong's name to re-emerge in Chuzhou. Do you understand?" "You are the one who does not understand," Yi Qingxue retorted coldly. "Father, although you are the head of the Yi family, you have no idea how powerful Li Xian has become. In less than a week, Baiwazhong will once again stand tall in Chuzhou, and the entire Practitioner Alliance will find themselves at his feet." "Ha ha." Yi Longru shook his head dismissively. "I do not know what kind of potion that brat has fed you to make you speak such foolishness. Since that is the case, I will give you a chance. Come back to the Yi family with me now. If that boy truly can restore Baiwazhong in Chuzhou, I will relinquish the position of head of the Yi family to you. You can fully support him, even if it means handing over the Yi family to him." Yi Qingshue's eyes brightened at his words. "Father, are you serious?" She knew that with Li Xian's strength, reviving Baiwazhong would be effortless. But the Tianbao group was filled with Chun Tianbao's old associates, whom Li Xian would certainly not use. Yet, establishing a new company team would not be an easy task. Having the support of the Yi family would undoubtedly simplify matters. "Very well, I will return with you. In 10 days, at most, you will hear news of Baiwazhong's return." Seeing his daughter agree to return, Yi Longru sighed in relief. His daughter was formidable. If she truly did not wish to return, he would find it difficult to force her. After all, he had only one master-level subordinate, who might not be a match for Yi Qingxue. As for Yi Qingshue's claim of Baiwazhong's return within 10 days, he found it utterly implausible. A useless person like Li Xian could never achieve that. When the Li family went bankrupt, Yi Longru had paid attention to Li Xian but found it to be utterly lacking, akin to a drowning man. "All right, Qingxue. Get back in the car. I need to have a word with that boy. Father, you can speak with him, but do not provoke him. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety," Yi Qingxue warned coldly. At that moment, Yi Longru approached the sports car. Li Xian had stepped out unbeknownst to him. Yi Longru scrutinized Li Xian, his tone icy. "I do not care what schemes you harbor upon returning to Chuzhou, but I ask you to stay away from Yi Qingxue. Do not bring her harm. The rules of this world are beyond your grasp. If you seek death, do not drag my Yi family down with you. Do not expect Yi Qingxue to offer you any assistance in the future. I will not permit her to have further dealings with you. Remember my words. This is my counsel to you." This was Yi Longru's arrogance. Were it not for Yi Qingxue, a person like Li Xian would never merit a conversation with him. Li Xian merely smiled faintly. "Yi Longru, you have no idea who you are conversing with." A hint of defiance colored Li Xian's expression, and his eyes were filled with indifference. In that moment, Yi Longru felt a tightening in his chest, as if he were facing a divine being surveying humanity. Yet he quickly suppressed that thought. It must be an illusion. The person before him was merely the Li family's waste. Yi Longru chuckled lightly and turned to leave. "Li Xian, my aunt awaits your news in Longzhou," Yi Qingxue called from the car, waving to him. "Remember to bring the gifts for Duo. I will visit her in a few days." Before she could finish, the car had already started. The bodyguards accompanying Yi Longru climbed into their vehicles. One elderly man shot a warning glance at Li Xian before entering the car. Watching the departing convoy, Li Xian couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. He drove back to the villa in the sports car left by Yi Qingxue. Not long after, Huang Jiangtai and his son Huang Benchu entered the villa. It was Li Xian who had instructed his hidden guards to summon them. "Senior, have you called us for something?" Huang Jiangtai asked respectfully. Li Xian placed a contract on the table. Huang Jiangtai opened it with confusion. "The share transfer document for the Tianbao Group? From today onward, there will be no more Tianbao Group. I intend to restore Baiwazhong to prominence in Chuzhou," Li Xian said calmly. He understood that Huang Jiangtai would undoubtedly investigate his identity. As expected, Huang Jiangtai showed no surprise on his face. "What would you like us to do?" Huang Jiangtai inquired. "I do not wish to employ any of Tianbao Group's old associates. Immediately assist me in establishing a new team. You have 3 days. I want Baiwazhong to be operational within that time frame." Li Xian had already formulated this plan on the road. While he lacked business acumen, with Huang Jiangtai's assistance and the Huang family's control over numerous companies, forming a new company team would be a simple task. Understood, Huang Jiangtai assured. I will establish a capable team within 3 days. Good. If you accomplish this task, I will ensure you are well rewarded. By the way, are you familiar with the Practitioner Alliance? Of course, Huang Jiangtai nodded. Who among the practitioners in the Dragon Country is unaware of the Practitioner Alliance? May I ask why you are inquiring about it? Compile a list of all the strong practitioners within the Practitioner Alliance for me. I shall require it. Upon hearing these words, both Huang Jiatai and his son Huang Binchu experienced a sudden jolt. The Cultivators' Alliance was an immense entity, despite Huang Jiangtai's dominance in the Jiangnan region. The disparity between him and the alliance was akin to that of a minuscule goldfish against a formidable shark. Could it be that the Cultivators' Alliance had provoked this harbinger of doom? Huang Jiangtai pondered, silently mourning for the alliance for 3 seconds in his heart. Chapter 61. Ho Feng. Do you still remember me? In the evening, Lu Qi arrived at Li Xian's villa. As per their agreement from yesterday, Li Xian was to accompany Lu Qi to the gathering welcoming Ho Feng. They drove swiftly to the venue, where numerous handsome men and beautiful women had already gathered. Though Ho Feng had yet to arrive, the men were dashing, the women enchanting, each adorned in designer attire, with an array of luxury car keys sprawled across the tables. Upon entering, countless gazes were drawn toward them, particularly from a few wealthy heirs who regarded Lu Qi with a fervent intensity, clearly captivated by her stunning beauty. Lu Qi was undeniably breathtaking, a fact that explained why He Jingzhao had gone to great lengths to court her, and why Ho Feng, after 5 years abroad, still harbored feelings for her. Soon, eager voices echoed around her. Miss Lu Qi, I am Wang Dali. My family is in real estate. You are truly beautiful. Let us exchange WeChat. Miss Lu Qi, I am Chu Qinggang, a young director from Poly Group. We must exchange numbers later. Hello, I am Zhang Yu, currently pursuing a PhD. Several men approached her like eager hounds, their eyes gleaming with greed and desire. Though Lu Qi was Ho Feng as intended, 5 years had passed without any progress, leaving them with a glimmer of hope. Even if Ho Feng eventually won her over, they believed he would merely toy with her before moving on, allowing them to step in afterward. Lu Qi's brow furrowed slightly, her heart igniting with irritation at the invasive gazes upon her. She was no naive girl, she understood their intentions all too well. At that moment, Li Xian stepped forward. His voice icy and commanding. Refrain from casting your disgusting glances upon Lu Qi. If you dare to look at her that way again, I shall have your eyes plucked from their sockets. The air grew still, and the wealthy heirs who had spoken previously felt their faces flush with embarrassment, anger flickering in their eyes. Who do you think you are, to speak so arrogantly? One of them retorted. If you utter another word, you'll witness something even more outrageous. Li Xian shot back, his cold gaze causing the air to shrink back. Uncertain of Li Xian's identity, no one dared to speak further, for his presence was formidable. Just then, 2 young men approached, one impeccably dressed with slicked-back hair, exuding an air of arrogance. He was none other than Ho Feng, the star of the evening. It's this lad, your companion, who dares to threaten us. One of the wealthy heirs reported to Ho Feng. In their circle, Ho Feng was a pivotal figure, having elevated the Ho family's standing in Chuzhou over the past 5 years. Lu Qi brought him in. Ho Feng's expression darkened with displeasure. He had ulterior motives for this gathering, aiming to claim Lu Qi for himself, and the presence of another man was an unwelcome surprise. However, upon recognizing Li Xian's face, his expression stiffened. Li Xian, what a surprise to see you here, he stammered. Why shouldn't it be me, Ho Feng? Did you not anticipate my return? Li Xian's cold smile betrayed the disappointment he felt over their once-close friendship. I'm here to warn you, Ho Feng. From this moment on, keep your distance from Lu Qi and cease your advances. Otherwise, you will regret it. Ho Feng's face reddened with embarrassment. I'm glad to see you back in Chuzhou, Li Xian, but you must recognize your place. You are no longer the young master of the Li family, and the Ho family is not what it was 5 years ago. Li Xian scoffed dismissively. Indeed, 5 years ago, you were practically my shadow. But once the Li family fell, you immediately distanced yourself. You've truly become someone of significance, haven't you? Ho Feng's face flushed with humiliation, taken aback by Li Xian's bluntness. The atmosphere grew awkward, with curious glances exchanged among the crowd. Who was Li Xian? It seemed he and Ho Feng had a history. Isn't he the young master of the Li family that went bankrupt 5 years ago? I heard Ho Feng used to be quite close to him, but now he is acting like a big shot, whispered a woman clad in a midriff-bearing outfit. Oh, So it's that worthless fellow. I thought it was someone noteworthy, another chimed in. At that moment, Ho Feng's expression darkened even further. Li Xian, I've been quite gracious considering our past. Don't take my kindness for weakness. You may think you still hold the title of young master, but I assure you, I am no longer the Ho Feng of yore. You are now a pauper, devoid of connections, assets, or abilities. What do you have to compare with me? You lack even the qualifications to enter my circle. The Ho family now stands alongside the 7 great families of Chuzhou, and just 3 days ago, we sealed a partnership with the Huang family, the foremost family in Chuzhou. The revelation of the Ho family's alliance with the Huang family garnered gasps of surprise from those around. The Huang family, the true rulers of Chuzhou, was a powerful ally. Being associated with them meant one could navigate Chuzhou with ease. Li Xian, now reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, seemed incomparable to Ho Feng. In an instant, the wealthy heirs who had previously been intimidated by Li Xian's aura now regarded him with disdain, mocking him for living in the past and failing to recognize his current reality. Yet, Li Xian remained coldly fixated on Ho Feng. Regardless of how powerful your family has become, should you dare to harass Lu Qi again, I will ensure you live to regret your actions. And regarding your supposed alliance with the Huang family? Very well, consider that partnership dissolved. Chapter 62. A joke laughter erupted as Li Xian spoke, causing everyone to double over in mirth. This useless individual, who did he think he was, suggesting that the Huang family sever ties with the Hua family? Anyone with a modicum of sense would never utter such a statement. Merely a waste from the Li family, he was unworthy even of guarding the Huang family's gate. Those around him cast scornful glances at Li Xian, except for Lu Qi, who gazed at him with admiration. She understood that Li Xian was not speaking falsely. He indeed possessed such influence. Ho Feng nearly lost his breath from laughter. Haraha, Li Xian, do you comprehend what you are saying? It appears that these 5 years have taken a toll on your sanity. However, Ho Feng, Li Xian is not deceiving you. If you seek his assistance now, you may yet salvage your situation. Otherwise, a mere word from him will compel Huang Jiangtai to comply. Lu Qi coldly interjected. What did you say? Ho Feng's mouth fell slightly agape, unable to fathom that such words had emanated from Lu Qi. Lu Qi, has he driven you mad as well? Do you comprehend the stature of the Huang family? Li Xian is but an ant before them. Does he even know which way their door swings? With that, Ho Feng gestured to the sumptuous dishes on the table. Li Xian, it has been 5 years. You surely have not savored such exquisite cuisine. Out of consideration for the past, I shall allow you to indulge today. Eat your fill, then leave. As for Lu Qi, her affairs do not concern you. Upon hearing Ho Feng's words, those around them displayed derisive expressions. After all, he was once the esteemed young master of the Li family, reduced to such depths. Yet, Li Xian remained unfazed, retrieving his phone and dialing a number. Inform Huang Binshu to immediately terminate all collaborations with the Hua family. Furthermore, the young master of the Hua family has displeased me greatly. Seeing Li Xian's earnest demeanor, the onlookers could not suppress their laughter, tears streaming down their faces. Did he truly believe he was acting convincingly? What a pity that the young master of the Li family was not pursuing an acting career. Just then, as Hua Feng prepared to hurl more scornful remarks, his phone rang, a call from his father, Wu Dongguang. Everyone, quiet down. I must take this call from my father. Hua Feng announced, rising to step away to answer. Hua Feng, you fool. What have you gotten yourself into? The Huang family has abruptly ceased all cooperation with us. Wu Dongguang's voice boomed from the other end. In that instant, Hua Feng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his mind blank. Could it be true that the Huang family had really terminated their partnership, and it was explicitly due to his own indiscretions? This meant that Li Xian had not been lying. A single word from him could command the Huang family. With a thud, Hua Feng collapsed to the ground, engulfed in darkness. He knew all too well the lengths to which the Hua family had gone to align themselves with the Huang family. The cessation of their partnership signified the Huang family's disdain for the Hua family. Henceforth, which other families would dare to collaborate with them? Li Xian, merely a waste from the Li family, how could he wield such formidable influence? What had transpired over these 5 years? Meanwhile, the wealthy young women, who had been engaged in lively banter moments ago, rushed toward the crumpled Hua Feng. Hua Feng, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Yet Hua Feng suddenly raised his head, fixing his gaze on the unperturbed Li Xian standing a short distance away. Crawling toward Li Xian, he clutched his leg, pleading, Li Xian, I was wrong. Please, persuade the Huang family not to terminate our cooperation. I beg you, I deserve to die. As he spoke, he slapped himself repeatedly across the face. Those surrounding them were rendered speechless, bewildered. What was happening? Had the Huang family genuinely severed ties with the Hua family due to a single phone call from Li Xian? Was this still the Li family waste from 5 years ago? He was, in fact, a person of immense power. Goodness. The individuals who had previously ridiculed Li Xian now felt their scalps tingle with disbelief. Li Xian, growing impatient, kicked Hua phone away and remarked coolly, "Consider this a minor lesson. If you dare to harass Lu Qi again, I will ensure that the Hua family is eradicated from Chuzhou." With that, he turned to the still-dazed Lu Qi and said, "Let us go." Lu Qi nodded eagerly, following closely behind Li Xian. Chapter 63. My lady awaits. Li Xian and Lu Qi departed, leaving behind a group of trembling young heirs who had gathered to welcome Hua Feng. Today, they witnessed the true essence of influence. Had Hua Feng not severed ties so hastily 5 years ago and continued to treat Li Xian as a brother, perhaps the Hua family would have been on the brink of a genuine opportunity. The Hua family had painstakingly aligned themselves with the Huang family. Yet a mere word from Li Xian could compel the Huang family to immediately dissolve their partnership with the Hua family, illustrating the formidable power he wielded. Of course, there are no what-ifs in reality. The Li family's so-called waste had returned, emerging as a monumental figure. Such news began to circulate in a few select circles as the banquet concluded. After leaving the hotel, Li Xian drove Lu Qi home before returning to the villa. Duo was playing in the living room, and at that moment, Li Xian changed into comfortable home attire and busied himself in the kitchen, fully embracing the role of a devoted father. The following morning, he drove Duo to kindergarten. However, upon arriving at the entrance, a man clad in black, with a stern demeanor, obstructed his path. The man's robust physique and distinguished aura revealed him to be a martial artist. "Is there something you need?" Li Xian inquired, his tone laced with an air of aloofness. The man produced a phone to make a comparison, then stated, "You are the one who revived Wei Xianyang at the hospital. Correct? My lady requests your presence." His tone brimmed with an undeniable authority. To call it a request would be more accurate to describe it as a command. Li Xian noticed a black Maybach parked along the roadside, and it was likely that the lady he spoke of resided within. "I am unavailable," Li Xian replied curtly. The miraculous recovery of the seemingly lifeless Wei Xianyang would undoubtedly draw attention, and these individuals must have received news from the hospital. However, Li Xian had no intention of engaging with them. The man appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a decisive rejection, without even inquiring who the lady was. At that moment, Li Xian was already walking towards the kindergarten's entrance, carrying Duo. The man quickly regained his composure, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He once again intercepted Li Xian, asserting, "My lady is the daughter of the Pei family from Chuzhou. She wishes to meet you, and you do not possess the right to refuse." He believed that revealing his lady's identity would compel Li Xian to acquiesce immediately. However, Li Xian paid him no heed, instead handing Duo over to Wang Wei. Once Wang Wei led Duo into the kindergarten, Li Xian turned to face the man, coldly stating, "I said I'm unavailable. Do you not comprehend?" The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed with frost, his tone dripping with menace. "I advise you not to take my invitation lightly." With that, he lunged toward Li Xian's shoulder, evidently seeking to teach him a lesson. Yet, in the next instant, the man's body was sent sprawling through the air, landing with a thud that left his chest caved in, blood spewing from his lips like a dying animal. Witnessing the commotion, over 30 men in black swiftly emerged from nearby vehicles, encircling Li Xian. One man brandished a handgun, aiming it squarely at Li Xian. "Do not disrespect the divine physician," a woman's voice rang out. A striking figure in high heels approached, her long legs exuding the commanding presence of a fierce corporate leader. Chapter 64. "I can wait for you, miss. He has injured Lu Yong." A bodyguard protested on behalf of his companion. How outrageous. The esteemed healer's status is unparalleled, and Lu Yong's attitude warrants reprimand. Upon finishing her statement, the woman smiled charmingly at Li Xian, exuding an air of allure. She scrutinized him from head to toe and introduced herself. "Greetings, I am Pei Ying, and the Nan Heng Group is my family's enterprise. My subordinate has offended you, and I wish to extend my sincerest apologies." "No need. He has already received his lesson," Li Xian replied, preparing to leave. However, unexpectedly, she stepped forward to block his path. "Please do not rush. Allow me to explain. I know you have healed Wei Xianyang, a man on the brink of death. Your medical skills are extraordinary. I have exerted considerable effort to ascertain that you were present at this kindergarten, and I came here specifically to await your arrival. My father is gravely ill, and after searching far and wide for renowned physicians, I believe only you can save him. It was indeed due to the matter concerning Wei Xianyang. In an effort to sway Li Xian, Pei continued, if you are willing to save my father, I am prepared to offer 10 million as a reward, and you will gain the friendship of the Pei family. After speaking, her gaze was intense and confident. Minnie and Chu Shouyun to forge connections with the Pei family, and she felt she was presenting a rare opportunity to the young man before her. Convinced he would have no reason to decline. To her surprise, Li Xian's response was one of icy indifference. I care not for your family status. Your presence has only served to sour my mood, so kindly step aside. I shall not save your father. At these words, a hint of anger sparked in Pei Ying's eyes. She had lowered herself to personally extend an invitation, yet he had still refused. Are you certain you will not help? She pressed, unwilling to concede. Li Xian, however, strode towards his car. Miss, should we not intercept him? A bodyguard asked ominously, gripping his weapon. But even as he spoke, his complexion turned ashen. The other bodyguards gasped in shock as they noticed several figures clad in black, appearing silently around them, resembling phantoms. Upon their sleeves, a golden trim glimmered, signifying their elite status as the Black Gold Guards of the hidden pavilion. In that moment, the Black Gold Guards glared coldly at the Pei family, remaining utterly still and silent. Pei Ying inhaled sharply, her legs trembling slightly. She finally grasped why that young man had been so haughty. To have the most elite Black Gold Guards providing personal protection was beyond what her family could contend with. A wave of dread washed over her, and she felt cold sweat trickle down her back. Later, Li Xian returned to his villa. Huang Jiatai called to report on the progress of their work. In merely half a day, he had already begun to establish the foundation of a team for Li Xian, recruiting elite talents from various companies within the Huang family. This meant that within a day, the members of the company would be fully assembled. The sign of Tianbao Group had already been dismantled, and renovations were underway. Huang Jiangtai assured him that by the time Baiwa Group opened, Li Xian would witness a brand new company. Li Xian was satisfied. Achieving such progress in such a short time was no small feat, however. Huang Jiangtai expressed some concerns. Previously, Tianbao Group engaged in a diverse array of businesses. Now that Baiwa Group is reopening, I am unsure which industries you intend to focus on. I wish to continue the legacy of my family's business in biomedicine, as it was our primary focus, Li Xian stated. Huang Jiatai hesitated. As far as I know, in the past 5 years, Shen Tianbao found the biomedicine sector too labor-intensive and has nearly halted investments in medicine, primarily focusing on real estate and other ventures. Many experts in the medical field have already been poached by other companies, making it challenging to re-establish the biomedicine business. Leave this matter to me, Li Xian replied. Biomedicine is merely the study of life. Who on this planet understands life better than Li Chiti? Since he intended to rejuvenate Baiwa Group, he would not merely erect a sign but ensure that his father's hard work flourished under his stewardship. After ending the call with Huang Jiatai, Li Xian proceeded directly to the Xinwang Hall. Upon entering, he noticed the usual hustle and bustle. Yet his attention was drawn to the hall's center, where a piece of A4 paper framed in gold displayed a single horizontal line. Below it, incense burned in a holder. Was this not the blank paper he had left for Xinwang Hall? It had been enshrined. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. Just then, a female attendant approached and inquired, "Are you here to collect medicine or seek treatment?" "I am looking for your boss," Li Xian responded. The attendant replied brusquely, "Our boss is unavailable." Nearby patrons shook their heads, bemused. The owner of Xinwang Hall was a well-known healer in Chuzhou. It was not someone one could meet at will. Who did this young man think he was? However, before such thoughts could fully form, a male attendant rushed over, shooting a glare at the female attendant, then turned to Li Xian with an ingratiating smile. "Sir, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. I will notify the boss immediately." This attendant had previously assisted Li Xian and remembered him well. Moreover, he had been instructed by the owner to inform him immediately upon Li Xian's return. Witnessing this interaction, many customers expressed curiosity. Who was this young man to receive such deference from the staff of Xinwang Hall? Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from within, and the owner, Zhou Jiyuan, emerged, jogging towards Li Xian. Upon reaching him, he bowed deeply, his expression filled with palpable excitement. "Sir, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." This scene left the onlookers wide-eyed. The normally stern and dignified owner of Xinwang Hall was displaying such humility. Chapter 65, The Essence of Life at This Moment. Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, Zhou Jiyuan respectfully bowed to Li Xian. "Sir, I am truly delighted to see you again, Zhou Jiyuan exclaimed, his face beaming with joy, albeit a bit tongue-tied. The last time I intended to pay you a visit. I saw you departing in the carriage of the Huang family patriarch, and since then, I have been searching for news of you, yet to no avail. Upon hearing these words, Li Xian suddenly understood. It appeared that his previous act of saving Zhou had prompted the latter to seek him out. The purpose of my visit is to discuss a potential collaboration. Let us find a quiet place to converse, Li Xian suggested. Zhou Jiyuan hastily ushered Li Xian into an inner office, leaving only the two of them within. Li Xian wasted no time and produced a sheet of paper densely filled with a list of medicinal herbs. Can you procure these items at the Shunwang Hall? Zhou Jiyuan accepted the paper, reviewing it before nodding. While some of these herbs are indeed quite precious, they are not exceedingly rare. I am uncertain how many you require. If it's just a single batch, I can provide it immediately. However, for larger quantities, I will need some time. Please prepare one batch for me, and for the remainder, you may acquire them from merchants. Whatever quantity you manage to gather, I will take, and rest assured, the price will be at market rate, Li Xian asserted. Zhou Jiyuan quickly shook his head. It is an honor to serve you, sir. How could I possibly accept payment? We are conducting business, and given the substantial amount I will need, it is only fair to adhere to market prices. Li Xian's tone brooked no argument. Agreed. Zhou Jiyuan nodded in acknowledgement. Should the order only require dozens or hundreds of items, he could provide them without charge. However, an excessive quantity would indeed strain the resources of the Xinhuang Hall. May I inquire what you intend to use these herbs for? Zhou Jiyuan asked tentatively. I aim to concoct a potion known as the Essence of Life, to serve as a flagship product for the Beiwufa Group. Zhou Jiyuan could not help but feel a jolt of surprise. As a resident of Chuzhou, he was well aware of the Beiwufa Group. Since the Li family's bankruptcy 5 years prior, the Beiwufa Group had transformed into the Tianbao Group. Perceiving Zhou Jiyuan's confusion, Li Xian calmly clarified, the Tianbao Group no longer exists. In 2 days, the Beiwufa Group will resume operations. Zhou Jiyuan had some understanding of the historical context between the Tianbao Group and the Beiwufa Group. With the dissolution of the Tianbao Group and the resurgence of the Beiwufa Group, could it be that the individual before him was the long-lost young master of the Li family? In that instant, Zhou Jiyuan grasped the truth. I see you have deduced my identity. Please prepare the herbs promptly. Wait a moment, Zhou Jiyuan interjected. Li Xian, as I understand it. Following the transformation of the Beiwufa Group into the Tianbao Group, the biomedical sector was nearly abandoned, and many experts have since moved on. However, I happen to know a professor specializing in biotechnology who leads an entire team. If you wish to revive the biomedical business, it could be beneficial to recruit this team. Zhou Jiyuan's sudden inspiration struck him. Hearing this, Li Xian halted in his tracks. These words resonated perfectly with his intentions. Presently, Huang Jiangtai was assembling the team. But to rejuvenate the pharmaceutical sector, relevant experts were essential. Li Xian had intended to have Huang Jiangtai search for them, unaware that Zhou Jiyuan would resolve this dilemma for him. Where is this professor currently located? Take me to meet him, Li Xian instructed directly. With just over 2 days remaining until the Beiwufu Group's reopening, it was imperative to finalize preparations. The professor's name is Song Yulong, and he is a longtime friend of mine. However, he can be somewhat eccentric. I will arrange a meeting with him right away. Zhou Jiyuan promptly retrieved his phone to make the call. A few minutes later, he appeared visibly elated. Li Xian, he is available this afternoon. We can visit him at any time. However, as he is a prominent figure in the field of biomedicine, several pharmaceutical companies have been vying for his attention, hoping to persuade him to join the Beiwufa Group, which may pose some challenges. He will certainly be willing to join, Li Xian replied confidently, given his expertise. Once the professor witnessed the essence of life, Li Xian doubted he would refuse. Prepare a room for me and gather one batch of the herbs, Li Xian instructed. Though Zhou Jiyuan was uncertain of Li Xian's intentions, he complied with the request. 10 minutes later, a selection of herbs lay before Li Xian. Without hesitation, he carried them into a sealed room. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Li Xian emerged, holding a transparent vial. Zhou Jiyuan instinctively glanced into the room, where remnants of the herbs lingered. Had those herbs been transformed into the liquid within Li Xian's vial? Yet, whether through ancient alchemical methods or modern pharmaceutical technology, extracting the essence from the herbs typically required tools. How had Li Xian accomplished this feat with his bare hands? Zhou Jiyuan's mind swirled with questions. At that moment, Li Xian spoke calmly. Let us go. Take me to meet your old friend. Chapter 66. Terrifying half an hour later. Li Xian and Zhou Jiyuan arrived in front of a grand building, which housed Song Yulong's research laboratory. Upon seeing Zhou Jiyuan, the security guard immediately welcomed them respectfully into the lobby. The two settled onto a sofa in the lobby. Mr. Li, several pharmaceutical companies have recently been in contact with Song Yulong, so we may have to wait a little while longer to meet him, Zhou Jiyuan explained. That is of no concern, Li Xian replied, picking up the teacup filled by the attendant and surveying the building. Having his own research team and occupying such a substantial structure, it was evident that Song Yulong was no ordinary individual. At that moment, several figures entered from the entrance. An elderly man spotted Zhou Jiyuan seated there and approached them directly. Zhou Jiyuan's brow furrowed slightly. Although the Zhangzhou-based Chongwang Tang was a well-established brand, it still faced competition, with Zhu Hongxing being one of its rivals. Ah, isn't this Zhou boss? What brings you here? Have you decided to venture into the biopharmaceutical industry because your traditional medicine isn't selling well? Ha ha ha, Zhu Hongxing laughed heartily. Zhou Jiyuan replied coldly, I am merely accompanying someone. Accompanying someone. The man's gaze swept around before settling on Li Xian, as Zhou Jiyuan had only him by his side. Could it be this young man? I wonder how I should address you. To entice Song Yulong's team, you must possess assets in the hundreds of millions. Otherwise, it's utterly impossible. The man scrutinized Li Xian with evident amusement. Li Xian, initially engrossed in observing the surroundings, had not intended to involve himself in the conflict between Zhou Jiyuan and this individual. However, upon being approached, he subtly frowned. The possession of hundreds of millions in assets is inconsequential. Since I have come to seek out Song Yulong, he will undoubtedly choose to join my company. At this statement, not only Zhu Hongxing, but also all those accompanying him were left astonished. This young man is exceedingly confident, they thought. Numerous companies had been courting Song Yulong recently. What warranted such certainty that he would select Li Xian? The manner in which Li Xian spoke suggested that the decision had already been made. Zhu Hongxing couldn't help but chuckle. Young man, since you are so confident, enlighten me. What makes you believe you can sway Song Yulong? That is classified information. Li Xian replied indifferently. This response infuriated Zhu Hongxing. This young man is unbearably arrogant, he thought, considering that his family, the Zhu clan, was a prominent family in Songzhou. At this juncture, a middle-aged man behind Zhu Hongxing could no longer contain himself. His gaze fixed on Li Xian, he coldly stated, You boy, who do you think you are to speak to my father in such a manner? Do you believe I won't ensure you leave this building in disgrace? Li Xian cast a dismissive glance at him, revealing a hint of disdain. The man, seemingly in his 40s, still exhibited the demeanor of a spoiled rich kid. It appeared that the Zhu family's values were lacking. The look Li Xian directed at the middle-aged man incited a wave of irritation within him, especially as the attention of numerous security personnel and attendants was drawn to the scene. If he failed to act, he would lose face. He pointed a finger at Li Xian, commanding, Apologize to my father immediately, kneel, and bow your head. Otherwise, no one can save you. Seeing his inept son resorting to such tactics, Zhu Hongxing contemplated reprimanding him but opted for silence, allowing his son to unleash his fury. Zhou Jiyuan, observing the scene, was nearly overwhelmed with amusement. The Zhu father and son had no idea whom they were confronting. A mere flick of Li Xian's hand could deter any practitioner. Believing Zhou Jiyuan to be intimidated by him, Zhu Hongxing taunted, Well, Zhou boss, my son has a temper, but if this young man admits his mistake, we can let this matter rest. The middle-aged man scoffed, Dad, it cannot end there. It's not enough just to admit fault. He must kneel and bow. Before he could finish, Li Xian's icy gaze locked onto him. This insignificant creature, once unworthy of his attention, had persisted in provoking him. If he sought demise, Li Xian would gladly oblige. In the next moment, a resounding crash echoed through the lobby. The middle-aged man's body was sent flying, colliding with a massive pillar in the hall, his form twisting grotesquely upon impact. Zhu Hongxing had brought numerous bodyguards, which had emboldened his son. Yet those guards had failed to perceive how Li Xian had struck. By the time they reacted, their young master lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog. At that instant, all present gasped in shock, covering their mouths in disbelief. Slowly, Li Xian rose to his feet. He raised his hand, fingers dancing lightly. And to everyone's horror, the middle-aged man's body levitated before crashing down to the ground, kneeling. This spectacle instilled fear in the eyes of Zhu Hongxing and his entourage. Zhou Jiyuan's heart raced. Is this the extent of Li Xian's power? His methods are utterly terrifying, like a devil, unheard of before. Chapter 67. Nonsense. At this moment, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. with every individual gazing at Li Xian in terror. The eldest son of the Zhu family appeared to be a mere puppet, manipulated by Li Xian. Was this truly a capability that a human could possess? Zhu Hongshan's mind was blank, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was aware of the existence of cultivators in the world, but even the most formidable Huang Jiantai of Chuzhou could not achieve such feats. In that instant, he was engulfed by sheer dread. Before long, the commotion in the hall attracted the attention of the security personnel, and soon over 30 figures surged in. Many of them were fierce-looking individuals who had once roamed the underworld before becoming security guards. As they rushed in, they were initially perplexed by the situation. But upon seeing the pitiable state of the Zhu family's eldest son, a chill crept into their hearts. This was truly ruthless. Thud. At that moment, Zhu Hongsheng collapsed to his knees. "Sir, I was wrong. I apologize on behalf of my son." His voice quivered. He understood that a powerful being like Li Xian could extinguish the Zhu family's lineage with a mere gesture. No wonder Zhou Jiyuan had appeared merely to enjoy the spectacle. He had truly kicked a steel plate this time. Li Xian, uninterested in bantering with such filth, coldly commanded, "Get lost. Disappear from my sight within 5 seconds." Yes. Zhu Hongsheng hastily directed his bodyguards, taking his nearly lifeless son and exiting the building swiftly. Throughout the ordeal, none of the high-paid bodyguards dared to gaze at Li Xian, paralyzed by fear. Just as Zhu Hongsheng and his entourage were departing, a man in a suit emerged with a stern expression. "What is going on? Is someone causing trouble?" He was the security manager of the entire building and had rushed over upon hearing the noise. As it turned out, it was Manager Yang. Upon seeing him, Zhou Jiyuan explained, "My friend had a minor conflict with Zhu Hongsheng, the head of the Zhu family, but it has been resolved." Zhou Jiyuan was quite familiar with Manager Yang, who was a practitioner of dark strength, having long served as a bodyguard for Song Yulong, and was of comparable strength to himself. "Ah, it's Boss Zhou." Manager Yang's face immediately brightened upon recognizing Zhou Jiyuan. However, he then cast a sharp glance at Li Xian, warning, "For the sake of your friendship with Boss Zhou, I shall not hold this against you. Remember, this building is under my protection, and no one is permitted to cause a disturbance." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiyuan's expression changed drastically. A being of Li Xian's caliber could not allow a mere security manager to speak so insolently. Indeed, the next moment, Yang Wanming was propelled like a cannonball, crashing violently against the pillar that Zhu's eldest son had previously struck. He spat out blood, his face filled with horror upon hitting the ground. In that instant, Yang Wanming was utterly bewildered. As a dark strength practitioner, he had not even noticed what had transpired before being flung away. What kind of strength did this young man possess? The surrounding security personnel were equally dumbfounded, each appearing as if they had seen a ghost. Normally, a single strike from Manager Yang could leave an imprint on iron, revered as a deity among them. Yet today, he had proven so vulnerable. The astonishing part was that no one had even seen how the young man had struck. It seemed that he was indeed a master. At that moment, a woman in uniform approached. "Boss Zhou, Professor Song requests your presence." After speaking, she noticed Yang Manager lying on the ground and her expression paled. "What happened? Why is Manager Yang bleeding?" Yang Manager, struggling to rise, looked at Li Xian with a hint of terror in his eyes. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he muttered, "Nothing. Nothing happened." Zhou Jiyuan chuckled and said to Li Xian, "Please, sir." Li Xian then stepped forward, accompanied by the uniformed woman. She glanced back occasionally, bewildered by the unfolding events. They followed the woman to the basement of the building, where Song Yulong's research lab was located. After passing through several doors, they entered a room filled with cutting-edge precision equipment. A dozen researchers in white lab coats were diligently recording data. Upon their arrival, an elder approached. "Old Zhou, you're here. Is this the person you wanted to introduce to me?" Song Yulong assessed Li Xian with some surprise. In recent days, he had met various company owners, all of whom were in their 40s or 50s. It was rare to encounter someone as youthful as Li Xian, and youth often carried an impression of unreliability in business dealings. Zhou Jiyuan spoke. "Allow me to introduce Mr. Li Xian. His company, Baiwazhong Group, is set to launch in 2 days, primarily focusing on biopharmaceuticals. Mr. Li wishes to invite you to join Baiwazhong Group." Song Yulong furrowed his brow. "As far as I know, Baiwazhong Group has been renamed Tianbao Group, with most of its equipment nearly sold off and its professionals having fled. To restart in biopharmaceuticals would be akin to starting from scratch. The difficulties are insurmountable." After speaking, he shook his head decisively. "Joining Baiwazhong Group? I shall not consider it." Upon hearing the refusal, Li Xian merely smiled faintly. Since I have come personally to meet you, you have no reason to decline. Friend, your words are rather presumptuous. Our Yulong Research Lab is the most esteemed research team in Jiangnan. Countless companies have sought our collaboration. So why should we be compelled to join your Baiwazhong group? The uniformed female assistant interjected, her eyes glimmering with pride. Even Song Yulong could not help but chuckle and shake his head. Today's youth truly possessed an excess of arrogance. Li Xian, however, merely smiled lightly, placing a transparent vial onto the nearby workbench. This vial contained the pinnacle of contemporary biotechnology, possessing the ability to awaken cells and rejuvenate aging ones. In layman's terms, a 60-year-old individual consuming it could regain 10 to 20 years of youth. How is that possible? The surrounding researchers gasped in astonishment. Song Yulong furrowed his brow deeper. Young man, you are clearly spouting nonsense. Chapter 68. You know nothing of the power of cultivators. Song Yulong and his companions regarded Li Xian with expressions of skepticism. It is no wonder they found it hard to believe. The miraculous effects of the life essence he described seemed utterly preposterous. If such a substance truly existed, the wealthy would undoubtedly go into a frenzy to acquire it, rendering it entirely unrealistic. Even Zhou Jiyuan harbored doubts. While Li Xian's prowess was indeed formidable, it was a different matter altogether, especially since he was a physician who understood that such a thing could not possibly exist. Observing their incredulous and even mocking expressions, Li Xian felt no obligation to engage in further discourse. Instead, he directed his gaze toward an elderly professor, over 60 years of age, whose face was lined with deep wrinkles. Li Xian spoke. Professor, if you take just one sip of this life essence, you will instantly return to the vigor of your 20s. Would you care to demonstrate this for everyone? In response, the old man shook his head resolutely. I cannot dare to drink from your vial. What if it is poison? Laughter erupted from those nearby, with one voice rising above the rest. Earlier you claimed that the life essence could rejuvenate someone by 10 to 20 years. Professor Song is 60. Are you suggesting he could revert to 20, thus becoming 40 years younger? Your assertions are riddled with inconsistencies, revealing you as a charlatan. Not just Professor Song, but no one would risk consuming your dubious life essence. What if there are adverse effects? Witnessing this spectacle, Song Yulong shook his head in disapproval. He despised those who resorted to deceitful fabrications to achieve their ends. Coldly, he stated, we must continue our research. Brother Zhou, kindly escort him away. With that, he turned to re-enter the facility. At that moment, Li Xian's gaze fell upon a pot of greenery on the table. The plant had evidently been neglected for some time. Having completely withered, an idea sparked within him. He approached the plant, uncorked the vial of life essence, and proclaimed, ordinary life essence may indeed only rejuvenate one by 10 to 20 years, but this particular vial is of my own concoction, with effects that are exponentially greater. I offered you the chance to regain 40 years, yet your disbelief has cost you. Even without your participation, Baiwuge Group will inevitably become the largest pharmaceutical company in Chuzhou and beyond. Now, allow me to demonstrate what true life is. With that, he poured the entire contents of the vial into the pot. In an instant, the once barren plant began to transform at a visible pace, regaining its verdant hue. Almost immediately, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, new shoots began to sprout. What had once been a plant no taller than a cup surged to over a meter in height. Lush and vibrant, the life force emanating from it was palpable even from a distance. This. The researchers stood dumbfounded, gasping in disbelief. Is this truly possible? Am I seeing things? It is nothing short of a miracle. This plant had clearly perished. Meanwhile, Song Yulong, who had turned to leave, found himself drawn back by the commotion. Upon witnessing the astounding transformation of the plant, he stood rooted in shock, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Li Xian. In the midst of it all, Li Xian stood with an air of defiance, a smirk upon his lips. These mere mortals knew nothing of the power wielded by cultivators. Chapter 69. Master Long Song Yulong's gaze was fixed intently on the lush greenery before him. As if struck by a bolt of lightning, he stood there, stunned and incredulous. As an expert in biotechnological research, he fully understood the miraculous nature of the scene unfolding before him. The once dead goosefoot tree had inexplicably revived, sprouting an abundance of leaves and branches. It was nothing short of a miracle. Was this the power of the essence of life? Song Yulong trembled slightly at the thought. If he could partake in the study of such extraordinary phenomena, it would undoubtedly deepen his understanding of life sciences. Well then, Song Yulong, I shall ask you once more. Are you willing to join the Baiwang group? Li Xian spoke calmly, his expression radiating confidence. Yes, absolutely. Song Yulong nodded fervently. Akin to a chick pecking at grain. He was acutely aware that opportunities like this were fleeting. Nearby, the elderly man who had previously declined to partake in Li Xian's essence of life stood aghast. If this essence could truly rejuvenate a person by 40 years, he had unwittingly missed a monumental opportunity. A wave of regret washed over him. Very well. Report to the Beiwang group punctually tomorrow. I will ensure that all necessary equipment is prepared for you, Li Xian stated before departing. Zhou Jiyuan followed closely behind, still in a daze. Feeling as though he were enveloped in a dream, he sensed a veil of mystery surrounding Li Xian. Li Xian retrieved his phone and called Huang Jiangtai. The team led by Song Yulong has agreed to join the Beiwang group. Expedite the acquisition of the laboratory equipment. Understood, Huang Jiangtai replied, a hint of astonishment in his voice. He was well aware of Song Yulong's team and could hardly believe that Li Xian had managed to secure their cooperation. However, considering Li Xian's prowess, it was not entirely surprising. Regaining his composure, he continued, Mr. Li, there has been progress regarding the blood plum blossom matter. I will have Binshu report to you in person. Li Xian's expression brightened at this news. Huang Binshu was known for his efficiency. Soon, Huang Binshu's vehicle arrived before Li Xian. Greetings, esteemed elder. Huang Binshu bowed respectfully to Li Xian. Your father mentioned that your investigation has yielded results. Please share the details. Li Xian urged eagerly. Indeed, the organization behind the Blood Plum Blossom is known as the Blood Plum Hall, shrouded in mystery. I have learned of an individual who may possess knowledge about the Blood Plum Hall. He resides in the Gusa district and is known as Master Long. He has extensive connections and is privy to many secrets unknown to others. Some have even sought him out for information regarding the Blood Plum Hall. Master Long. Li Xian's brow furrowed slightly. Zhou Jiyuan interjected, I am familiar with Master Long. He is a renowned figure in the Gusu area, leading the White Dragon Society and dominating the region. Is it this Master Long? Li Xian turned to Huang Binshu, who nodded affirmatively. It is indeed him. Very well. Let us seek him out at once, Li Xian declared. At this moment, Zhou Jiyuan spoke up. Mr. Li, may I accompany you? Having resolved to align himself with Li Xian, Zhou Jiyuan aimed to increase his visibility before him. Of course, no problem, Li Xian replied nonchalantly. Before long, the three of them departed from Chuzhou, heading towards the Gusu district. 2 hours later, their vehicle came to a halt beside a street, where a towering building bore the words White Dragon Hall prominently displayed. This was the headquarters of the White Dragon Society. According to Huang Binshu, the entire street was under the society's control, and it dominated half of the entertainment industry in the Gusa district. Let us proceed, Li Xian said as he stepped towards the White Dragon Society. Upon reaching the entrance, they were halted by several menacing security personnel clad in black attire. One of them coldly inquired, Who are you? What business do you have here? We seek an audience with Master Long, Huang Binshu interjected before Li Xian could respond. Stating their purpose. Upon learning that they wished to consult their leader for information, the guards swiftly made a phone call to report. After a search of Li Xian and his companions, they were granted entry. One burly man led the way, escorting them to the 30th floor via the elevator. Upon exiting, he guided them to a door. Master Long is within, you may enter. With that, he stood sentinel at the doorway. The door was ajar, and Huang Binshu knocked. Upon receiving the invitation to enter, they stepped inside. Inside, a bald man adorned with a dragon tattoo on his neck was engrossed in a game of mahjong with 3 others. This must be Master Long. Several imposing figures in black stood nearby, exuding an intimidating presence. As the trio entered, Huang Binshu addressed Master Long. It is an honor to finally meet you, Master Long. We have come seeking information. This was his territory, so Huang Binshu maintained a respectful demeanor. However, Master Long remained absorbed in his game, not lifting his gaze. As moments ticked by, a hint of displeasure began to surface on Li Xian's face. As Li Xian's brow furrowed ever deeper, Master Long seemed to recall the presence of Li Xian and his companions. He tossed the mahjong tiles onto the table, leaned back in his chair, and stated nonchalantly, If you seek information from me, know that different intelligence carries different prices. First, disclose what you wish to uncover, and then we shall see if your offer is enticing enough. Master Long ignited a cigar, crossing his legs as he puffed away. The other 3 individuals engaged in the mahjong game turned their gazes toward Li Xian and his party with piqued interest. I wish to inquire about a clandestine organization. Should you provide any information regarding this group, I can offer you compensation that is difficult to refuse, Li Xian stated. Compensation that is difficult to refuse? What is it that Master Long has not encountered? A man sporting a slick-back hairstyle chuckled derisively. Even Master Long displayed a semblance of amusement, gesturing towards Li Xian. Young man, you intrigue me. Continue. The organization I seek information about is known as the Blood Plum Hall. Upon hearing this, Master Long's countenance underwent a dramatic shift. Even the cigar in his grasp trembled as he fixed his gaze upon Li Xian, demanding, "Why do you seek information regarding the Blood Plum Hall?" The reaction of the former affirmed Li Xian's suspicion that Master Long indeed possessed some knowledge. My reasons for inquiring about the Blood Plum Hall are of no concern to you. You need only provide me with information regarding the Blood Plum Hall. By this juncture, composure had returned to Master Long's face as he exhaled a plume of smoke, remarking, "The Blood Plum Hall is no ordinary organization. I wonder what price you are willing to pay for this information?" Without hesitation, Li Xian produced several pills and placed them upon the table. These pills were concocted by Li Xian using the gallbladder of the serpent he had slain previously, combined with various ingredients. Originally intended as treats for his daughter, they now served a more practical purpose. There were 5 pills in total, each exhibiting a golden hue and exuding a potent medicinal fragrance. These 5 pills shall serve as compensation. Upon beholding the pills, Master Long and the other 3 individuals present displayed a glint of avarice in their eyes. Their gazes fixated upon the pills, unable to look away. Master Long, himself a Grandmaster-level expert, was naturally aware of the preciousness of medicinal pills. It was evident that these pills were crafted by a master alchemist. In the next instant, Master Long unhesitatingly seized one, scrutinizing it meticulously. The aroma of the pill permeated his senses, inducing a state of near ecstasy. He then passed the pill to the other 3 mahjong players, who, upon examining it, nodded in affirmation, acknowledging the pill's merit. The value of these 5 pills likely exceeded several hundred million, certainly sufficient to purchase a piece of information. A hint of avarice flickered within his gaze, though it was swiftly concealed. He placed the pills upon the table, feigning nonchalance as he stated, "These pills are indeed acceptable." As he spoke, he surreptitiously gathered the 5 pills. "I can inform you that the Blood Plum Hall will soon make an appearance in Chuzhou, and that they are connected to someone surnamed Xia. Is your information accurate?" Li Xian inquired. Upon hearing this, a look of displeasure immediately crossed Master Long's visage. The others present were quick to voice their indignation. "What do you mean by this? Young man, when has Master Long ever deceived anyone?" Indeed, daring to question the veracity of Master Long's information. "It seems you have a death wish." "Enough," Master Long interjected, waving his hand to silence the dissenters. He then addressed Li Xian, enunciating each word with deliberation. "Since I have accepted your pills, I would never provide you with false information. Very well, I shall take you at your word. Should you deceive me, the consequences will be dire." With those words, Li Xian and Huang Binchu turned and departed without delay. As Li Xian exited the premises, the slick-haired man beside Master Long furrowed his brow and remarked, "That young man possesses an audacious spirit, daring to threaten Master Long. I truly desired to wring his neck just now. Indeed, what an insolent fellow. However, I am somewhat taken aback that he could produce such high-quality pills." Another man, sporting a buzz cut, then inquired, "Master Long, regarding this individual seeking information about the Blood Plum Hall, is the information you provided genuine?" Master Long nodded in affirmation. "Of course, it is genuine. I, Long Tao, never peddle false information. It is a matter of my reputation. However, while he may have purchased information from me, I cannot vouch for his fate once he leaves these premises." A cold smile played upon Master Long's lips. Moreover, one who can casually produce 5 high-quality pills likely possesses more. It is difficult not to be tempted. The 3 others present immediately comprehended his meaning. One of them rose to his feet and declared, "Master Long, allow me to handle this. It has been quite some time since I last engaged in such endeavors." "Very well, make haste and be discreet. Should word of this leak out, it would reflect poorly upon our reputation," Master Long instructed with a nod. He rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, peering down at the departing figures of Li Xian and his companions, a frosty smile creeping across his face. Chapter 71. Black eating black. After Li Xian and his companions exited the building, Zhou Jiyuan could no longer contain his thoughts. "Mr. Li, that Lord Long doesn't seem like a trustworthy individual. Surely he wouldn't sell us false information, would he?" Beside him, Huang Binchu nodded in agreement. Though Lord Long has a significant reputation in the underworld, there have long been rumors that he engages in black eating black. His character leaves much to be desired. Li Xian merely smiled lightly at their concerns. "If he dares to provide me with false information, I shall make him regret ever stepping into this world." His words, though casually spoken, sent shivers down the spines of both men. As the trio approached the roadside to get into their vehicle, a glint of coldness flashed in Li Xian's eyes. He closed the car door and said, "You two wait for me here. I need to attend to some matters." Without waiting for a response, he strode towards a narrow alley ahead. "What is going on?" Zhou Jiuan asked, puzzled, glancing at Huang Binshu. Huang Binshu's expression mirrored his confusion before dawning with realization. It seems that Lord Long has been tempted by wealth. The allure of the elixir is indeed hard to resist. "What should we do?" Zhou Jiuan inquired. Huang Binshu merely chuckled coldly. "We shall sit back and watch the show." To offend elderly is akin to courting death for Lord Long. Li Xian arrived at the secluded alley, where an eerie silence prevailed, broken only by a stray dog that scurried past with its tail between its legs. He stood in the middle of the street, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. At that moment, figures began to emerge from both ends of the alley, surrounding Li Xian completely. A middle-aged man with a buzz cut stepped forward. He was one of the trio who had previously played mahjong with Lord Long, adorned with a dark jade ring. The man wore a smirk filled with amusement. "Kid, since you've shown up here, I presume you have an inkling of what is happening. Let us skip the pleasantries. Hand over all the elixirs you possess. And don't force my hand." One of the henchmen behind the buzzcut man chimed in. "Exactly. Hand over your belongings, and we might grant you a swift end. Otherwise, you'll experience the agony of being torn limb from limb." It appeared they were confident of their victory. Li Xian chuckled. No wonder Huang Binshu mentioned that Lord Long enjoyed black eating black. He was witnessing it firsthand. However, they were mistaken if they thought they could act recklessly in such close proximity to him. "I will grant you a chance. Each of you may sever a hand and leave. Otherwise, prepare to meet your demise," Li Xian declared coldly. Laughter erupted from the buzzcut man and his crew. "This kid dares to threaten us. How amusing." "Seems you haven't grasped the gravity of your situation," the buzzcut man replied with a mocking expression. One of the henchmen spat angrily. "You bastard. Do you not understand? Hand over the elixirs." Before he could finish, a scream erupted from his mouth. He suddenly clutched his throat, blood dripping from his palm. "What is wrong with you?" the buzzcut man questioned, perplexed by his henchman's sudden agony. Upon pulling his hand away, he was horrified to discover that the entire tongue of his subordinate had been blown to pieces. "What on earth is happening? This is utterly bizarre." The buzzcut man's face paled with dread. Could this be the work of that kid? But how could that be? Even a congenital master could not achieve such a feat. Despite dismissing the thought, a lingering sense of unease gnawed at the buzzcut man, as if something dreadful were about to unfold. He suppressed his apprehension and advanced step by step towards Li Xian. As the 309th ranked master on the Zhongshu list, he was among the top 10 in the Gusu region. The explosion of his subordinate's tongue must have resulted from some other cause. And although he was unaware of what it was, he was certain it wasn't the doing of this boy. "Kid, since you refuse to cooperate, I shall let you experience a fate worse than death." As he spoke, a sharp dagger appeared in the buzzcut man's hand. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunged at Li Xian, the dagger gleaming coldly, aimed at Li Xian's chest. He intended to probe for the source of the elixirs. Thus he did not aim for a fatal spot. However, a single stab would still be enough to claim half of Li Xian's life. The strike was swift and brutal, imbued with a chilling intent. This is what happens to those who do not comply. As the dagger neared Li Xian's chest, the buzzcut man wore a bloodthirsty grin. Yet, Li Xian's countenance remained one of disdain. The dagger, merely a fist distance from Li Xian's chest, appeared halted by an invisible force, unable to advance any further. The buzzcut man's face changed drastically as he sensed a profound danger and attempted to retract his arm, only to be horrified to find his entire arm melting away as if it had been placed on a blazing stove. In the blink of an eye, his arm vanished without a trace, leaving behind an empty sleeve and a pool of blood that flowed incessantly. Chapter 72. The Art of Deception. "Ah, where is my hand? My hand is gone." The man with a buzz cut let out a chilling scream, his eyes filled with terror. What sorcery is this? He watched in horror as his hand transformed into liquid before his very eyes. How utterly horrifying. What manner of creature is this young man? Although the buzzcut man had ruthlessly tortured and killed many, he had never encountered such an eerie phenomenon. The most perplexing part was that the other party had remained motionless throughout. What a nightmare. What kind of monster have I offended? A profound dread enveloped the buzzcut man's heart. In that moment, he was utterly terrified. "What are you all standing there for? Get him. Kill him." The buzzcut man shouted to his subordinates, hoping to use them to distract Li Xian and create an opportunity for his escape. The subordinates, initially bewildered by the unfolding events, rushed towards Li Xian, spurred on by the crowd, even though only a few had grasped the situation. Meanwhile, the buzzcut man dashed toward the building, instinctively believing that entering would offer him safety, for inside were Master Long and 2 other masters. However, after running a mere dozen meters, he heard a series of explosive sounds. Instinctively turning back, he was horrified to see over 30 of his subordinates exploding one after another, transforming into clouds of blood mist. Before the blood could settle, it was consumed by flames that appeared out of nowhere. This bizarre spectacle sent a wave of terror coursing through the buzzcut man's veins. He quickened his pace, only to find flames erupting beneath his feet. One leg was instantly lost, causing him to lose balance and crash to the ground. The flames swiftly spread up his legs toward his body. He tried to scream, but it felt as though an iron grip had clamped around his throat. He opened his mouth, only to be reduced to ashes in a moment of despair. Li Xian paid no heed to the buzzcut man, to the esteemed Emperor Qi. These individuals were not but ants. In his past, he had slaughtered millions to earn the title of Emperor Qi. Killing a few would not stir his heart in the slightest. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, was the true principle governing this world. Meanwhile, inside the building, Master Long stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at Huang Binshu and Shou Jiyuan, who were waiting by the roadside beside their vehicles. A cold smirk gracing his lips. These two, seeing that the young man had left, were still waiting. Little did they know they would never see him emerge again. With that thought, he instructed the man with the slick-back hair, Old Yang, go down and take care of those two. Old Yang nodded and was about to take action when he noticed a figure had appeared at the doorway. Such a method of silencing witnesses. Master Long truly was a master of his craft. Damn it, it's that young man. When did he arrive? At that moment, Master Long and the other two felt a chill run down their spines. It was known that the 3 of them were masters. Any disturbance within 100 meters would never escape their ears. Yet, this young man had approached them without a sound, completely unnoticed. You're still alive? Where is my subordinate, a foam? Master Long glared intently at Li Xian. Li Xian merely smiled faintly, walking leisurely into the room until he stood before Master Long. Since I am here, your subordinate has surely gone to meet the King of Hell, Li Xian said calmly. Looking for death. Seeing Li Xian's arrogance, Old Yang raised his fist and charged at him. Let us see what you're capable of. However, as soon as their fists made contact, Old Yang was sent flying as if struck by a speeding train, crashing violently against the wall. Blood erupted from his mouth, falling to the ground like a beaten dog. At that moment, Master Long's face was filled with horror, as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 73. Speak with the King of Hell at this moment. In the hall, both Master Long and the remaining middle-aged man wore expressions of disbelief. Who would have imagined that a master-level expert could be sent flying without even a physical encounter? The crucial question remained, how had the opponent made their move? As seasoned veterans, they had witnessed numerous strong adversaries, yet they had never encountered such an enigmatic spectacle. Before they could comprehend the situation, Li Xian had already approached them step by step. Master Long took a deep breath, forcing himself to maintain composure as he spoke. My friend, I believe there may be a misunderstanding between us. Let us converse amicably. Whatever you wish to say, you should direct it to the King of Hell. Li Xian's voice, cold and merciless, echoed ominously. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Master Long's eyes. Old Lin, we must strike together, otherwise we shall find no escape. Though they both understood that even united, they would not stand a chance against Li Xian, there was no choice left. As masters of their realm, their resolve was unwavering. Even in the face of the supernatural, they would not yield without a fight. Very well, Master Long. The middle-aged man suddenly seized the mahjong table, unleashing a terrifying force as he hurled it toward Li Xian. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a faint aura of energy enveloping the table. With a surge of strength akin to 1,000 pounds, the table crashed down, capable of shattering gold and stone alike. Master Long simultaneously planted his feet firmly. A resounding boom reverberating through the building as he unleashed a torrent of energy aimed at Li Xian's chest. Their coordinated assault was formidable, yet Li Xian merely smirked. A futile struggle of ants. It is truly laughable that such pathetic tactics would seek to harm me, the Crimson Emperor. He raised his hand, extending a single finger. In consideration of your desperate efforts, I shall reluctantly exert but a single digit. As the words fell, an overwhelming pressure erupted from his fingertip. With its descent, a devastating force radiated outward. Crack! The mahjong table, imbued with immense power, shattered instantly, while Old Lin's body was pierced through. crashing heavily to the ground. In the next instant, Master Long's entire arm exploded, his form being flung away with the force of a mountain, crashing into the floor-to-ceiling window, which shattered under the strain. A web of cracks spreading across the bulletproof glass. How is this possible? My arm. Master Long was utterly terrified. The two master-level experts had been defeated by a mere finger. The most disconcerting aspect was that he felt the finger had not even truly descended. Had it done so, he would have been obliterated. My God, is this even human? A paralyzing fear enveloped him. Do you know why I spared your life? Li Xian advanced toward Master Long. Aware of the Blood Plum Hall's secrets, Li Xian intended to delve into his memories. As Li Xian approached, Master Long felt an icy dread permeating his being, as if he were plummeting into an unfathomable abyss, despairing to the utmost. No, please don't kill me. I will tell you anything you wish to know. I can offer you all my wealth. Master Long was genuinely terrified, now solely seeking to preserve his life. Yet, Li Xian merely smiled disdainfully. Previously, when I sought information from you, it was because we bore no enmity. I adhered to the rules. However, you chose to disregard them and turned against me. Thus we have become adversaries. I have never shown mercy to my foes, and as for the information I seek, I have no need to extract it from your lips. Your soul, in comparison, will not lie. At these words, a chill ran down Master Long's spine. Though he did not comprehend their full meaning, he sensed that something dreadful was about to unfold. In the next moment, Li Xian's power drew Master Long toward him. Crack! He knelt before Li Xian, who extended his hand slowly toward the top of his head. A tremendous tearing force manifested. Master Long screamed in agony. Ah, what are you doing? It hurts. Please. I beg you, stop. Crack. A transparent orb of light was extracted from him. After inspecting Master Long's memories, Li Xian effortlessly crushed the orb. Master Long's screams ceased abruptly, his head exploding as the orb shattered. With a casual gesture, Li Xian dispatched the barely conscious old Lin and the other man before stepping out, vanishing from sight. Master Long's memories were chaotic, revealing little about the Blood Plum Hall. The most significant piece of information was that the Blood Plum Hall would indeed appear in Qingzhou soon, targeting none other than Xiao Linfeng. A few days prior, Xiao Linfeng had sought Li Xian's assistance, likely regarding the Blood Plum Hall's affairs. Moreover, there was another crucial detail. Several years ago, the Blood Plum Hall had approached Master Long to assist in locating women born during specific auspicious years. Coincidentally, that time frame aligned with Meng Qingqian's disappearance. Chapter 74. Journey to the Xia family. Meng Qingqian's disappearance was linked to her birth date, yet Li Xian recalled nothing particularly special about it. He shook his head, sensing an underlying mystery that eluded him. However, once he captured the members of Xuan Hall, the truth would inevitably come to light. Leaving the building, Li Xian noticed Zhou Jiyuan and Huang Binshu still respectfully waiting by the car, and they hurried over upon seeing him emerge. What happened? Zhou Jiyuan could not contain his curiosity. There will be no more Long Yi in this world, Li Xian replied calmly. Zhou Jiyuan's heart sank at the revelation of the demise of the renowned Long Yi. Huang Binshu, however, maintained his composure, having grown accustomed to the twists and turns of Li Xian's life. Senior, are we heading to Qingzhou next? Huang Binshu inquired. Indeed. We must visit Qingzhou for information regarding Xuan Hall, but that will be tomorrow. It is time to pick up my daughter from school now. Upon hearing this, Huang Binshu glanced at the clock and realized it was already past 4. He bid farewell to Zhou Jiyuan and returned to his pharmacy, while Huang Binshu drove Li Xian to the kindergarten. After waiting for approximately half an hour, Wang Wei emerged with a group of children, handing them over to their parents. Upon reaching Li Xian, her expression was somewhat complicated as she said, "The kindergarten has organized a parent-child activity this Saturday. I hope you can bring Duo along." As she spoke, her gaze avoided direct contact with Li Xian. The events at the villa had instilled a sense of trepidation within her. Very well, Li Xian nodded. Since Duo had been under Lu Qi's care and lacked paternal affection, he was determined to make amends, and this parent-child activity was a splendid opportunity. Goodbye, teacher, Duo said politely, waving her hand. Goodbye, Wang Wei returned the gesture. Once inside the car, Huang Binshu started driving while Duo sat quietly in her seat. What would you like to eat for dinner, my dear? Daddy will treat you to a feast, Li Xian proposed. To his surprise, Duo shook her head, seemingly preoccupied with her thoughts. Li Xian, despite being known as Li Chidi, was oblivious to the intricacies of a child's emotions and assumed she had been bullied. Duo, what troubles you? You appear unhappy. Nothing. Duo hesitated before speaking. Daddy, the teacher said that for the parent-child activity on Saturday, everyone must wear their favorite accessories and dress beautifully, but duo. She lowered her head, revealing her lack of any adornments. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Li Xian affectionately ruffled her hair. Huang Binshu, turn the car around and head to the Zhengda shopping mall. Inside the mall, Li Xian entered a luxury boutique. The staff greeted him with enthusiasm upon learning he wished to purchase a bracelet for his daughter. He quickly selected a child-sized bracelet adorned with diamonds, priced at an astounding 600,000. After completing the transaction, the staff presented Duo with numerous small gifts. Although Duo did not grasp the value of the bracelet, she was enamored with the sparkling diamonds. They spent 2 hours at a nearby amusement park before returning home. The following day, after dropping Duo off at kindergarten, Huang Binshu was already waiting. They set off towards Qingzhou. Senior, the equipment for the Beiwang Group's laboratory has all been installed, and Song Yulong along with his research team have relocated there, Huang Binshu reported while driving. Before long, they arrived at Qizhou. In front of the Xia family's grand residence, their car came to a halt at the entrance. Li Xian noticed an array of luxury vehicles parked outside, as if the place had been besieged, and an ominous atmosphere permeated the air. As they approached the entrance, a dozen figures emerged, their cold gazes fixed on Li Xian and his companion, radiating hostility. Each one bore the unmistakable bulges of concealed firearms. It seemed the situation at the Xia family was precarious, yet these individuals did not resemble the strength of Xuanmei Hall. From Li Xian's understanding, the members of Xuanmei Hall were far superior to these guards. Nevertheless, having arrived, Li Xian was determined to investigate further. He strode confidently towards the entrance, only to be halted before he could reach it. A middle-aged man with an icy voice declared, "The Xia family cannot receive any visitors today. Do not loiter at the entrance, or you will regret it." His tone was harsh, laced with an undercurrent of menace. Chapter 75. High school classmates. Upon witnessing the attitude of the other party, Li Xian could not help but furrow his brow slightly. Just as Huang Binshu, standing beside him, was about to explode in anger, the door to the Xia family's courtyard swung open. Several menacing figures emerged, their presence imposing. Upon seeing these men, the middle-aged man blocking the way immediately broke into a smile. "Master San, you have come out." Master San nodded indifferently and said, "Withdraw, we shall return in the afternoon." After speaking, he turned his gaze towards Li Xian and his companion, inquiring, "Who is this person?" "Presumably a guest of the Xia family," came the reply. Master San snorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Li Xian before getting into a luxury car and departing. Soon, the luxury vehicle left the entrance, leaving no trace behind. Once these individuals had departed, the Xia family members finally noticed Li Xian's presence and asked, "Are you not with those people?" "Of course not. I wish to speak with Xia Linfeng," Li Xian replied. Before long, Li Xian found himself in the hall, facing Xia Linfeng and the rest of the Xia family. Xia Linfeng's granddaughter, Xia Chan, was also present. The members of the Xia family regarded Li Xian with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Only Xia Linfeng rose abruptly from his seat, all evident in his eyes. "Sir, what brings you to the Xia family?" Upon witnessing Xia Linfeng's demeanor, no one dared to remain seated. They all stood up. Although they were unaware of the identity of this young man, it was apparent he was no ordinary individual. "I have a matter I wish to inquire about regarding the Blood Plum Hall," Li Xian stated directly. Xia Linfeng's expression shifted slightly, and he felt compelled to be forthright. "In truth, I received the Blood Plum order from the Blood Plum Hall and was equally perplexed, wondering how our humble Xia family could have offended such an organization. My journey to Chuzhou was merely an attempt to find a means of self-preservation." "You are unaware?" Li Xian inquired, his brow knitting in concern. However, based on his observations, Xia Linfeng appeared to be speaking the truth. "I am quite intrigued by the affairs of the Blood Plum Hall. Should anyone from the organization appear, notify me at once." As he spoke, Li Xian extended his finger, pressing it gently into the palm of Xia Linfeng's hand. A fleeting golden glow flickered, and only Xia Linfeng perceived the presence of something concealed within his palm, as if it could be activated at any moment. A look of astonishment crossed his face. This method was utterly bizarre, something he had never encountered before, deepening his respect for Li Xian. However, Xia Linfeng soon managed a bitter smile. "I fear that before the arrival of the Blood Plum Hall, my Xia family will have already been destroyed." Li Xian, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by that?" With a sigh, Xia Linfeng replied, "When Mr. Li arrived, you must have seen the Bai family members. The Bai family is the hegemon of Qingzhou, and their power has surged recently. They have set their sights on our Xia family's territory and have repeatedly pressured us to relinquish our assets. The Bai family is known for their ruthless methods. Even if I were to comply, they would not spare us. They have granted my family half a day to consider, stating they would return in the afternoon for a confrontation. Xia Linfeng's face was etched with worry. If Li Xian were willing to intervene, the Xia family's crisis could be swiftly resolved, yet he did not dare to voice his request. The previous incident in Chuzhou had nearly cost his granddaughter, Xia Chan, her life due to Li Xian's displeasure. I will handle the matters concerning the Bai family, Li Xian declared. In an instant, Xia Linfeng's expression transformed to one of excitement, while the other Xia family members looked on in bewilderment. Could a young man truly inspire such enthusiasm in the head of the family? Was this youth capable of confronting the Bai family single-handedly? At this moment, Xia Linfeng invited Li Xian and his companion to sit, and had Xia Chan personally serve tea and water. This scene left the rest of the Xia family utterly confounded. Just as Li Xian raised his teacup, a female voice called from outside. Xia Chan, would you like to go shopping together? A beautiful girl dressed in shorts entered with great enthusiasm, her long legs strikingly fair. The girl's name was Zhou Mei, a close friend of Xia Chan, who often visited without needing an announcement. Xia Chan, however, was not in the mood for shopping today, as she was tasked with attending to Li Xian. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Zhou Mei seemingly frozen in place, her gaze fixated on Li Xian. The phone in her hand clattered to the ground, and she appeared utterly dazed. Li Xian, is it really you? Zhou Mei's voice trembled. Li Xian recognized her as well, his high school classmate. P.S. The initial reception of this book has been rather poor, and the author's morale has somewhat faltered, leading to a hiatus of nearly 2 months. Nonetheless, the decision has been made to continue writing, with the hope that someone may appreciate the stories crafted by the author. Chapter 76. The Male God. What a coincidence. Li Xian was somewhat taken aback. At that moment, Zhou Mei regained her composure, realizing her earlier indiscretion. Her cheeks flushed as she bent down to retrieve her phone from the ground, only to discover the screen shattered like a spider's web, prompting a bittersweet smile to cross her lips. However, given her family's wealth, the loss of a phone was merely a trivial matter. Li Xian, I never expected to see you again, Zhou Mei ventured, attempting to initiate a conversation. Beside her, Xia Chan expressed her surprise. I didn't realize you two were acquainted. Acquainted? We are, in fact, high school classmates, Zhou Mei replied with a radiant smile. Could he be the male god you secretly admired in high school? Upon hearing this, Zhou Mei's cheeks, previously unembarrassed, suddenly burned with heat as she shot a fierce glare at Xia Chan. What nonsense! Those were merely the immature thoughts of youth. Yet, her words inadvertently confirmed that Li Xian was indeed her male god. Realizing this, Zhou Mei hastily redirected the conversation. Li Xian, what brings you here? I heard your family went bankrupt, and you vanished for years. How have you been? Life is filled with obstacles that can be overcome. Zhou Mei offered words of consolation. Although she resided in a different city, she had learned of Li Xian's circumstances through mutual classmates and felt a sense of regret for him. She had kept track of his life and even reached out to Lu Qi, offering to send money for Duo's care, but her offer was declined. Instead, she purchased snacks for Duo. Since Zhou Mei and Li Xian are acquainted, let us have lunch together, Xia Linfeng interjected at the opportune moment. He had been pondering how to forge a closer relationship with Li Xian, and now, with the revelation of Zhou Mei's connection, he saw an opportunity to ally himself with Li Xian through her. As noon approached, Xia Linfeng instructed his staff to prepare a banquet. During the meal, Zhou Mei noticed Xia Linfeng's overt enthusiasm towards Li Xian, sparking her curiosity. Li Xian, may I ask what you and Grandfather Xia are discussing? Zhou Mei could not help but inquire. Nothing much, just assisting the Xia family with a few matters, Li Xian replied nonchalantly. Matters? Zhou Mei's intrigue deepened. From what she knew, Li Xian had always been a privileged youth, lacking in academic prowess and indulging in a life of leisure. How could he possibly assist the Xia family? Had he learned some skill during his years away? Given the Xia family's prominent status in Chuzhou, if Li Xian had indeed captured Xia Linfeng's attention, he might carve out a promising future. Zhou Mei felt a surge of joy for Li Xian. After lunch, nearing 1 o'clock, Zhou Mei invited Li Xian to explore Qingzhou. The Zhou family was well established in the upper echelons of society, and Zhou Mei fancied herself a minor heiress. She had already devised a plan to purchase Li Xian a new outfit and present him with gifts. When she first learned of Li Xian's disappearance, she had been deeply saddened, regretting the opportunity she had not seized. Now that fate had granted her another chance, she was determined to seize it. To her surprise, Li Xian shook his head, gazing toward the door with a murmured, "I thought I would have to wait until the afternoon. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon." Zhou Mei, bewildered, was about to inquire further when suddenly, boom, a deafening crash echoed as the doors of the Xia family hall were forcefully kicked open, and a group of menacing figures stormed in. Outside in the courtyard, a throng of people stood densely packed. Upon seeing these intruders, the Xia family members tensed in alarm. Chapter 77. Mr. Li's intervention. The number of people entering, combined with those in the courtyard, likely exceeded 500. Each individual was clad in black, exuding a menacing aura. Witnessing this scene, the young lady Zhou Mei turned pale with fright. As the daughter of the prestigious Zhou family of Qingzhou, she immediately recognized the leader among them, Bai Hai, the head of the Bai family, who had recently risen to prominence in Qingzhou, accompanied by his formidable enforcer, San Yi. The atmosphere among the Xia family members grew tense. Bai Hai's personal appearance signified that today would not bode well for them. As the patriarch of the Bai family, Bai Hai commanded a legion of thugs and was himself a master of the transformation realm. "Xia Linfeng, have you given any thought to my proposal? You are a wise man. Surely you wouldn't fail to recognize a good opportunity?" Bai Hai's voice boomed, laced with a palpable threat. With his recent surge in strength and newfound connections with a powerful figure, even the Chuzhou monarch had to show him some deference, emboldening him to act against the Xia family. "Sell all the Xia family's assets to me, and from henceforth, you may enjoy a life of leisure as a wealthy gentleman, free from the burdens of troublesome affairs." How delightful that would be. Of course, should you refuse, your chances of seeing the sunrise tomorrow remain uncertain. Bai Hai had brought such a multitude, clearly believing he had the Xia family cornered. The gazes of the Xia family members turned towards Xia Linfeng, but only he and his grandson, Xia Chuan, directed their attention towards Li Xian. Xia Linfeng was the backbone of the Xia family, yet it was Li Xian who provided him with the confidence to stand against the Bai family. Li Xian offered a slight smile, casting a reassuring glance at Xia Linfeng. Bai Hai sneered, "Xia Linfeng, I'm addressing you. Do respond. My patience is wearing thin." With Li Xian's nod of encouragement, Xia Linfeng found his resolve. "Why should I relinquish the Xia family's assets to you? Do you genuinely believe my family is as pliable as a ripe fruit?" Bai Hai erupted in laughter. "Your trump card must be the Chuzhou monarch, right? The Xia family has courted the monarch's favor for years. But I regret to inform you that even he dares not provoke me, Bai Hai. Do not harbor the illusion that anyone will come to your rescue. It would be in your best interest to sign the contract and surrender the Xia assets. Otherwise, I may be compelled to break your neck." Bai Hai cracked his knuckles, a vicious grin spreading across his face as he approached Xia Linfeng. The Xia family members attempted to intervene, but a few of Bai Hai's intimidating henchmen swiftly blocked their path. "Enough. You are Bai Hai, correct? Take your men and leave. I will protect the Xia family." At that moment, Li Xian finally spoke up. The incessant chatter was becoming unbearable. Taken aback, Bai Hai's gaze shifted to Li Xian. He had noticed Li Xian's presence upon entering. While he recognized the Xia family members, Li Xian was evidently an outsider, dismissing him as an insignificant boy. Bai Hai was taken aback by his audacity, especially in claiming to safeguard the Xia family. "What nonsense is this? Who do you think you are to command us, Bai?" One of Bai Hai's subordinates shouted in outrage, inciting a chorus of agreement among his companions. Zhou Mei, terrified, realized that Li Xian's boldness was unexpected and perhaps reckless. Bai Hai was not one to be trifled with. The Xia family could at most hand over their assets to save their lives, but Li Xian's words had likely sealed his own fate. Yet, Xia Linfeng respectfully addressed Li Xian, "Please, Mr. Li, save my Xia family." "Xia Linfeng, you are a prominent figure in Qingzhou, yet you depend on a mere boy for salvation? How ludicrous. This is desperation. A last-ditch effort that may lead you to a swindler," mocked those surrounding them. "Xia Linfeng has relied on the Chuzhou monarch for too long. Without that, he wouldn't even be worthy of serving Bai's shoes." Laughter erupted around them. Zhou Mei finally understood Xia Linfeng's eagerness to curry favor with Li Xian. He sought assistance against the Bai family. But how could that be possible? Surely, Li Xian was merely seeking to ascend the social ladder, puffing himself up. At this moment, Li Xian nodded at Xia Linfeng and slowly rose to his feet. Chapter 78. Fierce beyond measure Bai Hai and the others looked at Li Xian with a mix of horror and disbelief. They were at a loss as to what this young man intended to do. Did he dare to make a move? Beside them, Zhou Mei was on the verge of tears. Just as she was about to persuade Li Xian, she was restrained by Xia Chuan, who whispered, "Have faith in Mr. Li." Bai Hai, his hands folded over his abdomen, wore a look of amusement. He was curious to see what this young man was capable of. Meanwhile, Shen Ye's eyes were icy. Having witnessed Li Xian and Huang Binchu together when he left the Xia family, he had dismissed them then, but now, he was taken aback by the audacity of this young man. Li Xian slowly approached Bai Hai, assessing him and the menacing San Yi beside him. "I told you to leave. Why haven't you?" Before they could respond, he struck mercilessly, with 2 resounding slaps. Bai Hai and San Yi were sent flying through the air. The room fell into a stunned silence. Everyone's eyes wide in disbelief. Bai Hai was a formidable master, and San Yi was no weakling either, yet they had been effortlessly dispatched. Good heavens, this is outrageously fierce. Bai Hai, now on the ground, had lost all reason and shouted, "Kill him!" The henchmen, recovering from their shock, brandished their weapons and charged at Li Xian with reckless abandon. A frenzied mob of desperate men. Outside, the commotion had drawn attention, and more people rushed in. Zhou Mei sat there, dazed, her mind blank. Xia Chan reassured her. Though they are numerous, they are no match for Mr. Li. The Xia family members felt as though they were dreaming, astonished by Li Xian's prowess. However, doubts crept in. Could Li Xian truly withstand Bai Hai's multitude of subordinates? Just as this thought crossed their minds, an invisible wave of energy emanated from Li Xian. Bang, bang, bang. The attackers were sent flying like dumplings tossed into boiling water, crashing to the ground. Those who had just rushed and barely had time to comprehend the scene before being swept away like flotsam in a tempest. In an instant, over 500 individuals lay sprawled on the ground. Witnessing this, the Xia family was paralyzed with fear. Even Xia Linfeng swallowed hard. He had known Li Xian was powerful, but this was beyond his wildest expectations. Huang Binchu beside him smirked disdainfully. He could have easily dealt with these ruffians. But since Li Xian hadn't instructed him to intervene, he merely watched. Meanwhile, Bai Hai and San Yi, struggling to rise, were overwhelmed with terror and collapsed again, feeling as if their heads would burst. Is this even human? To provoke such a being is tantamount to courting death. Zhou Mei finally understood why Li Xian had garnered such treatment from Xia Linfeng. After years apart, he had transformed into a martial arts master. Xia Linfeng, regaining his composure, looked at Bai Hai with a cold smile. "Bai family head, do you still wish to seize the Xia family's assets? With Mr. Li present, do you dare to speak so brazenly? I fear you do not know the meaning of death." Xia Linfeng's demeanor was one of triumph. He had suffered under Bai Hai's oppression for too long. Bai Hai, now thoroughly cowed, knelt before Li Xian, begging, "Mr. Li, I was wrong. Please spare me." Bai Hai understood that someone of Li Xian's caliber could easily end his life with a mere flick of the wrist. "Leave me but a finger and roll away." Li Xian replied coldly. To him, crushing these men was as trivial as squashing ants, yet he deemed it necessary to impart a lesson. Bai Hai, a man of resolve, drew a dagger and, with a snap, severed his pinky. The others, witnessing his actions, hastily followed suit, leaving a grim collection of severed digits behind as they scurried away. Once they departed, Li Xian exchanged WeChat information with Zhou Mei before preparing to return to Chuzhou with Huang Binchu. However, before they could exit the Xia residence, a figure blocked their path. Xia Linfeng and the others, who had come to see Li Xian off, were taken aback by the appearance of this figure. Xia Linfeng whispered to Li Xian, "Mr. Li, this is Luo Kaiyang, Bai Hai's backer and a practitioner." Luo Kaiyang stood before Li Xian, icy and imposing. "So, you are the one who harmed Bai Hai." Li Xian offered no reply. Instead, he swiftly unleashed a slap. Crack! Luo Kaiyang was sent soaring, crashing to the ground over 10 meters away. Chapter 79. Who dares? At this moment, Luo Kaiyang was utterly bewildered. He was a practitioner, a master-level cultivator, and such individuals commanded authority in the entire Jiangnan region. Yet now, he had been flung aside with a mere slap. Initially intending to support Bai Hai, he was now gripped by sheer terror. "What, do you intend to defend Bai Hai?" Li Xian inquired, furrowing his brow. This question sent shivers through Luo Kaiyang's entire being. He felt that if he dared to nod in agreement, his head and neck might soon bid each other farewell. He hastily shook his head like a rattle, saying no. "No. I have come primarily to offer my apologies." Observing Luo Kaiyang's insincere demeanor, Li Xian snorted coldly and kicked him several meters away, dismissing him entirely as he entered his vehicle and departed. Meanwhile, the members of the Xia family stood in stunned silence. A practitioner, is this all? Li Xian was simply too domineering. After Li Xian left, Luo Kaiyang staggered to his feet. As a master-level cultivator, he felt his internal energy roiling. That kick from Li Xian had nearly crippled his dantian. Fear consumed him. Such terrifying beings truly existed in this world. Luo Kaiyang's gaze turned to the Xia family members. In an instant, the hearts of Xia Linfeng and the others tightened. Fearing that Luo Kaiyang might unleash his wrath upon them if he could not confront Li Xian. Trembling, Xia Linfeng stammered, "Master Luo, what? What do you intend to do? We are under Mr. Li's protection. If you dare to harm the Xia family, Mr. Li will not spare you." He spoke nervously. His fists clenched tightly. The Xia family was on high alert. Although Luo Kaiyang appeared gravely injured, an injured tiger is far more fearsome. A master-level cultivator was not someone the Xia family could afford to provoke. Limping, Luo Kaiyang approached Xia Linfeng. Just as cold sweat began to beat on Xia Linfeng's forehead, Luo Kaiyang finally spoke, revealing a hint of a fawning smile. "Patriarch Xia, that formidable individual was referred to as Mr. Li, correct? What? Do you wish to exact revenge on Mr. Li?" Xia Linfeng warned. "Luo Kaiyang, I advise you to extinguish that thought." Luo Kaiyang shook his head. "No, I do not seek revenge. Rather, I aspire to follow. To be in the company of such a powerful figure would be my utmost honor." The Xia family members were momentarily taken aback, exhaling in relief. So it was a desire to follow, rather than to instill fear. Mr. Li resides in Chuzhou, but it would be prudent not to disturb him. Otherwise, you may invoke his wrath, and he could take your life with a mere gesture. Xia Linfeng recalled the incident when he and his granddaughter visited, provoking Li Xian's ire, and he still felt a shiver down his spine. "I fully understand. Thus, I shall reside in the Xia family for the next few days, awaiting Mr. Li's arrival, so that I may pledge my allegiance to him at the earliest opportunity. Reside in my Xia family." Xia Linfeng was momentarily dumbfounded, but joy soon spread across his face. With a master-level cultivator stationed in the Xia family, their status in Qingzhou would rise rapidly, akin to that of the Bai family. This was the might of Li Xian. After a beating, instead of seeking vengeance, the opponents sought to ally. The Xia family had barely begun their association with Li Xian and had already gained such tremendous favor. If they could secure a strong alliance with Li Xian, it would be an opportunity of a lifetime. In an instant, Xia Linfeng's mind began to race. He glanced at his granddaughter, Xia Chan, who was quite lovely. It seemed that although Li Xian had a daughter, his wife was missing. If his granddaughter could forge a bond with Li Xian, it would be splendid. Simultaneously, in a luxurious villa in Chuzhou, He Cheng was listening to a report from his subordinate, his expression growing increasingly grim. "Useless. I tasked you with locating a Li Xian, yet you have failed to find him. What purpose do you serve? Continue searching immediately. Report back to me the moment you find him. I shall personally take his head." When Li Xian returned to Chuzhou, it coincided perfectly with his daughter's school dismissal. He went to pick up Duo and returned to the villa by the lake. Upon arriving at the villa entrance, he sensed the presence of a martial artist. There stood his aunt, Yu Qingxue, in the courtyard. Seeing Li Xian return with Duo, she immediately approached, joyfully lifting Duo into her arms and presenting her with the toy she had bought. "Duo, this is a toy from your aunt. Do you like it?" Duo, unfamiliar with Yu Qingxue, hesitated to accept it. However, upon receiving a nod from Li Xian, she sweetly called out aunt and accepted the gift, which delighted Yi Qingxue even further. Not far from Yi Qingxue stood an elderly man in black attire, observing the scene with a cold expression. Glancing at his watch, he disapprovingly reminded her, "Miss, you ought to return with me. You came to Chuzhou for business, yet now you are here mingling with unrelated individuals. The family head will be displeased." The elder was one of the subordinates who had previously accompanied Yi Longru. A chill flickered across Yi Qingxue's face, her displeasure evident. "I will arrange my own time. I do not require your oversight. I wish to play with Duo for a while longer." The elder's eyes darkened with coldness. "Miss, I have been tasked by the family head to ensure your safety. You have already strayed into the Linhu villa, which is my dereliction of duty. If you do not leave now, I will have no choice but to take you away by force." Yi Qingxue's temper flared, and she retorted coldly, "What if I refuse to go back? If you do not leave, I shall be compelled to use force." The elder's expression darkened as he spread his fingers, preparing to act. However, before he could move, Li Xian interjected, "My aunt is free to go wherever she pleases. I dare anyone to use force against her." Chapter 80. I, Li Xian, have returned. The elderly man regarded Li Xian with a cold disdain, remarking, "Boy, do you think you have a say here? Were it not for the lady's protection, I would have already taught you a lesson last time." His expression was imbued with an icy demeanor, as he could not fathom why something as insignificant as Li Xian would dare to threaten him. With that, The elder suddenly stamped his foot onto the ground with great force. Boom! A large crater formed in the stone floor, sending fragments flying like bullets. This display was intended to intimidate Li Xian, to illustrate the chasm that lay between them. You are far too beneath me to grasp the true power that governs the world. Should you continue to be so foolish, you will end up like this stone slab. The elder threatened. Foolish is your ignorance. In the next moment, Li Xian vanished from his spot, reappearing directly before the elder. Slap. A sharp crack echoed throughout the courtyard as Li Xian's hand met the elder's face, instantly resulting in a gory wound. How dare you strike me? The elder's eyes flared with fury, preparing to retaliate. Slap. Another blow followed, dissipating the energy he had just gathered. The elder was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into a tree in the courtyard, blood gushing forth. Try threatening me again, Li Xian declared fiercely. At that moment, the elder was gripped by sheer terror. Before Li Xian, he found himself utterly powerless. His complexion turned pale, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Li Xian looked down upon the elder with a chilling gaze, stating coldly, "Today, I merely offer you a lesson. If you dare show any disrespect towards my aunt again, I shall ensure your demise." His voice was as frigid as the winter wind, instilling a deep-seated fear in the elder. The elder had no doubt regarding the authenticity of Li Xian's words. After delivering his warning, Li Xian opened the door to the villa, leading Yi Qingsnow and Duo inside. The elder, trembling, managed to rise from the ground, his heart still racing as if he had narrowly escaped death. How terrifying. This incident must be reported to the family head immediately. It seems he knows far too little about this young man. The elder murmured to himself. Upon entering the villa, Yi Qingsnow was struck by the opulence of Li Xian's abode. However, considering his current power, it truly seemed inconsequential. After spending over 2 hours playing with Duo, Yi Qingsnow rose to take her leave. "Aunt, you need not depart. No one would dare force you," Li Xian said. Yi Qingsnow shook her head. "This is a promise I made to my father. Li Xian, once your Baiwazhang group firmly establishes its footing in Chuzhou, my father shall also fulfill his vow." Hearing these words, Li Xian did not attempt to retain her any longer and escorted her out. Shortly after Yi Qingsnow's departure, Li Xian received a call from Huang Jiangtai. "Senior Li, we have nearly finalized all preparations for the Baiwazhang group. The medicinal herbs from Zhou have also arrived, and we can begin producing the first batch of life essence tomorrow. Will you personally attend the establishment ceremony, or shall we arrange for a stand-in? If you attend, the entire Chuzhou will be aware of your identity." Huang Jiangtai believed few were privy to Li Xian's true status as the young master of the Li family, thus unaware of his genuine intentions. "Of course, I shall be present. This time, I intend to announce to all of Chuzhou that I, Li Xian, have returned." At the Yi family villa, Yi Longru stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window. The elder, limping, approached him and knelt with a thud. "Where is the young lady?" Yi Longru inquired coldly, his tone laced with discontent. It was unacceptable that the servant had brought Yi Qingsnow to Chuzhou yet returned alone. "Master, this old servant is incompetent," the elder replied, coughing and spitting a bit of blood. Only then did Yi Longru notice something amiss. Turning to regard the elder, a look of shock crossed his face as his expression shifted dramatically. This elder was a formidable subordinate, a powerful force, yet he had been injured. What could have transpired? Yi Longru hurriedly grasped the elder's shoulder, demanding, "What exactly happened? Is the young lady in trouble?" The elder shook his head. "The young lady is unharmed. She went to meet Li Xian. I was injured by him." "What?" The revelation struck Yi Longru like a bolt of lightning, leaving him stunned and rigid. "How could this be? What right does that waste of a boy have to harm my subordinate?" "We have underestimated Li Xian. His strength is formidable, undoubtedly a master," the elder recounted. After a lengthy silence, Yi Longru drew a deep breath. It seems this Li Xian carries secrets, after 5 years of absence. He must have received guidance from an extraordinary mentor. At this, Yi Longru instructed the elder, "You should rest and recuperate. I will have some medicinal pills prepared for you shortly." "Thank you, master." With that, the elder withdrew. Yi Longru peered out the window, narrowing his eyes as he murmured to himself, "Li Xian, how intriguing. No wonder you dared to be so arrogant before me. It appears you have acquired considerable skills. But in just 5 years, even with miraculous elixirs, how strong could you possibly be? You will never comprehend the terrifying power that could bring the Li family to its knees." Chapter 81. Born to be bad the following day, Duo rose early. For today, the kindergarten was hosting a parent-child event. By the time Li Xian arrived in the living room, Duo had already dressed herself, washed her face, and brushed her teeth. The bracelet he had gifted her sparkled beautifully on her wrist. "Come here, Daddy will braid your hair." Li Xian had become quite adept at braiding hair. As Duo gazed at her reflection in the mirror, she couldn't help but giggle. "Daddy, your braids look so beautiful. I absolutely adore them." Receiving his daughter's praise made Li Xian's lips curl into a smile, filling his heart with sweetness. After dressing up, the pair stepped out. A bodyguard drove them to the kindergarten's entrance. Upon entering, Wang Wei approached them. Duo, Li Xian, you've arrived." Behind Wang Wei, many parents had gathered, some mothers, some fathers, and some couples together accompanying their children for the event. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed woman with her sunglasses perched atop her head remarked, "Is this Duo's father? It's the first time I've seen him." The woman wore heavy eye makeup and had an average appearance, yet her eyes conveyed a certain sharpness. Wang Wei's brow furrowed slightly in concern. She knew this woman was often caustic and worried she might offend Li Xian. She hastily introduced, "This is Ms. Lulan, the mother of Xiaohua." Li Xian nodded at the woman, noticing her daughter was slightly taller than Duo, adorned in ostentatious jewelry, with several bangles jingling on her arms. Just like her mother, Xiaohua looked down her nose at Duo, saying, "Duo, you little child without a father, you're not allowed to play with me." Hearing this, Wang Wei quickly interjected, "What are you saying, Xiaohua? You mustn't bully Duo." However, Lulan seemed displeased, retorting, "Teacher Wang, you can't be biased. Duo's father has never shown up. I thought she was just a child without a dad." With that, she cast a doubtful glance at Li Xian. "Are you truly Duo's biological father?" Li Xian shot her a cold glance, his icy demeanor causing Lulan to shrink back slightly. Just then, a little girl approached and tugged at Duo's sleeve. "Wow, Duo, your bracelet is so pretty and sparkly." Upon hearing this, many other children gathered around, their eyes filled with envy. Lulan, observing the scene, couldn't help but scoff. "It's just a $10 or $8 trinket, a heap of plastic." "Ms. Lu, please refrain from such remarks. I heard Duo's family is quite poor. Being able to wear something worth a few bucks is already a luxury," a voice interjected. It belonged to a man in a suit, whose son, Xiaoyang, played well with Lulan's daughter. Xiaoyang's father makes a valid point. "I forgot about their family situation." "We can understand," Lulan replied sarcastically. Li Xian's gaze turned frosty. This woman was rather unpleasant, and he found himself wishing he could slap some sense into her. Soon, most parents had arrived. The parent-child event consisted of games for the parents and their children. Li Xian and Duo quickly secured first place in several games. And Duo bounced with excitement, drawing even more children to her side. Watching his joyful daughter, Li Xian felt an unprecedented warmth in his heart. Duo, your outfit is so beautiful, and your hairstyle, did your mother do it for you?" A little girl inquired, her voice sweet and innocent. Duo's expression momentarily dimmed, but she soon puffed out her chest with pride. "My daddy did my hair, and he bought me my clothes and bracelet. Daddy said he would do my hair every day." Upon hearing this, many children gazed at her with envy. Not far off, Wang Wei observed Li Xian with contemplation. At that moment, Xiaohua approached Duo. "Duo, may I see your bracelet?" "Sure," Duo replied happily, having always looked down on others at school. Xiaohua had been someone Duo wished to befriend, so she readily removed the bracelet and handed it to Xiaohua. To Duo's shock, Xiaohua took it and threw it to the ground, stomping on it fiercely. Duo stood frozen, and the surrounding children fell silent. Witnessing the scene, Li Xian rushed over, scooping Duo into his arms while retrieving the bracelet from the ground. One diamond had shattered. Although diamonds are hard, their single crystal structure makes them brittle, and it had struck the hard stone floor just right to break. Li Xian glared coldly at Xiaohua, commanding, "Apologize." Duo had only wished to show her the bracelet. Yet this girl had acted so maliciously, igniting Li Xian's fury. If she were not a child, he would have wished for her to vanish without a trace. Lulan hurried over, wrapping her arms around her daughter. Xiaohua pouted, "Mommy." Duo dropped the bracelet. "I didn't break it." "You did break it," a nearby girl exclaimed. "Yes, I saw her throw it down. I can testify to that." Another child chimed in. "She's lying." Several children protested in unison. Lulan, visibly embarrassed, retorted, "So what if my daughter did break it? It's just a worthless piece of plastic. I'll compensate you." Chapter 82. Someone is in for a misfortune. Li Xian pacified his daughter and then calmly directed 3 words at Lulan. 600,000. "What?" Lulan was momentarily taken aback. "What I mean is, your daughter shattered the gift I presented to my daughter. This bracelet is worth 600,000. Upon hearing this, Lulan shrieked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Duo's father, have you lost your mind? That shabby bracelet of yours. I could buy 10 for 100 yuan. Beside them, Xiaoyang's father wore a mocking expression. This is clearly an attempt to swindle. With Xiaoyang's father backing her up, Lu Lan felt emboldened and retorted angrily at Li Xian. You, a pauper, bought a plastic bracelet. Are you deliberately trying to extort us? Li Xian replied coldly. Whether it is plastic or not, you may allow everyone to see. Every diamond on it is genuine. As Li Xian spoke, Lu Lan's complexion flickered between shades of green and red. If the bracelet were authentic, it would indeed be worth 600,000. Her family's small company earned only that much in a year. She would never part with such a sum for a mere bracelet. At this moment, Xiaoyang's father interjected. Xiaoguo's mother, you need not fear him. Spending 600,000 on a bracelet for a daughter. What rational person would do such a thing? He is clearly spouting nonsense. Lu Lan's eyes brightened at his words, and she nodded vigorously. Exactly. He is clearly trying to swindle us. Recalling how impoverished Duo's family had once been, she found it incredulous that Li Xian could afford a diamond bracelet. She had never expected Duo's father to be such a person. Nearby, other parents began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, a bracelet worth 600,000. Does he truly dare to claim that? A mere plastic bracelet, something worth a few dozen yuan. I could offer you 100, and the rest would be a bonus for you. That amount could buy your family a meal at KFC. Lu Lan produced a red bill and tossed it in front of Li Xian. Duo's father, didn't you say the bracelet cost 600,000? Produce the receipt, and we shall believe you. Xiaoyang's father, eager for the spectacle, added with a smirk, yes, show us the receipt. With a receipt, you can claim the appropriate compensation. Upon hearing this, Lu Lan exclaimed, if he can present the invoice, I will compensate him tenfold. Having firmly convinced herself that Li Xian could not possibly afford a 600,000 bracelet, Lu Lan felt emboldened. Very well, since you insist. I shall retrieve it for you, Li Xian said, reaching into his pocket. Yet, he suddenly recalled that the receipt was left at home. Seeing Li Xian attempt to retrieve the receipt startled Lu Lan, but when she realized he had not produced it, she believed he was merely bluffing. In her view, he was clearly posturing. How could a pauper possess such a receipt? This matter could not simply be brushed aside. If she did not seize the opportunity to vent her frustration, others might think Lu Lan was easy to bully. Where's the receipt? You wouldn't dare tell me you've forgotten it, would you? I can wait a little longer, but do not exaggerate and slander others. That could be considered extortion. If you cannot produce it today, we shall not let this go. Xiaoyang's father chimed in again. Parents like this, who can extort Lu Lan today, will extort others tomorrow. What won't a desperate person do? I believe it is best to have their child expelled from school. Everyone nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the validity of his words, Lu Lan stood tall and triumphant. Li Xian snorted coldly. The receipt indeed remains at home, and I shall have someone bring it to me. With that, he took out his phone to call his assistant. He intended to throw the receipt in Lu Lan's face, compelling her to kneel and weep. Keep pretending, Lu Lan crossed her arms, her face a mask of disdain. The surrounding onlookers cast scornful glances at him. Only Wang Wei understood that Li Xian spoke the truth and sighed. Today, someone is destined to be humiliated. Chapter 83. Huang Binshu arrives. Do not waste our time. You have no receipts, yet you persist in this charade. Indeed, how long have we been waiting? As every moment ticked by, Lu Lan grew increasingly arrogant. Beside her, Xiaoyang's father, Liang He, chimed in occasionally. However, Li Xian remained utterly unfazed. Just as impatience began to ripple through the gathering, a figure clad in a suit hurriedly entered the scene. Yet, the newcomer was not one of the shadow guards, but rather Huang Binshu. Huang Binshu had come to the villa in search of Li Xian, only to be informed by the shadow guards that he was to deliver a receipt, prompting his personal visit. The moment he arrived, several attendees recognized him. Isn't that Huang Binshu, the CEO of Huang Group? He is indeed a renowned magnate in Chuzhou. A buzz of conversation erupted in the crowd. At that moment, a glimmer of joy appeared on Liang He's face. He worked at Huang's company and had only seen Huang Binshu from a distance on a few occasions. To encounter his employer in person was a surprise. Could it be that the boss's child also attended this school? After all, the privacy of wealthy families is meticulously guarded, leaving no hint of where their children might be enrolled. If that were the case, could this be his opportunity? With that thought, Liang He quickly approached with a forced smile. Mr. Huang, I am Liang He, a security supervisor at the Huang Group branch. However, Huang Binshu shot him an annoyed glance. Step aside. I am here to deliver a receipt to my senior. My senior? Liang He was momentarily bewildered. The oldest person present was just over 40. Who could possibly be Huang Binshu's senior? As he pondered this, Huang Binchu had already approached Li Xian. "Senior, here is the receipt you requested." As he spoke, Huang Binchu presented a receipt with both hands. Witnessing this scene, Liang He's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Well, what? Huang Binchu actually referred to Li Xian as a senior? He is here to deliver a receipt for a diamond bracelet? How is that possible? Wasn't this Duod's father merely a poor man? What right does he have to command such respect from Huang Binchu? Not only Liang He, but the other parents present also wore expressions of disbelief, as if struck by lightning. They had an overwhelming urge to gouge out their own eyes to see more clearly. They were on the brink of insanity. Li Xian took the receipt from Huang Binchu and flung it directly into Lu Lan's face. "Open your eyes and see clearly. This is a receipt for 600,000, issued by Bali Jewelry. If you doubt it, I can summon Bali's representative." Upon hearing this, Lu Lan's mind went blank. She realized it was over. This time, it was truly finished. 600,000. Her heart bled. Liang He, too, was drenched in cold sweat. Huang Binchu, recognizing the tension, narrowed his gaze at Liang He. "Liang He, have you offended seniorly?" "I." Liang He stammered in fear. The imposing presence of Huang Binchu left everyone trembling. "It's nothing. He merely conspired with this lady named Lu Lan to bully me, a poor man," Li Xian replied coolly. Huang Binchu's brow furrowed deeply. One of his Group S employees had dared to offend seniorly. He immediately pointed at Liang He. "Effective immediately, you are fired." In an instant, Liang He felt the world spin around him. A man with only a primary school education had clawed his way up from a mere security guard to a supervisor, living the life he had always dreamed of, only to be thrust back to his original position with a single sentence. To dare bully even the daughter of a senior. "You must not wish to live. In Chuzhou, it is simple for me, Huang Binchu, to eliminate 2 people," he declared loudly. At this, Lu Lan collapsed to the ground. Her pants soaked with fear. She slapped her own face several times. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Mr. Huang, please don't kill me. I will compensate for the bracelet, no matter the cost." "Isn't that acceptable?" Lu Lan was genuinely terrified. A person of Huang Binchu's stature could extinguish her life as easily as squashing an ant. Her husband, though he owned a small company, earned only a few 100,000 a year, which paled in comparison to Huang's wealth. She had no choice but to plead for mercy. Li Xian scoffed. "Compensating is all well and good. Furthermore, I do not wish for my daughter to attend school with such trash. Do you understand?" Huang Binchu demanded. Lu Lan and Liang He nodded vigorously, truly frightened. Chapter 84. Everyone is against him at this moment. The gazes of the surrounding parents towards Li Xian transformed dramatically. Who could have anticipated that the impoverished youth they had once regarded with disdain had metamorphosed into a figure of such significance that even Huang Binchu would treat him with reverence? Rumor has it that this Li Xian had vanished for several years. How did he emerge so formidable after such a time? Regardless of the reason, the current Li Xian commanded their admiration from above. 600,000 to be delivered to the address of Linhu Villa by noon tomorrow. Li Xian wrote down an address and handed it to Lu Lan. As the parent-child event had concluded, he took his daughter, Duo, and left the kindergarten. Once settled in the car, he playfully engaged his daughter before inquiring, "So, what brings you to me?" "Well, the Beiwu Group is fully prepared and will officially open tomorrow. Prior to the inauguration, we need to publish news regarding the Beiwu Group, and I specifically came to seek your esteemed opinion," Lu Lan replied. "Proceed as planned." Li Xian nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yi Qingshu, having returned to the Yi family, was absorbed in her phone when an unexpected news alert appeared at the top of her screen. Such notifications were a daily nuisance, and she intended to dismiss it casually. However, upon reading the words displayed, her hand froze, and a glimmer of joy sparked in her eyes. The Beiwu Group, which went bankrupt 5 years ago, is set to reopen tomorrow. Tears brimmed in Yi Qingshu's eyes at the sight of those words. The reopening of the Beiwu Group would surely bring solace to her late sister's spirit. On the other side, Yi Longru at the company noticed the news of the Beiwu Group's impending opening as well, his expression darkening to an extreme. He could hardly believe that the waste Li Xian had managed to resurrect the Beiwu Group, particularly in the biopharmaceutical sector, a field that had languished since Chen Tianbao seized control of the company years ago. Yet, Yi Longru soon wore a sardonic smile. This Li Xian is audacious indeed, daring to revive the Beiwu Group. When the Li family was annihilated, everyone assumed Li Xian had perished as well. Now that he has returned, it sends a clear message to those behind the scenes that he is very much alive. This is tantamount to courting death. He pondered how his daughter had aided in toppling Chen Tianbao. If those powers were to discover this, The Yi family could also be implicated. Resolute. Yi Longru retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, this is Yi Longru. Immediately relay a message in my name. Tomorrow. No partners of the Yi family are permitted to attend the Beiwu Group's opening. Furthermore, any who collaborate with the Beiwu Group will be considered my enemies. Upon hearing this, the subordinate on the other end of the line was taken aback. The family head was openly targeting the Beiwu Group. Despite the Yi family's roots not being in Chuzhou, Yi Longru's influence would undoubtedly hinder the nascent Beiwu Group's endeavors. It was unclear how the Beiwu Group had offended the family head, but any prudent individual would avoid antagonizing him for the sake of a mere company. News of the Beiwu Group's reopening sent shockwaves through Chuzhou. The astonishment grew even more pronounced upon learning that Li Xian was the chairman. The once deemed useless scion of the Li family had returned and reinstated the company's reputation. Many families in Chuzhou resolved to support the reopening, sending flower baskets. After all, reclaiming the company from Chun Tianbao was a testament to his strength. However, within 2 hours of this announcement, another piece of news broke. Yi Longru publicly declared that anyone supporting the Beiwu Group would be considered his adversary. The moment this statement emerged, many reconsidered their intentions to show support. Yi Longru was not only a titan of commerce, but also had a martial arts master among his ranks, effectively ruling both the underworld and the legitimate business sphere. With the Beiwu Group targeted by Yi Longru right from its inception, it wouldn't be long before news of its demise echoed once more. Sympathy for Li Xian began to circulate. It was truly pitiful. After finally gaining ground, he was abruptly struck down before he could relish his triumph. By the afternoon, further developments arose. The Yu family also issued a similar statement, effectively boycotting the Beiwu Group. Soon after, 7 or 8 other families followed suit, declaring they would not collaborate with the Beiwu Group nor attend its grand opening. Any entrepreneurial family that partnered with the Beiwu Group would have all business ties severed immediately. In an instant, without even having commenced operations, the Beiwu Group found itself the target of universal disdain, becoming a hot topic of discussion across Chuzhou. Even many social elites were left baffled. Why were these families collectively turning against the Beiwu Group? It seemed as though they were signaling their allegiance to someone unseen. Chapter 85, Grand Opening of Lakeside Villa. After finishing dinner for his daughter, a call from Huang Binchu arrived. Li Xian sat on the sofa and answered the phone. Hearing Huang Binchu's voice on the other end, Senior, just now, the prominent families led by the Yi family announced their intention to suppress the newly established Baiwazhong Group. Even before its official opening, Baiwazhong Group finds itself at the center of controversy. These families are truly courting disaster. Should I take action against them? Huang Binchu's tone was laced with menace. How dare they offend a senior? They clearly have no understanding of the consequences. Li Xian frowned, realizing that Yi Longru had openly targeted him. Had it not been for his extraordinary cultivation, Baiwazhong Group would likely face bankruptcy once again due to this aggression. A glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. Even his aunt's father would have to pay a price. Contemplating this, Li Xian instructed, do not act hastily. Let these clowns be dealt with after the grand opening tomorrow. Additionally, immediately announce on the official website that anyone declaring an intention to suppress Baiwazhong Group will be placed on our blacklist. They and their relatives will have no right to purchase any products from Baiwazhong Group. Understood, Huang Binchu replied, excitement evident in his eyes. The essence of life offered by Baiwazhong Group is akin to a divine remedy, especially for the elderly whose health is waning. Once they are prohibited from purchasing it, they will undoubtedly lament their foolishness, for aging is an inevitability. Is everything ready for the group's opening? We will unveil the essence of life alongside the ceremony tomorrow. Li Xian continued. Huang Binchu nodded, assuring, rest assured, Senior, everything is in place, and various media outlets have been coordinated. Half an hour after hanging up, Baiwazhong Group announced its counter-sanction list. Several families, including the Yi family, were placed on Baiwazhong Group's blacklist, permanently barred from purchasing its products. Upon hearing this news, many erupted in laughter. What worthless products does Baiwazhong Group offer that we would even want? What a joke. I hear they plan to unveil new products at the opening ceremony tomorrow. I can't wait to see what they have to offer. It's bound to be ridiculous. In a villa, numerous family heads convened. Seated at the head of the table was Jin Ingxiong, head of the Jin family, alongside Yu Baihong, head of the Yu family. Why don't we attend the grand opening tomorrow? Not to show support, but to heckle and witness the spectacle, Yu Baihong suggested, a broad smile on his face. That sounds reasonable. I too am curious about this Li family's so-called confidence in making such statements and their insistence that we cannot purchase their products. I wouldn't take their worthless products even if they were given for free, Jiangnan scoffed. He was the second to respond after Yi Longru's announcement to suppress Baiwazhong Group, the first being Yu Zhengjiang. I agree. I will go as well. We shall all enjoy the show, the heads of various families chimed in. Meanwhile, Yi Longru surveyed the blacklist issued by Baiwazhong Group, a mocking smile on his face. Does Li Xian not know his own limitations? The biopharmaceutical project of Baiwazhong Group has been dormant for 5 years. What could he possibly produce now? Perhaps he intends to dust off their old products and present them as new treasures? The times have shifted. With this thought, Yi Longru picked up the phone. Hello. Make arrangements. I will be attending the grand opening ceremony of Baiwazhong Group in Chuzhou tomorrow. His subordinate paused momentarily, surprised. Master, have you changed your mind? Hardly. I merely wish to witness the farce. Spread the word that, despite our suppression of Baiwazhong Group, all family heads are welcome to attend the opening ceremony. I am to ensure Li Xian is thoroughly humiliated during the event. On the following day, a red carpet was laid out beneath the Baiwazhong Group building. The name Tianbao Group replaced with Baiwazhong Group. Below the edifice, throngs of media journalists gathered, following the Yi family's suppression and Baiwazhong Group's announcement of counter-sanctions. The group's opening had become the biggest news in Chuzhou. As time progressed, attendees began to arrive. Some company executives and family members came. But they showed no intent to present congratulatory flower baskets. Instead, they sat with expressions of amusement, clearly there to enjoy the spectacle. Click. A reporter captured the cold smirks on their faces, alongside the empty space where flower baskets should have been placed. Although attendees were multiplying, not a single flower basket adorned the entrance of Baiwazhong Group. In that moment, the group appeared as nothing more than a jester. Before long, a flower basket was finally brought in, carried by a meticulously groomed middle-aged man, Jiangnan. Upon seeing the arrival of the flower basket, the ceremonial staff became animated, rushing to accept it. However, their expressions soured the moment they read the accompanying note, wishing Baiwazhong Group a swift closure. This was no congratulatory gesture, but rather a harbinger of misfortune. Jiangnan, donning a cold smile, remarked, "Did you think I came to support you?" What a laugh. The Yi family initiated the suppression of Baiwazhong Group, and I, as the second to respond, foresee its opening today leading to its closure by tomorrow. Ha. With that, he swaggered to the front row and took a seat, followed by a chorus of laughter from his subordinates. Nearby, the executives and family members approached Jiangnan to exchange pleasantries, while the employees of Baiwazhong Group wore expressions of sheer dismay, their faces pale with anxiety. Chapter 86. Congratulations to Baiwuga Group on its grand opening. Li Xian had entered Baiwuga Group through the back door, accompanied by his daughter. Inside the building, the employees were bustling with activity. "Young master, is that really you?" Several former employees of Baiwuga Group recognized Li Xian. When the company had gone bankrupt, they had all lost their jobs, especially those loyal to Baiwuga who had suffered under Chun Tianbao's oppression. Upon learning of their plight, Li Xian had requested Huang Jiangtai to bring them back. These employees had only known that Baiwuga Group was re-established. But it was not until they saw Li Xian that they realized the mastermind behind it was the former scion they had deemed a failure. Amidst the crowd, Li Xian spotted many familiar faces, evoking a sense of warmth within him. A wave of melancholy washed over him as he thought how delighted his parents would have been to witness this moment had they been alive. In addition to these individuals, Kongbo was also invited back. Once the steward of the Li family, Li Xian now tasked him with logistical responsibilities. After exchanging greetings with everyone, Li Xian led his daughter toward his office. Once Li Xian departed, the crowd began to murmur. Initially, I had my doubts about the young master rebuilding Baiwuga Group. But it seems to be true. He has indeed transformed. It appeared that the years had allowed him to mature fully. If the chairman were aware, he would surely feel pleased. Meanwhile, Kongbo was overwhelmed with emotion. In the office, Huang Jiatai and Huang Binshu had arrived early. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Li Xian gazed down at the various families arriving at the scene, his expression growing contemplative. To all the onlookers, I shall present you with a surprise. At that moment, downstairs, Yi Longru entered with his secretary. Recognizing that the attendees were merely there for spectacle, a smirk crossed his face. Today's opening ceremony would serve as a lesson for that brat, who foolishly believed he could resurrect Baiwuga Group single-handedly. Before long, Yu Baiong, the head of the Yu family, along with several prominent figures who had conspired to stifle Baiwuga Group, arrived. These individuals shared Yi Longru's sentiments. eagerly awaiting the company's downfall. Yi family head, how long do you think that uselessly can survive now that Bai Wuge Group has been re-established? Yu Baong inquired as he took a seat beside Yi Longru. As the first to respond to Yi Longru's declaration of the group's ban, he was acutely aware of the terrifying forces behind the Li family's tragic demise. His survival is inconsequential. What matters is that we have made our stance clear. Yi Longru replied cryptically. Yu Baihong nodded with a smile. Look, someone from the governor's office has arrived. Suddenly, a gasp swept through the crowd, causing even Yi Longru and Yu Baihong to rise. The governor's office represented the official authority of Chuzhou, and even if the governor himself was not present, the appearance of his representatives commanded significant respect. Naturally, no one believed the governor's office had come to support Li Xian. A mere scion of the Li family lacked the worthiness and merit for such acknowledgement. Furthermore, the governor's office showed no intention of sending congratulatory flowers. Those in the know, especially Yi Longru, were deep in thought. They were aware that the downfall of the Li family had involved powerful figures from the capital, and it seemed the governor's office was acting on behalf of one such individual. Indeed, the establishment of Bai Wuge Group had already attracted the attention of those formidable forces. Li Xian is truly courting disaster. Was it not better to live a quiet life in anonymity rather than make such a grand display? Countless media reporters captured the unfolding scene, already crafting headlines for the next day. Bai Wuge Group faces ban upon opening. Who have they offended? The most lackluster opening ceremony in history, Bai Wuge Group becomes the laughingstock of Chuzhou. Will Bai Wuge Group set the record for the shortest-lived company? Just as the crowd reveled in schadenfreude, a beautiful woman in uniform appeared from the distance, flanked by two subordinates carrying a floral arrangement. It was Yi Qingxue. Today, she had evidently dressed with great care, radiating brilliance. The moment she stepped onto the scene, she captivated everyone's attention, leaving many momentarily dumbfounded. Is she Yi Longru's daughter? What is happening? At that moment, Yi Qingxue's voice rang out. I would like to personally congratulate Bai Wuge Group on its grand opening. Her voice was crisp and melodious. Yet, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Yi Longru had declared a ban on Bai Wuge Group, and now his daughter was presenting a floral tribute. Was this not a direct affront to him, a slap in the face? After a brief silence, the audience erupted into murmurs. Yi Longru's face turned a dark shade of anger. Chapter 87. A convergence of cultivating families. Yi Longru's hands trembled with rage as he gripped the armrest of his chair. Nearly driven to madness. The audacity of Yi Qingxue was astounding, despite his explicit orders forbidding her attendance at the grand opening of the Baiwang Group. She had chosen to publicly humiliate him. A subordinate standing beside Yi Longru leaned in, whispering, Master, shall I escort the young lady back? Taking several deep breaths to quell his rising fury, Yi Longru ultimately shook his head. Yi Qingxue's declaration of representing only herself had effectively distanced the Yi family from the situation. With a multitude of reporters present, any incident today would be magnified. It was too late to retract her now, as it would only serve to provide fodder for mockery. After presenting a floral tribute, Yi Qingxue took her seat in the guest area, a considerable distance of several chairs separating her from Yi Longru. The assembled guests frequently glanced between the two, keenly aware of the stark contrast between father and daughter. Yu Baihong, the head of the Yu family, jested, It appears your discipline leaves much to be desired, Master Yi. Yi Longru snorted in annoyance. Rest assured, I will discipline her upon our return. There is no need for your concern, Master Yu. At that moment, a sleek black Bentley rolled into view. The car door swung open, revealing an elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire, accompanied by his son. Two bodyguards followed closely behind, collectively bearing a large floral arrangement. As the crowd recognized the elder's visage, a hushed silence enveloped the venue. It was Gu Moyan, the patriarch of the Gu family, a renowned lineage of cultivators in Chuzhou. Though they often maintained a low profile, those in the upper echelons were well aware of the Gu family's formidable influence. The significance of Gu Moyan's presence was not lost on anyone. He was a master-level expert who typically refrained from engaging in family affairs. His attendance at the Baiwang Group's opening was unprecedented, raising eyebrows and questions, particularly from Yi Longru, whose expression grew increasingly somber. The Gu family's power was on par with the Yi family's, and he couldn't fathom why a mere waste of space like Li Xian warranted such honor. On behalf of the Gu family, I present this floral tribute, wishing the Baiwang Group prosperous business and boundless success, Gu Moyan proclaimed, his voice resonating with authority. The attendees were taken aback, for it was well known that Gu Moyan was a man of few words and strict demeanor, making such a cheerful statement all the more surprising. After delivering the floral offering, Gu Moyan was guided to his seat among the guests. It became evident that the Beiwang group's resurgence was due to the backing of Gu Moyan, casting Li Xian in the role of a mere puppet in this elaborate play. The assembly quickly speculated various scenarios. It was unfathomable for a scion of the Li family to resurrect the Beiwang group after 5 years without substantial support. Just then, another vehicle entered the venue. It was Wang Shou, the head of the Wang family. The staff had forgotten to announce his arrival due to the absence of a floral tribute, but the moment they did so, silence fell again. The Wang family, another esteemed lineage of cultivators in Chuzhou, was represented by the reclusive Wang Shou, a figure devoted to his cultivation for countless years. His unexpected presence today raised further eyebrows. Was he there to support Gu Moyan? Yi Longru's brow furrowed slightly, mirroring the thoughts of others, yet a twinge of unease lingered. At that moment, a third vehicle arrived. The former leader of the Wuying sect, Wan Jun, had arrived. Following him were Yang Ruoxiao, the head of the Yang family, Yin Tiankong of the Yun family, and Gu Wanshan of the Gu family. The names echoed in succession, with 27 esteemed families from Chuzhou making their entrance. The sheer number of prominent cultivators present was beyond Yi Longru's wildest imaginings, causing him to nearly lose his balance in astonishment. The atmosphere crackled with astonishment as a collective gasp swept through the assembled crowd. The heads of those present were reeling. How had Li Xian managed to command the presence of 27 prominent cultivation families? Such a display was unprecedented. The only notable absence was the esteemed Huang family, the most powerful in Chuzhou. However, this thought was barely formed when the melodious voice of the hostess announced, "Next, we have the honor of welcoming a distinguished guest of great importance." A wave of curiosity rippled through the audience. The appearance of the 27 cultivation families had already ensured that no one would underestimate the significance of this grand opening ceremony. Please extend a warm welcome to the Venerable Huang Jiantai, patriarch of the Huang family, and the current head of the family, Mr. Huang Benchu. With the introduction, Huang Jiantai and his son, Huang Benchu, emerged from the North Martial Group's building. The arrival of the Huang Jiantai father and son meant that all 28 cultivation families of Chuzhou were present, an astonishing turnout. Instantly, those who had come to witness the North Martial Group's downfall were dumbfounded. The unfolding events defied their comprehension. Yi Longru gripped the armrests of his chair with a desperate intensity. Yu Baihong and the others surrounding him wore expressions of profound dismay, tinged with a hint of terror. Huang Jiantai held an extraordinary position in Chuzhou, particularly after his recent breakthrough to the innate realm, making him a dominant figure throughout the Jiangnan region. His support for the North Martial Group carried immense weight. Huang Jiantai and his son approached the stage. Without the aid of a microphone, his voice resonated clearly in the ears of every attendee. "I am deeply honored to participate in the opening ceremony of the North Martial Group. Let me make this clear. Whoever opposes the North Martial Group opposes Huang Jiantai." His words reverberated like a thunderclap. The faces of the factions that had declared a blockade against the North Martial Group turned ashen. Huang Jiantai had issued a stark warning, publicly endorsing the North Martial Group. Jin Xiong, who had sent a funeral flower arrangement, trembled visibly. He furtively instructed his subordinates to remove the offending display. However, Huang Jiantai, standing on the stage, had already noticed. Sending such a message on an opening day, Jin Xiong, you are audacious indeed. I will remember this. It was a blatant threat. In an instant, Jin Xiong's body went limp as a wave of fear washed over him. Huang Jiantai, an innate realm expert, possessed a wrath that Jin Xiong could not withstand. The entire Jin family might face annihilation. Only because it was an opening ceremony did Huang Jiantai refrain from taking immediate action against Jin Xiong. But everyone knew that the Jin family was doomed. "I understand now," Yi Longru muttered to himself. "The 27 families are here because of Huang Jiantai." Li Xian has managed to latch onto Huang Jiantai. As the congratulatory guests arrived, it was time for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Let us extend a warm round of applause to Mr. Li Xian, chairman of the North Martial Group. As the host's words faded, countless eyes turned toward the North Martial Group's building. Surrounded by an entourage, Li Xian emerged with measured steps. At that moment, everyone's emotions were in turmoil. The North Martial Group had returned, and the former disgrace of the Li family had made a dazzling entrance. In the next instant, the heads of the 27 families rose to their feet, applauding enthusiastically. Huang Jiantai and his son, who had been standing on the stage, hurried forward and positioned themselves behind Li Xian. This scene struck Yi Longru and the others like a thunderbolt. A flicker of panic appeared in Yi Longru's eyes. He had assumed that Li Xian had gained Huang Jiantai's favor, which had led to the presence of the 27 cultivation families. However, Huang Jiangtai's demeanor toward Li Xian suggested otherwise. Huang Jiangtai had taken a position behind Li Xian with an air of utmost respect. How is this possible? What does this good-for-nothing have? Yi Longru's face turned ashen. Huang Jiangtai's actions shattered his last vestige of hope. Something extraordinary must have happened to Li Xian. On the other side, the representative from the Governor-General's office wore an extremely somber expression. The Governor-General's office represented the powerful figures who had destroyed the Li family. The declaration of support from the 28 cultivation families of Chuzhou hinted at a rising tide of resistance. He did not linger, but rose quietly and departed unnoticed. He needed to report these events as soon as possible. Chapter 89. The return of the Li families waste amidst the applause of numerous leaders from esteemed cultivation families and the complex gazes of the guests. Li Xian ascended the stage. Before the commencement of the ribbon-cutting ceremony, he took the opportunity to introduce to everyone a soon-to-be-launched product from the Baiwugu group. As Li Xian spoke, the venue fell into a hushed silence. Many were curious about how the Baiwugu group, which had languished in the biopharmaceutical sector for years, could produce anything of significance so soon after reopening. The incessant clicking of cameras from countless journalists echoed throughout the hall. Li Xian directly picked up a blue vial from the tray held by a nearby hostess. The product about to be launched by the Baiwugu group was named Essence of Life, purportedly capable of awakening aging cells. In other words, it could reverse aging, rejuvenating individuals by at least a decade. This proclamation sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. How could such a medicine exist? One journalist boldly stood up to challenge him. Mr. Li, while I appreciate your ambition to revitalize the Baiwugu group, surely you cannot deceive us. The notion of reversing aging, do you take us for fools? This journalist was a highly regarded figure in Chuzhou, known for exposing societal darkness through his reports. And his words resonated with many in attendance. Not only ordinary individuals, but even the members of cultivation families, including Yi Longru, found it hard to believe in the existence of such a product. The journalist's skepticism was thus entirely reasonable. However, Li Xian responded with confidence, stating, "Our product has undergone rigorous examination and verification by medical authorities. We do not exaggerate its efficacy." As he spoke, he gestured for a collection of certificates to be brought forth, showcasing authoritative endorsements from several prestigious research institutions in Longhua. The journalist captured these images, his astonishment palpable as he recognized the credibility of these organizations. "Mr. Li, may I inquire about the price of a vial of Essence of Life? I would like to purchase one for personal experimentation. If your claims do not hold true, I shall ensure your reputation is irreparably tarnished." The journalist's tone hinted at a veiled threat. Li Xian chuckled and nodded, replying, "It's quite affordable. Only 100,000 for a vial. Of course, as the first user, you can enjoy a 20% discount." At this moment, the audience erupted into murmurs. The presence of certificates from top-tier research institutions provided a robust counter to the skepticism. Yet the fantastical claims regarding the product's effects left many unconvinced. It seemed they would have to await tangible results to ascertain the truth. After addressing a few more inquiries from reporters, Li Xian officially commenced the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Initially, Huang Jiangtai had planned to invite some passers-by for live demonstrations. But given the extraordinary claims regarding the product's efficacy, such demonstrations would likely be dismissed as staged. It was wiser to allow time to validate everything. As Yi Longru and his associates gradually realized the gravity of the situation, they discreetly rose to leave. The day's events had been remarkably unusual, instilling a deep sense of unease within him. The Li family's waste had indeed risen, and those who had previously sought to stifle the Baiwugu group would soon pay a heavy price. The once jovial Yu Baihong now appeared pale, hastily following in Yi Longru's footsteps, his voice tinged with apprehension. "Yi, what shall we do? Li Xian's power is now formidable. If he seeks revenge, how shall we respond?" Yi Longru, visibly irritated, retorted, "You are the head of a family. Must you be so easily shaken? The establishment of the Baiwugu group is, in itself, a provocation to those powerful forces. Do you truly believe Huang Jiangtai can withstand their wrath?" His words served to bolster both Yu Baihong's and his own resolve. Upon hearing this, the fear etched on Yu Baihong's face lessened somewhat. Meanwhile, in the plaza before the Baiwugu group, dozens of cannons thundered in unison, and fireworks erupted in the sky, heralding the return of the Baiwugu group to the entirety of Chuzhou. Concurrently, at Chuzhou Airport, a man clad in traditional Tang attire had just emerged from the terminal when a throng of individuals approached him. A middle-aged man, bearing an expression of deep respect, stepped forward, Guardian Shang, we did not expect your personal arrival. We have prepared a banquet to welcome you. He was acutely aware of the formidable presence standing before him, Shang Yinxian, the guardian of the Cultivators Alliance. After the assassination of Lu Ji, he had promptly reported the incident to Shang Yinxian, but he never anticipated that the guardian would come in person. Shang Yinxian was a congenital powerhouse, capable of suppressing all adversaries, reflecting the alliance leader's serious concern regarding the events unfolding in Chuzhou. I have come to Chuzhou to investigate the circumstances surrounding Lu Ji's death. The individual responsible for his demise is no ordinary foe, and I merely seek to uncover the truth. Such a formidable adversary is beyond our reach. So it is imperative that we maintain discretion, Shang Yinxian declared. Understood, the man replied, nodding vigorously. By the way, Guardian Shang, there is one more matter to report. This morning, the Bai Wugu group reopened, and that so-called waste of the Li family has returned. Chapter 90, Seeking Death. The grand opening ceremony has concluded, leaving those who came to undermine the event scurrying away in fear. However, Li Xian instructed Huang Jiangtai to take note of their names. Subsequently, Li Xian invited the Huang family along with 28 other cultivation families to enter the company building with Yi Qing's. A sumptuous luncheon was prepared for the occasion, and the celebratory feast continued until 4 in the afternoon. Duo, as the little princess of the Li family, frolicked about joyfully during the event. Once the banquet ended, 27 cultivation families had departed, leaving only Huang Jiangtai and his son, along with Yi Qing's. With the grand ceremony successfully concluded, it was time to settle some scores. Li Xian sat at the head of the table, while Yi Qing's played with Duo. Beside them, Huang Jiangtai and his son adopted a respectful demeanor, listening intently. Li Xian tapped his fingers on the table and remarked, "The grand opening of Beiwang Group has been a resounding success. Huang Jiangtai and Huang Benqiu, your contributions have been immense. You have my gratitude." Upon hearing Li Xian's words, the father and son hurriedly expressed their unworthiness. Now that the ceremony was over, it was time for accounting. "Hand me the list. I shall not let a single one of these individuals escape," Li Xian instructed. Huang Jiangtai promptly handed over the list, and Li Xian scanned the names. Yi Longru, Yu Baiong, Jining Xiong. His finger landed on the name Jining Xiong. "First, we shall visit the Jin family." He then stood and addressed Huang Jiangtai, "Prepare the vehicle." "Yes," Huang Jiangtai replied, nodding vigorously. Initially, Li Xian could have easily dealt with someone like Jining Xiong, but he was taken aback that his predecessor wished to take matters into his own hands. Simultaneously, Li Xian's gaze turned to Yi Qing's. "Aunt, please look after Duo. You needn't go anywhere today." Hearing this, Yi Qing's lowered her head and nodded in silence, understanding Li Xian's intention. Since he planned to visit the Jin family, he would also be heading to the Yi family. It was best for her to stay here. "Do not kill him." Just as Li Xian was about to step out, Yi Qing's finally spoke up, her concern evident. Meanwhile, Jining Xiong was restless. Ever since leaving the grand opening ceremony, he had not found a moment's peace. The Li family's waste had returned forcefully, backed by Huang Jiangtai, and having presented such a garish floral arrangement at the ceremony, he felt disaster looming. The fact that Huang Jiangtai was a congenital master only added to his trepidation. On his way back, he had mobilized all his resources to prepare for the impending crisis. At that moment, 3 men exuding an aura of menace stood before him. One, a bald man covered in tattoos, boomed, "Boss Jean, what if he's a congenital master? My brothers are armed with the most advanced weaponry, including several rocket launchers. Do you think we cannot obliterate him?" This bald man was the leader of a mercenary organization, commanding a band of ruthless individuals. Jining Xiong had hired him for protection, paying a fee exceeding 100 million. "Indeed, Boss Jean, the streets say cultivators are formidable, but can they withstand bullets?" Another middle-aged man chimed in. "Boss Jean, we have set numerous ambushes throughout the Jin family estate. Any so-called congenital master who dares to approach will be reduced to fragments." A third man with a crew cut added. None of these 3 were of good character. Hearing their words, Jining Xiong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Cultivators were indeed powerful, but truth be told, he had never witnessed their prowess firsthand. On the other hand, the destructive force of firearms was undeniable. "Gentlemen, I entrust my safety to you," Jining Xiong said with a slight bow. Just then, a bodyguard rushed in, urgency apparent on his face. "Boss, they have arrived." "What?" Jining Xiong's heart skipped a beat. He had not anticipated Li Xian and his group arriving so swiftly. Nevertheless, recalling the fortifications in the courtyard, he quickly regained his composure and coldly declared, "Li Xian, Huang Jiangtai, You have forced my hand. Do not blame me for what is to come." He then instructed the 3 men beside him. "When you see Huang Jiangtai and his associates, open fire without mercy. Leave no survivors." In the Jin family's courtyard, Li Xian and Huang Jiangtai strode in confidently. Jin Ningxiong had been waiting for them. "Li Xian, Huang Jiangtai, you are quite audacious, daring to invade with such a small entourage. Do you know this is a den of dragons and tigers?" Though Jin Ningxiong felt a natural trepidation towards Huang Jiangtai, he understood that the time for confrontation had arrived, and he had the upper hand within the courtyard. "So you are the waste of the Li family?" The tattooed, bald man stepped forward, brimming with arrogance, casting a provocative glance at Li Xian. "What are you? How dare you disrespect an elder? You seek death," Huang Jiangtai bellowed. Without needing to intervene, one of the shadow guards transformed into a blur and charged at the bald man. The bald man drew his weapon to retaliate, but before he could pull the trigger, his head was severed and fell to the ground. The enigma surrounding cultivators left many ordinary individuals devoid of reverence, unaware of the chasm separating them from those who practice the arts. At the moment the bald man was slain, Jin Ningxiong felt as though his skull would erupt. His entire body stiffened, paralyzed with fear, as the shadow guard, after dispatching the bald man, positioned the blade of his weapon against Jin Ningxiong's throat, its edge glistening with a chilling aura. Chapter 91. Retribution. In this moment, not only was Jin Ningxiong terrified, but the 2 individuals beside him were equally shaken. The speed with which the shadow guard struck was astonishing, leaving them no time to react. If they sought to take their lives, they would be utterly defenseless. "Open fire. Kill them," the middle-aged man shouted in a panic, having positioned countless subordinates throughout the courtyard, even equipping them with formidable weaponry like rocket launchers. However, as his voice fell, there was no response from the surroundings. What was happening? A sense of immense unease surged within him. Li Xian merely smiled faintly. "Do you still hope that the ambushes surrounding us will be able to deal with us?" As he spoke, a thud echoed as a corpse fell from the high wall. Following that, a series of loud crashes resounded as more bodies plummeted from the wall. Blood began to flow from their necks upon impact, revealing distinct gashes on each of their throats. At that moment, a member of the Shadow Guard approached Li Xian. All had been dealt with. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man felt as if all strength had been drained from his body, collapsing to the ground. The man with the buzz cut, regaining his senses, turned to flee. But before he could take more than a few steps, a dart pierced through his skull, sending him crashing down. Jin Ningxiong, with a knife pressed against his neck, was pushed before Li Xian. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a shadow guard behind him kicked his leg, causing him to kneel. Huang Jiangtai turned to Li Xian, asking, "Senior, how shall we deal with him next?" In Huang Jiangtai's view, Jin Ningxiong deserved to be thoroughly tormented for offering such a garish bouquet at the grand opening ceremony. To Huang Jiangtai's surprise, Li Xian seemed somewhat disinterested. "Dispose of this insignificant creature." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait," Jin Ningxiong suddenly exclaimed. "Why? I want to know why, Huang Jiangtai, with your status, you treat him with such reverence." Jin Ningxiong's face was a mask of confusion. Li Xian did not pause his stride, proceeding toward the exit. Huang Jiangtai regarded Jin Ningxiong with pity. "Because my senior is a mythic-level powerhouse." Mythic level? What does that mean? Jin Ningxiong was only familiar with masters and innate experts. He had never even heard of mythic level. A mythic-level expert can obliterate an entire city with a mere thought. Do you understand now why I hold him in such high esteem? How tragic that you remain oblivious to the terrifying existence you have offended. With that, Huang Jiangtai gestured, and a flash of cold light signaled the end for Jin Ningxiong, whose head soon rolled to the ground. Next stop, the Yu family. Li Xian sat in the back seat of the car, resting with his eyes closed. Once Huang Jiangtai settled into the front passenger seat, he finally spoke. The Yu family estate spanned dozens of acres, utterly luxurious. This was the palace crafted by Yu Baihong for himself, equipped with all manner of opulent amenities. Yet today, the atmosphere within the villa felt oddly sinister. Yu Baihong sat on the sofa in the living room, his expression dark and brows furrowed, surrounded by high-ranking members of the Yu family. "Brother, that waste from the Li family has Huang Jiangtai backing him. We have truly miscalculated this time." Yu Baihong's younger brother lamented. "With the power of our Yu family, how can we possibly contend with Huang Jiangtai?" Yu Baihong snorted coldly. "You do not understand. I do not regret our actions at the Bai Wugu group. I must demonstrate to those forces that the Yu family is worthy of serving them. What I did not anticipate was Huang Jiangtai siding with that waste. Our only concern now is Huang Jiangtai's retribution." So I have decided to temporarily retreat and avoid the storm. The forces in Jiangnan will never allow that waste from the Li family to survive. Even with Huang Jiangtai and him entangled, when those forces strike, we shall return. Prepare to leave. As soon as night falls, we depart. Brother, wise indeed. His younger brother responded, relief washing over his features. Just as Yu Baihong directed his subordinates to make preparations, a thunderous explosion rocked the estate. The Yu family's front gate was blown apart, iron shrapnel flying everywhere. As the dust settled, Huang Jiangtai, Li Xian, and their entourage were revealed at the entrance. Having offended the Baiwuga group, there is no escape for you, no matter where you flee, Li Xian declared. Yu Baihong's body stiffened. He realized Li Xian would undoubtedly seek retribution, never anticipating it would come so swiftly. The grand ceremony of the Baiwuga group had barely concluded. And now trouble had found him. What do you want? Yu Baihong stammered. Li Xian remained silent, advancing step by step into the room before taking a seat on the sofa opposite Yu Baihong, crossing his legs. Huang Jiatai and his father, Huang Binchu, flanked him. While behind them stood 12 men clad in black, their sleeves adorned with gold embroidery, the elite black gold guards of the Shadow Guard. Chapter 92. The devil Li Xian reclined upon the sofa, while the Huang father and son stood uncomfortably at the periphery. This tableau alone underscored Li Xian's elevated status. Yet, how could this be? What merit did this scion of the Li family possess? At that moment, Yu Baihong found herself engulfed in an unexplainable perplexity, coupled with an encroaching dread. What manner of power allowed Li Xian to render Huang Jiangtai a mere supporting character? Yu Baihong, how dare you annihilate Baiwuga group? You are truly deserving of death. Li Xian's voice, though calm, bore an icy demeanor that resonated deeply within Yu Baihong's psyche. With a deep breath, she forced a smile. Mr. Li, I believe there is a misunderstanding between us. There is no misunderstanding. Yu Baihong, from the moment you struck down Baiwuga group, you became a ghost in my eyes. As these words pierced the air, Yu Baihong's pupils constricted, grasping the gravity of the situation. Li Xian's countenance betrayed no anger. His tone remained unyieldingly flat, yet this very calmness signified an unwavering resolve. Fixing his gaze upon Li Xian, Yu Baihong recognized the chilling indifference etched upon his face. Realizing that there was no room for negotiation, with newfound determination, he straightened his posture and proclaimed, Li Xian, what gives you the audacity? Are you not only reliant on Huang Jiatai? Without him, do you truly believe you possess the right to display your arrogance before me? Relying on Huang Jiatai? Li Xian could not suppress a laugh. In the next instant, he raised his hand slowly and beckoned Yu Baihong with a mere finger. In that moment, an unseen force enveloped Yu Baihong, lifting him off the ground as though he were a marionette, drawing him inexorably before Li Xian. In that instant, Yu Baihong was consumed by sheer terror. What kind of power was this? How could a man possess such dominion? Was Li Xian truly a devil incarnate? Release my brother. Yu Baihong's sibling, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, acted without a moment's hesitation, drawing a firearm and aiming it at Li Xian. Yet, Li Xian merely cast a glance in his direction. Bang! In an instant, Yu Baihong's brother erupted into a cloud of crimson mist, the pungent scent of blood assailing the senses of all present. At that moment, every gaze directed at Li Xian was imbued with trepidation. He was no mere mortal. He was a demon. Yu Baihong watched in horror as his brother disintegrated before his eyes, yet he had no time for vengeance, only an overwhelming fear. Gazing upon Li Xian's impassive visage, he finally comprehended why Huang Jiangtai stood beside him, willingly playing the role of his sycophant. What had transpired over these 5 years? How could this once disregarded individual now wield such formidable power? Had he returned from the depths of hell, mastering unparalleled abilities? Thud, thud. One by one, Yu Baihong's bodyguards, along with the members of the Yu family, knelt before Li Xian. Faced with his enigmatic methods, they dared not harbor even a flicker of resistance. Yu Baihong, enlighten me as to why you sought to annihilate Baiwuga group. As far as I am aware, you hold no grievances against them. Li Xian's voice was as frigid as that of a reaper. As Li Xian's words reached her, Yu Baihong's eyes regained a semblance of color. For the first time, he regretted his decision as he scrutinized Li Xian's countenance. Even the forces that had obliterated the Li family could not contend with a being as monstrous as Li Xian. The annihilation of Baiwuga group was intended as a display for others to witness. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight flickered in Li Xian's eyes. He had suspected as much. Who, then, orchestrated the downfall of the Li family? In that moment, urgency laced Li Xian's voice. Yu Baihong shook his head. The forces responsible for the Li family's demise were numerous. I know some hailed from Jiangnan, while others originated from the capital. The governor of Chuzhou acted as their mouthpiece. I sought to annihilate Bai Wugu group as a means of allegiance, yet I never anticipated it would cost me my life. With that, he closed his eyes. Grant me a swift end. Yet, Li Xian extended his hand, resting it upon Yu Baihong's brow. A radiant orb of light soon emerged from his grasp, for he wished to ascertain the veracity of Yu Baihong's claims. Upon delving into Yu Baihong's memories, he discovered a truth that mirrored Yu Baihong's words. The massacre of the Li family had indeed entangled multiple factions. What had the Li family done to provoke such a cataclysm? Clenching his fists, Li Xian's emotions gradually stabilized. At that moment, Yu Baihong writhed in agony as Li Xian sifted through his soul. With a mere flick of his finger, Li Xian extinguished his life. First, I shall visit the Yi family. Yi Longru should possess some insights. Then, I will proceed to the governor's mansion. Regardless of how many factions conspired in the obliteration of the Li family, I shall ensure they all pay the price. A chilling aura radiated from Li Xian, swiftly enveloping the entire Chuzhou City and even extending far beyond, casting a shadow over the entirety of Long Nation. As the once scorching summer enveloped Long Nation, an unexpected chill swept through, plunging temperatures below freezing. The populace sensed the anomaly, countless powerful beings emerging from their secluded sanctuaries, stepping forth from their clans. They gazed upon the world's peculiarities, silently attuning themselves to the unfolding events. Chapter 93. Is he also preternatural? What? As Li Xian unleashed a massacre at the Yu family estate, news reached the Yi family manor from Yi Longru's informant in the Jin family. Jin Yingxiong had been slain. The Jin family compound lay strewn with corpses, among them a renowned mercenary leader. Furthermore, it was reported that after leaving the Jin family, Li Xian headed directly for the Yu residence. Upon hearing this, Yi Longru collapsed onto the sofa, his fingers gripping the armrest tightly as his complexion turned pale. He had not anticipated Li Xian's vengeance would come so swiftly. Surely, the next target would be our Yi family. Master, what shall we do next? Inquired the elderly servant gravely. The Yi family was now faced with an impending extermination. Activate our secret forces at once. Although Huang Jiangtai is a preternatural expert, he has only recently broken through. If we fight with all our might, the Yi family may still have a chance. Understood. The servant nodded and promptly turned to make arrangements. At that moment, a luxurious sedan stopped before the Yi family's gates. Li Xian and his father Huang Jiangtai stepped out of the vehicle. The Yi family manor was resplendent, resembling a royal palace, a testament to their immense wealth. The grand gate stood firmly shut, ominously forbidding, as if concealing a ferocious beast ready to strike. Indeed, Yi Longru had prepared himself. Let's proceed, Li Xian commanded, striding forward. As he approached the entrance, Huang Jiangtai unleashed a powerful palm strike, shattering the iron gate into debris. Inside the Yi estate, an atmosphere of solemnity pervaded, silence reigning supreme. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed as Li Xian and his entourage arrived at the entrance of the grand hall. Before Huang Jiangtai could make a move, the hall doors swung open automatically, revealing a throng of figures that encircled Li Xian and his companions. Over 300 individuals, each exuding an extraordinary martial aura, surrounded them. Among them were 5 who were half-step masters. Just then, Yi Longru emerged, accompanied by the elderly servant, his gaze icy as he regarded Li Xian. It appears the Yu family has also fallen victim to your ruthless hand. I must admit, I now view you with a measure of respect. The once ineffectual Li family scion possesses such decisive means. However, even with Huang Jiangtai's assistance, you remain but an inconsequential insect in the eyes of the true powerhouses. You may have annihilated the Jin family and the Yu family, but if you think you can extinguish the Yi family with Huang Jiangtai by your side, you greatly underestimate me, Yi Longru. The 300 warriors present were the true bulwark of the Yi family. Among them were 5 half-step masters, well-versed in an ancient formation. Once they arranged themselves into this formation, their combined strength would be formidable enough to withstand even the mightiest preternatural experts. An ancient formation? It seems the Yi family conceals more than I had anticipated, Li Xian remarked with a gentle smile. Alas, what you deem a formation is but a mere trifle in my presence. A mere trifle? Such arrogance. An elder among the 5 half-step masters scoffed, his discontent palpable. Though not a master himself, his standing in the martial world was significant, and Li Xian's words irked him. With a casual gesture, Li Xian unleashed a surge of energy that pierced through the elder's brow. With a thud, the elder collapsed, a gaping wound in his forehead from which blood gushed forth. In that instant, the myriad warriors of the Yi family were rendered pale, retreating in a disordered frenzy. The energy he radiates. Li Xian is also a preternatural expert, exclaimed the elderly servant in shock. Yi Longru was equally astounded, having witnessed Li Xian's prowess when he defeated his own servant. He had known Li Xian was formidable, yet he had never imagined him to be so exceedingly powerful. Form the formation and subdue him, Yi Longru commanded. The origins of the formation were shrouded in mystery, serving as Yi Longru's greatest assurance. The assembled warriors quickly arranged themselves into the formation. As it took shape, the very atmosphere of the courtyard shifted, charged with an overwhelming energy. Led by the 4 half-step masters, they surged toward Li Xian. "Be wary of Huang Jiatai," Yi Longru shouted, anxious that his forces might become so focused on Li Xian that they would overlook Huang Jiangtai's potential advantage. However, much to his astonishment, both Huang Jiangtai and the hidden guards remained still, showing no inclination to engage. Just as Yi Longru was taken aback, a thunderous sound erupted. The 4 half-step masters, the first to charge at Li Xian, seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, halting just a meter away from him, unable to advance further. The next moment, a terrifying recoil erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 half-step masters were simultaneously sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths as they crashed to the ground, many bones shattered, rendered utterly incapable of further combat. The formation disintegrated along with their attack. How is this possible? Yi Longru's pupils contracted in disbelief. The remaining warriors, witnessing this scene, felt their scalps tingle, halting in their tracks, no longer daring to advance. Chapter 94. Come down and die. At this moment, Yi Longru was engulfed in profound terror. He finally comprehended why Huang Jiangtai willingly played the role of a supporting character to Li Xian, and why the 28 cultivation families of Chuzhou had all gathered for the grand opening of the Baiwashan group. He understood that Li Xian was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. After all, even innate realm experts could not easily tear apart his formations. It was no wonder his daughter had such unwavering confidence in Li Xian. Yet, the truly terrifying events were yet to unfold. Yi Longru, you have insisted that in the face of the forces seeking to annihilate the Li family, I am but an ant. Today, I shall demonstrate to you who the true ant is, Li Xian proclaimed loudly. As he stepped forward, an ominous event transpired. Centered around Li Xian, the martial artists began to explode one after another. Bang, bang, bang. Over 300 martial artists disintegrated into clouds of blood mist in mere moments. Strangely, the blood mist did not fall to the ground, but was incinerated by flames that appeared out of thin air. What manner of technique is this? Like that of a deity. If Li Xian's previous display of power, sending several half-step masters flying and breaking his formation, had instilled fear in Yi Longru, what was happening now completely shattered his understanding of reality. Surely, only a mythical-level powerhouse could achieve such feats. Not only Yi Longru, but even Huang Jiatai and the members of the hidden guards felt a profound sense of dread. Such capabilities were beyond that of a mere human. Yi Longru, tell me, who is the true ant? Li Xian gazed down at Yi Longru, his voice carrying an air of authority akin to that of a celestial being. His words struck directly at Yi Longru's heart. Thud! Yi Longru collapsed, trembling, as if all strength had been drained from his body. While the forces aiming to destroy the Li family were terrifying, some capable of rendering the Yi family utterly ruined with a mere wave of their hand. What did that amount to in comparison to the Li Xian before him? Li Xian was overwhelmingly powerful, possessing a strength that seemed not of this world. Where had he been during these 5 years to acquire such astonishing abilities? After a long silence, Yi Longru lifted his head in despair. Li Xian, I admit my mistakes, grave, outrageous errors. Just kill me. Having misjudged his bet and made the wrong decision, he felt he must bear the consequences. With that, Yi Longru closed his eyes. Li Xian shook his head. You should have perished alongside your subordinates, but you hold another identity, that of Yi Qinshue's father. You should be grateful for this connection. With that, Li Xian pointed forward. Bang, bang. Instantly, Yi Longru's legs exploded beneath the knees. Even Yi Longru could not suppress a heart-wrenching scream. These legs are a lesson for you. From now on, Yi Qinshu shall be the head of the Yi family. With those final words, Li Xian turned and departed. Yi Longru watched Li Xian's retreating figure, gazing at his bleeding legs, ultimately revealing a bitter smile. Qinshu, this time you were right, despite the devastating losses. With the relationship between Yi Qinshu and Li Xian, the Yi family might ascend to new heights. Meanwhile, after exiting the Yi residence, Li Xian instructed Huang Jiatai. The families on the list, you and your son shall deal with. I must pay a visit to the governor's office. Governor Lei Qiming of Chuzhou was connected to the forces that had destroyed the Li family and served as their eyes and ears in the region. Naturally, Li Xian would not let those who participated in the annihilation of his family go unpunished. Understood, Huang Jiangtai nodded. As Li Xian entered the car, driven by a member of the hidden guards towards the governor's office, suddenly, as they reached the street, a loud crash echoed. The car was abruptly forced to a halt, surrounded by a dozen figures emerging from all directions. Clad in black, they emanated an aura of cold menace. At the forefront stood an elder, his gaze as venomous as a snake, his gaunt face radiating a chilling presence. Heidi Sheng, a trusted confidant of the sixth master from the capital. He commanded the blood group members, instilling fear in all who beheld them. Li Xian, I've finally caught you. With Huang Jiangtai absent, you shall surely die today. Heidi Sheng had been pursuing Li Xian without success until now. Having learned that Huang Jiangtai was not by his side, he seized the opportunity to confront Li Xian. Li Xian, come down. Do you think you can escape your fate by hiding in the car? Those who dare to act against the sixth master will not survive, no matter how many lives you possess. This time, Heidi Sheng had brought several members of the blood group. Had Huang Jiangtai not suddenly broken through to the innate realm, he believed he could dominate everything in Chuzhou. Li Xian slowly rolled down the car window, gazing at Heidi Sheng as if he were looking at a corpse. Chapter 95, The Governor's Mansion on the Road. Heidi Sheng wore a sinister smile, his eyes radiating confidence as if he had the situation firmly in his grasp. This confidence stemmed from the 15 members of the blood group he led. The blood group was the secret weapon of the sixth master, with each member being a formidable expert, totaling no more than 20 individuals. With 15 members at his command, he felt capable of overwhelming any opposition. In the entirety of Chuzhou, the only person who could instill fear in Heidi Sheng was Huang Jiangtai, who had broken through to the innate realm. However, with Huang Jiangtai absent from Li Xian's side, Heidi Sheng regarded Li Xian as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Noticing that Li Xian had no intention of exiting the vehicle, Heidi Sheng grew increasingly impatient. If you dare not come out, then perish within your car, he remarked, signaling to a nearby blood group member, who swung his long knife toward Li Xian inside the vehicle. Yet, just as the blade approached the car, an overwhelming force manifested. The member of the blood group was rendered immobile, as if struck by a paralyzing spell. In the next instant, a piercing killing intent emerged, penetrating his brow from several meters away. He collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The remaining members of the blood group, including Heidi Sheng, were all struck with fear. Could it be that Li Xian was an innate master? For only those who had reached the innate realm could project their internal energy externally, capable of killing from a distance. In the following moment, the surrounding air began to swirl, forming a vortex. Heidi Sheng felt an intense pull drawing him in. In a desperate reaction, he struck out with his palm. As the leader of the blood group, he was himself an expert nearing the innate level. However, he was utterly horrified when his palm seemed to strike an unseen barrier, dissipating into nothingness. In the next moment, his body was forcibly yanked to the side of the car. What kind of power was this? At that moment, Heidi Sheng was filled with terror. Su Wenyuan wishes to attack me. He deserves death. If you seek revenge for him, then join him, Li Xian's calm voice rang out. With a gentle snap of his fingers, Heidi Sheng's body was sent flying backward. As he soared through the air, he caught a glimpse of the blood group members he had brought with him exploding one by one, culminating in Heidi Sheng's own body bursting apart like a blooming firework. Let us depart, Li Xian commanded, rolling up the car window. Yes, replied the hidden guard, who promptly drove away. On the street, the figures that had transformed into blood mist were consumed entirely by flames, as if nothing had ever transpired. 10 minutes after Li Xian's departure, Shang Yunshin, accompanied by members of the Cultivator Alliance, arrived on the scene. The local Chuzhou official, Kong Ling, spoke up, Guardian Shang, it appears we have arrived too late. Li Xian has already left. Shang Yunshin nodded grimly. Initially, they had hoped to take advantage of Huang Jiangtai's absence, but they were one step too late. Your network in Chuzhou is still woefully inadequate. This raises doubts about your capabilities. Upon hearing Shang Yunshin's words, Kong Ling lowered his head, feeling a sense of grievance. Chuzhou had a governor's mansion, a special operations team, and Huang Jiangtai's hidden palace. Although he was part of the Cultivator Alliance, expanding influence in Chuzhou was no simple endeavor. However, he dared not retort against Shang Yunshin's reprimand. Suddenly, Shang Yunshin furrowed his brow. Why do I sense a faint scent of blood? Yet the ground shows no signs of a struggle? He searched the street, but found nothing. Missing the opportunity to intercept Li Xian meant that when Huang Jiangtai returned, Eliminating Li Xian would be even more challenging. Although Huang Jiangtai had just broken through, he remained a formidable opponent. At this moment, Kong Ling's eyes flickered with inspiration. Guardian Shang, I may have a solution. What solution? Shang Yunshan inquired. According to my investigation, Li Xian has a daughter, whom he cherishes immensely. If we capture her, he will surely comply with our demands. We can threaten him with her safety to ensure he comes to us alone, without Huang Jiangtai's interference. Upon hearing this, Shang Yunshan squinted, nodding in agreement. Though this method was ruthless, it was indeed a clever strategy. You must send someone immediately to arrange this. If necessary, take personal action to ensure its success. Understood, Kong Ling replied eagerly. Meanwhile, within the governor's mansion, Ming had just reported to his unseen superior and was lounging comfortably on the sofa, swirling a glass of fine wine. He Qing had led the blood group to assassinate Li Xian, while the Cultivator Alliance had dispatched Guardian Shang Yunshan to Chuzhou. After 5 years, Li Xian's return, despite the support of Huang Jiangtai and 27 cultivation families, would ultimately prove futile against the overwhelming power aimed at annihilating the Li family. Before the night was over, news of Li Xian's demise would likely reach them, sparing their superior the trouble of intervening. Beside Ming, a group of loyal confidants from the governor's mansion listened intently. The third commander, Ing Luowen, chuckled heartily. Li Xian must have gained some opportunities during these 5 years. Huang Jiangtai likely recognized this and chose to support him. But little do they know the terrifying forces that once obliterated the Li family. After Li Xian's death, Huang Jiangtai and the others will face reckoning. A truly lamentable fate. The others nodded in agreement. Just then, a thunderous explosion echoed as the reinforced security door shattered, and several members of the Tiger Guards crashed through. At the entrance stood a figure, exuding an aura of demonic power, clearly the architect behind this chaos. The hall fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 96. The demon god Li Xian, you possess tremendous audacity, remarked Governor Ming, his expression stern after a few seconds. As the esteemed governor of Chuzhou, he held a position of great authority, the highest in the region. Despite being overshadowed by Huang Jiangtai, even he would not dare to intrude upon the governor's residence. Although Ming had never met Li Xian, he recognized him instantly from the photographs that had circulated following the establishment of the Baiwazhong group. I do not merely intend to trespass into the governor's residence today. I aim to end your life, Li Xian stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Ming's heart raced. At that moment, Commander Ing Luo suddenly knelt before Li Xian. Mr. Li, the matters concerning the governor's residence are not my concern. Please spare my life. Ing Luo trembled, distinctly aware that he was unlike the others in the governor's residence. He had witnessed Li Xian slay the ferocious python, and understood that such a formidable being could not be resisted, regardless of the governor's hidden cards. The sight of Ing Luo kneeling left the surrounding officials dumbfounded. The chief commander scolded, Ing Luo, you wretched coward. Are you so frightened by a mere Li Xian? He simply dispatched the leader of the Jiangnan group. Yet Ing Luo did not respond, continuing to plead for mercy. At that moment, several high-ranking officials surrounding Ming stepped forward. You insolent brat, do you think you can behave recklessly here? Kneel and bow your head, or you shall find no place to die today. They believed that mere strength granted them the right to act as they pleased, and that intruding here was a path to self-destruction. These officials were Ming's trusted allies, accustomed to arrogance, and could not tolerate anyone's audacity before them, especially knowing the extent of Ming's power. You speak far too much, Li Xian scoffed coldly. With that, a series of explosive sounds echoed as the heads of the speaking officials burst one after another, blood splattering. At that moment, terror gripped everyone in the governor's residence. They had not even seen Li Xian make a move before their superiors were slain. The sheer horror of it was overwhelming. Governor Ming's eyelids twitched violently, a chill enveloping his heart. He stepped back, cautiously surveying his surroundings, fearful that he would be the next to suffer such a fate. Ming, you were likely involved in the destruction of my Li family all those years ago. Today, I have come to collect my debt, Li Xian declared, advancing slowly towards Ming. Each step seemed to strike at Ming's very heart. Seize him, Ming suddenly bellowed. As the command left his lips, 6 figures surged forward from behind him. These were his trump cards, the secret weapon bestowed upon him by his hidden forces, 6 masters capable of overwhelming anything. Yet, as the 6 charged towards Li Xian, the first to approach had his head explode instantaneously. The remaining 5 were instantly seized by terror. The fallen officials had been of lesser strength, and while the 6 had observed the incident, they had assumed Li Xian had employed some hidden mechanism. After all, There existed devices as slender as needles capable of inducing such explosive results. However, as they launched their assault, they realized that Li Xian had not deployed any weapon. It was merely a glance that caused their companions' demise. The ability to kill a master with a mere look was unfathomably terrifying, even as they wished to retreat. It was too late. One by one, the remaining 5 met the same fate, their heads bursting in a series of horrific explosions. Li Xian then approached Lei Ming without impediment. "I will fight you." In that moment, Lei Ming unleashed his full might, his hand striking towards Li Xian. He too was a formidable opponent. However, Lei Ming soon realized that his body was frozen mid-air, the energy he had summoned dissipating into nothingness. Li Xian lifted his hand and placed it upon Lei Ming's head. At that moment, a searing pain tore through Lei Ming's soul. "Ah!" He screamed in agony as a torrent of memories was extracted by Li Xian. As Li Xian absorbed the contents of those memories, his gaze deepened. The Qin family, the foremost clan in Jiangnan, and a powerful force from the capital. A mere Li family had drawn forth such formidable forces. What could be the motive behind it all? Li Xian murmured to himself. Moments later, regaining his composure, he effortlessly extinguished Lei Ming's life before turning to depart. With each step he took, another had exploded. By the time Li Xian exited the building, only Ying Luo remained alive. Staring at the blood-soaked surroundings, slumped in place, gasping for breath, his body soaked as though pulled from water. The sensation of having survived such a calamity washed over him. It was utterly terrifying. He felt as if he had encountered a god of death. Chapter 97. Seeking death. Half an hour later, Li Xian returned to the Baiwuge group, where a female staff member was playing with Duo. Upon seeing Li Xian, Duo called out "Daddy" and leapt into his arms. Li Xian lifted her and expressed his gratitude to the staff member. "Thank you for keeping my daughter company." The woman humbly replied, "It was nothing, it's my duty." Li Xian did not wait for Huang Jiantai to report back, but returned directly to his home, discovering that Lu Qi was also there. To facilitate Lu Qi's visits to Duo, Li Xian had given her a key to his house. "I saw the news about the opening of Baiwuge and came specifically to congratulate you. If Qing Qian knew you had revitalized Baiwuge, she would surely be delighted," Lu Qi said with a smile, taking Duoduo's hand. "Duo, how about Annie makes you something delicious?" "Great." Duo clapped her hands in excitement. Lu Qi busied herself in the kitchen while Duo trailed behind her. Li Xian stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze fluctuating. Baiwuge had reopened, and now it was time to investigate his wife's situation. There had been no news from Qinzhou, and after 5 years, he wondered how she was faring. He dreaded the possibility of uncovering tragic news about her. The following morning, Li Xian dropped Duo off at school before heading to Baiwuge. At that moment, the entire Chuzhou was in turmoil. The forces that had sought to suppress Baiwuge had been eradicated overnight, including the governor's office, which had been annihilated. This was not just a disturbance in Chuzhou. The entire Jiangnan was shaken. When Li Xian arrived at Baiwuge, the staff informed him that several individuals were waiting for him in the reception room. Upon entering, he saw Jiang Patian, clad in a suit, standing by the window, accompanied by several members of the ability group. Hearing footsteps, Jiang Patian quickly turned around. "What do you want to discuss?" Li Xian inquired. "The massacre at the governor's office and among the prominent families should be related to you, right?" Jiang Patian stated bluntly. Li Xian did not respond but retorted, "What? Do you intend to arrest me?" Before Jiang Patian could reply, one of the ability group members, unable to contain himself, spoke up. "We are from the capital's ability group. You would do well to adjust your attitude." The man sported a buzz cut and bore a scar above his eye, adding to his menacing demeanor. With the Jiangnan ability group nearly wiped out, Jiang Patian was temporarily responsible for Jiangnan's affairs due to his presence in Chuzhou. These subordinates had been directly transferred from the capital, brimming with arrogance. Upon hearing the scarred man's words, Li Xian merely cast a fleeting glance his way before turning to Jiang Patian. "Manage your subordinates. I have no desire to spill blood at Baiwuge." Jiang Patian, caught in Li Xian's piercing gaze, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. He had warned his subordinates before arriving that Li Xian was not someone they could provoke. Yet they had disregarded his advice. This is truly a death wish. Witnessing Li Xian's audacity to threaten Jiang Patian, the scarred man grew enraged. Pointing at Li Xian and shouting, "Who do you think you are?" Before he could finish, Li Xian flicked his sleeve. Bang! The scarred man was hurled backward, crashing violently against the wall. Blood spewed from his mouth, and he lay lifeless on the ground. In that instant, the other members of the ability group, who had intended to support the scarred man, froze in shock, a chill coursing through them. Jiang Patian had told them many things on the way, but they had never believed him until now. Trembling with fear, Jiang Patian was acutely aware of Li Xian's terrifying reputation. He had previously witnessed Li Xian eliminate Su Wenyuan and others from the Jiangnan headquarters, and knew that taking the life of an ability group member was trivial for him. Taking a deep breath, he stammered, "Mr. Li, please, calm your anger. I would never dare to hold you accountable. I am here on my superior's orders, wishing to invite you to assume the position of leader of the Jiangnan headquarters." With that, Jiang Patian presented a letter of appointment for Li Xian to examine. The intent from the capital was clear, to ally with a formidable figure like Li Xian. However, Li Xian did not even glance at it, tossing the letter aside. "I am not interested, and do not disturb me again." Jiang Patian had initially thought that the position of leader of the Jiangnan headquarters would be enticing to Li Xian, given its higher status than that of a provincial governor. But he was taken aback by Li Xian's disdain. The members of the ability group nearby dared not voice their anger. Ultimately, Jiang Patian sighed in resignation. "Accepting the position of leader of the Jiangnan headquarters would be advantageous for you. I still hope you will reconsider. As for the massacre in Chuzhou, I will temporarily suppress it, but the forces behind those you have killed will undoubtedly seek revenge. Additionally, I must warn you that the guardian of the Cultivators Alliance, Shang Yunshin, has arrived in Chuzhou and may take action against you. You are a congenital expert, and so is he, so exercise caution." Having said this, Jiang Patian ordered his subordinates to remove the body of the slain colleague and left by Wugu. No sooner had Jiang Patian departed than Li Xian's phone rang. It was Huang Jiangtai. His voice trembled on the other end. "Senior, something has happened. Duo has been kidnapped." Upon hearing this, Li Xian's expression turned icy. "What exactly is going on?" 10 minutes ago, a group of people stormed the kindergarten and abducted Duo. The members of the hidden guard attempted to intervene, but were all killed. "Senior, I am incompetent. Please punish me." "It's fine. They cannot harm Duo." Li Xian reassured him. Duo possessed a protective talisman that he had crafted himself. Should anyone dare to harm her, the talisman would activate, unleashing its power. No one on Earth could inflict even a scratch on Duo. Moreover, once the talisman was triggered, Li Xian would sense it, indicating that Duo had merely been taken and was unharmed. However, the audacity of those who dared to lay hands on his daughter was tantamount to seeking death. Li Xian expanded his consciousness, enveloping the entirety of Chuzhou, and swiftly located Duo's whereabouts. In an instant, his figure vanished from the office building. Chapter 98. Those who harm my daughter shall die. At this moment, within a towering edifice, Shang Yunshin stood beside a window, gazing out at the azure sky adorned with white clouds. Behind him, Congying maintained a posture of utmost reverence. In the corner of the room, a steel cage housed a small girl, cowering in fear, none other than the abducted Duo. She was utterly terrified. "Immediately contact Li Xian and instruct him to come alone. Should he dare to bring anyone else, he shall prepare to collect his daughter's remains," Shang Yunshin commanded. Congying nodded and promptly retrieved his mobile phone to dial Li Xian's number, not forgetting to deliver a vicious kick to the cage, startling Duo into a frightened wail. Congying burst into laughter, mocking, "Little beast, once I've dealt with your father, I will toss you from this 28th floor window, allowing you both to reunite below." Ha. At that very moment, as Li Xian rushed toward the building, his phone rang unexpectedly. He halted, noticing an unfamiliar number. "Who are you?" Li Xian inquired coldly. "A worthless member of the Li family. Your daughter is presently in my custody. You have 1 hour to arrive at Fuguang Tower. And remember, do not bring anyone with you. Otherwise, your daughter's life will be forfeit." Congying's voice dripped with mockery and arrogance. The thought of the Li family, who had recently basked in the limelight of the Baiwuga Group's grand opening, soon groveling before him for mercy, filled him with delight. A chilling glint flickered in Li Xian's eyes, his voice icy as the depths of despair. "I will arrive at Fuguang Tower shortly. And mark my words, whoever dares to abduct my daughter shall face annihilation, regardless of their affiliations." On the other end, Congying's expression faltered. He hadn't anticipated Li Xian's audacity even while his daughter was in peril. Before he could retort, the call ended abruptly. "What did he say?" Shang Yunshin inquired. Glancing at Congying, seething with indignation, replied, "This brat is insufferably arrogant, daring to threaten me. What a vile creature." Shang Yunshin's brow furrowed slightly, letting out a cold snort. "Do not let it disturb you. When he arrives, I shall have him kneel before you, at your mercy." "Agreed," Congying said, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Just then, An alarming buzz filled the air. Someone is attacking our tower. Could it be that Li Xian has brought Huang Jiantai along? Shang Yunshan's brow furrowed deeper. Before he could finish his thought, a deafening explosion echoed as the door to the room shattered. A figure strode in assertively, none other than Li Xian himself. Upon seeing his daughter confined in a cage, Li Xian rushed over and swiftly broke the lock. Duo. Upon recognizing her father, leaped into his arms, sobbing, "Daddy, I'm so scared. They said they would throw me from the 20th floor. They called me a little bastard." Listening to his daughter's words, Li Xian's gaze turned icy, the atmosphere in the room plummeting in temperature. Meanwhile, Kong Ying had stepped outside to assess the situation, finding no trace of Huang Jiatai, which momentarily eased his anxiety. However, he was puzzled as to why his subordinates had not responded to the commotion. "Only Li Xian has arrived. There is no sign of Huang Jiatai," Kong Ying reported to Shang Yunshan. With that, Shang Yunshan relaxed. In Chu State, Huang Jiantai was his only concern. As long as Huang Jiantai remained absent, Li Xian was of no consequence. Indeed, capturing your daughter proved effective in luring you here. Little beast, you should have met your end 5 years ago. You ought to have stayed far away, yet here you are, courting death. Given your deep bond, you and your daughter shall accompany each other on the road to the underworld," Shang Yunshan sneered, turning to Kong Ying. "Dispose of them both." "Understood," Kong Ying replied, brandishing a gleaming dagger that shimmered ominously as he charged toward Li Xian. Kong Ying, a formidable opponent, generated a sonic boom with his knife as he lunged. Li Xian, however, calmly shielded his daughter's eyes. Duo, close your eyes and rest for a moment." With a gentle motion, Duo succumbed to slumber. At that instant, Kong Ying had closed the distance, his dagger poised to strike at Li Xian's throat. Yet soon, his expression shifted to one of horror. As if he had been ensnared in an invisible bind, frozen mid-air, Li Xian turned to face Kong Ying, extending a finger to touch the dagger. In an instant, the blade shattered into fragments, followed by Kong Ying's body exploding into a mist of crimson, raining down upon the floor. On the other side, Shang Yunshan, who had expected Kong Ying's prowess to subdue Li Xian, found his expression frozen in disbelief. What manner of sorcery is this? Unheard of, could it be divine intervention? Shang Yunshan had always believed Huang Jiatai aligned with Li Xian for personal gain, but now he realized the true terror lay not with Huang Jiatai, but with Li Xian himself. Before he could react, Li Xian's fingers spread wide, and suddenly, Shang Yunshan felt a force of tearing energy surround him, drawing him inexorably toward Li Xian. With an icy grip, Li Xian clasped Shang Yunshan's throat. At that moment, Shang Yunshan was engulfed in sheer terror, struggling to utter, "Please don't kill me." Yet the next instant, there was a sickening crack as his neck was mercilessly snapped. After slaying Shang Yunshan, Li Xian embraced Duo and departed the tower. As they exited, Huang Jiantai and his son, leading a contingent of hidden guards, arrived just in time. Upon seeing Li Xian, they hastily knelt. "Senior, it is our incompetence that has allowed the young lady to be frightened. Please, impose your punishment upon us. Indeed, you are woefully inept." Li Xian coldly scoffed, taking a step forward and vanishing from their sight. Huang Jiatai wiped the sweat from his brow. Beside him, Huang Binchu asked, "Father, what shall we do?" It seems Senior is truly angered. Huang Jiantai's countenance darkened ominously. "It is the fault of the Cultivator Alliance for daring to target Senior's daughter, leaving us embarrassed before him. Immediately mobilize all forces to eradicate every stronghold of the Cultivator Alliance across Jiangnan." Upon hearing this, Huang Binchu nodded decisively. "I shall attend to it at once." Chapter 99. The chief coordinator Li Xian returned to the villa, cradling Duo, who was still deeply asleep. Gently placing her on the bed, he infused a trace of vital energy into her before softly shutting the door. The incident concerning Duo served as a stark reminder to Li Xian. Despite being an unparalleled celestial emperor, it was impossible for him to attend to every detail. At that moment, Lu Qi arrived, carrying some groceries. Upon noticing Duo's backpack, a hint of confusion crossed her face. "Did Duo not attend kindergarten today?" "There were some unforeseen circumstances. I brought her back early," Li Xian replied, choosing not to elaborate further to avoid causing Lu Qi undue concern. "Perfect. I'll prepare fish for Duo's lunch," Lu Qi said, heading toward the kitchen with the groceries. "Wait a moment," Li Xian suddenly interjected. "Is there something wrong?" Lu Qi turned, looking at him with curiosity. "Lu Qi, I presume you've noticed the changes in me over the past 5 years?" Li Xian inquired earnestly. Lu Qi nodded. Having witnessed Li Xian's extraordinary abilities on several occasions, she understood he was no ordinary individual. His current statement led her to wonder if he intended to share his experiences from the past 5 years. Would you wish to become like me? Possessing the strength to protect yourself? Li Xian asked seriously. Lu Qi was taken aback for a moment before nodding in affirmation. Of course I would. Being a kind-hearted person. She had suffered much humiliation due to her benevolence. If she could possess power akin to Li Xian's, she could safeguard her family and no longer be a burden to him. Since you wish for it, I shall assist you, Li Xian said, moving closer to Lu Qi. Close your eyes. Lu Qi complied, obediently shutting her eyes. In the next instant, Li Xian extended his finger and gently touched her forehead. A jolt coursed through Lu Qi's body, and she felt an influx of knowledge flooding her mind. Follow the mental diagrams in your mind to cultivate. You will soon grasp the fundamentals. I have also left a trace of vital energy within you. Once refined, it will be sufficient for you to break through to the master realm. Regarding this technique, do not share it with anyone, and ensure no one learns of it. Understood? Lu Qi nodded. Li Xian refrained from providing further explanations, believing that embarking on the path of cultivation would only yield benefits for Lu Qi. He shared some fundamental knowledge about the basics of cultivation. Just then, the phone rang. It was Yi Qingxue calling. Xian, I am currently at the Baiwuzong group. There are matters we need to discuss. All right, Li Xian responded, hanging up and heading directly to the Baiwuzong group. In the office, Yi Qingxue awaited impatiently. Upon seeing Li Xian enter, she quickly rose. Xian, I have now succeeded to the position of the head of the Yi family. In the future, there will be numerous opportunities for collaboration between the Yi family's business and the Baiwuzong group. Moreover, although you have established the Baiwuzong group, your knowledge of business is limited. Allow me to assist you in managing the company. Of course, that sounds excellent, Li Xian nodded. Although the Baiwuzong group had managerial talents recruited by Huang Jiatai, having a trusted confidant to oversee the overall operations was essential, and Yi Qingxue's willingness was indeed fortuitous. I just reviewed the sales figures for the life essence. Only one bottle has been sold, which is rather disheartening. Our primary task now is to boost the sales of the life essence, Yi Qingxue remarked. In truth, that single sale was due to a journalist experiencing its effects and subsequently recommending it to a friend. However, the journalist's connections were not sufficiently elite, making it challenging to increase sales in the short term. After contemplating, Li Xian stated, we need to brainstorm solutions with the sales and advertising departments. By the way, Aunt, since you have reached the master realm, why not allow me to help elevate you to the innate realm? What? Yi Qingxue, still mulling over the life essence sales, was momentarily stunned by Li Xian's words, then asked in confusion, you mean you can help me reach the innate realm? Indeed, it's a mere trifle. Li Xian replied as he reached out to touch Yi Qingxue's head. Almost instantly, Yi Qingxue felt a powerful force surging through her body. It was as if a drop of water had been introduced into a hot oil pan, triggering a chain reaction, causing the energy within her to boil. Without hesitation, she sat down to begin her cultivation. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. To prevent any interruption to Yi Qingxue's process, Li Xian stepped outside. Boss, that person from yesterday is here again, waiting in the lobby, a female employee informed Li Xian. Yesterday's individual? Jiang Patian? Li Xian furrowed his brow. I'll go check. And you stand guard at this entrance. No one is permitted to enter, understood? Yes, the female employee nodded. Li Xian made his way to the lobby, where he found Jiang Patian standing alone. What do you want? Li Xian asked impatiently. Jiang Patian forced a smile. Mr. Li, the chief coordinator of the ability group from the capital has arrived. He wishes to meet with you. Seeing Li Xian's inclination to decline, Jiang Patian quickly added, the ability group oversees all supernatural events in Longhua. We mean no harm and may be able to assist you. Upon hearing this, Li Xian reconsidered. Jiang Patian had a point. Having the ability group support could facilitate many matters. Having come to this conclusion, Li Xian nodded. Very well, let us go. The two exited the Baiwuzong group, where a business vehicle awaited them. After half an hour, they arrived at a secluded compound. The compound was heavily guarded, with numerous experts concealed both above and below, including several at the master realm. Deep within the compound, there was a room housing an innate realm expert, presumably the chief coordinator of the ability group. The vehicle halted in the courtyard, and Li Xian, following Jiang Patian, navigated through multiple security checkpoints to arrive at the door of the room. Please inform the chief coordinator that I have arrived. Jiang Patian instructed the two members of the ability group stationed at the entrance. Understood. One of them promptly entered to relay the message. A minute later, he emerged and gestured for them to enter. The chief coordinator is waiting for you inside. Li Xian and Jiang Patian stepped in together. Inside, on the sofa, sat an elder in his 50s, with a square face exuding an air of authority. As Li Xian crossed the threshold, the elder's gaze fell upon him, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that pressed down upon Li Xian, an unmistakable manifestation of the innate realm's might. Chapter 100. A worthy gamble, are you Li Xian? 5 years ago, you were merely a reckless scion, and now, upon your return, you have even taken the life of Xuan Yuan from the Jiangnan headquarters of the Ability Group. Moreover, you have declined my invitation. Li Xian, do you realize that what you have done in Chuzhou is enough to lead you to utter ruin? The elder's voice suddenly rose, his gaze icy as it bore down on Li Xian, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that seemed to render the very air in the room almost solid. Beside him, Jiang Patian instinctively took a step back. However, Li Xian paid him no mind, instead choosing to sit casually on the sofa opposite the elder. Crossing his legs and speaking nonchalantly, could we dispense with the pleasantries? What is it that you truly seek from me? The elder's expression shifted. Under his formidable presence, Li Xian remained entirely unaffected, a show of strength that left the elder perplexed. Yet, feeling disregarded in front of his subordinates, the elder rose, unleashing a wave of potent energy that surged toward Li Xian. If the previous display was merely a show of his innate power, this was akin to a direct assault. Observing this, Li Xian let out a cold snort, flicking his fingers lightly, sending forth a blast of energy. Bang! At the moment the energy manifested, the elder's aura burst apart like a balloon pricked by a needle. Simultaneously, the elder found himself collapsing back onto the sofa, his cheeks flushed. He hastily circulated his energy to quell the turbulent blood within him, and his gaze toward Li Xian was now filled with astonishment. While it is true that innate realm experts can project their internal energy outward, to be repelled so effortlessly by Li Xian's mere flick was utterly unheard of. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though all his power had been shackled. If Li Xian had wished to kill him, he would have stood no chance of resistance. How could this be? What kind of innate realm expert possesses such strength? Or perhaps he is not of the innate realm at all. At that moment, a tempest of confusion surged within the elder, rendering Li Xian even more enigmatic in his eyes. Taking a deep breath to steady his astonishment, the elder clasped his hands together and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Tao. Initially, I intended for you to assume the role of the leader of the Jiangnan headquarters, but your refusal leaves us unable to become colleagues. However, we may still forge a partnership. The Ability Group spans the length and breadth of Long Country, and I believe we could be of mutual benefit. Of course, should you reconsider and choose to join us, not only could you lead the Jiangnan headquarters, but I could also offer you the position of deputy leader of the Beijing headquarters." Upon hearing this, Li Xian displayed no reaction, but Jiang Patian was already taken aback. The deputy leader of the Beijing headquarters ranked just below Zhang Tao, indicating the latter's high regard for Li Xian. "I will not be joining," Li Xian replied, shaking his head. "However, your proposition of cooperation intrigues me. How do you envision this collaboration? Mr. Li, your prowess is astounding. Even I am no match for you. The Ability Group frequently encounters perilous missions that our own strength cannot surmount, and we require the assistance of someone of your caliber. Are you proposing to hire me?" Li Xian inquired. "Merely a collaboration," Zhang Tao clarified, shaking his head. "Should you agree to assist us, we will provide commensurate compensation in return. Furthermore, if you consent to this partnership, I can grant you certain privileges, allowing you to mobilize members of the Ability Group across Long Country, a privilege we have yet to extend to anyone but you." "Very well," Li Xian nodded without hesitation. His journey here had been driven by his interest in the Ability Group's intelligence network. Upon hearing Li Xian's agreement, Zhang Tao became animated. With someone as formidable as Li Xian collaborating with them, the casualty rate for the Ability Group's missions would undoubtedly plummet. Moreover, there were powers within Long Country that even the Ability Group dared not provoke. With Li Xian on their side, those factions would seem insignificant. "Mr. Li, may our collaboration be fruitful," Zhang Tao extended his hand. However, Li Xian did not reciprocate the handshake, instead stating, "In addition to what we have discussed, there is another opportunity for collaboration. The North Wu Group's new product, Life Essence. It not only rejuvenates aging cells, but also expedites the healing of injuries. Given that the Ability Group undertakes various missions, I imagine casualties are inevitable. The Life Essence could significantly mitigate such losses. Is what you say true?" Zhang Tao, having familiarized himself with the claims surrounding Life Essence, found himself skeptical. "You will know its authenticity once you conduct your tests," Li Xian replied confidently. "If it is genuine, Life Essence would undoubtedly be invaluable to the ability group. But the pricing? I can offer it to the ability group at a 70% discount. Li Xian stated. A smile spread across Zhang Tao's face instantly. Excellent, Mr. Li. If your claims about its efficacy hold true, the ability group will procure 100 bottles at once. Li Xian promptly produced a bottle of Life Essence for Zhang Tao to test. 1 hour later, Li Xian emerged from the courtyard, contract in hand. As he departed, Zhang Tao examined the bottle of Life Essence, pondering how this individual, once deemed a useless scion 5 years ago, had undergone such a transformation to wield such inscrutable abilities. He then turned to Jiang Patian, saying, "Spread the word that Li Xian is under my protection." A look of shock crossed Jiang Potion's face. "Chief, have you truly considered this? The forces that annihilated the Li family 5 years ago may very well involve the Titans of Long Country. By aligning with Li Xian, you would be willingly drawn into the maelstrom. Even your status may not shield you from obliteration." Zhang Tao smiled slightly, his voice resolute. "The moment Li Xian shattered my aura, I felt an unshakable presence akin to that of Mount Tai. I suspect his strength may exceed that of an innate realm expert. If this is indeed the case, then it is a gamble worth taking." Chapter 101. The emergence of Blood Plum Hall upon his return to the Baiwu Zijiang group. Li Xian found that Yi Qingxue had successfully completed her breakthrough. At this moment, an ethereal aura enveloped her, a transformation wrought by her ascension in martial arts. "Li Xian, you are truly remarkable. I have genuinely broken through to the innate realm. With this newfound strength, who in Jiangnan could possibly rival me?" Yi Qingxue exclaimed, her face alight with exhilaration. Indeed, the innate realm is a significant milestone, despite her previous status as a master. Achieving this level through her own efforts could have remained an elusive dream for a lifetime. The distinction between the innate and master realms is fundamentally profound, representing two entirely different states of existence. In Jiangnan, others may be unaware, but Huang Jiangtai's strength is likely superior to yours, Li Xian bluntly remarked. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxue's excitement visibly waned. The realization struck her. She was not yet truly invincible. Huang Jiangtai remained a formidable opponent. Moreover, it was rumored that he had recently achieved his own breakthrough. Wait, Huang Jiangtai had been closely associated with Li Xian in calculating the timeline. It became evident that his breakthrough occurred shortly after Li Xian's return. Yi Qingxue's comprehension dawned as she turned her gaze towards Li Xian. "Li Xian, confess honestly. Did you assist Huang Jiangtai in his breakthrough?" "Of course. Otherwise, with his innate talent, he would not have achieved the innate realm even in another decade." Li Xian candidly affirmed. Yi Qingxue was utterly astonished. The ability to casually cultivate individuals to the innate realm implied that, should Li Xian desire, he could foster 10 or 20 such powerhouses. What force could possibly stand against him in the entire Dragon Nation? "Don't dawdle, look at this." Li Xian handed her a contract he had secured, though he held little regard for mundane wealth. The Baiwu Zijiang group represented his father's dedication and the legacy of the Li family. Thus, he genuinely aspired to see it flourish. Yi Qingxue, puzzled, accepted the contract and glanced at it, her eyes widening in disbelief. 100 bottles ordered? And these are orders from the Dragon Nation's Supernatural Division. How splendid! With this order, our performance this month is assured, and this is from the Supernatural Division of the Dragon Nation. While ordinary people may be oblivious to their existence, tales of them circulate among the elite. If Life Essence becomes a fixed partner of the Supernatural Division, such news will undoubtedly validate Life Essence in the eyes of those who have been hesitant. Will we then have to worry about sales? Xiao Xian, you are incredible. I will convene a meeting with the advertising and sales departments immediately to devise a comprehensive promotional strategy. With that, Yi Qingxue hurriedly departed. Li Xian then proceeded to the kindergarten. It was already noon, and he picked up Duo, returning to the villa for lunch. Afterward, he dialed Lu Qi's number. "Lu Qi, I will be leaving Chuzhou for a day or two. I need you to look after Duo during my absence. Should anything arise, feel free to communicate with the members of the Hidden Guards or directly contact Huang Jiangtai. I will provide you with his number." Li Xian intended to first travel to Jiangnan before heading to the capital. A single day would undoubtedly be insufficient. Hence his request for Lu Qi's assistance in caring for Duo. Of course, no problem at all, Lu Qi readily agreed. During Li Xian's previous absence, it was Lu Qi who had taken care of Duo. After hanging up, Li Xian prepared to depart. He did not plan to bring Huang Jiangtai and the others along, as the Huang family held little influence in Jiangnan, rendering their presence unnecessary. However, before he could set off, his phone rang. It was unexpectedly a call from Xiaolin Feng. Mr. Li, Blood Plum Hall has made an appearance. Xia Linfeng's voice trembled slightly. After all, the Xia family had received the Blood Plum order from Blood Plum Hall, and without Li Xian's assistance, they could have faced annihilation. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's eyes gleamed with intensity. Blood Plum Hall was the organization responsible for abducting his wife, shrouded in mystery, and now they had finally resurfaced. All right, I am on my way, he replied, promptly ending the call. In an instant, he vanished from the villa. Minutes later, in the courtyard of the Xia family, Li Xian arrived to find all members gathered in the hall. He strode in with purpose. Mr. Li, you have arrived. Xia Linfeng exhaled in relief at the sight of him, his heart finally settling. The emergence of Blood Plum Hall's agents had nearly terrified him to death. Where are the members of Blood Plum Hall? Li Xian's gaze swept across the hall, his tone icy. They have already departed, Xia Linfeng replied with a hint of bitterness. Just half an hour ago, they arrived at my residence, their faces concealed by masks. The leader demanded that I surrender a stone seal. Yet I had no knowledge of any stone seal belonging to the Xia family. They granted me a day to comply, warning that if I failed to produce it, my family would face extermination. Why did you not notify me when they arrived? Did I not leave you a rune for this very purpose? Li Xian's gaze remained fixed on Xia Linfeng, cold and piercing. The rune would have instantly alerted him upon activation, yet he was only informed after the agents had departed. What was Xia Linfeng thinking? This. I was so frightened that I forgot, Xia Linfeng stammered in explanation. But before he could finish, Li Xian flicked his sleeves, sending Xia Linfeng hurtling against the wall, where he spat out blood. I see you were not merely frightened, but rather complacent, hoping that Blood Plum Hall would not resort to violence. Am I correct? Hearing Li Xian's words, Xia Linfeng clutched his chest and struggled to rise. Nearby, Xia Chan glared at Li Xian with indignation. How dare you strike someone at will? Before she could finish, a resounding slap marked her face. It seems the lesson I imparted last time was insufficient, Li Xian remarked, prompting Xia Chan to recall the events at the Lihu villa, causing her to lower her head in submission. The remaining members of the Xia family stood frozen, gripped by trepidation, too fearful to utter a word. Since Blood Plum Hall has granted you a day, I shall remain here for that duration. Furthermore, are you truly certain that you possess no such stone seal? Li Xian inquired. Xia Linfeng nodded emphatically. Of course, I do not. Humph. Yet you were clearly lying, Li Xian retorted with a scoff. He raised his hand, causing the floor tiles to explode, revealing a box that soared into his grasp. Li Xian opened the box to reveal a stone seal, roughly the size of a fist. The seal exuded an ancient elegance, inscribed with characters unfamiliar even to Li Xian. This stone seal is intriguing, Li Xian mused, examining it with keen interest. Xia Linfeng's face turned pale at the sight. The next moment, he fell to his knees. Mr. Li, I truly had no knowledge of this stone seal. Since you have found it, I am willing to offer it to you. Offer it to me? I hardly desire it. But I shall study it overnight before returning it to you, Li Xian replied, tucking the seal away. He then proceeded to the guest house arranged by Xia Linfeng, closing the door behind him. Placing the stone seal on the table, Li Xian transformed into a streak of light and entered the seal. In the next instant, he found himself in a dim, gray space where a 7-story stone tower stood tall. This must be the secret contained within the stone seal. It seemed that ancient legacies had once existed on Earth. Otherwise, such artifacts would not have persisted. Only legendary beings could forge treasures of this caliber. Chapter 102. Inheritance. As Li Xian gazed at the stone tower before him, a figure suddenly materialized out of thin air. It was an elderly man with a white beard, who stroked his beard while appraising Li Xian from head to toe. He spoke, I never imagined that after a millennium, someone would finally uncover the secret of the Xian stone seal. Li Xian nodded and inquired, then who might you be? The old man was somewhat taken aback by Li Xian's lack of surprise upon encountering him, a hint of pride emerging on his face. I am but a remnant soul left by the previous master of the Xian stone seal, awaiting the arrival of its next master to pass on its legacy, after which I shall completely dissipate into the ether. Understanding dawned upon Li Xian. In the realm of cultivation he traversed, many had left their inheritance in such a manner. May I ask your name and what era you hailed from? He asked curiously. There was no doubt that a civilization of cultivators existed on Earth. However, no records could be found in books. The man before him, having survived from that era, clearly held greater secrets. The old man smiled slightly. Since you are curious, I shall share. Cultivators have always existed in this world, yet dragons do not mingle with snakes. From ancient times to the present, cultivators seldom tread upon the mundane world. To the west of Kunlun lies a hidden realm where most cultivators reside, home to many sections. My own sect, the Shinsa sect, is one of the 10 great sects of Kunlun ruins. A trace of pride colored the old man's expression as he spoke. Li Xian realized then that cultivators on Earth were indeed separated from the secular world, which explained why the masses were unaware of their existence. The old man, having not conversed with anyone for many years, continued to recount the origins of the Shinsa sect. Our sect practices the martial arts of the military family, focusing on the physical body and combat skills. In similar realms, few can surpass the martial cultivators. Of course, the offensive prowess of sword immortals is not to be underestimated either. After listening to the old man's tales, Li Xian discerned that the cultivation system on Earth bore some differences from that of the Otherworld. The Otherworld lacked the concept of martial families, although the body refiners there did share some similarities. As for sword immortals, they also represented formidable forces in the Otherworld. Once the old man had finished speaking, Li Xian inquired, "When will you impart the inheritance to me?" The old man chuckled. "Impart the inheritance to you? When did I say that? Your acquisition of the Xian stone seal merely indicates your good fortune. However, to receive the inheritance, you must pass the tests of the Shinsa sect." At these words, Li Xian frowned, retorting, "What exactly does your test entail?" The old man pointed toward the stone tower. This tower is known as the War God Tower, consisting of 7 levels. Each level is guarded by a protector representing the 7 major realms of cultivation: innate, vitality, spirit, essence, chi, transformation, and celestial. If you can pass the first level, it will prove your qualification. Should you conquer all 7 levels of the War God Tower, you will stand at the pinnacle of the cultivation path, becoming a celestial realm powerhouse, at which point you will be eligible to receive the complete inheritance of the Xian Stone Seal, including my teachings. Of course, before you undertake this challenge, I shall impart to you the foundational techniques of the Xiansu sect to aid your breakthrough to the innate realm. How intriguing, Li Xian replied with a slight smile. Today, I shall breach the War God Tower and see what remarkable inheritance the Xiansu sect possesses. The old man's expression shifted to one of astonishment. What did you say? Breach the War God Tower? You? Youngster, you possess quite the audacity. Ignoring the old man's remarks, Li Xian strode confidently toward the stone tower. Upon pushing open the door, he beheld a spacious interior, where a robust man sat upon a mat at the back. Though seated, he appeared taller than the average person. When he stood up, his height exceeded 2 meters. The burly man fixed his gaze on Li Xian, his voice deep and resonant. "Are you the one destined for fortune? I am tasked with guarding the first level of the War God Tower. My realm will be suppressed to the innate level. If you can withstand 20 of my strikes, you will pass." Li Xian chuckled. "I shall also suppress my realm to the innate level, but to defeat you, I need only 1 punch." With that, he lunged forward, his entire form propelling toward the robust man. Boom! With a thunderous punch, he struck the burly man. The latter's expression changed. He had not anticipated such immense power from Li Xian's seemingly diminutive frame. He hastily raised his arm to block. In the next moment, it felt as though his body had collided with a speeding steel beast, sending him hurtling backward to crash against the wall, embedding himself into it. Terror gripped his face. Just moments prior, when Li Xian had thrown his punch, he had distinctly sensed the aura of the innate realm. Yet, as a martial cultivator of the same realm, he found himself utterly overwhelmed. At this moment, Li Xian swaggered toward the 2nd floor. Chapter 103, Human or Ghost on the 2nd Floor. A middle-aged scholar presided over the proceedings. Upon seeing Li Xian approach, he expressed his astonishment, stating, "I did not expect a practitioner of this generation to possess such formidable strength, managing to completely pass the trials of the 1st level. However, the 2nd level will not be as easily conquered. My power will be restrained to the Yuanqi realm." After stating this, the man assumed a combat stance. Yet, in the next instant, he felt an overwhelming force surge towards him. Bang! He was sent flying, crashing through the window and falling outside. Following this, the guardians of the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and all the way to the 7th levels were similarly thrown out of the tower. An elderly man outside, tugging at his beard in disbelief, stared at this scene, his throat involuntarily constricting. What on earth is happening? Has that young man attained the strength of a celestial being? At this moment, Li Xian swaggered out from the stone tower, pointing at the elder and declaring, "You bear the highest legacy of the Xiansa sect. It is now your turn." The elder, upon hearing Li Xian's words, revealed a grave expression and replied, "Though I am but a remnant of my soul, I can still unleash power beyond the natural realm. With that, he formed a sword light between his palms and struck at Li Xian. However, as the sword light approached, Li Xian nonchalantly tapped it with a single finger. Bang! The elder's sword light shattered, and his body was sent flying, finally halting after traveling several meters. His form appeared significantly more ethereal, nearly obliterated by Li Xian's single move. The elder, filled with trepidation, gazed at Li Xian and exclaimed, "Who exactly are you? Even if my true self were present, I fear I would not be your match." "I am invincible," Li Xian replied indifferently. "Invincible?" The elder murmured, astonished by such arrogance. How audacious to claim invincibility. "Very well, according to the rules, I have passed the trials. Now, present me with the legacy of your Xiansu sect." The elder hesitated, shaking his head. "I cannot bestow the legacy upon you. The legacy of the Xiansu sect is meant for choosing the next heir, and your strength is far too great to meet the criteria of an heir." Li Xian furrowed his brows at this statement. "You clearly stated that passing the trials would grant me the legacy. Why the sudden change? If you refuse to grant me the legacy, do you believe I will hesitate to destroy your Xian stone seal space?" Upon hearing this, the elder burst into laughter. "What a joke. This Xian stone seal is forged from the essence of Xian stone, incredibly sturdy. Even legendary beings cannot destroy it." "Is that so?" Li Xian replied, a smile creeping onto his lips. In the next moment, he pointed to the ceiling. Boom! The entire Xian stone seal space began to tremble, exhibiting signs of imminent collapse. At this moment, all 7 guardians were struck with shock. The Xian stone seal, said to be indestructible even by legendary beings, was nearly obliterated by a mere gesture from Li Xian. They had no doubt that if he continued, the entire Xian stone seal space would be annihilated, burying the legacy of the Xian stone entirely. "Stop!" the elder urgently commanded. Li Xian looked at him with a smile that held a hint of mockery. "What now? Do you think I covet your legacy given my capabilities? I am merely curious to witness the differences between the cultivation legacies of Earth and your realm." Though Li Xian's words left the elder puzzled, it became apparent that Li Xian's strength likely surpassed the legacy contained within the Xian stone seal. The elder nodded, conceding, "Very well, I shall grant you the legacy." With that, the elder formed hand seals, and countless characters materialized before him, an energy cultivation method designed to draw the heavenly spiritual essence into the body to refine the flesh. After reviewing it, Li Xian gently shook his head. In his view, this method had too many flaws. Following it would only yield the achievement of becoming a legendary being, which in the grand tapestry of worlds amounted to little more than an insignificant insect. Seeing the expression on Li Xian's face, the elder protested, "My friend, while your strength is formidable and your cultivation method impressive, the Xiansu sect ranks among the foremost in the Kunlun ruins. You may have overlooked its true intricacies. What profundity could this pitiful method possess?" Li Xian's words ignited the elder's ire. Just then, the elder was about to retort when Li Xian flipped his palm, manifesting a spear. With a thrust, the air exploded, and waves of energy surged forth. This was a technique from the Xiansu sect's legacy, effortlessly executed by Li Xian. Witnessing this, the elder's eyelids twitched. It should be noted that he had considered himself a prodigy in his youth and took 3 years to even begin mastering this method, let alone the pinnacle techniques of energy manifestation. In that moment, the elder was completely convinced and bowed to Li Xian. Li Xian casually dissipated the spear in his hand, stating, "Upon my exit, I shall return the Xian stone seal to its rightful owner. Whether they can comprehend its mysteries shall depend on their own fortune. Rest assured, I shall not divulge the legacy of the Xian stone sect, nor do I desire such a flawed cultivation method. Were it not for my curiosity regarding the cultivation practices of this world, I would not even bother to glance at it." With that, Li Xian stepped out, leaving the Xian stone seal space. Meanwhile, outside Li Xian's room, Xuan was knocking at the door. The dusk had arrived, and it was time to invite Li Xian for dinner. However, the servants informed her that Li Xian was not in his room. After several minutes of knocking with no response, she wondered if he had fled out of fear of the Blood Plum Hall. Frowning, Xuan recalled that she had been beaten by Li Xian, yet her grandfather had instructed her to invite him, also offering an apology. Reluctantly, she bore the grievance and continued knocking. After a while, still no response, she gently pushed open the door to find the room empty. Just as she pondered this, Li Xian suddenly appeared in the room. With a thud, Xuan was so startled that she fell to the ground, her scalp tingling and her face turning pale. "Is this a human or a ghost? How terrifying. What brings you to my room?" Li Xian asked coldly, harboring no fondness for Xiachan regaining some composure. Xiachan managed to stand, albeit shakily. I came to invite Mr. Li to dinner. No need. Have someone bring it to my room. And do not enter my quarters without reason, Li Xian replied. Xiachan hurriedly nodded and exited, closing the door behind her. She then patted her chest, still feeling as if she were in a dream. When Xiachan returned to the hall, she found Xia Linfeng and other members of the Xia family present. Noticing her dazed expression, Xia Linfeng asked in a deep voice, "What has happened? You look utterly bewildered." Taking a deep breath, Xiachan replied, "Grandfather, do you think it possible that Li Xian is not human? When I entered, the room was empty, and then what happened?" Everyone leaned in, eager to hear more. Then Li Xian appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 104. Qingshan, wait for me, grandfather. Do you think that Li Xian is a ghost? How else could he have appeared out of nowhere? Summer Chan was on the verge of tears, as she had never witnessed such phenomena before. Upon hearing her words, Summer Linfeng and the members of the Summer family furrowed their brows. Naturally, Li Xian was no ghost. Could it be that he possessed some celestial magic? Contemplating the myriad of extraordinary events surrounding Li Xian, Summer Linfeng felt a sense of reassurance. After all, the Blood Plum Hall was not to be trifled with. And the stronger Li Xian was, the more security there was for the Summer family. Li Xian spent the night at the Summer residence, and the following day, everyone in the family was on high alert, while Li Xian awaited the arrival of the Blood Plum Hall. However, after waiting all morning, there was still no sign of them. Had the Blood Plum Hall sensed something? Li Xian's brow furrowed with concern. After all, the fate of his wife was at stake, and if they did not appear, finding them again would be exceedingly difficult. At noon, Li Xian stepped out of his room and sensed the approach of powerful presences, several masters, and one nearing the innate realm. He made his way to the Summer family's hall, where he found Summer Linfeng and others standing there, visibly trembling. In the center of the hall stood several individuals clad in black robes, their faces obscured by masks. The leader, whose aura was dangerously close to that of the innate realm, appeared to be their commander. The leader seized Summer Linfeng by the throat, declaring, "Old fool, don't test my patience. Where are the items? If you do not surrender them today, I will annihilate your entire family." Hearing this, Summer Linfeng shuddered in fear, casting a pleading glance toward the approaching Li Xian. "What are you looking at him for? If you cannot hand over the items, everyone will perish." "The reason he is looking at me is because the items are in my possession," Li Xian's voice rang out. In an instant, all eyes from the Blood Plum Hall turned towards him. "What? You claim the items are in your possession?" The leader gasped in astonishment. The Xian stone seal was the ancestral treasure of the Summer family, and logically, only Summer Linfeng had the right to possess it. Moreover, they had conducted investigations into the Summer family, and in that moment, they could not recognize which descendant of the Summer family Li Xian was. Li Xian nodded, producing the Xian stone seal from his hand. "Is this not the item you seek?" At this, the leader's eyes gleamed with fervor. They had gone to great lengths to ascertain that the item was within the Summer family, and delivering it to their superiors would be a monumental accomplishment. He released Summer Linfeng and extended his hand toward Li Xian. "Hand over the item." However, to his surprise, Li Xian merely tucked the item back into his pocket. "Do you dare to mock me?" A glint of coldness flashed in the leader's eyes. "What of it if I do?" Li Xian retorted, and before the leader could react, he swiftly slapped him, sending him hurtling across the room. In that moment, everyone from the Blood Plum Hall was left dumbfounded. The leader was a formidable force, yet he had been effortlessly dispatched by the youth before them. It took several moments for them to regain their composure, and one by one, they unleashed their powerful auras, charging at Li Xian. Yet, before they could even approach him, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth. Crack! Numerous wooden furnishings in the room shattered instantly. The members of the Blood Plum Hall were thrown back, crashing to the ground. At that moment, a profound silence enveloped the hall. Even the members of the Summer family were left in shock. They had known of Li Xian's strength, but they had never anticipated that the Blood Plum Hall would be so easily overwhelmed before him. The fallen leader, struggling to rise, was met with a visage of utter horror. Who are you?" Li Xian offered no reply. Instead, he raised his hand, drawing the leader closer. "Wearing a wretched mask before me, pretending to be someone." With a swift motion, Li Xian removed the mask, revealing a handsome face, though it was now filled with fear. Despite the Blood Plum Hall's notorious reputation for their ruthless acts throughout the Dragon Kingdom, they had never encountered someone as terrifying as Li Xian. Before him, the leader felt utterly powerless, like a mere puppet on strings. Li Xian then proceeded to search the leader's soul, extracting a torrent of memories. As the memories were pulled forth, the leader writhed in agony, but Li Xian paid him no heed. After perusing the memories, a glimmer of delight crossed his features. He learned that the Blood Plum Hall had been capturing individuals with special physiques over the years, training them to become members of their organization. Typically, the training lasted 5 years, as cultivating a master was not an endeavor that could be accomplished in a short span of time. During this period, all participants were confined to a location known as the training base. Considering the time since Ming Qingshan's disappearance, she should still be at the training base. Upon concluding his examination of the memories, Li Xian crushed the essence of them and, with a single step, crushed the leader beneath his foot. The remaining members of the Blood Plum Hall, having regained their footing, fled in panic. "Quick, stop them!" Summer Linfeng commanded his subordinates. Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when his expression turned to stone. The fleeing members of the Blood Plum Hall were engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes within moments. This astonishing sight left the members of the Summer family in a state of shock, their nerves completely frayed. Such a method was nothing short of supernatural. Li Xian produced the Xian stone seal and tossed it to Summer Linfeng before stepping forward and vanishing from sight. Having learned of his wife's whereabouts, he could not afford to delay. "Qishan, wait for me. I am coming to rescue you." Chapter 105. The training base of the Blood Plum Hall. From the memories of the Blood Plum Hall members, it was revealed that their training base was located within Anfu City. Upon arriving in Anfu City, Li Xian enveloped the entire area with his spiritual awareness. Furrowing his brow almost immediately, the chaos of this city was palpable. In a fleeting moment, he observed no fewer than 3 robberies and over 30 instances of public brawls. However, Li Xian was not inclined to concern himself with such matters. After confirming the location of the Blood Plum Hall, he made his way there directly. At that moment, a beautiful woman stumbled into his path, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Li Xian's brow knitted tighter. What was happening? Was she attempting to deceive him? Yet, as he glanced at her, he discerned that she bore evident injuries. Maintaining a cold demeanor, he intended to step around her and continue on his way. Having learned of Ming Qiqian's whereabouts, his sole desire was to reach her as swiftly as possible. He had no time to squander. The injured woman, however, grasped his leg with desperation in her eyes. "I can't run anymore. Please, hide me in that trash bin over there. Someone is trying to kill me." She was utterly weakened, her mind clouded, on the brink of fainting. If she succumbed to unconsciousness, she would surely fall into the hands of her pursuers. Leaving her only hope resting on the stranger, Li Xian. After a brief hesitation, he swiftly grasped her collar, preparing to conceal her. It was a trivial effort, and he was not so heartless as to refuse assistance. However, just then, a group of individuals rushed towards them. The woman grimaced. "It's too late." "I didn't realize I was too late." Soon, Li Xian and the woman were encircled. The leading man scrutinized Li Xian with a gaze filled with malice. "Hey kid, do you think you can play the hero? Who do you think you are?" He commanded his subordinates, "Take this kid and Jiangnan back with us." With that, several henchmen lunged at Li Xian. The foremost man barely grazed Li Xian before, with a sickening crack, his arm shattered, sending him hurtling 5 to 6 meters away. Bones undoubtedly broken. The others who had intended to attack Li Xian halted abruptly, their expressions pale with fear. This young man's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, leaving them breathless. The middle-aged leader realized he had provoked a formidable opponent. His tone softened considerably. "Young brother, we are from the Li family. Perhaps we could come to an understanding." Before he could finish, Li Xian waved his sleeve, sending the man flying through the air, blood spraying as he landed lifelessly on the ground. The remaining henchmen felt a chill run down their spines. The middle-aged man, a practitioner of profound skill, had been reduced to nothing more than a rag doll in the hands of this youth. What kind of power could achieve such a feat? Even if they united their strength, they would merely be offering themselves up for slaughter. In the next instant, they turned to flee, scrambling in terror. At that moment, Li Xian had placed the woman gently on the ground. Though weak, her beautiful eyes were fixed on him with a mixture of curiosity and admiration. To think that a mere stranger could so effortlessly dispatch a formidable member of the Li family, it was as if the heavens themselves had intervened on her behalf. "Thank you for saving my life. May I ask your name?" she inquired. "By the way, I am Jiang Yin, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family." Before she could complete her sentence, she noticed Li Xian had vanished without a trace. Where did he go? Jiang Yin rubbed her eyes, bewildered. How could he have disappeared so swiftly? Moreover, it would have been courteous for him to leave her a name, so she might know how to repay him. Anfu City, Southern District. This area was one of the more impoverished parts of Anfu City. The southern district was predominantly filled with old buildings, surrounded by disarray, with streets riddled with potholes. It was an old district, in contrast to the newly developed northern district. Li Xian approached a large courtyard. From the memories of the Blood Plum Hall members, he learned that the training base was located here. Before him stood the entrance to a foundry, marked boldly with the characters for Prosperous Foundry. Yet, within Li Xian's perception, the underground held far greater significance. Qin Qian, I have arrived. Even Li Xian, with his composed demeanor, could not suppress a surge of excitement. He strode confidently into the foundry, but as soon as he crossed the threshold, a voice barked, "Who goes there? Who permitted your entry?" Li Xian looked up to see a guard in uniform glaring at him menacingly. "Who are you? This foundry does not entertain outsiders. Leave at once. I am here to find the training base of the Blood Plum Hall." Upon hearing Li Xian's words, the guard's expression grew sharp. "I could have simply expelled you. But since you know the secret of the Blood Plum Hall, you cannot be allowed to leave." With that, the guard charged at Li Xian, his hand slicing through the air. An ordinary guard could not possess such strength. It was evident he was a sentinel assigned by the Blood Plum Hall. As the guard lunged, a flicker of murderous intent crossed Li Xian's eyes. He merely raised a hand, and the guard felt as though he was suspended in midair. Panic dawning upon him. What kind of power was this? Before he could comprehend, Li Xian's hand struck, and the guard's head exploded, leaving a lifeless body to crash to the ground, blood staining the earth. Li Xian did not spare a glance at the fallen guard as he advanced deeper into the foundry. At that moment, countless individuals were roused, rushing out. Yet none could approach within 20 meters of him. All who emerged met the same gruesome fate, their heads bursting as they fell. By the time Li Xian reached the underground entrance, over 100 headless corpses lay strewn behind him. Chapter 106. Carnage as Li Xian unleashed a relentless slaughter outside. A piercing alarm reverberated throughout the underworld. At that moment, within a grand hall of this subterranean realm, numerous high-ranking members of the Blood Plum Hall convened. It appeared that someone dared to breach their stronghold, an unprecedented occurrence in all these years. Dilong, take some men and investigate. Leave no survivors. Eliminate them directly. An elder commanded. As his words fell, a bald man emerged from the crowd, his head bearing a grotesque scar that snaked from the back of his skull to his forehead, rendering him a terrifying sight. "Rest assured, Grandmaster, I shall return with the intruder's head," Dilong asserted, and with a wave of his hand, a group followed him out of the hall. At that moment, Li Xian stood before a colossal iron door. Crafted from titanium alloy, the door's thickness could withstand the impact of a cannonball. It was nearly impossible for ordinary martial artists to breach. Yet, such a mere door could not hinder Li Xian's advance. Just as he prepared to kick it open, the door swung ajar, revealing the bald man, who regarded him with astonishment. "You little beast, is it you who dares to invade our base? You truly seek death." Before he could finish his sentence, his head exploded. The headless corpse staggered momentarily before collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the men who had accompanied the bald man were gripped by sheer horror. Who could have anticipated that the masterful Dilong would perish before even striking a blow? The means were utterly bizarre. Who could remain unshaken in the presence of such a devil? "Who on earth are you?" one man bravely inquired. Yet Li Xian offered no response, instead striding forward. The man attempted to speak again, only to have his body detonate as well. Those of the Blood Plum Hall who had abducted Meng Qinqian were destined to meet their demise in Li Xian's eyes. In the instant the man exploded, the remaining members, now paralyzed with fear, turned to flee. However, after only a few steps, their bodies erupted into clouds of blood mist. Li Xian advanced deeper into the underworld, which sprawled over an extensive area of more than 10 acres and towered several stories high. His presence drew the attention of those training in the martial arts arena. The uniformity of their attire contrasted sharply with his, piquing their curiosity. Li Xian's consciousness swept over the assembly, seeking his wife, who, according to his information, should be among them. Yet, to his dismay, he found no trace of her. Could it be that she was not here? How could that be possible? She had been taken by the Blood Plum Hall. Lost in thought, an elderly figure appeared, coldly addressing him. "You truly possess audacity. Intruding upon the training grounds of the Blood Plum Hall while having the gall to observe their practice. It seems you are oblivious to the meaning of death." Li Xian looked up, recognizing him as one of the overseers. "You should be aware of the personnel changes here," he replied, raising his hand. Instantly, the elder felt an overwhelming force enveloping him, a powerful tug drawing him toward Li Xian. At that moment, the elder's expression transformed in terror. "What kind of sorcery is this?" He struggled in vain as he was swiftly brought before Li Xian. Who are you? The elder stammered, his voice laced with fear. Li Xian remained silent, lifting his palm above the elder's head. A ghostly blue light erupted forth, extracting all of his memories. As Li Xian delved into the elder's mind, the elder let out a piercing scream of agony. Li Xian quickly scrutinized the elder's memories from the past 5 years, his brow furrowing in frustration. The elder, a key figure at this training base for over a decade, had no recollection of Ming Qingquan's presence. How could this be? Li Xian's face darkened. Looking down at the elder, who was howling in torment from the soul extraction, Li Xian's impatience flared. With a mere gesture, he summoned flames that engulfed the elder, who opened his mouth wide in a silent scream. This bizarre spectacle horrified the onlookers in the martial arts arena, causing them to scatter in panic. Li Xian refrained from pursuing them. They were all captives of the Blood Plum Hall, just like Ming Qingquan. He made his way toward the hall, where the elder and others were engaged in light-hearted conversation, seemingly indifferent to the chaos outside. Di Long and Bai Kunshan, both masters, were more than capable of handling the situation, or so they believed. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from outside, followed by a few young figures rushing in, visibly flustered. What is happening? The elder inquired, his brow furrowed. Bai instructor has been killed. One of the young men stammered, shaken by the terrifying scene he had just witnessed. Bai Kunshan is dead? The atmosphere in the hall shifted dramatically, many faces displaying disbelief. How many intruders were there? The elder pressed. One young man. The youth replied, raising a finger. A single young man managed to kill Bai? Many found it hard to comprehend. No wonder he dared to invade our Blood Plum Hall. He possesses some formidable skills. Let us go investigate, the elder with the highest authority proclaimed, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Fear not, Grandmaster. With us present, regardless of who he is, we shall ensure his immediate demise, others echoed, confidence emanating from their ranks. Within the hall, a dozen individuals, all skilled in their arts, comprised the instructors of this training base. Each had been selected by the Blood Plum Hall to impart their unique techniques to the newcomers, holding significant status within the organization. As they spoke, before they could even step outside, a figure had already entered. Chapter 107, sending them to the underworld in an instant. The hall fell silent as the elder and a dozen formidable experts halted their movements, gazing at the emerging figure of Li Xian. Impudent boy, how dare you intrude here? A hot-tempered expert charged towards Li Xian, his palm slicing through the air, imbued with terrifying force. Yet, before he could even come close, Li Xian raised his hand and seized him by the throat. Crack! The neck snapped with a sickening sound, and the lifeless body was carelessly discarded onto the ground. Hiss! The others present were struck with a chill, their scalps tingling in horror. Though the middle-aged man was not the strongest among them, his demise, so effortlessly executed, sent waves of dread through the onlookers. Even the highest-ranking elder could not suppress the profound trepidation in his eyes. This person possesses an exceedingly strange power. We must act together, the elder exclaimed loudly. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, he sensed an overwhelming force enveloping his body, pulling him inexorably towards Li Xian. What kind of skill is this? Fear gripped the elder's eyes. Meanwhile, Li Xian extended his hand and performed a soul-searching technique, extracting a wisp of ethereal blue light from the elder's mind. However, there was no trace of Ming Qingquan in the elder's memories. Yet, Li Xian discovered a clue. Within the Blood Plum Hall, there indeed existed a woman with the surname Ming. She was the direct disciple of the hall's master and held the esteemed position of a divine envoy. The elder, as the chief instructor, had encountered her a few times, but her face was always veiled, rendering him unable to discern her features or know her full name. However, upon glimpsing a familiar silhouette in the elder's recollections, Li Xian felt an intense sense of déjà vu. Could it be that Qingquan had become the divine envoy? He continued to delve into the memories. The headquarters of the Blood Plum Hall was situated in the capital, and the divine envoy was a close aide to the hall master, likely present there as well. If Ming Qingquan was indeed that divine envoy, it would imply her safety. Yet, if she truly possessed such high authority, why had she not returned to visit Duo in 3 long years? Li Xian felt a surge of frustration and, in a fit of rage, snapped the elder's neck without a second thought. Chief Instructor, the experts of the Blood Plum Hall cried out in shock as they witnessed the elder's death. How could such a terrifying individual exist in the world? Fear was etched into the eyes of the Blood Plum Hall's experts, and having witnessed Li Xian's prowess, despair washed over them. At this moment, Li Xian regained a semblance of calm, his gaze turning frigid. As he surveyed the remaining experts in the hall, a sense of impending doom hung in the air. One of the experts hastily spoke up, "Esteemed sir, this is the training base of the Blood Plum Hall, the foremost assassin organization in Dragon Country." Before he could finish, his head exploded, leaving a lifeless body that crumpled to the ground. The remaining individuals turned pale with terror, their souls seemingly fleeing in fright. Without any discernible action, Li Xian had caused one expert's head to burst apart. What manner of bizarre technique was this? How could such terrifying power exist in the mortal realm? Was it perhaps derived from the depths of hell? They felt as though they were suffocating, struggling to breathe. Bang! Another expert's head began to explode. In the blink of an eye, all 13 experts present had been reduced to headless corpses. Simultaneously, in a deep hall within the capital, a woman clad in a flowing blue gown, her face concealed by a veil, emanated an aura of icy detachment akin to a snow-capped mountain. Before her stood a subordinate reporting, "Divine Envoy. We have just received a distress signal from the training base in Anfu, and it is of the highest urgency. However, the signal was transmitted only once before it was cut off. We are unaware of what has transpired there." The woman pondered for a moment before responding. "The Blood Plum Hall is the foremost assassin organization in Dragon Country. Who dares to attack them? Assemble the troops immediately. I shall personally journey to Anfu." "Understood." The subordinate bowed and departed. Yet, the woman furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself, "Why do I feel an inexplicable sense as if something of great importance awaits me in Anfu? Could it be related to the crisis faced by the base? But what could it possibly be? Could it be Duo? How could she possibly be in Anfu? Or could it be him?" Her brow furrowed deeper. Years ago, she had defied her family's opposition to marry him, only for him to vanish, leaving her in the most dire circumstances. Did such a man truly deserve her concern? If it was indeed him, she would have many questions to pose. Shaking her head, she recognized her subordinate was ready, and it was time for her to depart. Yet, the feeling in her heart intensified. At the training base in Anfu, Li Xian meticulously examined all the records of the Blood Plum Hall, detailing the origins of every member trained there, their departure dates, and their respective positions within the organization. He realized the Blood Plum Hall's influence was vast. Having plotted extensively throughout Dragon Country long ago, the Hall Master seemed to have aspirations beyond merely establishing an assassin organization. Having perused all the documents, Li Xian exited the training base. Although he had yet to locate his wife, he had discerned the location of the Blood Plum Hall's headquarters in the capital. Especially regarding the Divine Envoy, he had a strong intuition that she was likely Ming Qiqian. Leaving Anfu, Li Xian returned directly to Chuzhou. Upon arriving home, Huang Jiantai approached him. "Senior Li, 2 hours ago, representatives from the Cultivator Alliance arrived, claiming you killed Gui Yunshin and demanding your acquiescence for judgment. They have given you a day to present yourself and plead for forgiveness." The Cultivator Alliance? A glint of coldness flickered in Li Xian's eyes. He had intended to seek them out in Jiangnan, but it seemed they had come to him first, practically offering themselves up for destruction. Subsequently, Li Xian addressed Huang Jiantai. "Immediately inform the representatives of the Cultivator Alliance that I shall arrive punctually tomorrow, not to plead for forgiveness, but to send them to the underworld." Chapter 108. Failing to recognize the situation upon receiving instructions from Li Xian, Huang Jiantai promptly conveyed the message to the members of the Cultivators Alliance. At that moment, within a villa in Chuzhou, Elder Yang Rong of the Cultivators Alliance was seething with rage. "What? Such audacity, sending us off to the netherworld? This Li Xian is utterly arrogant." Not only Yang Rong, but the entire Cultivators Alliance was incensed. "This is sheer folly." Yang Rong spoke in a low voice. "It seems that with the backing of the 28 cultivation families in Chuzhou and Huang Jiantai as a support, Li Xian has become so inflated with pride that he no longer regards our Cultivators Alliance with any respect. He thinks he can stand against us? If so, I shall make him aware that his support is utterly insignificant before our alliance. I will have him come to us on his knees by tomorrow. Guardian Su Ming, you must immediately take a few experts and strike fear into Chuzhou." After Li Xian instructed Huang Jiantai to relay the message, he remained at home, accompanying Duo. In truth, he was indifferent to the matters concerning the Cultivators Alliance. They were merely a swarm of insignificant ants. He had already planned to head to Jiangnan to annihilate the headquarters of the Cultivators Alliance. However, merely 2 hours later, Huang Jiantai called. "Senior, the Wuying sect has suffered retaliation from the Cultivators Alliance. Many disciples have been severely injured, and even one Jun himself has been wounded." Not long after hanging up, Huang Jiantai called again. "Senior, many from the Yang family have also been killed. The head of the Yang family, Yang Ruoxiao, has lost an arm. And the head of the Yun family, Yin Tiankong, has also been injured. Almost every 10 minutes, another cultivation family faced retaliation, all orchestrated by the Cultivators Alliance. It was evident that this was directed solely at Li Xian. Within a short span, 27 cultivation families, including many from the Huang family, had sustained injuries. At that moment, another call came in, this time from Yi Qingxue. Xianer, just now, a group of people stormed into the Beiwang group, attacking everyone they encountered. Many ordinary employees were injured or killed on the spot. By the time I arrived, the company had suffered severe damage. Their strength was even greater than mine. Aunt, were you injured? Li Xian inquired anxiously. Not severely, Yi Qingxue responded. Yet, Li Xian's expression darkened as he declared, wait for me. I shall arrive at the group immediately. He simultaneously called Huang Jiantai, instructing him to gather all the wounded at the Beiwang group. Upon arriving at the Beiwang group, Li Xian was met with a scene of devastation. Numerous employees lay against the walls, bloodied and battered. On the other side, a pile of corpses was visible. Some with crushed chests, others with slashed throats, their deaths horrific. Damn it, these bastards from the Cultivators Alliance do not spare even ordinary people. Just then, Yi Qingxue emerged. Her cheeks slightly darkened. You have been poisoned? Li Xian asked. Yi Qingxue nodded. I had not realized until just now. Upon hanging up, I began to feel a darkness spreading within me. This poison seems to be the Jinyu poison of the Cultivators Alliance. It is said that only they possess the antidote. Hearing this, Li Xian chuckled softly. It is of no concern. With that, he touched her forehead with his finger. In the next moment, the dark energy enveloping Yi Qingxue rapidly dissipated. Simultaneously, he performed a spell and gently pointed ahead. A beam of light flashed, and the wounds of those who had just died began to heal, even stirring back to life. This spectacle left all the company employees wide-eyed. Resurrecting the dead. How is this possible? Yi Qingxue nearly gasped in astonishment. These individuals had merely their vitality severed. By restoring their life force, I can bring them back. Of course, if too much time passes, it would be impossible as their souls would have departed, leaving only a husk behind. Although Li Xian spoke as if it were a simple task, Yi Qingxue understood that, regardless of how effortless it sounded, it was akin to a miracle. Li Xian continued to act, swiftly healing the wounds of the injured within the company. He then cast another spell, sweeping over each person's body, and when the light faded, confusion appeared in their eyes. Yi Qingxue turned to Li Xian, realizing the change in the state of these individuals. Li Xian smiled gently at her. I have erased their memories, otherwise, it would be too shocking to bear. At that moment, Huang Jiangtai arrived with individuals from the 27 cultivation families. Among them was Yang Ruoxiao, who had lost an arm. Li Xian repeated his earlier actions, helping them recover, including those who had been presumed dead. However, he erased the memories of these individuals, retaining only the recollections of Huang Jiangtai and a few others. Witnessing Li Xian's abilities, Huang Jiangtai and the others felt an even deeper sense of reverence for him. Once everything was completed, Li Xian instructed Huang Jiangtai, prepare the vehicles at once. We are going to meet with the Cultivators Alliance. But didn't you say to go tomorrow? Huang Jiangtai queried. Li Xian merely snorted. I wish to exact vengeance now. Understood. Huang Jiangtai promptly set about making arrangements. Meanwhile, the leaders of the other 27 cultivation families followed suit. The convoy moved forth with great momentum, like a dragon advancing towards the villa of the Cultivators Alliance. Inside the villa, Yang Rong wore a cold smile. I did not expect there to be a congenital expert hidden within the Beiwang group. Fortunately, Su Ming intervened and implanted the Jinyu poison within her. This poison has an antidote only in our Cultivators Alliance. I doubt Li Xian will refrain from coming to plead with us, to dare contend with the Cultivators Alliance. This is his fate. Hearing Yang Rong's words, those around him offered flattery. Elder Yang's tactics are indeed brilliant. That Li Xian is no threat. Indeed, Li Xian even proclaimed he would send us off to the netherworld. He likely won't have to wait until tomorrow, as he will be begging on his knees today. Just as the words left his mouth, a subordinate entered to report. Elder Yang, we have received news that dozens of cars are approaching our villa. It is Li Xian and the 28 cultivation families, coming to plead for mercy and making such a grand display. It appears Li Xian still fails to grasp the gravity of the situation. I shall ensure he is thoroughly humiliated. Yang Rong scoffed. The others in the room chuckled coldly in agreement. Chapter 109. Vengeance does not linger. Li Xian has arrived. He must not be allowed to enter directly. Let him kneel at the door for 2 hours first, to temper his arrogance, Su Ming, the protector, stated. Su Ming is the second in command in Chu State. a powerful innate realm expert who had previously infiltrated the Beiwang group and wounded Yi Qingxue, poisoning her with the lethal Jinyu poison. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the crowd nodded in agreement. They believed that since Li Xian had come, it was undoubtedly to plead for mercy. Kneeling for 2 hours, or even 2 days and nights, would be a fitting punishment. Yang Rong nodded in assent. Let us proceed as Su Ming suggested. Very well. Su Ming promptly assigned someone. Wait at the door. He must not be allowed in until he has knelt for the full 2 hours. Understood. The subordinate nodded and immediately headed outside, while the others remained in the hall, awaiting news. At that moment, a convoy arrived at the courtyard entrance. 28 luxury cars were arranged in a precise formation, exuding an imposing aura. The vehicles represented the top 28 factions of Chu State. As the doors opened, Li Xian and his companions emerged. Yi Qingxue, seated in the same car as Li Xian, was accompanied by the leaders of the 28 cultivation families who stood behind him. Kid, you seem to be unaware of the situation. You arrived to apologize without the slightest hint of humility. The man at the door frowned at this scene and barked, kneel down at once. You won't see Elder Yang until you have knelt for 2 hours. Hearing this, Li Xian frowned. You want me to kneel? Indeed, the man nodded arrogantly. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Li Xian struck the man across the face. The force sent him flying, his head colliding with the wall. Bursting apart like a watermelon under a wheel, blood splattering everywhere, leaving behind a headless corpse that fell to the ground, staining the wall and steps with crimson. The members of the Cultivators Alliance behind the man were left dumbfounded. The next moment, they regained their senses and turned to flee inside. But before they could take a single step, their heads exploded one by one, turning into clouds of blood mist. Li Xian strode forward without hesitation. Huang Jiantai and the others behind him swallowed hard, taking a few moments to react before following closely behind. Li Xian's methods were truly terrifying. At this moment, the members of the Cultivators Alliance inside were alerted and rushed towards the entrance. However, how could they possibly halt Li Xian's advance? Before they could approach him, their heads exploded, leaving a trail of headless bodies in their wake. Meanwhile, Yang Rong, who was sipping tea in the villa, abruptly halted his actions. What on earth is happening outside? It seems a fight has broken out. Is it possible that Li Xian did not come to apologize? Yang Rong could scarcely believe it. With him stationed here, how dare Li Xian take action? Such audacity. This Li Xian was but a waste 5 years ago. Now, he had somehow gained Huang Jiantai's support. It appeared he had lost all sense of reality. The only reason he managed to kill Protector Gui Yunshen was due to Yi Qingxue and Huang Jiantai. With Yi Qingxue already afflicted by Su Ming's Jinyu poison, what could Huang Jiantai alone achieve? As Yang Rong pondered this, Su Ming interjected, Elder Yang. Huang Jiantai has just broken through to the innate realm. He poses no threat. There is no need for you to intervene personally. Allow me to handle them. As the second in command in this mission to Chu State, Su Ming himself was a late-stage innate realm expert. Hence he dismissed Yi Qingxue as a rival and did not regard Huang Jiantai as a concern. Go ahead, Yang Rong nodded in agreement. Su Ming strode out of the villa, accompanied by several other experts. Yet, as they entered the courtyard, they furrowed their brows. Before them lay a scene of carnage, with bodies strewn across the ground, while the members of the Cultivators Alliance were retreating in fear. A bunch of useless fools, Su Ming scolded angrily. A group of people frightened into retreat by a mere youth. You there, are you Li Xian? You have quite the audacity to oppose the Cultivators Alliance. Kneel down and apologize at once, and I may spare your life. Kneel before you? What are you? Li Xian replied coldly. This is our protector from the Cultivators Alliance. Daring to be disrespectful to Protector Su is courting death. A man, eager to impress Su Ming, pointed at Li Xian and shouted furiously. However, before he could finish, Li Xian flicked his finger, sending an invisible force piercing through the man's brow. Die. The remaining experts from the Cultivators Alliance recoiled in terror, their expressions betraying their fear. Even Su Ming's complexion changed. From such a distance, to kill with mere energy was something he could not achieve. Xiao Xian. This is the one who infiltrated the Beiwang group and inflicted the Jinyu poison upon me, Yi Qingxue whispered as she approached Li Xian. So, it is you. Li Xian raised his hand, and an unseen force pulled Su Ming towards him. Who exactly are you? Su Ming's face reflected his growing fear at this moment. Perhaps you should ask the King of Hell, Li Xian replied, and with a sharp crack, he snapped Su Ming's neck. Protector Su. Several experts from the Cultivators Alliance gasped in horror. Li Xian casually discarded Su Ming's lifeless body onto the ground. Inside, Yang Rong heard the cries of alarm and furrowed his brow. Could it be that Su Ming had encountered trouble? He sprang to his feet and declared, "Let us go see." Yet, before he could move, a thunderous crash reverberated as the villa's security door, along with its frame, was smashed to the ground. A young figure swaggered in. "You are Li Xian?" Yang Rong fixed his gaze on Li Xian, demanding an answer. Li Xian nodded. "I am." "And where is Protector Su?" Yang Rong inquired again. "I killed him," Li Xian stated nonchalantly. At this, Yang Rong's expression shifted dramatically, turning cold as he declared, "You managed to kill Protector Su. It seems I have underestimated you. However, you will still die today." With that, Yang Rong leaped into the air, launching himself at Li Xian with a fierce strike aimed to tear through all. The other experts from the Cultivators Alliance prepared themselves to assist at a moment's notice, well aware that Li Xian must possess formidable strength if he could slay Su Ming. Yet, they were never afforded the opportunity to intervene. As Yang Rong landed before Li Xian, he found himself grasped by the throat. With a swift crack, his head was severed from his body, the headless corpse crashing heavily to the floor. Yang Rong, elder of the Cultivators Alliance, had been slain by Li Xian in a single move. The remaining experts gasped in disbelief. The earlier incident involving Su Ming's death had not struck them with such force. But witnessing Yang Rong's demise firsthand made them acutely aware of the terror embodied by the young man before them. He was nothing short of a devil. Chapter 110. Celestial Arts. Yang Rong has perished, and in such an effortless manner, he was never afforded even a chance to resist. The numerous masters from the Cultivators Alliance stood frozen in place, gripped by an icy dread. At that moment, Huang Jiangtai and 28 members of various cultivation families arrived at the entrance. Upon witnessing Yang Rong's lifeless form at the hands of Li Xian, their emotions surged tumultuously. This is the prowess of elderly. A mere Cultivators Alliance, indeed the entirety of Long Country, is powerless to impede him. Although my current cultivation level has reached the innate realm, my usefulness to the elder diminishes. How can the Huang family remain eternally tethered to the grand vessel of the elder? Huang Jiatai pondered, acutely aware that Li Xian's emergence marked a pivotal opportunity for the Huang family, one he must seize. The remaining 27 members of the cultivation families harbored similar thoughts. Just how formidable is Xiao Xian's true strength? Yi Qingsnow murmured to herself, having witnessed Li Xian's ability to revive the deceased and his lethal prowess. She found him to be an enigma, shrouded in mystery. At this juncture, the remaining individuals in the room also came to a realization. This individual possesses overwhelming strength, far beyond our capacity to contend with. No sooner had the thought crossed their minds than one figure dashed towards the shattered window, intent on fleeing. They had merely witnessed Yang Rong's demise and were unaware of Li Xian's true capabilities, believing they might escape. However, as they narrowly exited the villa, Li Xian extended his palm, summoning a transparent surge of energy that coalesced within his grasp. A tempest erupted within the room, howling furiously as it converged in Li Xian's hand. Ultimately, it formed the ethereal silhouette of a sword, its aura swirling with deadly intent. The onlookers, who had initially contemplated escape upon seeing their companion bolt, were now frozen in place, their faces drained of color. What manner of technique is this? Celestial arts? Yet Li Xian remained oblivious to their astonished gazes, casting a cold smile in the direction of the fleeing figure. With a swift motion of his hand, the transparent sword transformed into a streak of light, shooting forth. Whoosh! The sword's energy cleaved through the air. In an instant, the man who had already fled 100 meters was pierced by the sword's force, his body torn asunder, reduced to countless fragments. The members of the Cultivators Alliance who witnessed this scene from the villa turned ghostly pale. At this moment, Li Xian's gaze shifted towards the remaining individuals in the room. Plop. As Li Xian's eyes fell upon them, one person immediately knelt. Spare us, master. Upon seeing one kneel, the others swiftly followed suit, prostrating themselves on the ground. Li Xian's methods were too bizarre. There was no hope for resistance or escape, only the option to plead for mercy. Yet, Li Xian remained unmoved, his palms slowly rising as ominous energy began to coalesce. Should that hand descend, the remaining 8 masters of the Cultivators Alliance would undoubtedly meet their demise. At that moment, Yi Qingsnow approached and spoke. Xiao Xian, though your strength is formidable, there are always aspects you might overlook. The members of the Cultivators Alliance are skilled. Why not recruit them for your purposes? Hearing her words, the already despondent individuals hastened to voice their agreement. We are willing to follow the master, to brave fire and water, even unto death. Indeed, master, spare us. We are all masters ourselves. Whatever inconvenient tasks you have, we can undertake. Upon hearing this, Li Xian hesitated momentarily before ultimately retracting his hand. Having 8 masters serve him could indeed prove advantageous. To Li Xian, these ants held little significance. Whether they lived or died was inconsequential. Do you 8 truly wish to follow me? Once you nod, your lives shall be mine, Li Xian stated indifferently. The 8 exchanged glances and nodded fervently. Their only desire was to survive, and serving such a powerful being as Li Xian could very well present an opportunity. Very well. Since you are willing, I shall spare your lives. With that, Li Xian pointed decisively. A beam of light splitting into 8 fragments and merging into the bodies of the 8. I have implanted a forbidden curse within you. Should you dare betray me, your body shall explode on the spot. The 8 felt their hearts tremble at this revelation. Such a supernatural ability was beyond anything they had ever encountered. Having subdued the 8, Li Xian turned and departed, with the 8 hastily following in his wake. Meanwhile, Huang Jiangtai and the others wore complex expressions. Li Xian had effortlessly subdued 8 masters, and with his capabilities, he could elevate them to the innate realm at will, rendering their significance increasingly negligible. As Li Xian unleashed his carnage, elsewhere in Anfu City, within the training base of the Bloodplum Hall, a divine envoy clad in a pale blue dress appeared, accompanied by several subordinates. Upon encountering the decapitated corpses shrouded beneath a veil, her brow furrowed in dismay. The heads of these individuals had been obliterated, their demise so tragic. Who could have executed such a massacre? Moreover, the uniformity of their deaths suggested they had all succumbed to the same method. The woman murmured, incredulous. For such a style of killing was not even recorded by an assassin organization as formidable as the Bloodplum Hall. Perhaps the perpetrator had employed some modern weaponry. After all, the sight of these corpses offered no clue to the chaos that had ensued. It was imperative to report this incident to the hall master without delay. With that thought, she promptly retrieved her phone and dialed. Master, there has been an incident at the Anfu City training base. Our members have all met a gruesome fate. Their deaths, most peculiar. After hearing the woman's report, there was a brief silence on the other end of the line. The strange manner of death bore a resemblance to the recent massacre of several families in Jiangnan. It appeared a formidable force had emerged in that region. Master, allow me to send subordinates to investigate, the woman proposed. After a moment's contemplation, the voice on the other end replied, very well. However, Meng Qingqian, I caution you not to entertain thoughts of returning to Chuzhou to see your daughter. You are well aware of the Bloodplum Hall's rules. Any entanglement with the outside world is strictly prohibited. As long as you carry out your duties diligently, your daughter shall remain safe. Otherwise, you will only bring harm upon yourself and her. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingqian shuddered, hastily responding, understood, Master. That is good. Chapter 111. The invitation of Yi Qingxue accompanied Li Xian back to the villa, where Lu Qi was playing with Duo. Li Xian addressed the 8 newly recruited masters, instructing them, from this day forth, your sole duty is to protect my daughter. You are to remain by her side at all times, ensuring she comes to no harm. Do you understand? The 8 nodded vigorously, affirming, rest assured, Master. We will safeguard the young lady. With that, they vanished into the surroundings of the villa. Although they were not as adept at concealment as the hidden guards, their status as masters made it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to detect their presence. Previously, despite the hidden guard's protection, Duo had been captured by Gui Yunshin's men. Although she was shielded by Li Xian's talisman, which ensured her safety, she was still susceptible to fear. Now, with the presence of 8 masters, Li Xian felt considerably reassured. Within the house, Yi Qingxue played with Duo for a while before approaching Li Xian. Xian, there are many matters to attend to at the Beiwang group. So I must take my leave. By the way, in 3 days, it will be my aunt's birthday. Will you be coming to the Yi residence? At this point, Yi Qingxue felt a twinge of anxiety, as visiting the Yi family would inevitably involve encountering Yi Longru, and the grievances between him and Li Xian might deter Li Xian from attending. Of course, I shall be present for my aunt's birthday, Li Xian replied with a smile. After bidding farewell to Yi Qingxue, Li Xian turned to Lu Qi. How has your practice of the techniques I taught you been progressing? Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's face lit up with excitement. I can already sense a faint stream of energy circulating within me, and I feel that my strength has significantly increased. Li Xian nodded in acknowledgement. This indicated that Lu Qi had stepped into the threshold of cultivation. The enhancement in her strength was due to the trace of true energy he had left within her, which was reshaping her body. Continue to practice diligently. The path of cultivation is not achieved in a day. Once you fully refine that trace of true energy, few in Chuzhou will stand a chance against you. Yes. Lu Qi nodded earnestly. Meanwhile, in Chuzhou, at the headquarters of the Cultivator Alliance, Zhan Tao and Jiang Patian entered. Upon witnessing the multitude of corpses scattered throughout the courtyard, shock registered on each of their faces. The individual known as Yang Rong had audaciously proclaimed his intent to judge Li Xian, only to be killed within half a day, a clear indication of Li Xian's involvement. However, they found it peculiar that many of the bodies had simply exploded. How had Li Xian accomplished this? Zhan Tao pondered, unable to fathom the scene that had unfolded. Chief, there are surveillance cameras over there, Jiang Patian suddenly pointed out. Zhan Tao's face brightened. Quickly, check if the footage has been stored. Understood. Jiang Patian promptly set off to investigate. Before long, he returned, brimming with excitement. Chief, the surveillance records are intact. Hearing this, Zhan Tao exclaimed joyfully, let us go view it. Li Xian did not destroy the cameras. In the surveillance room, only Zhan Tao and Jiang Patian remained. Jiang Patian sat at the computer, swiftly operating it until the footage began to emerge. They fast-forwarded to the moment Li Xian breached the villa's entrance. When they saw him effortlessly send a member of the Cultivator Alliance flying with a single slap, they were not particularly surprised, as they were aware of Li Xian's strength. However, when they witnessed the scene of those attempting to flee having their heads explode, both men stood frozen in shock, their skin crawling. Is this even human? Not even a peak-innate master could achieve such a feat. They thought. What manner of being was Li Xian? Could he truly be the legendary forbidden powerhouse? After a lengthy silence, Zhan Tao took a deep breath and instructed Jiang Patian. What we have witnessed today must remain between us. No third party must learn of it. Additionally, you must immediately fly back to the capital and retrieve that item from the Anomaly Group's treasury. I intend to present it as a gift to Li Xian. Chief, are you certain? Jiang Potion's expression shifted dramatically at this statement. The item in the Anomaly Group's treasury was a tightly guarded secret. Only those close to Zhan Tao would even be aware of it, and now he intended to bestow it upon Li Xian. This was a considerable decision indeed. I am most certainly certain. Jiang Patian, you have been part of the Anomaly Group for over a decade. Do you not comprehend Li Xian's value? I understand. Jiang Patian nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, upon learning of his aunt's upcoming birthday, Li Xian visited the Huang family once more, preparing to concoct a batch of elixirs. He successfully produced 3 divine-grade pills, which he planned to gift to his aunt, believing they would aid her in breaking through to a higher realm. Surely, she would appreciate them. After placing the pills in a vial, Li Xian exited the Huang residence and returned to the villa. 3 days swiftly passed. On the morning of the celebration, after dressing duo, the father and daughter set out for the Yi family home. Chapter 112. Such boldness in the Yi family manner, a vibrant atmosphere enveloped the estate, filled with joy and celebration. The entrance was lined with luxurious vehicles, as today marked the birthday of Yi Qingxue. Having taken the reins of the Yi family, her status was unparalleled, attracting individuals engaged in business with the family to come forth and extend their congratulations. Yi Qingxue personally welcomed the guests, while Yi Longru, the patriarch, remained conspicuously absent, his pride shattered by the forced relinquishment of his title. Beside Yi Qingxue stood a beautiful young woman assisting her with the guests. Sister Qingxue, will your nephew be attending today? Inquired Tang Tianzhu, the daughter of the Tang family, known for their business dealings with the Yi family. Despite being over a decade younger than Yi Qingxue, she had quickly formed a close bond with her. Since Yi Qingxue had assumed control of the family business, Tang Tianzhu had become a frequent companion. Upon mentioning Li Xian, a smile flickered across Yi Qingxue's face as she teased. What? Are you interested in my nephew? He is indeed outstanding, but alas, he is already taken. I fear you have little chance. Tang Tianzhu huffed playfully. I am merely curious. You speak of him so often. I wish to see what makes him so remarkable. Gaining my attention is no simple feat. As they conversed, an unexpected commotion erupted outside. What is happening? Yi Qingxue inquired, stepping forward to investigate, only to be met by a group of men clad in black suits. Each wore sunglasses and exuded an imposing presence, carrying gift boxes in their arms. Who are these people, and why such a grand display? Murmured the guests, intrigued. It appears they have come to present gifts. A phoenix in flight, a golden comb. A phoenix brings joy, a golden hairpin. Auspicious and propitious, a jade rui. A dragon pairs with a phoenix. A pair of golden bracelets, chanted one of the men in black, revealing the extravagant gifts. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Whose generosity is this? Such lavish offerings. Indeed, That jade ruby alone must be worth millions. They whispered among themselves. At that moment, a woman in fitted attire entered, a bright smile adorning her face. Miss Yi, the young master has sent you a gift. He is currently in seclusion and unable to attend personally, but has entrusted me with this token for your birthday. He mentioned that you are his junior sister and confidant, and he promises to visit you as soon as he emerges. The woman radiated an air of superiority as she regarded Yi Qingxue. Expecting her to be overjoyed by such gifts, the crowd was taken aback when Yi Qingxue. Her expression cold, shook her head and replied, "Please inform my senior brother that I appreciate his intentions, but these gifts are too extravagant. I cannot accept them. I insist he take them back." Her firm rejection astonished many onlookers. The woman's demeanor darkened, her voice laced with a hint of menace. "Miss Yi, the young master has a temper. He does not take kindly to being refused. Moreover, he represents the chief family of Jiangnan, a fact you should fully comprehend." A murmur of surprise swept through the guests at the mention of the chief family, a powerful clan with far-reaching influence, ranking among the top 3 in the region. Their business interests spanned numerous industries, and their power was feared throughout the Dragon Kingdom, with rumors of those who crossed them vanishing without a trace. To think the gift was from the young master of the chief family, and Yi Qingxue had the audacity to decline. "What if I insist on refusing?" Yi Qingxue challenged, her voice unwavering. The woman's expression turned icy, a chill emanating from her. Just then, a figure burst through the crowd. "Andy, happy birthday." The guests turned to see a young man accompanied by a little girl. Recognition dawned upon many. This young man was none other than Li Xian, who called Yi Qingxue auntie. The sight of him brought a smile to Yi Qingxue's previously stern face. The little girl, upon seeing her, released Li Xian's hand and rushed into Yi Qingxue's embrace. Li Xian, surveying the woman in fitted attire, turned to Yi Qingxue with a grin. "Andy, today is your birthday. Let joy prevail, and not let any riffraff dampen your spirits." Yi Qingxue nodded, smiling. "You are right, Xiaoxian." Meanwhile, the woman's expression darkened further. Her glare fixed on Li Xian. "You insolent brat, do you know who you are addressing?" Before she could finish, Li Xian swiftly struck her across the face. The sound of the slap echoed in the stunned silence. The audacity to strike a member of the Jiangnan chief family was beyond bold.